I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Chapter 48. The Vault. Tell me, little butterfly, what is your impression of this young man who brought in this card? The Tower Lord could easily see with his magic senses what was happening in the other room, how the young man was nervously pacing back and forth in the lounge as he waited for Elise to return. His aura was strong and potent, the obvious result of years of effort and knowledge of what he was doing, rather than muddling his way through the magical tiers as most citizens of the Bull Kingdom were forced to do, let alone the northern barbarians that this young man so resembled in dress and style. Elise paused as she contemplated her uncle's question, her thoughts turning to the young man in the room just beyond the door in front of them. The more she thought about him, the more intrigued her expression became, and a smile began to spread across her face. He seems to be the sort of man who hasn't had to deal with many people, especially not those in the upper strata of society. He's quiet, unexpressive even when embarrassed, uncomfortable around other people, but innocent most of all. Innocent, really? He appears to be a third-tier mage to me, and even second-tier mages are rarely so innocent. Third-tier, Well, innocent when it comes to women. I did sense a slight undercurrent of killing intent, so he's most definitely killed before, and I'd say he'd be more than willing to do so again. Sounds to me like you're interested in him, the Tower Lord replied, cocking an eyebrow at his niece. Don't tell me it was love at first sight. No, I don't think that's the case, Elise replied, her cheeks reddening slightly. But I will concede that he's far from the noble chaff that usually finds its way into our tower. Certainly not a pampered rich boy who hasn't seen a single day of struggle, quite the opposite, I would guess. If he is who I think he is, then there's no way his father would have raised him somewhere peaceful. Oh, and who do you think he is? Elise stared at the Tower Lord, her uncle, her brilliant emerald eyes gleaming with curiosity and expectation. The Tower Lord loved his family and was weak to such assaults, especially where Elise was concerned, but he couldn't just say it without a promise from her. First, you will not repeat a word of this to anyone. We at Heaven's Eye take as little part in political struggles as possible, and this is a very weighty situation we now have on our hands. Elise nodded eagerly. She didn't mind not speaking of this matter, and she couldn't stand not knowing, especially where this intriguing young man was concerned. After all, he had the looks of a barbarian, but the power of a high noble and the gold card of royalty. Good. The card he came in with was for House Rame. That blood test you just ran confirmed him as the grandson of Kairos Rame. House Rame, Elise incredulously responded, almost shouting the question in shock. It took a moment for her to process her uncle's revelation, but when she did, she understood the need for secrecy. I thought they were all dead, which is what most people thought. In fact, I'd say myself and a few of our senior blood mages at this branch were the only ones who knew differently. 15 years ago, when Artorias Rame's villa was destroyed, he managed to escape. I heard that he had a son, but he never registered the boy with the guild. But how did you know he was still alive? Did he visit this place? He didn't have to. We have his blood. We could have even found him if we wanted, but that isn't our way. Something occurred to Elise as they were talking, the reason this account had been locked in the first place. But if he survived, why was the account locked? The Tower Lord was silent for a moment, before answering in a quiet voice. He died last week. Oh, well, the guild's rules must be followed, so I gave the order to lock the account for 100 years. If no one showed up to unlock it, the assets would have been seized by the bank. I didn't expect someone to arrive so quickly, though. Now, then, I would like to meet this young man. Elise nodded, her demeanor swiftly shifting back into that of the role she'd been playing since Leon had entered the tower, that of a confident businesswoman and a helpful and mildly suggestive attendant. She then opened the door and strode in with the confidence of a woman who knew she practically owned the place. The Tower Lord followed Elise inside, and when he saw Leon with his own eyes rather than the more esoteric perception of magic senses, any doubts as to his identity immediately vanished. It was like he was looking 2 centuries back in time, and it so profoundly struck him that the Tower Lord could only stand and stare at the young man before him. The same brown hair so dark it appeared almost black, the same prominent nose, the same strong features. The only thing that was remarkably different was Leon's eye color, bright gold rather than House Rame's more traditional hues of dark brown. If someone told the Tower Lord that Kairos had come back to life as a younger man and was now standing in front of him, he'd probably believe them. Elise, meanwhile, took the opportunity to approach the young man and inform him of what was happening, but the Tower Lord was so overcome with sudden emotion that he failed to track the conversation. He saw Elise smiling at the young man, nodding at what he was saying, lightly touching his arm. The young man seemed nervous and embarrassed, but he was responding positively to Elise's presence and attitude, speaking to her readily enough in a shaky, stuttering way. "Incredible, you really are Kairos, grandson," the Tower Lord muttered, unable to help himself despite his centuries of mastering himself. He was a powerful man, and his voice carried even when spoken so softly. Leon heard him and froze for a split second. Then, he threw himself back from Elise, his right hand dropping down to the hilt of the sword at his waist. He was about to draw before the Tower Lord realized his mistake and waved his hand, freezing Leon in place with the weight of his magical aura alone. "I'm terribly sorry, I shouldn't have said something so careless. Elise, are you all right?" She nodded back to him while nervously smiling at the sudden turn in events. "We mean you no harm, Leon," she whispered, any trace of seductiveness gone from her voice, replaced with nothing but an earnest entreatment to calm down. Leon stood there, staring at the two of them, unmoving even as the Tower Lord withdrew his aura and released him. "We're not going to hurt you, young man, or spread word about your identity, so please calm yourself." The Tower Lord spoke with a quiet and measured voice, showing Leon nothing but trust and serenity. And slowly, Leon released the hold he had on his blade, but he kept a good few steps away from both Elise and the Tower Lord. The Tower Lord smiled, and gestured toward the chairs, taking one for himself. After a few moments, Leon began to relax, but he kept his eye on both the Tower Lord and Elise. The latter was still standing, her breathing not quite steady and her hands shaking. She'd never seen someone switch so quickly from cordial conversation into a violent stance before. Hells, she'd never even been in a violent situation before, so she'd been taken completely by surprise. Sorry about that," Leon said a little bashfully, finding it difficult to look her in the eye. After a few more seconds, Elise's breathing started to slow, and she said, "It's fine. It's fine, Elise." The Tower Lord didn't want to elaborate on his concern, not in front of a stranger, no matter who he appeared to be, but he needed to know that she was all right. "I'm fine," she replied, turning to him and smiling. "Just a little more excitement than I'm used to is all." With that, she practically skipped forward and took Leon's arm again. "Please, Leon, we're here to help. We can be discreet." Under normal circumstances, Elise might have some seductive emphasis on the second part of her statement, but in this situation, she refrained. Being straight up with Leon was probably the best option to avoid more misunderstandings. "Right, sorry," Leon repeated. "Don't worry about it, let's get back down to business, shall we?" she brightly said, steering Leon back toward the sofas where the Tower Lord was waiting. Leon allowed her to do so. He'd already decided to trust Heaven's Eye, but hearing the Tower Lord suddenly say what he did had caught him off guard and he acted purely on instinct. He didn't wish harm upon Elise or the old man she'd returned with. He wasn't even sure if he could hurt the Tower Lord if he tried, given how incomprehensible his aura was and how easily he'd immobilized Leon. But Leon kept an eye on the man all the same. He took a seat opposite the glass table, with Elise sitting next to him. The intimacy she previously showed was gone, which made Leon even more regretful over his hasty actions, but replacing it was a sense of seriousness that had Leon not dwelling too long on her previous demeanor. The Tower Lord spoke first, leaning back in his chair and smiling at Leon, trying to make it as clear as possible that they weren't enemies. "I'm glad to see you, Leon, was it? My name is Ajax, and I'm the Lord of this branch of Heaven's Eye. As Elise told you, I'm sure, I've arranged for your vault to be transported directly to this room." "Thanks," Leon replied. Was it just that one vault?" "Yes, everything else tied to that card you brought us was the property of the Archduchy of the Great Plateau rather than of House Rame, specifically, meaning that after the death of Archduke Kairos Rame and his heirs being either dead or missing, ownership all of those assets were transferred to the Bull King." "I see," Leon murmured. "Now, just to get some things straight and to ensure that everything is on the up and up, you are the son of Artorias Rame." Leon didn't answer him verbally this time, but the momentary tensing up of his body and spike in his aura told Ajax all he needed to know. "I thought so. Your grandfather, His Honored Grace, Kairos Rame, was a friend of mine. You actually look so much like him when he was younger that I lost myself when I saw you," I apologize if you found that startling. Leon frowned and said nothing more than, "Ah, okay," leaving Ajax feeling a little awkward. He was used to dealing with long-winded nobles and merchants, so he had a habit of leaving the other party plenty of room to speak, but Leon wasn't giving him much to work with. "This is your first visit to a Heaven's Eye bank, correct?" Again, Leon didn't respond verbally, but he at least nodded to Ajax. Ajax was thankful for that, as it gave him an excuse to talk about many of the procedures the guild had implemented for its banks. He told Leon all about their account system, how they verify IDs, the tightness of their security, how to lock an account in the case of a lost ID card, as well as how to get a new card in that event, throughout which Leon remained silent as stone. It took a moment, but Ajax thought he knew why the young man was being so taciturn. Leon was quiet, to begin with, but Elise had been slowly sliding closer as he and Leon had been talking. She didn't quite come close enough to press her body against Leon, but she'd certainly slid close enough to rub her arm against his. It seemed to Ajax that for however surprising it was to see Leon's violent side, Elise wasn't too bothered by it. "Elise, do you think you can wait outside, please? I would like to speak with Leon alone." Elise responded with a cute pouting face, but the Tower Lord insisted, so she reluctantly rose and moved to the door, but she didn't forget to give Leon a few mournful looks as she did. Leon watched her go with a look almost as regretful, and Ajax couldn't help but notice the young man's gaze wandering over Elise's body. The Tower Lord put on a teasing smile, and asked, "So, Leon, how are you enjoying your time at Heaven's Eye so far? Has Elise been accommodating? You seem to be a bit on edge, has there been any problems?" Leon hurriedly shook his head. No problems yet. Just, Elise is very nice, and I'm not really used to that. Well, if she makes you uncomfortable, don't hesitate to say so, and we'll find you a new attendant as soon as we can." Leon nodded in gratitude, but he refrained from taking the Tower Lord up on that offer. As uncomfortable as Elise's attentions could be, Leon couldn't honestly say that he didn't enjoy them. "Are all your attendants so friendly? I noticed quite a few downstairs who were very close to the other people here." "Yes, at this branch of Heaven's Eye, our attendants get the opportunity to meet with many wealthy merchants and nobles, and they do tend to take advantage of that. We don't require such behavior out of our attendants, but it does keep our clients coming back, so we don't discourage it. Oftentimes, our clients will grow quite attached to their attendants, and will even take them as concubines or spouses. If they take an attendant into their household, then Heaven's Eye will always see them." Ajax left that part unsaid, but Leon was smart enough to infer that much, even if he was terrible at talking to people. But the Tower Lord had never seen Elise act that way with a client before. Usually, they would be fawning over her to the point she'd lose patience, rather than the other way around. Elise was a woman who knew her status and didn't have the time for those who thought too much of themselves and only spoke to her out of want for her body. Ajax fully supported his niece when she kicked those kinds of people out of the tower, and there'd been plenty who'd been given temporary bans when they refused to stop trying to court her. So, Ajax was more than a little surprised and even a little gratified to finally see Elise taking an interest in someone. But he pushed those thoughts out of his mind as the floor began to vibrate and he heard the clunking of something unspeakably heavy moving around beneath their feet. "Ah, it sounds like they finally got your vault here." He rose from his seat and walked to the center of the waiting room, where the floor had begun to rise. Leon eagerly followed and stood next to the Tower Lord, watching an enormous vault at least as large as Leon's entire hut back in the northern vales made of dark blue enchanted steel rose from the floor. "Your grandfather had this vault set up about 150 years ago, as backup resources in case your family was ever in trouble. As far as I'm aware, there are no other accounts in your family's name still with Heaven's Eye, so I'm afraid if you don't find what you're looking for in that vault, then there's not much I can do to help you further without charging you for it. Of course, just because this is all we have left doesn't mean there isn't more out there, but I understand," Leon whispered. Ajax was a little disappointed in Leon for not asking more about his family, but he could understand on some level. Leon still didn't quite trust him. Besides, the vault rising from the floor was far more immediately compelling. But Ajax still wanted to speak with the grandson of Kairos, the last Archduke and Ajax's late friend, and hoped that Leon would be a bit more curious after he retrieved whatever he needed from the vault. The vault was remarkable in its simplicity, as it appeared to only be a perfectly smooth metal box. The edges were slightly rounded, and it had no seams, but other than that, there were no decorations or even visible methods to open it. But this was a vault from Heaven's Eye, there didn't need to be any visible means of opening it. A magical formation illuminated itself for less than a second, before disappearing again. After that, an open doorway with a curtain of smoky black darkness appeared in front of Leon. He was a little surprised, as the doorway had appeared just as he blinked, but a smile began to spread across his face. Leon didn't waste any more time and hurried into the vault, easily passing through the privacy curtain of darkness magic while Ajax waited outside. Chapter 49. His name. When Leon walked through the door of the vault and laid his eyes on its contents, he was left stunned. Stacks of shiny gold bars and crates of silver coins were in the majority, but there were also smaller boxes on a table in the center filled with precious stones. Sapphires, rubies, emeralds, amethysts, and several diamonds the size of his fist were all glittering in the light of the magic lanterns illuminating the vault. Leon was frozen in place, he couldn't decide what to go and examine first. His heart raced with excitement and wonder as he stared at the obscene wealth before him, far more than he'd ever imagined would be within. He'd have considered himself lucky beyond belief to have even a few thousand silver coins, let alone all of this. After a few moments of staring, he settled on the silver coins. The gold bars couldn't be spent directly, and the gems, while extremely valuable, had practical uses that he wouldn't give up just for a little coin. He counted 60 large wooden crates, each stamped with the image of a bird of prey with its wings spread and talons outstretched, the sigil of House Rame. The crates were stacked 3 high, almost touching the ceiling, except for the 4 closest to the doorway, which were open to reveal hundreds of metal tubes, identical to what Leon had found beneath the obelisk. He estimated after some digging around that these crates, which were so numerous as to fill an entire third of the vault, had about 500,000 silver coins each, totaling about 30 million silvers. Next were the gold bars. The economy of the Bull Kingdom had been overhauled several hundred years ago, phasing out both gold coins for being prohibitively valuable, and copper coins for being too worthless. Consequently, there wasn't much Leon could do with these bars. Only royalty or the obscenely wealthy still stockpiled gold, only using the bars to pay for their largest of expenses. Leon counted himself lucky for being in a Heaven's Eye bank, as this was one of the few places he could exchange one of these gold bars for silver coins. There were 100 gold bars here, though Leon had little idea how much that was worth in silver, so he moved on to the gems in the center of the vault. A quick count came to 50 sapphires, 70 rubies, 100 emeralds, 200 amethysts, and 5 diamonds. All the stones, with the exception of the enormous diamonds, were roughly half the size of his thumb. These he did not intend to sell. While gemstones are often used for decoration, especially in jewelry, Leon knew that they are far more valuable to enchanters than jewelers, as magical energy could be stored within them, which could then be used in place of a mage to power enchantments. How much they could hold was dependent on both the kind of gemstone and its size. Sapphires were the most valuable in that regard, being far and away the gem that could hold the most magic. After that came rubies, emeralds, amethysts, topaz, pearls, and opals, all of which could store less magic than the one before. Just about any other gemstone was simply decorative and had little uses apart from ornamentation, with the sole exception of diamonds. While diamonds couldn't store as much magical energy as sapphires or rubies, they still had the miraculous quality of amplifying magic that passes through them, greatly strengthening enchantments they were incorporated into, making them much more valuable than other gems. Leon didn't quite know how valuable these gemstones were, given that he only knew what little Artorias had been able to teach him about enchanting, but he knew that these stones would make for great enchantment material if he ever got the opportunity to study that art. It was just a shame that they were not currently storing magic power, so Leon would have to charge them himself if the time ever came, an expensive process, he'd been led to believe. As he thought about all this, he was reminded of the enormous crystal powering the enchantments in the prison where he found Zaffin. He had no idea what that crystal was, but it certainly was no gem he had ever heard of. Oh well, no use guessing now. Something to look into, should I get the chance. Leon stepped away from the gems and took another look around the vault, taking it all in, trying to wrap his head around just how much wealth this was. Artorias had once told him that the Great Plateau was one of the richest regions in the entire kingdom, thanks to its abundant mineral resources. Seeing all this gold and silver and knowing that it was just a small amount of emergency funds that Archduke Kairos had set aside really drove home for Leon just how enormously rich House Rame was before it collapsed. After some thought, he grabbed a single gold bar and about 5,000 silver pieces. The silver would be enough to live off of for a couple of months, while he intended to use the bar to open an account with Heaven's Eye that was more immediately available, so he wouldn't have to come back to open this vault every time he needed more coin. Leon took one last look back at the vault as he left, letting a small smile appear on his face. The Tower Lord was still waiting when Leon emerged from the vault, about half an hour after he had entered. "Everything was to your satisfaction, I trust?" he asked, and Leon nodded in response. "Wonderful. There is something else I would like to speak with you about, Tower Lord." The Tower Lord smiled jovially, and said, "Please, call me Ajax. Your grandfather and I were friends, after all, and I hope we can be friends as well." "Right." Leon felt more than a little awkward at that statement, but he continued regardless. "I would like to open a more traditional banking account with Heaven's Eye. This will be my deposit." With that, he placed his gold bar on a nearby table. "And I would prefer that everything we do be done with the highest level of discretion. I hope you can understand. Of course, the loss of your family was a tragedy, and I understand the need for subtlety. No need to fear, Leon, I will personally ensure that as few people know about you as possible." The two men sat back down, while the Tower Lord waved his hand, causing a small stack of papers to appear on the table in front of them. "First things first, we'll need your ID papers." Leon frowned at this, which Ajax noticed. "I take it, then, that you don't have your papers." "ID?" Leon was about to answer that he did have his papers, but he had an instinctive aversion towards using them, but the Tower Lord interrupted him before he finished. "Because if you don't, we at Heaven's Eye have the power to issue you a new ID. It won't be the same as what the nobles here use, but they are perfectly acceptable in this kingdom." Ajax then waved his hand again, causing a few more papers to appear on the table. "Just write down the name you wish to go by, and I'll have a new ID made for you." Leon cracked a small smile, understanding what Ajax was saying. He pulled the papers closer and took a look at them. From what he could tell, he only needed to write down his name, and the rest would be done by Heaven's Eye. He quickly wrote down his first name, unwilling to abandon it despite his name being known in the kingdom. It was his last name that gave him pause. He hadn't given it much thought as to what he should call himself in front of other people, so he sat and thought for several moments before Ajax spoke up. "It seems fairly obvious that you have come here from one of the northern vales." He looked meaningfully at Leon's silk grass shirt, relatively long hair, and snow lion coat, and whenever one of the valemen comes down south, they are always given a name that indicates where they have come from. For instance, the Brown Bear tribesmen, who control the only vale connected to the Great Plateau, would be named Ors, Ursus, or Ursine, when issued their IDs. You might find that going by that name to be unpleasant, but it could also help you to avoid further scrutiny if people assume you to be nothing more than a barbarian. Leon nodded. He had told Charles that he was from the Northern Vales, so it would be far easier to continue with that story given that it was true, even if he did omit a few key details. He wrote Ursus down for his last name and handed that form back to the Tower Lord, who accepted it with a smile. He glanced at the form, then rose and made for the door. He sent Elise to get the ID made, and she was back within 10 minutes, by which time Leon was already done filling out the rest of the forms, so Ajax sent her off again, much to her relative frustration. "So, with all that done, you'll be using this gold talent as your deposit." The Tower Lord gestured at the gold bar, and Leon nodded in response. "Okay, this will put your account at about 6 million silver coins." Leon's eyes widened when Ajax said that. 6 million for a single damn bar, he silently shouted. His eyes flickered back to the large vault, still sitting in the room, knowing that 100 more bars were waiting for him in there, utterly dwarfing the silver that shared the space. After giving Leon a few minutes to process this, the Tower Lord spoke up. "Do you plan on staying here in Tira, Leon?" Leon didn't immediately answer. Ajax didn't mind, though, he was just making small talk, and was starting to get used to Leon's usual silence. But it was still a compelling question for Leon. He'd been intending on joining the Knight Academy down in the capital, but he had to admit that knowing someone like Elise was here in Tira, he was tempted to stay. But it was only a temptation. He had answers and revenge to seek, and he wouldn't find either in this city. "I think I'll be heading for the capital," Leon reluctantly said. "My intent is to join the Knight Academy." "Ah, an honorable goal," Ajax said. "We also have a tower in the capital, and if you do find yourself in need of our service, feel free to stop by. My sister is the tower lord there, she runs a tight ship and will have you sorted out in no time. Should you ever require exotic materials, weapons, armor, and enchantments, then look no further. We also have branch offices in most major cities across not only the kingdom, but the entire continent, so you'll never be too far from assistance should you require it. As Ajax said this, Elise returned with Leon's new ID in hand. It wasn't anything special at first glance, but it had many of the same enchantments placed upon it as the account cards, verifying the holder's identity. All Leon would have to do to show that he was the proper holder of the ID was to activate a simple light enchantment, and the borders of the ID would flash green. As the enchantment was tied to the blood sample he gave Heaven's Eye earlier, no one else would be able to activate this enchantment. More than a few kingdoms were extraordinarily jealous of how skilled the Heaven's Eye Guild was at enchanting, as creating these kinds of IDs was beyond them. There was even some speculation that such techniques were unknown even to the 4 central empires, though it was hard to say for sure, as the empires were in no hurry to clarify something like this. After handing Leon his new ID, Elise hovered for a moment, hoping to have something a bit more to do now instead of being relegated to courier. However, before she could say anything, Leon rose to his feet, his business with Heaven's Eye effectively concluded. Well, Leon, should you ever need our services again, don't hesitate to come back, Ajax said as he and Elise escorted Leon across the room. As they passed the vault, he made a subtle hand gesture, and it began sinking back into the floor. It would only take 5 minutes or so for the vault to sink through the entire tower and back underground, where all the other vaults were kept. Yes, we'll do everything we can to ensure that your needs are met, Elise enthusiastically said as she lightly took Leon by the arm. Leon's cheeks reddened, but he made no attempts to get her off of him. Before reaching the door, however, something seemed to occur to Leon, because he stopped and looked at the Tower Lord, his embarrassment quickly vanishing from his face, replaced by a stern seriousness. There is something else you could help me with, please, say it, and I'll do my best to make it so. Not long ago, a paladin came through here, I think, Roland, was his name. He lost a man at arms, yes. Sir Roland is a good man, and I hope his missing man is found. Even now, the city guard is still tearing the city apart looking for him. What was the name of this missing man at arms? Ajax was curious about why Leon would want to know this, though he knew that asking would probably be pointless, judging by the look in Leon's eyes and the mild thread of killing intent that wound its way through his aura. He was a bit worried about the young grandson of his late friend, but he eventually decided that he needn't pry into Leon's business. His name was Adrianos Isonos. Adrianos Isonos, Leon muttered. He didn't say anything else and walked the last few steps to the door. Adrianos Isonos, Elise glanced back at the Tower Lord with a questioning look, but he almost imperceptibly shook his head, discouraging any inquiries. She scowled, then hurried after Leon, taking his arm again as he left the room. However, unlike the other times she'd gotten so close to him, Leon barely seemed to notice, lost as he was in his thoughts. Adrianos Isonos, this name echoed in his mind, and his thoughts turned back to the team that had assaulted his home and left his father mortally wounded. It was all he could do to restrain his killing intent and keep quiet. Adrianos Isonos, he had his first real thread to follow, something to go on more concrete than just one of Roland's men at arms. The lift doors opened, and Leon immediately stepped out into the entrance lounge. He made a cursory inspection of all his things, making sure that he hadn't left anything behind. He had his gold card and his new ID, so he made to leave. He didn't notice any of the stares from the other patrons, the glares of disgust at his clothing style, or the occasional envious gaze from having such a beautiful attendant on his arm. Elise finally released him at the door, giving him a glowing smile which he returned as best as he was able. Without anything more to say, he said his goodbyes, and left, hoping he'd get the opportunity to see her again. But soon, pleasant thoughts about Elise were driven from his mind as that name resounded in his mind once again. Adrianos Isonos, no matter what was to come next, he knew that it was a name he'd never forget. Chapter 50. On to the inn, Leon. Charles, who was still waiting outside of the bank, noticed Leon walk out, and approached once Leon and Elise said their goodbyes. Leon saw Charles run up to him and collected himself. He had gone a little out of sorts after learning Adriano's name, so he clamped down on his emotions as best as he could. Charles, he said, his tone giving nothing away. So, did you get everything done that you needed to? Charles was bursting with questions for Leon, especially about what business a Valeman could have with such a large bank, but he kept his mouth shut when he saw Leon again. Yes, okay, on to the inn. Leon still had his 5,000 silvers in his pack, and for a brief moment was tempted to find an inn somewhere other than in the slums, but he thought better of it. Best not to make a scene, keep things low-key, he thought. So he nodded to Charles, and they set off back to the slums. Elise and the Tower Lord watched Leon walk down the street from a window in the Tower Lord's office. The window hadn't been there earlier, but the office had hundreds, perhaps even a few thousand convenience enchantments woven into it. Ajax could turn a wall in his office into a transparent window almost at will. You seem to have taken a liking for that one. Finally find someone who caught your eye? The Tower Lord asked teasingly. Oh, what gave it away? Elise asked, genuinely confused as to how he knew. Any trace of playful seduction in her demeanor was gone, replaced only with a mildly relaxed business-like attitude. What didn't give it away? You're usually far more aloof to our guests. I don't think I've ever seen you approach one of your own will. But you were practically all over young Leon. Well, it's rare to see someone so young yet so strong. Even rarer to see someone with that kind of power not trying to flaunt it or to show off. Not for you. How many balls and parties did my sister throw for you back in the capital, trying to find you a match? I'm sure you've met at least half the nobles in the capital. Undoubtedly there were more than a few who were possessed of comparable strength with a pleasant attitude. Ajax glanced over at Elise. You'd be wrong, and besides, there were none who also held a gold card and had a name like Leon Rame, she said with a mischievous smile. Besides, all those boys my mother introduced me to were strong, impeccably dressed, well-mannered, and mind-numbingly boring. But Leon, he was quiet and unassuming, not drawing much attention to himself, but all that vanished when you said his name. I was intrigued, before, but he gave no prior impressions that indicated he could be so decisive. Truth be told, I was starting to think him just as boring as everyone else until that happened. He was ready to fight despite your obvious power, of that I have no doubt. And yet, he's still so innocent. It makes me want to tease him even more, have some more fun with him. Be careful, Butterfly. He's still a Rame, so he'll have his fair share of enemies. I'd hate to see you get hurt or worse by whoever attacked his family. I'm willing to take the chance, she replied. I'd rather take the chance that Leon will prove himself a better man than most other nobles I know than settle for someone who thinks of no one but themselves. Ajax nodded, understanding that she was still young, barely even 20 years old, and hadn't even had a single boyfriend before. She felt like she needed someone different and unique, and compared to most of the nobles she'd been introduced to, Leon fit that mold perfectly. Fortunately, Ajax had been left with a good impression of the young man, and he didn't think it necessary to further warn Elise away from him. She was old enough to make her own choices and to take her own risks. Uncle, I'm going to return to the capital. Ajax looked back at his niece, his eyebrow rising in intrigue. Gotten bored of this place already, finally ready to go home. About damn time I say, my sister has been sending me messages almost weekly demanding that I give her news about you. Elise sighed. She loved her mother, but she could be a little stifling and overenthusiastic in her support of Elise. Case in point, the dozens of parties she threw for her daughter to meet the eligible men in the capital. It was too much, and by the time Elise was 18, 2 years after coming of age, she needed to get the hells out of the capital. It had been 2 years since then, but until now, she hadn't been quite ready to go home. She glanced out the window again, but the reason she was going home had vanished from sight. As a 16-year-old third-tier mage with an illustrious name and a gold card, Leon was the first man she had met that she felt even came close to meeting her very high standards, so she wanted to keep an eye on him. Even better, he was cute, adorable in his innocence, and he had great potential. She wanted to be as close to him as possible, to watch him grow and see if her interest could lead anywhere, and the only way to do that was to follow him back to the capital. Oh, by the way, you'll be coming home to another stepfather. My sister has taken another husband, Ajax said with some slight embarrassment. Elise resisted the urge to facepalm. As a Tower Lord, it was legal for her mother to have a harem, but she was always so flippant and casual about it. By Elise's relatively outdated count, this would make her 35th stepfather, not to mention her mother always takes 3 additional concubines for every new husband. Whatever. Let my mother do as she will. I may have to look into getting a private place, though, a place where she can't bother me about starting a harem of my own. The inn Charles brought Leon to was about as Leon expected from seeing the rest of the slums. Made primarily of wood, but with a foundation of stone, and no enchantments powerful enough that he could sense their presence. That didn't mean they didn't exist, for the kitchen would have to have an ice room, though such things were so simple and cost so little magic power that they weren't easily perceivable in a place as abundant with magic power as the great city of Tira. Ice rooms were basically the same as the ice shack Leon and Artorias had in the forest of black and white, just a large room with a few carved ice runes that kept the place below freezing. The innkeeper behind the counter by the entrance was an older man, perhaps in his 50s, and barely a first-tier mage. Even without advanced breathing techniques, any commoner's lungs would adapt to the magic in the environment given time. Most would never see the second tier without proper instruction and training, though. "Hey there, Pops, I found you a customer." Charles's unabashed sociability kicked in, talking loudly and waving to the surly innkeeper. The innkeeper himself just glared at Charles, but otherwise ignored him. "What do you got?" Leon asked, his tone subdued even by his standards. "A bed in a group room for 20 silvers, or a room all to yourself for 50, the innkeeper replied, appreciating Leon's quiet and businesslike demeanor, in extreme contrast to Charles. "And food." The first floor was taken up by a number of tables, chairs, and a bar, so Leon knew that this place would have something to eat. "Dinner in an hour, breakfast around an hour after sunrise." "Got it." Leon counted out 50 silvers, and the innkeeper gave him a key. "Third floor, end of the hall." Leon stoically nodded to the innkeeper, who stoically nodded back. Leon made for the stairs, with Charles just behind. "Nice, a single room. I have to make do with a bed in a group room, sharing with 5 other people." "Hey, Charles, how secure would you call this inn? Are there problems with theft and break-ins?" "Oh, no, not at all. This place has some good beer for a very cheap price, so many of the younger guardsmen come here to drink and relax. No one messes with a bar favored by the guard." Leon nodded in acknowledgement. The two soon climbed the stairs to the 3rd floor, and Leon saw that there were only about 10 rooms here, compared to the 20 he saw on the 2nd floor. When the two arrived at the door at the end of the hall, Leon turned to Charles and said, "It's been a very long day. I'm going to rest for a bit here, but I'll be down for dinner." "All right, I'll meet you there." And with that, Charles bounded back down the stairs so enthusiastically that he kind of reminded Leon of a puppy. Leon unlocked the door and pushed it open. There wasn't much to say about the room: a bed, a table, 3 chairs, a couch, and a fireplace. There was a door leading to a bathroom, and Leon found a toilet and shower with functioning water runes, and though they weren't all that powerful, he was still very pleasantly surprised. He immediately dropped his pack on the bed, closed and locked the door, then took a shower. Ice shacks and utilities powered with water and ice runes were required by the royal government, so even the most run-down inns and houses would have running water and a place to store and preserve food. But, of course, places like this inn wouldn't have nearly the same level of care put into their construction as in the wealthier districts, so the shower Leon took was cold and the water pressure was lacking, but he got clean. Since he was a 3rd-tier mage and had little reason to sweat, he didn't stink, but he still felt dirty, and even a cold shower left him feeling refreshed. As he cleaned himself, he kept replaying the day's events in his mind. Most prominent in his thoughts was the name Adrianos Isonos and what it might lead him to, but the more he stood beneath the water, the more his thoughts began to drift. Elise kept popping up in his mind, with her fire-red hair, her flirtatious demeanor, her confidence, her almost unbelievable beauty. If there was going to be any single reason for Leon to stay in Tira, it would have been her, but Leon hadn't the temperament to stay in the city for a girl, even one as gorgeous as her. After a few more minutes, Leon found himself thinking about Ajax. The Tower Lord was an old man, old enough to have apparently been friends with Leon's grandfather. Leon already regretted leaving the tower so soon, since now that he had some time to think about everything, he wished he'd asked Ajax more questions about his family. He knew next to nothing about House Rame save for what Artorias had deemed worthy to relay, which was quite possibly the only thing that Leon resented his father for. Leon could understand and sympathize, but now that he realized he'd passed on a perfect opportunity to learn more about his family, he couldn't help but kick himself. It wasn't a big enough reason to go back to the tower before he left, at least unless something more important came up, but Leon had a strange feeling that he was going to come back to Tira one day. As his thoughts drifted back in Elise's direction, he couldn't help but smile and hoped he could find an excuse that wouldn't embarrass himself soon. Maybe I'll find one after searching that palace, Leon thought to himself, practically salivating at the thought of looking around his family's old palace. He'd have to find a way to break in, but he was not about to leave the city without at least trying to get inside those ruins. After dinner, he thought as his stomach began rumbling. Eventually, he left the shower, dressed, secured his blade around his waist, and left the room. He kept all of his papers, bank cards, and IDs in his pockets, but left everything else locked away in his room. The door and lock were sturdy, so he wasn't too concerned. Charles was waiting for him down in the dining area. As usual, Charles talked Leon's ear off with stories from the mining town he grew up in, and Leon just listened and watched the other 24 or so people in the inn. Something that interested Leon was a group of off-duty guards loudly complaining at the bar. "YD, we have ta help in, is search. I's the paladin's guy, let the damned paladin find, I am," one man drunkenly shouted. Another, slightly more sober guardsman responded, "It's precisely because he's the paladin's man that everyone's gotta help. Sides, the paladin himself has other duties, so he can't search with us." "Oh, horseshit, the fucker was last seen in the Exarch's place, so he either went AWOL or he got snatched by some dickhead noble. No use halting half the patrols in the city to find this guy, especially when we got hundreds of other missing people to keep an eye out for. Well, boss says jump, we gotta jump, damned assholes. All of 'em, assholes." Leon soon stopped listening to them, as they just turned the focus of their complaints from the search for Adrianos to their boss. Leon didn't really overhear much, anyways, but he was at least willing to bet on Roland not being involved in his father's death. After paying a few silvers each for dinner, Charles intended to talk to some of the ladies at the bar, but Leon stopped him first. "Listen, think you could show me around a bit tomorrow?" Charles looked a little hesitant. He guided Leon around today because he was grateful to him for saving his hide from the thugs, but he couldn't just stop his job hunt for him. Fortunately, Leon noticed his hesitation. "I can pay 100 silvers for your time. I just need to find a good tailor and a barber." Leon had been in the city for a while now, and he was well aware that he stuck out like a sore thumb thanks to his clothes and long hair, so he intended to change that. Charles's eyes lit up when Leon mentioned payment, but he restrained himself from immediately accepting. 100 coins for just that? Of course, but are you sure? You could buy a much better guide for that money. Leon frowned. Talking to Charles was difficult enough, he wasn't willing to meet another new person. "Well, if you feel that I'm not asking enough, I suppose you could show me a bookstore or two, preferably those stocked with enchantment textbooks." Charles's eyes practically gleamed with the promise of a job, even one that was temporary. "Of course," he said enthusiastically, staring at Leon like the younger man was his savior. The two made plans to head out again after breakfast, and Leon made for his room while Charles swaggered over to the bar, the promise of coin putting some confidence into his step. When he returned to his room, Leon's eyes found the window, through which he could catch a few tiny glimpses the distant ruins of Tira's palace from between the block apartments of the slums. He quickly locked the door behind him and barred it by jamming a chair under the doorknob. He then rummaged around in his pack for a minute or two and retrieved a pair of maps. One was the map of the city and the other was his map of the old palace. The main entrances to the old Rame Palace may be locked down now, but he still had methods to access the estate. The map of the palace grounds had no less than 5 secret tunnels leading to various places around the city, with several access points per tunnel. Leon cross-referenced with the city map to find the closest access point and hoped that the tunnels hadn't been discovered in the years since the fall of his house. Leon glanced out of his window again. The sun had fallen, so the sky was dark, but the main streets were still bright from the numerous magic lanterns that filled the city. There weren't so many here in the slums, but he could see the luminous glow from the southern districts with ease. The city was still so bright, in fact, that Leon could only make out the brightest of the stars that he had been able to see up north. Leon leaned back on the couch, intending to relax for several more hours, giving everyone still on the streets the chance to get tired and go home, when he heard a voice in his head. "Leon, Zaffin, you've been pretty quiet, what's up? It looks like you've got some time, so let's talk. There are some important things we should discuss." Chapter 51, The Estate. "All right, Zaffin, I've got somewhere to be tonight, but let's talk. Do you possess an inherited bloodline?" Leon was a little surprised at this question, but he answered immediately. Yes. What was your ancestor? The Thunderbird? Probably. We don't know for certain, and our ancestor hasn't been too chatty in recent millennia. Zafin went silent for a few moments, long enough for Leon to get a little worried. Is this a problem? No problem, but I suppose it would figure that you have that bloodline, the same bloodline as the Storm King. I guess he got his way eventually. I forged a contract with his clan. Zafin spoke with noticeable bitterness, but he didn't seem particularly angry to Leon. Wait, what? The Storm King was a descendant of the Thunderbird. Yes, this was, in part, what gave him his titanic strength. So then, the mage who you described as being one of the strongest humans ever, might be my ancestor. I sincerely doubt it. If that note you found was accurate, then he and his children died not too long after summoning me. You are probably descended from one of the branch families of the clan, from one of the Storm King's distant cousins. If you're lucky, then maybe one of his uncles or aunts started your clan. Why would I be lucky in that case? The closer you are to the main family, the purer your bloodline will usually be, and the easier you will use your signature elemental magic. Of course, this means that you will have a lower affinity for other elements, and you, again, Zafin went quiet, as if he was specifically trying to test Leon's patience. What? You used my power with ease. Far too easily. In fact, over the past day, I've been investigating your body as much as I could. You what? Relax, it isn't as bad as what you think. I've just been letting what little magic I have circulate through your body, so I can see how well it flows. If your ancestor truly was the Thunderbird, then my power shouldn't flow so easily through your body, as it's of the fire element, not lightning. Leon frowned. He had no answers for Zafin, and he hoped the demon was wrong, if only because he already stated in his monoglyph that he was a descendant of the Thunderbird. If this was proved to be wrong, he didn't think he could stomach the embarrassment. But then, something occurred to him. Are there any exceptions, possibly inheriting an elemental affinity from both parents? I've never heard about something like that, but my knowledge of humans is admittedly fairly lacking compared to some others of my kind. Why do you ask? I never knew my mother. She was taken away from my family when I was too young to remember, but my father did tell me some things about her. For instance, she and at least one other member of her clan used fire magic. Zafin went silent as he thought. There wasn't much he could say, as despite how confident he sounded when he started this conversation, he was really stretching his knowledge of humanity here. That, maybe, well, whatever the truth is, the real point I'm trying to make before getting sidetracked is that you have an incredible affinity for fire magic. In fact, before you said, Thunderbird, I was expecting you to say some kind of flame creature rather than lightning. Really? Well, that is something to consider, isn't it? Leon narrowed his eyes in thought. He had never considered using any kind of fire magic outside of runes before, but Zafin seemed to think that he had some talent for it. It is something to think about. It's not terribly useful information at the moment, but once you get strong enough to use elemental magic, or once I get strong enough for you to use my fire, then we will have to speak of this again. My little test today wasn't the most accurate thing in the world, but I have faith that I'm right, and thus I can't let someone like you with such a high affinity for fire simply ignore it. Really? Well, aren't you just the sweetest thing, demon? Don't give me that, boy. It would offend my pride as a Lord of Flame if my partner wasn't a fire mage. This just works out in both our favors. Leon glanced outside, and seeing that the nighttime crowds had largely dispersed, he decided to set out. Zafin wasn't quite done talking, though, as he had one more thing to say. Oh, and by the way, it was incredibly negligent of you not to mention your bloodline when making the contract. How so? Don't you think I should have been informed that I would be sharing space within your soul realm with your ancestor? You make a good point. It probably should have occurred to me then. Oh well, I'm glad you can be so flippant about it. So am I. You're an ass. Leon smiled in a way that infuriated Zafin, but the conversation ended there, with the demon returning his attention back to recovering his power and letting the young mage make his final preparations. For his part, Leon worked quickly, making sure that the door was locked and barred, then opening the window. He trusted Charles enough to believe him when he said the inn was quite safe and secure, but he wasn't going to take any chances. He'd learned from Artorias that he should always prepare as best he could for everything. In this case, there was little else Leon could do other than locking and barring the door, so that's all he did. As for leaving, that was what the open window was for. His room was on the 3rd floor, but as a 3rd-tier mage, he could easily jump out and land completely unharmed, then jump back in when he returned. He was also lucky that the window was on the side of the inn, opening out into the alley between the inn and its neighbor. Leon took one more moment to recheck the location of the tunnel access point he wanted and the route to get there, then took the jump. He landed surprisingly quietly, then took off into the night. This part of the slums wasn't well lit and had few guard patrols at night, but Leon wasn't too concerned with running into any shady characters. Any he did run into would undoubtedly go the same way as the thugs he'd run into earlier in the day when he saved Charles. No, it was the guards that he wanted to avoid. To that end, he'd left his snow lion coat back in the room and kept to the side streets. His goal was a small mausoleum near the edge of the old city, now in between the slums and the city proper. It was easy enough for Leon to find, as it wasn't too far off the main street, so Leon just stayed one street over from the very brightly lit main street and followed it south. He turned west when he saw the gate archway and kept going for another mile or so. He moved very quickly and stuck to the darker streets enough that he didn't run into anyone the whole way. There was one near encounter with a pair of drunks stumbling home that he almost ran into, but fortunately, they were too drunk to notice him. Only half an hour after leaving the inn, he found the mausoleum. It had been supposedly built to honor a knight and his retinue who fell in the service of House Rame, but there was an odd lack of writing within, so the truth was a mystery to most everyone. At least, it would be, if anyone actually cared about the place. This mausoleum had been there for so long that no one paid it any mind, and it had only been kept relatively clean by a public service funded by the archdukes that maintained many of the landmarks around the city. Unfortunately, when Archduke Kairos was killed and an exarch was dispatched to administer the city, this service was axed so quickly that the mausoleum hadn't even been properly sealed. It was only visited by rats and the occasional horny or rebellious teenager looking to evade parental eyes. The mausoleum itself wasn't much to look at, just a simple circular building topped with a dome with 3 tiny tombs just big enough to inter a single person each jutting out from the main chamber. Leon pushed open the stone door and walked in. The chamber itself was empty, save for a single stone stele near the entrance. Leon could see the 3 stone slabs covering the entrances to the 3 tombs, but that wasn't what he was looking for, so he walked straight to the stele. The instructions for opening the tunnel were written in very small letters on his map, just barely legible. Leon pulled the map back out to check it again after glancing over his shoulder to ensure he had closed the door. The stele itself was so old that anything that may have been written on it had long since faded, as it seems it may have been painted rather than carved. Many archaeologists that visited this mausoleum had left disappointed at that fact, not realizing that the choice to use paint rather than carved letters was deliberate, to ensure the mausoleum would fade into obscurity. Leon placed his hand upon the face of the stele and channeled his magic into his palm. He controlled his magic power as much as he could, allowing it to slowly seep out from his palm and into the stele, then revolving around in a very specific pattern within the stone. He did this for almost a whole minute when he heard a quiet arcane pinging sound come from the floor, then stumbled back from the stele. Controlling his magic with such precision was incredibly straining, but he was lucky he pulled it off at all. He reckoned that were he of the 4th tier, were his brain adapted to magic, then such control would come very easily, and he'd be able to open this door in seconds. Leon took a moment to breathe, slowing his rapid heartbeat, then walked to the very center of the chamber. There, he found a very dimly pulsing runic circle in the floor, which he quickly activated, causing the stone slab covering the tomb directly opposite the door to slide open. Rather than revealing a coffin or sarcophagus, what Leon saw was a staircase leading far down into the ground. He smiled and immediately ran into the tomb and vanished into the darkness. After several seconds more, the runic circle disappeared, and the stone slab slid shut. Leon was left near blind, but he simply did the same as when he was moving through the prison, channeling magic into his eyes. This allowed him to see with little difficulty. He spent the next few minutes descending down the stairs, then running along in a dark and otherwise unremarkable tunnel straight towards the palace. On the way, he passed 2 other flights of stairs, leading to the tunnel's other access points. Leon paid them no mind and continued. He was in something of a hurry and kept running through the tunnel, eventually reaching a large open chamber about the same size as the mausoleum. He knew from the map that he was now underneath one of the residences of the ruined palace. The only thing within the chamber was a spiral staircase around the edge of the chamber leading up, so Leon wasted no time in ascending back towards the surface. At the top of the staircase was a platform with a slight recess in the ceiling by the wall, with a ladder carved out of the wall allowing easy access to it. Leon could tell that this recess was a stone hatch that led out into the palace ruins, but unfortunately, the enchantments that opened the door had been destroyed along with the palace. However, this also meant that the enchantments keeping the hatch closed were also broken, so after a little experimenting, Leon was able to brace himself against the ladder in the wall and push the hatch open. This proved to be a challenge even to his superhuman third-tier strength, but he got the hatch open, pulled himself out of the tunnel, and took a look around. The old palace had been well and truly destroyed, as most of it had been rendered into indistinct piles of stone, several broken walls, and a few lonely pillars. There wasn't so much as a single intact room. Seeing the ruins up close, Leon hoped the archives were still intact. No more time was spent looking around, as even though the wild forest that was allowed to spread over the once immaculately well-tended estate, he was able to see the lights of the city, and he knew that at least a couple of those lights were from the guard posts along the perimeter of the estate. Each of the hidden tunnels had been built underneath the 5 main residences of the palace. The one he emerged from was the home of the Archduke's heir. His uncle Alexander would have been the last inhabitant, but as much as Leon wanted to look around, he needed to make his way towards the Archduke's residence about half a mile to the south. Perhaps it was due to his haste, but he didn't encounter a single patrolling guard as he made his way past the shattered husks of once glorious palatial monuments and overgrown gardens. It seemed obvious to him that the Bull King didn't know about those tunnels and placed a great degree of trust in the enchantments placed upon the iron fence that surrounded the estate, so there weren't many guards within the estate itself. Finally, he arrived at his goal, though it was somewhat hard to tell, as the small mountain of scorched and broken stone was nearly identical to the other small mountains of scorched and broken stone in the area. But Leon had his map, so he knew exactly where he was. Behind the residence was what he was looking for, the Archduke's private training courtyard. In the center of the courtyard was a mosaic of House Reims' family crest made of shiny polished stone tiles, though many had shattered and blown away. When he had to force his way through the tunnel's secret entrance at the other residence, he was worried that he might have to do the same here, but he still followed the instructions on the map to open it, and to his pleasant surprise, he found that the enchantment was damaged, but still functional. The mosaic sank about half a foot into the ground and slid to the side so slowly it was almost painful, but at least Leon wouldn't have to force it open. He doubted he would even be able to if he really needed to. But the door finally opened to reveal cracked marble stairs leading down to the hidden escape tunnel in House Reims' private archives. Leon smiled, and happily descended into the ground. The guard post at the southern corner of the diamond-shaped estate was the largest of all the guard posts that watched the palace ruins. It also contained the central hub and power source for all the enchantments that protected the ruins. It wasn't anything fancy, just a glowing emerald the size of a quail's egg and 4 enchantment control consoles that was each staffed with a single guard. When Leon opened the door leading to the archives, one of the guards manning the consoles noticed a small rune in the corner of his console light up. His eyes widened, and he stared in disbelief for a second before he turned to the only knight in the room, a man who looked to be struggling to stay awake as he read a book behind his desk. "Captain, I'm picking up some kind of magical presence within the ruins." For a moment, the captain looked extremely annoyed at the disturbance, but then the implication sank in, and he turned to another of the guards, and said, "Do a sweep for anyone within." The guard immediately complied, tapping a very complicated-looking glyph on his console. A nearly imperceptible pulse was emitted from the iron fence, covering the entire estate in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, Leon had already made it below ground by this point, so the glyph then flashed red. "No signs of life within, sir." The captain frowned. The enchantment that detected magic wasn't too reliable, given the ubiquity of enchantments and strong mages within the city, but he wasn't about to take any chances with this particular assignment. He stood up and called over the few men at arms in his service. He was going to alert the other guard posts and make sure the estate was locked down, then organize a patrol to sweep through the estate, just in case. Chapter 52. The door at the bottom of the stairs. Leon found the escape tunnel on his left, going south, and a huge set of double doors on his right. He smiled when he saw the runic circle still glowing brightly in the air about 10 feet in front of the doors. Leon jumped down the last few steps and ran straight to the runic circle. He reached his hand out, ready to channel his magic into the circle to activate it when a tiny bolt of lightning flashed between his fingers and the circle. It was no more serious than a static shock, but Leon still froze, as he felt the lightning magic circulate dozens of times through his body in less than a second. This lightning bolt then rushed back down his arm, out through his still outstretched hand, and back into the circle. The circle then gave off a golden flash of light and the doors began sliding open. Zafin was disturbed by the foreign magic from the runic circle and took a brief glance at what was happening with Leon. He saw the young mage still nervously standing still. "Don't worry about that. That was a deceptively powerful enchantment that confirmed your bloodline. If it had found you to be an invader, you would likely be dead. Instead, it's now opening those doors." Leon breathed a sigh of relief and began walking towards the doors, while Zafin continued to watch out of curiosity. "What exactly do you expect to find in there?" "I'm not expecting much of anything. My father had told about a few things stored in the family archives, but none are particularly important. I want to see if there are texts on House Raim's magic or enchantments. Maybe there's additional treasure down here, who knows?" Well, watch yourself, there might be more traps within." "There are, but none that should affect me." Leon smiled, having regained his confidence after the unexpected ID check. The doors finished sliding into the wall, revealing a long well-lit corridor. Leon narrowed his eyes when he noticed the trapezoidal hall shape and the white fire burning in the lower corners. This looked like exactly the same architecture as the prison, though made of marble and stone rather than a shiny gray metal. Looks just like the prison, of course, it does. Both this place and the prison were built by the same clan, thus the similarities in architecture. Zafin said with some exasperation. Leon hurried down the corridor. He didn't have to go far to reach its end, where he found another, smaller door. This door opened on his approach, revealing an incredibly large library with hundreds of rows of bookshelves. The ceiling was an enormous dome, somewhat reminiscent of the control rooms from the prison, but rather than being covered in runes beyond counting, it was painted to look like the open sky. Set in the center was an enormous diamond, larger than Leon's entire body, shining with golden light. At the ends of each bookshelf was a tree, though each tree was unique, with leaves in all the colors of the rainbow. The floor was made of sparkling black granite tiles. Leon could only stare at the scene before him. With the palace above so thoroughly destroyed, he never would have guessed that something like this would have still existed. He was pulled back to reality by the sounds of loud metallic footsteps. His hand went for his sword, while his head turned on a swivel to find the source of the noise. Several seconds later, he saw something that looked like moving bronze armor, with flashes of lightning noticeable between the gaps. Its face was featureless, and it was holding a broom. Leon relaxed a little when he saw it was only sweeping up the fallen leaves around the trees, but he still stared at it. Zafin spoke up, seeing that Leon didn't know what this thing was. "A bronze golem, looks to be inhabited by a lightning wisp, too. Built for basic labor, it poses no threat." Another bronze golem emerged from the shelves and walked in Leon's direction. He could tell it was coming to him because its eyeless face seemed to be staring at him, and it walked with obvious purpose. In that, Leon's hand went to his sword again. "That, I don't know." Leon was about to draw his sword as it approached, but then, it spoke. "Young lord, welcome to the archives. Is there anything in particular you wish to see today?" The bronze helmet that was its head gave its voice a very pleasant resonance, and Leon couldn't detect any killing intent coming from it. He maintained his vigilance, but he released his sword and straightened himself up. "Yes, but first, tell me what you are." "This one is the librarian, built by Prince Nestor to manage these archives." Zafin recognized that name. Prince Nestor was one of the Storm King's sons. Leon smiled in gratitude, then addressed the librarian again. "What all is contained within these archives? Records of history, culture, and magic can all be found here. How about lightning magic, the power of the Thund, our bloodline? There are many records of the clan's lightning arts held here, including those written by the honored ancestor." "Show them to me." "Yes, young lord." The librarian turned and began walking down the central aisle of the archives, and Leon hurried after it. As they were walking, something occurred to the young man. "Are there any records of other kinds of magic here? For instance, fire?" "There are. Would young master like to see them as well?" "What are you doing, Leon? You said I could use fire, so what's the harm in checking?" "The harm? You have a demon of flame willing to share his power with you, and you look into other fire magic. Why don't you just spit in my face? All right. The librarian was still waiting for Leon's response, so the young mage just mumbled never mind, and they proceeded onwards. A few aisles later, the librarian stopped and turned to Leon. This is where our lightning arts are recorded. Leon nodded, then said, which of them are the basics? Those closest to the center are more basic and grow more advanced as they get closer to the walls. Leon smiled at the sight of the tall bookshelves filled with thousands of books. His excitement was dampened somewhat as he saw the many were copies, so there were only a few hundred books, but it was still far more than he expected. Are all these the clan arts? Not all of them. The clan arts are what I'm interested in. The librarian bowed, then began walking through the aisle, gathering about half a dozen books. While it was doing this, Leon allowed his eyes to wander a bit, to take in the sight of the archives. The longer he looked, the more details he noticed, such as the tiny diamonds fitted into the floor between tiles that glowed with white light, providing additional illumination where the artificial sun's light didn't reach. But, as he let his mind relax, something occurred to him. If the librarian was built by Prince Nestor, then surely it would know what my ancestor is. If that's the case, then how did the Thunder Kings and the Archdukes after them forget? The librarian soon returned with the books, each roughly as thick as a finger. The golem even retrieved a leather bag to carry them in from a drawer underneath one of the many tables that ran down the center aisle. These books comprise the entire foundation for the clan's lightning arts. Is there anything else young lord requires? Leon took a moment to look at the books before responding. He immediately recognized one of them, as he had a copy back in his pack in the inn. He gave that book back to the librarian, who accepted it with a bow, while he packed away the other 5 in the leather bag. There is something I'd like to ask you, librarian. How may I assist young lord? First off, you can call me Leon rather than young lord, and secondly, I want to know what you know of the honored ancestor. Regretfully, this one's knowledge of the honored ancestor is lacking. All this one knows is that the honored ancestor was the Thunderbird and it exists within all the awakened within the clan. You don't know anything more. Leon was both happy at having some confirmation that he didn't make his unchangeable mana glyph in error, but also disappointment at the lack of other information. Prince Nestor built this one to maintain these archives. Knowledge of the honored ancestor was not considered crucial to this one's task, thus it was never taught. Is there anything in these archives that contains additional knowledge of the Thunderbird? Not within the main archives. What does that mean? Nothing within the main archives, but what lies beyond the sealed door is unknown to this one. What is this sealed door? Leon asked, narrowing his eyes. This one will show Leon. The librarian began walking, and Leon followed. A few minutes later, they arrived in a small alcove of the archives that couldn't be seen from the entrance. Within this alcove was a door with the same trapezoidal shape that Leon was growing familiar with. The door was made of completely featureless stone, with no visible way to open it. You don't know what's on the other side? No. How about a way to open it? Unknown. Really? You don't know? This one was deactivated before its construction. The instructions to open it were not left behind. Why were you deactivated? Unknown. Leon frowned. He wasn't very surprised at that answer, but it still left him unsatisfied. He supposed the masters of the golems wouldn't have told them the reason for deactivation, since it would have hardly mattered if they did or not. This one remained deactivated for 79,819 years before reactivation 14 years and 7 months ago when the palace above was destroyed. This one did its duty protecting and maintaining these archives, but it has not discovered a way to open the sealed door in that time. Leon's frown grew deeper, though this did explain why his clan forgot its own ancestor. The Thunderbird never spoke to them, and they couldn't ask the golem either. He walked up to the door to examine it. There was nothing much to say about it, as he couldn't sense any magic coming from it, and there was nothing written on it either. Zaffin, any thoughts on this door? Try channeling some of your magic within it. There may be internal enchantments that can't be sensed, or perhaps an internal lock that will open it when the proper magic is applied. Leon followed Zaffin's instructions and placed his hand on the door. He pushed some of his magic within, and to his surprise, it vanished. As soon as his magic came into contact with the stone, it completely disappeared, like tossing a pebble into the ocean. He frowned again and stepped back. There wasn't much he could glean from this door without more magic. He'd already resolved to return to these archives when he was stronger, if only for the next books on his clan's magic, and he would keep this door in mind when he did. There was something beyond that was of great importance, he was certain of that. Suddenly, the lightning within the librarian flashed red, startling Leon enough that his hands flew to his sword. Alert! This one has detected intruders in the palace estate approaching the entrance of the archives. Leon's heart almost stopped. The only intruders he could think of were the guards that watched over the estate. Did I accidentally trip an alarm enchantment? Are they even here for me? Maybe it's just a standard patrol, but the door in the private training area is still open. Leon didn't know who these intruders were for sure, or even if their path would bring them here, but he decided not to take a chance. Librarian, I'm leaving now, lock the doors behind me. The librarian bowed in response, and Leon took off running back to the entrance. The doors to the archives had closed behind him when he had entered, but now they slid back into the walls on his rapid approach. He didn't even wait for them to fully open and squeezed through as soon as there was enough room for him to fit. He stopped just long enough to make sure the doors were closing behind him, then he sprinted back up the stairs. For a moment, he entertained the idea of trying to close the door in the training area from inside, then using the hidden tunnel to return to the city, but a cursory glance showed him that the tunnel had collapsed a few hundred feet in. He picked up the pace as much as he could, and very soon he found himself almost flying back into the private training area. His eyes darted around, searching for the way to close the door when he noticed a runic circle hovering in the air by what was left of the residence. He immediately ran over and activated it, hoping that his assumption was right. Fortunately, it was, and the door soon closed, sealing up the stairway that led down to the archives. Leon didn't get a moment to catch his breath, though, as the door didn't close silently. Hey, I heard something from over there. Leon heard the sounds of approaching guards, and he knew they were guards, for no one else would be so loud and obvious if they were breaking Tira's biggest taboo. The Archduke's residence was right at the edge of the forest that covered the rest of the estate, so that was where Leon sought refuge. His figure vanished into the trees just as several guards rounded the corner of the residence's ruins to investigate the training courtyard. Leon's hunting instincts kicked in, and he slowed down, moving with the utmost care. He spared no glances back and kept moving silently, sticking to the shadows. He sighed. He could hear other guards swarming over the rest of the ruins. This would make returning to the tunnel he used to come here and leaving undetected very difficult. Regardless, there was little other choice, so he began circling back around through the forest towards the late Alexander's former residence. Chapter 53. Flight from the estate. What was that? Keep alert. You three, investigate these ruins. Everyone else, sweep through this entire area. Leon heard the guards arrive at the training courtyard and kept going as fast as he could. He was far enough in the nearby forest that they wouldn't be able to see him, but he still had to limit his speed to not make too much noise, either. He did have an advantage in that the guards had to look everywhere, whereas he could just leave, but he wasn't going to get careless. Artorias had long ago taught him the virtues of patience and moving with purpose. Leon smiled as he remembered his father teaching him to hunt, but the smile quickly disappeared. The forest of black and white had been his home for as long as he could remember, and thinking about his father and his time there brought recent events back into his mind. Leon grit his teeth, pushed those thoughts out of his head, and kept moving. He quickly left the Archduke's residence behind and swung around to head back north. The guards were mostly concentrating on the palace itself, and largely ignored the rest of the estate. Leon wasn't too surprised by this, as the estate was very large, and the Bull King had made sure it was rather heavily forested, so it would undoubtedly take days for the guards to investigate the entire thing. This had a side effect of allowing Leon to move almost completely unhindered through the forest, as even though there were many thick trees, the ground was still very flat and easy for even a child to walk through, let alone someone like Leon who was raised in much harsher terrain. But his luck didn't hold out. When he arrived at Alexander's residence, a guard squad had beaten him to it. There were now no less than 10 guards, all second tier or above, inspecting the ruins. Leon frowned. He had negligently left the hidden passage open, and it was only a matter of time before the guards found it. Based on where they were, Leon guessed he only had about 5, maybe 10, minutes before they came across it. His mind worked fast, assessing several old hunting tricks he'd used back in the Vales. He settled on a very basic one, and his eyes fell to the ground. He very easily located a small white stone, likely a piece of the palace that had been blasted all the way over here. He picked it up and threw it as hard as he could. His third-tier strength sent the rock flying through the air, loudly hitting the base of a splintered statue several hundred feet away from the residence. The guards heard it and immediately rushed over to investigate, leaving only 2 of their number to keep an eye on the residence. Leon grinned and sprinted across the open ground between the tree line and the residence. The 2 guards left behind were far more interested watching their comrades investigate the sound they had just heard, so Leon went unnoticed. He didn't waste time and crept along, keeping the mountainous piles of rubble between himself and the guards. A few seconds later, the opening to the escape tunnel entered his view. He was right about to race over when one of the guards let his eyes wander over in his direction. Leon happened to glance over at them to see if he was clear to go, and the 2 locked gazes. "Hey, you there, stop immediately." The guard acted fast, ordering Leon to freeze and alerting his teammates at the same time. Leon moved just as quickly, dropping down and grabbing another small stone from the ruins. He rose, took the briefest of moments to aim, and hurled it with all his might. The stone hurtled across the space between the 2 and slammed into the guard's chest with a horrendous crunch. The guard had been wearing leather armor which blunted the impact somewhat, but he still suffered a few broken ribs and was knocked flat on his back. The jagged and broken stones he landed on didn't help matters, but at least the guard didn't die. Leon bolted straight to the tunnel and jumped down. He reached back up to pull the stone hatch closed, but the heavy thing barely budged. "Hector, hey, are you all right? Can you hear me?" Leon heard the guard's comrades find him. He grew a bit more panicked and pulled even harder on the hatch. "Clodius, get over here now. Everyone else, fan out. Find the bastard who did this." The squad medic ran over, pulling out some healing spells on the way, while the rest of the squad surged towards Leon in the tunnel. Leon pulled at the hatch with all his strength as he heard the guards come closer. Finally, just before the guards got close enough to see him, the hatch started falling back towards him. He threw himself back down the stone ladder, finding his balance just in time to catch the hatch before it slammed shut. He eased it down silently, then dropped down onto the stone platform. Leon wasted no more time and took off down the stairs. He hit the ground running and rushed down the tunnel. There was no subtlety in his movement, he ran as fast as his legs could carry him. His current destination was the mausoleum. There were 2 other access points in this tunnel, but he had been to the mausoleum and knew that it was deserted. Besides, the other 2 access points could be damaged or blocked, and he wasn't going to risk going one way only to have to turn back. He just needed to get as far away from the estate as fast as he could. The tunnel was about 2 miles long, and he crossed it in less than 6 minutes. He almost flew up the stairs, pausing only to activate a runic circle on the inside of the door, then making sure it closed several seconds later. He hurriedly left the mausoleum, finally slowing when he had put another mile between himself and the tunnel. It was a quick journey back to the inn. Leon jumped back in through his own window just after midnight, then wearily collapsed on the bed. There would probably be even more chaos among the ranks of the city guard tomorrow, especially since they were already looking for Adriano's, but for now, he just let himself drift off to sleep. He awoke not long after sunrise. He was still wearing the same clothes from the previous night and even had the leather bag full of books around his shoulder. He quickly stripped and jumped in the shower. Half an hour later, he was dressed, fully awake, and ready for breakfast. He slightly hesitated before leaving. He took a few more minutes to steel himself for venturing back out into public. He really didn't want to go out, but the smell of breakfast wafted throughout the entire inn, and Leon hesitated no longer. He left his room, making damn sure to lock his door, then proceeded downstairs. He wasn't surprised to find that Charles had beaten him down there. The man must have gotten more sleep than Leon and woken up earlier. But the energy and enthusiasm with which Charles waved at him made him frown a little. Leon didn't dislike Charles, but the other man was certainly more open and chatty than Leon was used to. "Hey, Leon, how'd you sleep?" "I was like a log, at least until my roommates got back. Those drunks snored all night." "Slept well enough, I suppose." Charles nodded. "I get you, hard to sleep in a new place. For the first few nights after I came to Tira, I could barely close my eyes long enough to sleep. I guess I was too homesick." Leon smiled. Charles was right that he wasn't feeling very comfortable in this new place, and greatly missed his little house back north, and his smile faded, so Leon decided to change the subject. "Breakfast ready yet?" "Almost, only a little longer. By the way, We should probably use this time to talk about where you want to see today. You mentioned a barber, a tailor, and a bookstore. Anywhere else? We can cut the bookstore. Can always find one in the capital later. Charles gave Leon an odd look, the way one would look at a friend if they just threw a pouch full of silver off a bridge. Are you sure, buddy? You're paying me 100 silvers, but giving me less work. Leon shrugged, eager to get south. I just want to get to the Knight Academy. The Knight Academy, huh? Any reason in particular you're so jazzed to enroll there? Need power, magical, and secular? Leon absent-mindedly gripped his sword, and Charles knew not to ask for specifics. Well, I got thinking last night. I thought about maybe enrolling in the academy myself. I'm still young enough, and I'm a first-tier mage, so there shouldn't be any problem. Leon frowned a bit. Charles's magical foundation was shaky, and he likely had little control over his power. The Knight Academy would be exceptionally hard for him. You sure? There are plenty of other jobs for a first-tier mage, jobs that aren't so dangerous or strenuous. I've checked, and trust me, there aren't that many for me. And those that are for me, I've already been fired from. Joining the army means some guaranteed food, silver, and a bed, and becoming a knight is far more respectable than just taking a place in a shield wall. Pays much better, too. If you're serious, it would be nice to have a little company when going south. Leon surprised himself when he said this. He was even more surprised to find that he meant it. He was getting fairly familiar with Charles, and having someone who knew how to get around this land would be very helpful. Well, that's settled, then. Tomorrow, we head south. The two ate a hearty breakfast, then made their way out into the city. Before they left, though, Leon made sure to pay the innkeeper for another day in his room. He didn't want to risk the older man throwing his stuff out while he was gone. They made for a barber first. Charles took Leon to a place just a few streets over, and Leon got a simple cut that was much more in line with the southern style. His hair was less obviously barbarous, and he felt a little more secure walking around. Charles then took him to a good tailor near the Triumphal Gate, regaling Leon with stories from his hometown that he assured Leon certainly weren't embellished at all. And I was left standing there, completely naked with nothing more than a few fallen leaves to cover myself with. Charles laughed uproariously at his own story, while even Leon chuckled a little. And how did you get home? Wasn't her father climbing the mountain at the same time? Well, it was close to sundown, so I decided to wait things out. There was a hidden mountain spring I'd discovered when I was 12, so that's where I hid. I chilled for a couple hours until it got dark, then made my way home, relatively unnoticed, relatively. Her old man never saw hide or hair from me, but her sister was another story. That demoness beat me black and blue, but I got my revenge several months later when we held a rematch in her bedroom. Really? Leon asked doubtfully. Of course, I would never lie about such a thing. Leon was about to respond when a guard unit of several hundred marched past them in the street. They moved further into the city with such haste that they were given some very weird looks from the crowds in their way, if only for the sheer number of guards in the formation. Leon felt like he knew why they were in such a hurry, but Charles watched them in confusion. By the ancestors, what are they doing, pulling even more guards out of these districts? Going to leave this place completely lawless? A nearby stall keeper shouted to no one in particular. One of her elderly patrons helpfully responded. My daughter's in the guard, and she was told that someone broke into the old palace ruins last night. No one knows who they were, but the guy injured a guard and escaped. The guard commander was furious and humiliated, so he ordered a manhunt for the guy responsible. Charles overheard the exchange, and muttered, who would be so suicidal as to do that? Leon remained quiet, and they proceeded on to the tailor once the guard unit finished passing them. The tailor was about what Leon expected from a place in the slums. No enchanted clothing, nothing particularly fancy or expensive, but he still walked away with 9 sets of pants and shirts. 3 were white, 3 more gray, and the rest were black. These clothes were made of loose cloth and didn't quite fit perfectly, but he no longer looked like a veilman, so he was quite happy. When he was done, he and Charles made their way back to the inn. Leon retired to his room, intending to spend the rest of the day reading his way through those books he had taken from the archives, while Charles took that time to write to his family and tell them he was heading south to the Knight Academy. The two men rested and readied themselves as best they could for the journey south, to the capital. Chapter 54, Breathing Exercises. Leon and Charles met up at dinner. Their conversation was dominated by their plans to go south. Charles had wanted to head west, then take a barge down the Naga River all the way to the capital. Leon shot that idea down just by bringing up the price of such an endeavor, making Charles pat his own coin pouch in dejection. Leon suggested that they simply follow the Julian road all the way there. It would take them several weeks on foot, but it would be much cheaper, especially since Leon had no intention of staying at any inns. Charles wasn't too thrilled with that idea, but the weight of his coin pouch or lack thereof prevented him from voicing any concerns at the sleeping arrangements. Next came the issue of food. Charles, realizing that Leon was far more adept at planning long traveling excursions, deferred to him. So, Leon figured that they would only need about 100 silvers to buy travel rations for the both of them to last a week, more than enough time to reach the next city on the road. There, they would buy enough rations to reach the city after that, and they should be able to reach the capital from there without stopping for food again. Water wouldn't be a problem. Leon planned to buy a dozen sheets of spell paper along with the food, to write water runes upon. He wasn't good enough at inscribing runes for this to allow them to bathe, but they would have plenty of water for their journey. With their route planned and logistics figured out, the two went back to their rooms to pack. Leon moved all of his books and maps into his leather bag, while all his clothes and the 2 days of food he still had went into his pack. Charles didn't arrive in Tira with much, and he had sold some of it during his more desperate times, which left him with little more a few hundred silvers and about 5 days of clothing, so he packed very quickly. Both men went to sleep early and rose early as well. They got themselves cleaned up, then met for breakfast. They didn't speak much and finished quickly. They then grabbed their things, returned their room keys to the innkeeper, and left. There weren't many places open that sold food, but Charles knew one that serviced travelers and was consequently open at dawn. Due to Charles not having much money, Leon bought all the food they'd need, while Charles used the abundant space in his own pack to carry most of it. With all that taken care of, the two made their way to the main road and began their journey south. They walked in relative silence. Leon was being his usual quiet self, but Charles was more than a little nervous, and now that he was leaving Tira, he was starting to hesitate a little. He kept walking, though. The two left the slums, continuing all the way to the palace estate. Leon was eager to get past this place, as he could see that the guards around the posts had doubled since he had seen them last. They appeared very on edge and were glaring at anyone who lingered too long to stare. Leon and Charles hurried past, though Charles was a little too wrapped up making himself commit to his choice to notice Leon's anxiety. Fortunately, no one stopped them. The two men made it past the diamond-shaped estate, through the central district, and entered the southern district. This place was beautiful, with trees, flowers, and gardens, all awash with color. There weren't many stores here, as this was where the nobles built their manors and palaces. And those manors and palaces certainly were things to behold, all painted marble, glittering silver, and shiny polished stone. The road was flanked with grand marble statues and many more triumphal arches, as well as very stressed-looking guards. Leon and Charles stayed buried in the throngs of people moving here and there. Leon was very uncomfortable being surrounded by so many people, but since they were traveling through noble estates now, there wasn't much he could do about it. There were side roads, but hardly anyone used those, and he didn't want to be seen by the guards. It was unlikely he would be identified, as he didn't think the guard who saw him back in the palace ruins had gotten that good of a look, and he had changed his hair and clothes since then, but he wasn't about to take chances. Despite Leon's anxiety and Charles's hesitation, the rest of the day was unremarkable. By dusk, they had made it about 30 miles out of the city. It had taken a little while to leave the sprawling estates of the southern district, but Leon felt that they had made good time. As the sun began to set, the two made camp. It wasn't much to speak of. Leon simply made a small fire with what few sticks and weeds he could find, and they slept with their heads resting on their packs. They did, of course, go about 1,000 feet off the road, to make sure no one would try and steal their things, but there were hardly any trees this side of Tira. The land was too rocky, and where there was dirt, it was too thin to let much of anything but grass and weeds to grow. So, the two settled in for the night behind an outcropping of rocks that would conceal them from the road. "Hey, Charles." They hadn't spoken much all day, so Charles was a little surprised when Leon spoke up. "What's up? There's something I'd like to talk about." "Yeah, I've heard the Knight Academy only accepts first-tier mages and up, aged 16 to 20. "That's right. We both fit that criteria, so why bring it up now? I'm a little concerned, because to my eyes, your foundation looks a little shaky. If you continue on and enroll in the academy as you are now, you'll likely have a tough time of it. Charles frowned, and looked a little hurt and offended at Leon's words, but he knew Leon was right. He didn't have anyone to train and instruct him as he grew up, so it was a minor miracle that he achieved the first tier of magic at all. He was about to half-heartedly defend himself, but Leon continued, cutting him off just before he began to speak. If you want, I could show you a thing or two that could help. Charles was a little stunned, but he responded, yes, please, any pointers you could give me would be great. Not pointers, specifically, more like a way of breathing. Like a breathing exercise that the nobles practice. How do you know such techniques? Aren't you from the Northern Vales? Look, Charles, I may have grown up in the Vales, but I'm no Valeman. You should have realized that after my visit to that Heaven's Eye Tower. True, that was a little eyebrow-raising. Anyways, I can tell that you've received little to no instruction with regards to magic, but you should know what makes a first-tier mage, right? Yeah, lungs can absorb magic from the air. That's a fairly simple way to look at it. My father taught me that humans can't use magic naturally, but their bodies will adapt given time. Entering the first tier means that your lungs have adapted and magic can enter your blood. However, adaptation is not a yes or no thing. There are infinite degrees of adaptation, and the nobles have the time and money to figure out ways to maximize this process. Charles was fascinated. He didn't make a single noise while Leon spoke, because all of this was new information to him. The majority of commoners wouldn't know the specifics of magic use unless they lived close to a city or magical guild, and the mining town Charles grew up in was far too out of the way for him to pick up on these details. Your lungs have adapted well enough to allow magic to enter your blood, but it doesn't appear to be that much. How can you tell? It's a little hard to describe, but your aura seems a little thin. I'm a third-tier mage, which means I'm sensitive enough to the magic in the air to know that you're exhaling far too much of it to be absorbing a lot. In fact, compared to most of the first-tier guards I saw back in Tira, I would estimate you're absorbing about half as much as you should be. Trying to advance up the tiers of magic with such a weak foundation is like trying to build on sand. Not impossible, but prohibitively difficult. And this breathing technique will help. Yes, but you'll have to work at it. I won't force you to do anything, but I would recommend a few hours of meditation while performing these breathing exercises every night. This won't cover all of that ground by the time we reach the capital, but I'm guessing that after a few months, you'll make up that difference, and be able to concentrate on ascending to the second tier much easier, possibly within the next year or two. Charles was a little stunned. As a commoner, he never thought he would reach the second tier before he turned 30, if ever, and the third tier was unthinkable. If he was honest with himself, he was going along with Leon to enroll in the Night Academy more as a way to keep himself fed for a few more months while moving to the capital, where there ought to be more opportunities for him. He never expected that he would even be able to graduate. But, if what Leon was saying was true, then it just might be possible. Please, I welcome any insight you may have. Alright then, what you need to do sounds fairly easy, but maintaining it for hours can be a very hard thing to do, so do your best. First, I find it easier to sit up. My father said it doesn't really matter how you relax, as long as you actually relax, but I find that laying down can lead to sleep far too easily. So, I sit up when I meditate. Charles immediately sat up, following Leon's instructions. Alright, now breathe slowly. Inhale and exhale with purpose, don't just let your body breathe naturally. After you inhale, hold it for just a second, then exhale. Inhale, hold, then exhale. Charles closed his eyes and breathed. Good. After a while, you should feel a warmth in your chest. This is your lungs absorbing the magic in the air. A little while later, that warmth will spread throughout your body, after the magic is fused with your blood. Over the next few weeks, you should slowly increase the amount of time that you hold your breath, and your lungs will grow more efficient at absorbing magic. Is there anything more to it? Is it just that simple? Yes. Well, it is for you. What is that supposed to mean? There are some techniques in manipulating mana that might help others, but for someone like you who is just reinforcing their own foundation, the breathing exercises will do just fine. Besides, anything I might show you could create some bad habits for when you're learning your chosen element. I see. Charles didn't quite understand, but he took Leon at his word that the breathing exercises will be all he needs. So, he sat and controlled his breathing. Leon watched Charles for a little while before drifting off to sleep. When they woke up the next morning, Charles felt incredible. He was bursting with energy and felt like he could run all the way to the capital before lunch. You've absorbed more magic than your body is used to, so it's no surprise you're feeling good, Leon remarked dryly. Wow. This is amazing. If all the nobles have been doing that for years, no wonder they grow so fast. And with some diligence, you'll be just as strong as them. Ha ha, thank you, buddy. Charles spoke directly from the heart. Leon wasn't what anyone would call friendly, but in less than a week, he'd saved Charles from those thugs, helped him come to a decision about his future, and even given him such a powerful gift. Leon was a little embarrassed at Charles's abject gratitude and his face turned a little red. Charles almost looked like he was about to run over and give him a hug, but he abstained, much to Leon's relief. The two happily ate breakfast, despite it being nothing but a few chunks of dried meat, then set back off on their journey south. Chapter 55. The capital. For 3 weeks, Leon and Charles walked along the Julian Road. They passed quite a few towns and cities, but they only stopped long enough to fill up on food. They slept outdoors and occasionally stopped by a river to wash up a little. Every night, Charles would perform the breathing exercises that Leon taught him, and he could really feel the difference. Every day when he woke up, he felt like a new man, stronger, faster, more perceptive. He knew it was just a feeling of having more mana than he was used to, but he was ecstatic at the rapid progress he was making. He was so happy, in fact, that he never once complained about sleeping outside or Leon's increased walking speed when around other people. He simply kept pace with Leon, chatting his ear off the entire time. As they got closer to their destination and he got more familiar with Leon's more subdued personality, he quieted down significantly. Finally, they arrived in sight of the capital on the 22nd day. There were a few hills on the northern side of the city, and when they arrived at the top, they could see almost all of the enormous city. It was less dense than Tira and sprawled out over miles and miles of land. Here, the nobles generally lived in the central district, so most of the buildings formed a ring around the huge estates, and right in the center of the city was the King's Lake. Set slightly to the west of the center of the lake was the great island upon which was built the royal palace. The palace's great towers and halls could be clearly seen even from where Leon and Charles were, almost a dozen miles away. The two stood there, just to the side of the road, and stared in awe at the city. They could see the giant Heaven's Eye Tower in the south, a colossal arena in the north, and no less than 5 monuments to the royal family towering over almost everything else. Leon could also feel a great amount of magic in the air. With the exception of his home back in the Vales before the obelisk was destroyed, this city had more magic in the air than anywhere else he'd been. Each breath was sweet and refreshing, despite the smells of the Julian Road, crowded as it was with hundreds of people and horses. Look out there, isn't that the Legion headquarters? Charles pointed southwest, at a gargantuan fortress, built on a lonely hill on the opposite side of the city. The hill was surprisingly not surrounded by walls, but there were extensive fields and even forests just beyond the hill, presumably the training grounds for the soldiers stationed in the city. Wouldn't the Knight Academy be found around there? Maybe. For now, we should focus on finding some accommodations, then we can ask around about enrolling in the academy. Right, it will be nice to sleep in a proper bed and wash all this dirt off. The two finally stopped staring and resumed walking towards the city. The suburbs began at the foot of the hill and were predictably inhabited mostly by those of lesser means. As with the slums of Tira, the buildings were made of simpler materials and possessed little in the way of magical enhancements. However, this did make it much easier to find a cheap inn. Leon and Charles found a place on about the same level as where they stayed at in Tira and eagerly took the opportunity to wash up and rest. As with the last inn, Charles was in a cheaper common room, while Leon paid extra for a more private room. Charles, the lover of talking and socializing that he was already in the dining hall by the bar when Leon made his way down, chatting up a pretty barmaid. Leon hesitated, not wanting to interrupt, or more accurately, not wanting to meet someone new, but Charles saw him and happily waved him over. Jean, this is Leon, my friend I'm traveling with. Leon, this is Jean. Hiya, good to meet, Cha. Jean was a very chipper girl and enthusiastically greeted Leon. For his part, Leon just nodded respectfully before grabbing a seat next to Charles. Oh, don't mind him, he's just not that good at talking to cute ladies, said Charles, winking at Jean, who blushed and giggled. Charles turned to Leon and said, So, we were talking just now about the Knight Academy. Leon's ears perked up, and he glanced over at the two. Yes, Charles told me you both were going to enroll. That's very impressive, Jean said with a bashful smile while throwing flirty looks Charles's way. You two can sign up at any time, but you can't fully enroll until you take an entrance test, which only happens once a year. When's this test? Asked Leon. You're in luck, it should be about 2 weeks from now. How do you know this? The royal government makes sure everyone in the city knows, and that commoners know they aren't stopped from joining. Town criers don't shut their traps about it, flyers are posted everywhere, sometimes guards are even sent to inns and bars when night falls to make an announcement about enrollment. Fat lot of good it does us, though, when they only take first-tier mages and up. Leon nodded in acknowledgement. He didn't mind this wait, as he had been fairly lax in his training over the past month and could use the time to catch up. Charles was a little more nervous, though the cause for him was the test, not the wait. He had never even held a sword before, and only had the most cursory of instruction with a bow and spear. Combined with knowing his flimsy first-tier strength would make him one of the lowest of the low. Even if he did pass this entrance test, he was starting to sweat over this enrollment a little. Charles laughed to cover his anxiety and turned back to Jean. All right, so, with our business basically done, how about you join us for a meal? Jean giggled, then said, I can't, I have to work. But how about we continue this when my shift ends? My lady, nothing could make me happier. Charles smiled at her, and she blushed and got back to filling drinks and carrying food to the other customers. So, what do you want to do about enrollment? I can wait a few days if you want to delay it a little. Charles tried to sound nonchalant about it, but he couldn't help stumbling over his words a little. No, let's knock it out first thing tomorrow. Leon's response drained all the blood from Charles's face, something which Leon noticed. We'll get it done, and we can spend the time between now and the test training. This statement caused Charles's facade of calm to crumble. What do you mean, training? I have nothing to train with, let alone any idea of how to train in the first place. What's your concern? You've seemed happy and confident for the past few weeks. What isn't concerning me? I'm too weak, and I have no idea how to fight. Those nobles who enroll will tear me apart. Charles was speaking very intensely, so much so that Leon felt he would be shouting were it not for Jean still being in the same room. It was clear that the rush he had gotten from learning the basic breathing exercise had worn off, and arriving in the capital had started to drive the reality of his choice home. He was weak, at least compared to the nobles who had been training their entire lives with a depressingly light coin pouch, few prospects, and hundreds of miles from home. All right, calm down. We can do something about this. Charles didn't seem encouraged, especially since Leon was still speaking with the same monotone seriousness as usual. Nothing can be done. The ancestors, old gods, and the sacred bull itself could all descend from the heavens to help me, and I'd still fail. Why should this be any different from anything else I've done? Leon rolled his eyes at that, raised his fist, and smashed Charles's hand into the bar. Gah, what the shit? Don't act so pitiful, you'll find no pity here. We're going to the Knight Academy to sign up for the entrance test tomorrow, then you're going to train with me. Charles rubbed his sore hand and looked a little aggrieved, but his self-pity vanished. And what does this training entail? Muscle training and breathing exercises mostly. We don't have enough time for much combat training, but I can show you a few things that will help you hold your own. Got it? Charles nodded slowly. Good. We'll meet again at breakfast, so I'd recommend resting tonight. In the corner of his eye, Leon saw Jean almost gliding between the tables, avoiding drunken hands that sought her butt with ease and grace. Or don't, your choice. Just be ready. The rest of dinner was spent in relative silence. Leon finished his food quickly, then went back to his room to continue reading through his books. Charles ate much slower. He needed the time to think, and he was waiting for Jean to get off work. The next morning, Leon came downstairs just in time to see Charles and Jean lightly kissing goodbye. The two looked a little tired, and Leon knew they didn't get much sleep the night before. Charles saw Leon come down, and he said a few more words to the blushing Jean, gave her a wink, and went to join Leon for breakfast. You good? Leon asked. Yeah, I'm doing better now. Nothing like some attention from a cute girl to get my spirits back up. Right. Leon was a little relieved that Charles had pulled himself together. He didn't quite consider the other man a friend, as they hadn't been acquainted for very long, but he had a gift for speech that Leon valued greatly. He had also gotten to know Charles well enough to relax a little around him, and without him, Leon would have to actually talk to other people to figure how and when to enroll in the Knight Academy. Leon. Zaffin's voice resounded throughout his mind, startling Leon a little. What is it? When next you have the opportunity, let's talk. Zaffin placed a great deal of stock in appearances, and he didn't trust Leon to not look weird in public when they spoke. Sure thing. The conversation ended there. Leon wasn't very chatty to begin with, and Zaffin needed to concentrate on recovering his power, so he didn't talk very much either. Leon and Charles finished breakfast quickly, then approached the inn manager. They paid for a few more days, then asked for directions to the Knight Academy. After receiving them, they set off. It was only an hour-long walk to the academy in the southwest. The roads were wide and very well maintained, allowing for easy travel almost anywhere someone would need to go. Leon didn't talk much, which was expected, but Charles was uncharacteristically quiet as well. But, for all his worry and misgivings, he kept walking. They arrived outside of a 3-story building that had much of the same architecture as other government buildings. The decor was simple, but of obvious quality, and an enormous sign made of black granite was hovering several feet over the door, which reached, "The Knight Academy of the Bull Kingdom," in glowing white letters. Next to the door was pinned a large piece of paper, which advertised the Academy's open enrollment, and invited anyone willing to take the test to head inside. Charles took a deep breath before stepping forward past the gate, but Leon needed no such preparation. He had a steely and determined look in his eye, and he didn't hesitate to approach the grand front doors. "Hey, wait up," Charles called out, as he hurried after Leon. The guards at the door took one look at Leon, saw his incredibly stable third-tier aura, and straightened up while averting their eyes. They assumed someone with that strength at that age was undoubtedly a high noble, and they wanted no trouble from him. Leon barely glanced at them as he pushed the door open. Despite its size, the door swung open with ease, and Leon and Charles walked inside. Chapter 56. Some much-needed training. The Knight Academy encompassed a great deal of land and many buildings. There were dorms for recruits, libraries, lecture halls, training fields, and sparring platforms. Everything that was needed to quarter and train the recruits was found in abundance at the Knight Academy. The building that Leon and Charles stepped into was the Central Administration Building, where most of the bureaucratic needs of the academy were met. Just on the other side of the doors were a number of desks and receptionists, as well as chairs and tables for people to wait and relax in. "How may we help you, gentlemen?" one of the receptionists asked. There was a moment of silence before Leon realized that Charles was a little too nervous to answer. "Here to sign up for the enrollment test." "Of course, just follow me please." What followed was a flurry of checking IDs, paperwork, and cursory physical and magical tests. There were a few strange looks thrown Leon's way when he said he was from the Northern Vales, but his Heaven's Eye ID was genuine, and thus, effectively beyond reproach. Ajax had neglected to mention to Leon that Heaven's Eye very rarely issued their own IDs, and so the identities of those who possessed them were hardly, if ever, questioned. Charles's process was a lot less straightforward. His background was heavily scrutinized, and he was questioned intensely before he was cleared for the enrollment test. They emerged from the building several hours later, feeling like interacting with those bureaucrats and filling out all those papers had shaved a few years off their lives. Charles greedily inhaled the fresh air, while Leon stared hollow-eyed into the distance, absent-mindedly gripping his sword. They only recovered when they had stumbled their way to the first place that had hot food. A few streets over, there was a small restaurant that served some fairly mediocre burgers, but those burgers tasted like ambrosia after the soul-crushing experience they had just gone through. "Just signed up at the Knight Academy, eh?" the owner asked, seeing the familiar looks of unmitigated joy on Leon and Charles's faces as they wolfed down their food. Leon didn't stop, but Charles at least had the decency to nod to him between bites. "Yeah, all commoners have that same look when they leave that place. A shame they don't do the same to the nobles, but I guess it makes sense, they have names that are much easier to verify." When the owner left to check on his other customers, Leon examined the documents they left the academy with. They didn't walk away with many papers, and most of them were instructions for when and where the enrollment test would take place. They would have to go to a training field a mile south of the administration building in 15 days, and there they would take a power test, a written test, and a combat test. There weren't any details about what these tests would actually entail, but their names gave a few clues. Essentially, they would be tested on their knowledge about culture and magic, and their magic power would be confirmed. That combat test was a little ambiguous, though. Leon could think of quite a few things it might refer to, but he had no real idea. I'll find out soon enough, no use pondering it now. Once they were done, Leon and Charles paid for their food and left, hurrying back to the inn. So, what kind of training did you have in mind? Charles asked Leon, somewhat nervously. Every day, you'll allocate at least 3 hours for breathing exercises. You'll also accompany me for another 2 hours for physical exercise. Another couple of hours for combat training. Leon responded. When he said that last sentence, Charles was sure that. A tiny smile flickered across Leon's face, but he blinked, and it was gone. He felt a shiver run down his spine. Okay, that sounds good. What should we do now? Change into looser clothing, something easy to move in. They went back to their rooms and did just that, though Charles had to do his best, as he didn't have a whole lot of clothes to choose from. Leon, on the other hand, was dressed in sandals, leather shorts, and a loose green shirt, the same training attire he wore back home. He still had his sword, but it was secured onto his back, rather than around his waist. It would be much less intrusive there. So, what now? Charles asked, trying to sound eager but unable to suppress his anxiety. Do you know where the largest public park in the area is? There should be some in the city. Hold on, let me find out. Charles knew that Leon wanted to talk to as few people as possible, so he happily volunteered to speak with the inn manager. Leon had done so much for him in so little time, that he wasn't bothered in the slightest at his companion's reticence to speak to others. You know the way? Asked Leon when Charles walked back over. Yep, good. Start running, Leon said with a half-smile that terrified Charles. What? The park. Start running. Leon let some of his potent killing intent spill out for a moment, and Charles had to suppress the urge to immediately vomit and pass out. Once the killing intent abated, he immediately turned around and sprinted out of the inn, with Leon in hot pursuit. Every time he slowed, Leon would be there, almost literally pushing him forward. They ran past bewildered onlookers and pedestrians, dodging and weaving through the crowds. The sight of lower-tier mages out for physical training wasn't a particularly rare sight, but seeing one running with such a look of terror and the other with a look of sadistic glee was definitely out of the ordinary. Half an hour and half a dozen miles later, they arrived at a very large public park. The land near the edges was flat and cleared of all but grass, while the interior of the park was relatively well forested, and even contained some large ponds and a few tiny lakes. There were quite a few lower-tier mages training in the cleared area, most by sparring with friends or playing various sports. Most people around, however, were just common people who were out enjoying the warm sunny day. Charles began slowing down to catch his breath when he stepped onto the open field at the edge, but Leon didn't stop. Who said to slow down? Into the trees, Leon hit Charles with another blast of killing intent, and Charles picked up the pace, running straight down one of the hiking trails of the woods. It was only when they reached a secluded clearing that Leon allowed them to stop. When he did, Charles collapsed, gasping for breath. Can see now why you were so nervous. If you can't even handle that little jog, then you wouldn't make it very far in the academy. In contrast to Charles, Leon wasn't even slightly winded, which given that he was in the 3rd tier, was to be expected. That sucked. Kill me now. If you can talk, then get back up. Charles immediately held his tongue, and Leon waited a few more minutes before getting him on his feet. All right, you ready now? Leon asked. Charles nodded apprehensively. Good. Then I'll show you a few unarmed techniques that you ought to find some use for, just unarmed moves. I don't think they'll ask us to fight with fists. These techniques are useful for defending yourself from weapons as well. First off, I want you to try to punch me. What? Punch me? Or, try to punch me? Okay. Charles stepped forward, and after a little hesitation, he threw a half-hearted punch in Leon's general direction. Leon rolled his eyes, sidestepped with ease, while also grabbing Charles's outstretched arm. He pulled Charles forward while sweeping his leg out from under him. This all happened so fast that Charles barely had the time to process it before he found himself lying face down in the dirt. Don't be so indecisive, it's not like you're going to hurt me. Now, get up and try again. And commit to the punch. Charles pushed himself up, and swung his fist at Leon again, with less hesitation, but he still wasn't putting his full weight behind the strike. To Leon, this was still almost in slow motion, and again, He dodged while pulling Charles forward and knocking him off balance. This move isn't just for when someone tries to punch you. If they attack with a knife or sword, it still remains useful. Charles struggled to his feet while Leon was speaking. We'll practice in stages. First, the dodge. When you see an attack coming, you need to step out of range and place all your weight on that foot. When Leon called it for the day, Charles was exhausted. Leon had him practice the dodge grab sweep move so much that he could barely stand. Leon had also demonstrated the move on him so much that Charles's face had become quite familiar with the ground, but he had also managed to get Charles to commit to his punches. They only had 15 days, not enough time to really make Charles a good fighter, but plenty to make him a little stronger. After Leon allowed Charles to rest for a few minutes, they started making their way back to the inn. Of course, Leon made Charles run, and the first-tier mage was almost crying in misery by the time they returned. The night, when Leon was alone in his room, he remembered that Zaffin had something he had to say. "What's up, Zaffin? You wanted to talk?" "Yes, but it's a little hard to admit." "No worries, take your time. Over the past month, I've determined that it will be almost impossible for me to recover on my own. I'm going to need your help." Zaffin almost seemed to spit those last two words out. "Oh really? Well, what does the mighty Lord of Flame need from little old me?" Zaffin ignored Leon's tone, focusing entirely on just saying the words he needed to. "I will need you to brew a potion for me. There are 3 ingredients needed: a feather from a bird strong in wind magic, preferably 4th tier or higher, the bud of a kagu flower, try to find one that's at least a century old, and the core of some kind of fire beast, 5th tier or higher." "Okay, I need to focus on training until I get into the Knight Academy. After that, I'll look into it. Probably going to need to stop by the Heaven's Eye Merchant Guild, but I'll see to it." Zaffin wasn't that thrilled at Leon's plan to wait, but he still said, "See that you do. I won't be of much help to you until you reach the 5th tier, otherwise. Don't forget that the stronger I am, the more power you'll be able to draw upon." "I won't forget, you're my partner after all." On that very same day, around midday, the personal yacht of the Exarch of Calabria arrived in the capital. As the 3 gigantic water runes on the back of the yacht pushed it towards the docks, dozens of servants and crew members scurried around on the decks making sure everything was ready for their lord. None of this was heard in the opulent living quarters, though. Here, sitting on one of the black couches was a gorgeous young woman in an elegant dark blue dress trimmed with gleaming silver. Despite reaching her ankles, the dress wasn't particularly conservative, as it left her arms bare and had a low V-shaped neckline. The young woman had long silver hair pulled into a loose ponytail, leaving enough to frame her beautiful face. Her cold and detached eyes glittered in the light like sapphires. But, for all her beauty and elegance, her most striking feature was the strength and stability of her 3rd-tier aura. She was only 16 years old, but anyone who saw her would know she was already on the path to becoming a great mage. The man who sat across from her on another couch of black leather was even more impressive. His aura dwarfed hers in its sheer strength and intensity, despite his serene and calm demeanor. He was, of course, Lord Justin Isonos, the Exarch of Calabria, and the young woman was his daughter, Valeria. "I'm sorry, my dear. We should have been home long before now. This place is far beneath you." "Don't worry, father. It doesn't matter where you say home is. I have only ever known the Bull Kingdom. Enrolling in the Knight Academy is just the logical choice for me. I understand wanting to go out to see the world, but there are so many other ways to do that, but my friends are here. Asia is already in the city, and I recently heard that Elise has returned as well. So, don't worry about me, I'll be just fine. There'll be plenty of time to go sightseeing when we finish our business here." Valeria gave her father a brilliant smile, but it didn't banish Lord Justin's slightly guilty look. "Right, listen, Valeria, be careful, okay? I doubt there will be anyone in the academy that could, or would, harm you, but I can't help but worry." "Yes, father." Valeria started sounding a little annoyed, but Lord Justin didn't drop the matter. "Look, we haven't heard from Timotheos in over a month. Something went wrong, I know it, and we don't have that many people we can rely on. This leaves us very short-handed," and Lord Justin would have continued, but his daughter interrupted. "I'll be fine. I'll be with Asia the entire time. Nothing will happen here." Okay, I'll drop it." Just at that moment, the yacht finally slid into the dock, and a servant opened the door. "My lord, we have arrived." "Good. Make sure all of my daughter's possessions are packed and get the carriage ready at once." The servant bowed and left. Well, this is it. Lord Justin had a melancholic smile on his face, but his daughter banished it with a brief hug. "Don't worry, father. We'll get a few weeks off from time to time, and I'll be sure to come home then." After their final goodbyes were said, Valeria boarded her luxurious carriage and departed the yacht, heading straight for the home of one of her friends, a woman named xianxia. The two of them would begin enrollment in the Night Academy the next day. Chapter 57. The enrollment test begins. 15 days passed quickly, and it was time for the Night Academy's enrollment test. Leon had given Charles some very basic instruction in handling a sword and dodging attacks, and he was certain it would be more than enough to see the first-tier mage through to a good score. Every day when they returned to the inn after training, Charles would meditate and perform breathing exercises for several hours, and his aura was significantly more stable. Leon guessed his power had increased by almost half of what it was before they left Tira. When the two arrived at the assembly field where the test would take place, Charles wasn't that confident, despite the advances he'd made. His body was bruised and sore, and he had barely slept the previous night. Leon was far more relaxed, as he was absolutely confident in passing the test. As for getting a good score, he couldn't have cared less. The field was large, so large that despite the several thousand people present, it still seemed fairly deserted. Most people were here with friends, so they had spread out around the field for some last-minute practice and warming up, though the wooden platform in the very center was given a wide berth. There was a fence of iron bars that ran all the way around the field, and at the entrance were several dozen administrators where Leon and Charles signed in and were handed a blank scorecard. After that, they stood at the fence and watched the crowds for a while, waiting for the test to start. Charles eventually sat down to meditate, to make sure he was topped off on magic, while Leon leaned against the fence and closed his eyes. More and more people arrived over the next hour until there were over 10,000 on the field. A few hundred workers began setting up 100 stations around the field, which Leon knew was for the power test from the instructions he'd been given. There was a crystal on a wooden table, about the size of his fist, and every hopeful applicant would need to channel their magical power into it. The crystal would light up different colors for every tier the applicants had advanced through. This was the first test and would likely be where most of the applicants would wash out. It was only when the stations were almost finished being set up that the nobles started arriving. There were a few lower nobles who showed up early, but the test was scheduled to begin around midday, and most nobles weren't that thrilled at the idea of waiting with commoners, so they would usually arrive as late as possible. Most of them walked right past the admin desks, sending their servants over in their stead. Of course, it was only to inform the administrators of their presence, rather than to finish signing up for the test. A few of the more vocally anti-commoner nobles even started pushing through the crowds that had started to form around the center of the field after the stations started being set up. "Make way, you filthy peasants." One of them, a young man with golden hair, an athletic build, and brilliant crimson clothes, went beyond just pushing, and even kicked at those in his way. Leon frowned. He could sense that most of the nobles were of the late second tier, but a few, such as this exceptionally ill-mannered man, were of the third tier. Still, he found none of them to be that impressive, and his opinion dropped at their arrogant display. One of the newer arrivals, a comparatively quiet lower noble of the second tier, ran after the golden-haired man. He was easy to follow, given the curses and bruised shins in his wake. The new arrival approached the golden-haired man, bowed slightly, then went to whisper something in his ear. The golden-haired man's eyes widened in disbelief and excitement before the new arrival hurriedly spoke a few more words. The golden-haired man immediately turned around and forced his way back through the crowd and all the way back to the gate, where he began to rather anxiously wait. Leon had no idea who he was, but he seemed important, or at least related to someone important, as other nobles saw him waiting and went to wait with him. Soon enough, there was a group of 24 young noblemen and a few servants all waiting by the gate. This was a very curious sight, one that drew the attention of just about everyone that could see it. The suspense was lifted when a beautiful carriage arrived. It was painted sky blue, trimmed with silver, and pulled by a pair of magnificent white horses that almost glowed in the sun. Leon's eyes narrowed. He felt a slight magical aura surrounding these horses. They were undoubtedly absurdly expensive, so much so that all the other nobles that had arrived in carriages of their own felt horribly inadequate. The more Leon inspected the carriage, the more he felt its inhabitants were very special, as even from over 100 feet away he could sense the magic within. This carriage was evidently very heavily enchanted. Leon glanced over at the golden-haired noble and saw that he had walked to the gate and was waiting expectantly, with a look of pride at seeing the other nobles behind him not dare to move forward themselves. These other nobles had a slightly bitter look, but they didn't speak up to object. The carriage driver jumped down and reverently opened the door, stepping to the side and bowing slightly. The watching crowd went silent, almost holding their breath. 3 women stepped out, each of nearly unrivaled beauty. The first was a dark-haired woman with bronze skin and warm brown eyes, clearly a descendant of the people from the Desert Kingdom to the south of the Bull Kingdom, past the Gulf of Discord. She wore loose yellow clothing, which though plain, was made of the finest silks and studded with diamonds. Despite how loose her clothes were, they were held in place with a red sash around her waist, and her pants were tied to her ankles at the hem. This exotic southern beauty warmly smiled and waved when she saw everyone at the gate, and for a moment, it almost seemed like the sun flickered in jealousy of her beauty. The next woman who stepped out was the near opposite of the first. She had dazzling silver hair tied into a loose braid, and eyes like 2 sparkling sapphires. She was dressed all in tight blue training clothes, which hugged her body in all the right places. She had a cold and distant air about her, and she hardly spared a single glance towards the waiting nobles. Instead, she stepped down from the carriage and looked disinterestedly towards the horizon, while waiting for the final passenger to disembark. When the third woman stepped out into the light, Leon almost had a heart attack. He recognized that lustrous red hair, those piercing green eyes, the seductive aura she seemed to project, but he didn't expect her to appear here of all places. She was, of course, Elise. Leon hurriedly averted his gaze, hoping he wasn't seen. Unfortunately for him, when everyone else was staring at the 3 of them, anyone not looking their way was quite obvious. Elise saw his familiar figure plain as day, though she didn't seem to react. She cast her devilish gaze around at the dazzled nobles with a smile that was half disdain and half satisfaction. These 3 young women spoke a few more words amongst each other before Elise gave them both a brief hug and boarded the carriage again. Just as she was about to close the door, she looked over her shoulder to see that Leon had turned his own gaze back in her direction, and they made eye contact. Elise smiled impishly and winked at Leon, causing his face to immediately turn red and his head to turn away in embarrassment. She giggled coquettishly as the door closed and the carriage departed. When Leon worked up the nerve to look back towards the entrance again, he was relieved to see that Elise had left. He couldn't get that beautiful and confident smile of hers out of his head, though. The other 2 young women fell in with the noble crowd, though they didn't seem particularly enthusiastic about it. The woman in blue wasn't even bothering to hide it, as she barely acknowledged anyone who spoke to her. The woman in yellow was much friendlier, speaking to everyone in turn, and allowing the golden-haired noble to walk with them, though his eyes kept turning towards the woman in blue. The other nobles didn't seem to say anything apart from greetings, which Leon understood as these 2 young women were both in the 3rd tier, head and shoulders above all but the golden-haired noble. Leon resolved to keep an eye on those 3. He wasn't too concerned about them, but a little caution was never a bad thing. Over the next half hour, the rest of the nobles arrived, though none of them had quite the same impact as Elise's group. Leon found that it was easy to see who was important and who wasn't, as there were a few nobles who would receive greetings from almost all the others. There were 2 who even the golden-haired man sought out and spoke a few words with. However, those 2 young women didn't seem to feel the need to give any greetings themselves. By the time a knight in fancy military garb ascended the platform, Leon counted 3 dozen 3rd-tier mages among the thousands of hopeful applicants, including himself. None of the others seemed to be commoners, though, given their expensive attire. There were also about 300 2nd-tier mages, with perhaps 275 or so being noble. All the rest were 1st-tier mages of varying quality. When the knight arrived at the center of the wooden platform, he waved his hand and an iron rod appeared from his soul realm. At the top of the rod was a diamond-shaped iron plate, with a fingernail-sized opal set into the center and gently glowing runes along the outside edge. Thanks to this iron rod, when the man spoke, his voice was heard from one end of the field to the other. Welcome to the Knight Academy of His Royal Majesty, King Julius Septimius Taurus. I have confidence that you all know why you're here, so I won't waste time with a long-winded speech. Along the perimeter of this training field, you will see 100 stations, each with a magic measurement crystal. If it's found that you're not solidly of the 1st tier, you will be denied entry to the academy. Next to each station is a sign with a number on it, the same number as should be in the top right corner of your scorecard. You will line up in single file in front of the same station as is on your scorecard. In single file. When it is your turn, you will present your examiner with your card, and they will give further instructions as needed. Now get moving. The 10,000 people immediately began moving. Leon looked at his card, which said, 26 feet. Charles's was, 57 feet. Hey, said Leon, if one of us finished before the other, let's meet up at the burger place from the other day. Charles felt like he might throw up from anxiety if he opened his mouth, so he simply nodded in response, and the two young men walked to their respective stations. Leon's station was all the way on the other side of the field, and he took the walk over there as an opportunity to observe the other stations. He noticed that they weren't divided by tier, or at least, not completely. The first 4 stations were given over to the nobles, and all the commoners sharing the rest. The first station only had the 35 third-tier nobles getting in line for it, with the next 3 divided amongst the second-tier nobles. All the other stations had about 120 commoners spread out between them. He saw that the few second-tier commoners were scattered amongst the other stations, too. The stations themselves were identical, and the examiners were all of the third tier. The sole exception was the first station, who Leon guessed was a 4th-tier examiner from what little he could glean of the man's aura. Leon arrived at the back of his line and waited. Those in front of him were all only 1st-tier mages, and the few that turned around to size him up noticed his incomprehensible aura and immediately turned back around with slightly ashen faces. Leon didn't care, he just calmly waited for his turn, watching the others slowly undergo the exam. Chapter 58, Power Test, Fail. The stern examiner glared at the young man, and he withdrew his hand from the crystal. The young man looked like he wanted to say something for a moment, to try and argue with the examiner, but the crystal had only flickered with an incredibly faint red light. He was only 16, young enough that he still had at least 4 more tries to enter the Knight Academy, so he shut his mouth and dutifully left the station, making for the field's gate. Charles saw the whole thing and was just about drenched in sweat. It was almost his turn, and out of the 45 people who had tried their hand at the crystal, only 7 had passed. The next applicant stepped up. He walked straight to the crystal without even waiting for the examiner to call him forward. So confident was he that he seemed to forget to give the examiner his scorecard. He placed his hand upon the crystal and began channeling his magic power into it. But his confidence was all for nothing, because the crystal pulsed with a red light that was barely brighter than the previous man. Fail, said the examiner. What? No. The young man's confident facade shattered, and he turned to the examiner. Let me try again, I can do this. The examiner was having none of it, though. You failed. Get lost. The man ignored the examiner and extended his hand to the crystal again, but before he could touch it, the examiner lunged forward and drove his fist into the young man's stomach. The young man collapsed, and the examiner kicked him to the side before grabbing his scorecard and tearing it to pieces. He glanced back at the line, and growled, "Next." The next man came forward. He did like all the others had before him and placed his hand upon the crystal. Again, the crystal flashed a dull red light, not enough for the man to pass. An extremely dejected look appeared on his face, but when the examiner said, "Fail," he didn't stick around. Next, it was now Charles's turn. He tried to swallow his fear, then stepped forward. He held out his scorecard for the examiner with trembling hands and approached the crystal. Before stretching out his hand, he took a few deep breaths, giving the mana in the air time to be absorbed by his lungs. He couldn't wait too long, though, and reached for the crystal. When his fingers came into contact with it, he channeled every drop of mana within him into his hand as quickly as possible. For a moment, there was no response. His magic power flowed into the crystal like a tiny river into the endless ocean, and his heart rate skyrocketed in panic. But then, a tiny red light appeared in the crystal. It grew in brightness until nearly a quarter of the crystal had turned red. He kept going, but the crystal didn't grow any brighter. He looked to the examiner and braced himself for failure. Pass. Charles released a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. A smile broke out onto his face and he had to fight the urge to laugh in relief. The examiner quickly wrote down something on his scorecard and handed it back to Charles. Go over to the building over there, the examiner gestured over his shoulder with his thumb, and show this card to one of the examiners behind the desk. Thank you. Charles was giddy with excitement and had to force himself not to pull the examiner in a hug. The examiner just scowled at him, then turned his eyes back to the line and shouted, "Next." Charles got the hint and hurried off. There were 3 relatively small 2-story rectangular buildings on the edge of the field, one on every side of the iron fence with the gate on the final side. On the way to the building the examiner pointed to, Charles looked at his scorecard. Below his personal information and the crystal station number, there were 3 large boxes in a row. In the leftmost box, the examiner had written, 028. He needed a score of at least 20 in each test in order to pass. A 28 wasn't that great, but he passed. Next up should be the combat test, then the written test. I wonder how Leon is doing, has he passed yet? Charles thought as he pushed the door to the building open. There was no doubt in his mind as to whether Leon would pass this test or not. Probably not. His station was further away, he's probably further back in line. Charles wasn't wrong, Leon was still waiting in line. There were still about 40 people or so ahead of him by this point, but he wasn't paying even the slightest bit of attention to them. Instead, he had been watching the 3rd-tier tests. They hadn't lined up but rather had formed a large group and began egging each other on, treating this test as more of a game amongst themselves than anything. Leon was too far away to hear what they were saying, but they seemed to be having a great time. Despite being stronger than them, the examiner didn't disturb them, allowing the young nobles to undergo the test at their own pace. Consequently, only about half of them had gone through in this time. Leon watched as the golden-haired noble decided that it was his turn to go through and stepped forward to the cheers of his peers. When he touched the crystal, almost immediately it glowed red, then orange, only stopping when the entire core of the crystal had turned bright yellow. The other nobles cheered, but Leon saw that the golden-haired noble seemed a little disappointed in his performance. Even from this distance, Leon could tell that there was a slight tinge of orange that clung to the edges of the crystal. The golden-haired noble joined the ranks of those who had finished the test, and one man in particular, a tall and lean man, slapped him on the back in congratulations. The golden-haired noble smiled rather meekly in response, as this was one of the men that Leon had noticed him go out of his way to greet. The nobles stopped cheering and grew deathly silent when they saw who was going to take the test next, the woman in blue. She walked towards the crystal so gracefully that she almost seemed to glide. She gently pressed her hand against the crystal, which responded by quickly glowing bright yellow, with no hint of orange. Her cold emotionless face didn't so much as twitch as she stepped away from the crystal, though the group of young nobles clapped and cheered. Next came the woman in yellow. The crystal was made to match her clothes just as fast as the woman in blue, to the celebration of the noble crowd. The woman in yellow was very happy with the result, and ran straight to the woman in blue, happily hugging her friend. The woman in blue cracked a very brief smile, then the two began walking towards the building opposite from the gate, completely ignoring the other nobles. The golden-haired noble called after them, asking them to wait with everyone else, but the woman in blue didn't even acknowledge his presence, and the woman in yellow just waved to him with a smile on her face, and they kept walking. Leon noticed that they would pass close by his station, so he hurriedly turned his gaze away from them. The woman in blue wasn't paying any attention to the other people around, but the woman in yellow's head was on a swivel, taking in everything that she could. Inevitably, as they passed Leon's station, she noticed him. He wasn't trying to stand out, but he wasn't exactly hiding his aura, either. The woman in yellow's radiant smile faltered for a moment in surprise, then she leaned over to whisper to the woman in blue. The latter's eyes briefly narrowed in suspicion before whispering back to the former. They nodded to each other, then proceeded towards their destination. They didn't bother thinking more of Leon, because if he were truly third tier, they'd meet very soon anyway. After those two and the golden-haired noble had taken their power test, Leon rather lost interest in continuing to watch the other third tier nobles. He calmly waited until it was his turn to approach the crystal. As with all the other examiners, the one running his station was a very humorless man who was only concerned with keeping the line moving in an orderly fashion. He would hurry the applicants forward by almost yelling, "Next!" at them while giving a glare filled with killing intent. Perhaps it was because he was so unnerving that out of the 100 or so applicants who went before Leon, only 9 had passed. When it was Leon's turn, the examiner was about to do the same as he had with all the other applicants, but as soon as his eyes met Leon's, he caught himself. He shut his mouth and gave Leon a respectful nod, which Leon returned. The examiner could tell from Leon's aura that he was a strong third-tier mage, perhaps even stronger than he was. It wouldn't do to make enemies of one with such strength at such a young age. Leon walked up to the crystal and casually placed his hand upon it. It immediately flashed red, and seconds later to orange. The examiner watched in near awe as the orange gave way to yellow, which filled the entire crystal. Out of curiosity, how high can these crystals measure? Leon asked the examiner, clearly not caring much about the test. The FIF, they can reliably measure up to the 5th tier. 6th tier and up would likely make it explode, responded the examiner. Now, it wasn't just Leon's aura that shocked him, but his fairly dismissive attitude towards the test. The examiner was only used to dealing with first-tier commoners who would give the test their all, so Leon's casual attitude really threw him for a loop. "All right, you passed," the examiner said after a few more seconds. He would have said so sooner, but Leon had thrown him completely off his game. In fact, as Leon removed his hand, the examiner could have sworn he saw a tiny hint of white in the core of the crystal. He wrote 100 feet down on Leon's scorecard and passed it back to Leon as quick as he could, then pointed him towards the same building the 2 third-tier women had gone to. Leon frowned a little but began walking towards it anyway. Glancing over his shoulder, he noticed that the third-tier nobles had also finished and left while he hadn't been paying attention. Not that it really mattered to him, though. The administrators in the building entrance were packing up their things when Leon pushed the door open. Most of the first-tier administrators didn't do more than give Leon a casual glance, not even trying to examine his aura. The one who seemed to be in charge, a second-tier mage wearing a green military casual uniform, did a little more than glance at Leon. She noticed his third-tier strength and immediately walked over to greet him. "Hello, good sir, what brings you over here?" Leon looked around in confusion for a second or two before answering. "I was told to come here for the enrollment test," he said quietly. "Why you were?" The woman was so taken aback she stuttered a bit. All the third-tier nobles had already arrived, so she wasn't expecting another applicant to walk in, which was why all her people were busy packing up. "May I see your scorecard?" she asked politely. Leon obliged, handing her the card. When saw his name, her panic receded. For a moment, she had thought he was another noble, but she didn't recognize his name, so she relaxed. If he were noble, it would be very hard to explain why her people were getting ready to leave so early, but since he wasn't, this would be much easier to take care of. "I'm terribly sorry, we weren't expecting anyone else to come in. Just give us a few seconds, and we'll get this sorted out, okay?" Leon nodded, and she quickly handed the card to one of her subordinates. It took a few more minutes, but she came back to him with the card and directed him to go through the only other door in the room. "Thanks," he muttered, just loud enough for her to hear. She hoped it wasn't sarcastic, but it didn't seem to be so. Leon left the administrators to their business and walked towards the next set of doors. When he pushed them open, he found himself in a huge nearly empty room. It was big enough for at least 500 to exercise in, but it was filled with only 35 others. These 35 people were now staring at Leon, and most of them didn't bother hiding their hostility. Chapter 59. Combat Test. Charles was meditating as he waited for the combat test to start. In his building, only about 700 applicants had passed, out of more than 10,000. The building was plenty large enough for him to find a secluded place to ready himself, and he was helping himself to all the rest he could. He had passed the power test despite his fears, but he had even less confidence in the combat test. Leon had shown him a few moves, but he was still incredibly nervous. He ran through the dodging and throwing technique, and the basic sword stabs, slashes, and blocks that Leon had shown him back in the park. Charles could only practice with a stick, but Leon thought it should be good enough. Suddenly, a set of doors at one end of the enormous room burst open, and dozens of examiners poured in, led by a rather rough-looking knight with a sloppy green uniform and a face full of dark stubble. Each of them carried a pair of wooden practice swords. "Shut the fuck up," he shouted. Despite his unkempt appearance, he radiated the power of a fourth-tier mage, though the applicants couldn't identify it. Regardless, the light conversation that had filled the training chamber immediately ceased. "Good, now get into groups of 10. With everyone being silent, he lowered his voice a little, but it still carried throughout the entire chamber. The other examiners spread out, assigning people to groups if they didn't move fast enough. Charles wasn't one of those people. He waited a moment for the initial groups to form, then walked right to the nearest one that still needed someone and asked to join. Even for all his anxiety, he wasn't shy. When the examiners were finished grouping everyone up, there were 68 full groups, and 3 groups of 8, with an examiner for each. A few examiners were left over and joined the unkept knight back by the doors. He didn't need to say anything more, his job largely ended after the initial shouting. "All right, all of you keep quiet and we'll get this done quick as can be." The examiner for Charles's group was clearly not in the mood to waste time and began explaining the rules for the combat test immediately. The other examiners did likewise, and the training chamber quickly filled with the sounds of speaking again. "Now, I'll have each of you spar with me for a minute. After that, you'll get your score. Simple enough, right?" The examiner glanced at each of the applicants in turn, but no one said anything. The examiner rolled his eyes and said, "Well, I take your silence as a yes. Now, fork over your cards." Everyone complied, and the last man to present the examiner his card was grabbed. "You'll be first, take this." The examiner handed him one of his practice swords, and the applicant's face went pale, but he still took a position a few feet away from the examiner. The other 9 members of the group arranged themselves in a half-circle around them. The examiner waited a few seconds for him to make the first move, then lost patience and went on the offensive. Charles tried to pay attention, but he was so anxious that it was very difficult. His hands began to shake, and he began to sweat, despite the relatively cool temperature of the chamber. The man next to him was significantly calmer and noticed Charles's condition. "Hey, buddy, you okay?" Yeah, I'm good. Just a little nervous is all," Charles responded, trying and failing to keep his voice from shaking as badly as his hands were. The other man slapped his hand down on Charles's shoulder, startling him, but Charles stopped shaking for a moment. "It's fine, don't worry about this so much. You made it past the first test, so chances are you'll make it past this one as well." "Why, you sure sound confident." "Of course, I am. A friend of mine took this test a couple years ago. He told me that it's the power test most people fail at, followed by the written test. The combat test is more of a formality, as the main point of the academy is to teach you how to fight. It would kind of defeat the purpose if they only took those who could fight to begin with, right?" Charles had to admit he was right, and he managed to relax a little. The other man noticed him loosen up and smiled. "Hey, I'm Henry by the way. This here's my friend Alon." First Henry pointed to himself, then to the tall and heavily built man beside him, who gave Charles a friendly nod. "I'm Charles." While they were talking, the examiner finished sparring with the first applicant. He was clearly not impressed. "That was damned pathetic. There's more to fighting than just standing still and blocking. You're lucky we aren't that stringent with first-tier mages." The examiner scribbled down a 20 feet on this applicant's card and almost threw it back to him. He then glanced at Charles. "You, nervous boy, if you can talk, then you can fight. Get over here." The first applicant handed the training sword to Charles with a look of relief, which Charles accepted with a look of dread. His chat with Henry had relaxed him a little, but he certainly wasn't calm. He walked forward and assumed the basic stance Leon had taught him. His right foot was slightly ahead of his left, and he held the wooden sword at the ready. The examiner smiled slightly, then said, "All right, let's do this." As soon as he said this, Charles took a step forward and stabbed at him. Leon hadn't just taught him a few basic moves, he had also given him some valuable advice, such as the value of getting in the first strike. Given Charles's obvious nervousness, the examiner wasn't prepared for him to take the offensive and hurriedly raised his own sword to block. Charles wasn't deterred, though. He had never once gotten in a hit against Leon when they sparred, so he was used to this. The examiner had deflected his sword upwards, so Charles followed up with an overhead slash, bringing his sword down hard against the examiner. The examiner's smile grew a little bit bigger, even as he blocked again. Charles followed up with another stab. Leon hadn't taught him too much, as he figured they didn't have the time for Charles to really internalize it, but he did always push Charles to keep up the pressure when on the attack. He never outright told him to, but he pushed Charles to be as aggressive as he could. This was partly due to the fighting style Artorias had taught him. It took advantage of the strengths of lightning magic, speed and power, and to compensate for its lack of defense. Charles didn't let up, never once waiting for the examiner to attack. The examiner was so impressed at Charles's aggressiveness, especially when compared to the first applicant, that he didn't even bother taking the initiative to attack. Of course, being a third-tier mage himself, he didn't have any trouble blocking or dodging Charles, but he wanted to see if the young man would keep it up. Charles aimed a slash at the examiner's arm, which he handily blocked. Charles stepped back for a moment, during which the examiner thought that he might be taking the defense, but then he lunged forward, stabbing towards the examiner's chest. The examiner dodged with a well-practiced sidestep, but Charles then slashed towards his stomach, constantly staying in range and keeping the pressure on. Why was this guy so nervous if he could fight like this? Henry wondered out loud. His moves seem a little awkward and basic. I'd guess he hasn't had much practice, observed Alon. After a minute passed, the examiner said, "All right, that's enough." Charles sighed in relief, but since he didn't get in even a single good hit against the examiner, he wasn't sure how well he did. The examiner quickly wrote down his score and handed Charles his card back, and even gave the young man a stoic nod of congratulations. Charles nodded back on instinct, then looked at his card. 70 feet. His eyes widened and his heart beat with excitement. Even though the fight was finished, he felt another adrenaline rush from the sheer joy he felt. He walked back to stand next to Henry with a huge smile on his face. Henry clapped him on the shoulder and gave him a congratulatory smile and nod, which Charles returned. "You, next." The examiner shouted at Henry. Charles handed over the training sword, and Henry took up a position opposite the examiner. Charles spent the next few minutes reveling in having passed the test, very much enjoying the rush he got from the fight. The nobles in the third-tier training chamber stared at Leon as he closed the door behind him. The attention made him a little nervous, but he kept his expression neutral. He walked over to an empty space by a wall and sat down to meditate until the combat test started. The nobles were a little dumbfounded and looked at each other in confusion. The woman in blue and woman in yellow were the only exceptions, as they were the only ones among them who had seen Leon during the power test and identified him as a third-tier mage. They knew he would arrive sooner or later. Of course, they didn't bother telling anyone this, and of the rather blatantly hostile looks, the golden-haired noble was clearly the most hostile. Everyone present was at least of the third tier and thus could see that Leon was of the third tier as well, so none of them questioned him. Everyone except for the golden-haired noble. He walked over to Leon, and after failing to even try to conceal the derisive and mocking looks at Leon's simple gray clothing and plain-looking sword, he asked as politely as he could, "Pardon me, but I don't think we've met." Leon barely even glanced up at him, then shook his head no, a response that seemed to infuriate the golden-haired noble. He attempted to keep his calm, as he could feel the women in blue and yellow briefly look his way, but his eye began twitching under the obvious strain of keeping a smile on his face. Who does this little shit think he is, not saying anything when someone as noble as myself is addressing him, he thought. What he said out loud was quite different. In that case, allow me to introduce myself. I am Gaius Caecilius Tullius, son of Domitius Aquilius Tullius, the Duke of Xianxia. He looked especially pleased with himself and even puffed out his chest a little so he could look down on the still-sitting Leon better. Leon thought for a moment. If he remembered Artoria's history lessons correctly, Xianxia was a region in the south that lay on one of the rivers between Calabria and the Gulf of Discord. The trade that came through along the river had made Xianxia relatively rich, despite its general lack of other resources. By the time the first Bull King had united this land, the King of Xianxia had lost almost all of his land and power to his rivals and had only been given the title of Duke. Because he surrendered to the Bull King without a fight, that same family had kept their lands and titles in the following 5,000 years, a feat which few others had managed to accomplish. Gaius certainly thought quite a bit of himself, given his attitude, but Leon wasn't impressed. "Leon," he said quietly. "What was that?" Gaius had expected Leon's eyes to widen in fear and shame at having disrespected such a high noble, not the casual indifference the young mage now showed. "My name, Leon, just, Leon. Nothing else, Leon Ursus." That really got everyone's attention. With a few exceptions, they had all been subtly paying attention to the conversation despite appearing to be talking amongst themselves. They were curious, if dismissive, about the new arrival, and had assumed him to be just a simple commoner who had reached the third tier through luck, not a tribesman from the north. Gaius was perhaps the most stunned of them all, but he quickly found his tongue. "You're a fucking barbarian. What do you think you're doing here? This place isn't for you, get lost." Leon glared at Gaius and slowly rose to his feet, but fought the temptation to release his killing intent and draw his sword. "Explain, then," who this place is for. And if I'm not welcome, why then was I directed here in the first place? This chamber is the domain of nobility, it's reserved for those of proper breeding. Anyone who would send you here is clearly just jumped up common trash who doesn't know better. None of the other nobles who were paying attention looked like they disagreed, though that didn't include the woman in blue, who was immersed in a conversation with an equally inattentive woman in yellow. Leon straightened up before responding. He was almost half a head taller than Gaius, and he made sure he was looking down at the noble. You sure do have a strong opinion about this, but unfortunately, we must take the world as it is, not as we'd like it to be. There are no rules prohibiting my presence, and I will not leave just because you demand it. Gaius began channeling his magic, and the other nobles smiled in pity at Leon, clearly thinking he was about to be beaten and thrown out. After all, in their minds, no commoner would be able to measure up against a properly trained noble, even if they were in the same tier. Gaius' aura began churning as his mana soaked his body in magic power. The two women stopped chatting and looked over, as did the other few nobles who had been meditating off to the side rather than paying attention. Well, since you refuse to leave like a good little peasant, I guess I'll have to make you. Leon's lips began to turn upwards in a slight smile of anticipation, and he subtly slid one of his feet forward, lowering his center of gravity and preparing himself to fight. Someone as noble as yourself ought to know better than to bark like a rabid dog. Chapter 60, Combat Test 2. Leon and Gaius stared each other down. All the other nobles in the room watched, some in fascination, others in sadistic glee. Everyone expected Leon was about to get his ass handed to him by Gaius. Everyone, that is, save for a thin and unassuming man who had been meditating until just now. He had dark brown hair and sharp blue eyes. He maintained a stoic expression, and in contrast to most other nobles who liked to be the center of attention, he preferred to stay quiet and watch. Anyone who underestimated him would quickly find themselves being taught a brutal and painful lesson, though. This was Marcus Remus Aeneas, the eldest son of House Aeneas, more popularly known as the House of Strategists. This was the family who literally wrote the book on standard battle tactics for the Bull Kingdom, and more than half of all legates of the Knight Academy were taken from their house. The march they ruled over in the east was the only region that hadn't been ravaged by raids by the giants living in the border mountains in the past 50 years. They were so influential that despite Marquis being a lower noble rank than Duke, Marcus was one of the two men Gaius had gone out of his way to greet before the power test. Seeing the conflict between Leon and Gaius, Marcus narrowed his eyes and watched. He saw Leon's subtle movements to take a significantly more aggressive stance, whereas Gaius still stood relatively normally, despite curling his hands into fists and glaring. If they did start fighting, Leon would almost certainly get in the first hit. Given how solid and stable his aura felt to Marcus, then he would be willing to bet that even if the fight lasted a few more blows, it would have already been decided with the first hit. Of course, he didn't warn Gaius to back down or even share his insight with anyone else. He actually wanted to see a fight between the two, to see if his hypothesis was correct. He watched the two with a slight smile on his face. However, just as Leon prepared himself to lunge forward at Gaius, the doors burst open and half a dozen knights and examiners poured in, including the man who had announced the start of the power test. Now that they were so close, Leon could see all the detail in his dark green uniform, including the 3 gold stripes on his shoulders, the gold braid under one arm, and the insignia of the Knight Academy upon his chest. At his rank, he could command an entire legion of 20,000 soldiers. If he was here, then he had to be the legate of the Knight Academy, the man in command of the entire institution and a 6th-tier mage at the very least. Is there a problem here? He growled. Gaius immediately straightened himself up, then bowed slightly to the legate. No, sir. Leon dropped his stance, and the legate paid them no more mind, walking towards the center of the chamber. The other nobles followed, and Gaius glared at Leon once more before following suit. What a dickhead. You were watching that, demon. I've done all I can to recover my power until you get that potion made. Not much else to do other than watch, right? I'll get on that soon. Glad to hear it, but you focus on higher priorities, such as flattening that dickhead noble into a thin paste. Why are you so pissed at him? He insulted you, my partner, and thus he has insulted me by proxy. I am an exalted lord of flame, he should feel lucky to lick the ground I lay my eyes upon, but instead he tried to force my partner to leave. Were I not so weak right now, I'd burn him to ash. Leon was about to continue, but one of the examiners stepped forward, interrupting him. "Everyone gather round and be quiet, and we'll get this show on the road." There was hardly a need to say this, as everyone had already gathered and stopped talking, but he felt the need to say it anyway since the legate was watching. "Now, what's going to happen for the combat test is we're going to have us a few duels between the lot of you. There's no limit to how many times you have to fight, but everyone must fight at least once. Everybody understand?" Everyone understood. Being third-tier mages, there's practically no chance for the Knight Academy to let them fail, so this little exhibition was mostly just for show, to let the nobles strut around for each other. Of course, that wasn't to say that there weren't a few who would take this seriously. Leon already noticed Gaius look at him with a malicious smile, and a few other nobles looked positively eager to get up there and fight. "Do we have any volunteers to start us off?" asked the examiner. One man was so eager to volunteer he almost jumped forward. He was almost 7 feet tall, with curly light brown hair, and so heavily muscled as to put marble statues to shame. He wore a sleeveless green shirt, long dark green pants, and had strapped a truly immense double-bladed battle axe to his back. "I'll go first," he said with a confident smile. The examiner chuckled at the man's eagerness, then said, "Well, this is a good time to mention that personal weapons are not allowed during this test." The man nodded and took off his axe, placing it on the ground a few steps behind him. "Good. Do we have any other volunteers?" asked the examiner. "To shit with volunteers. Marcus, get up here," shouted the enormous noble. Marcus smiled jovially, not bothered at all at being called out. "Alcander, my friend, you shouldn't be so rude. Ha ha, save the politeness for strangers. Just get over here and fight me," responded the big guy with an enormous smile and booming laugh. Marcus complied, stopping only to nod at the legate, who everyone noticed looked remarkably similar to Marcus. Those who didn't know their relation didn't have to wonder as the legate said, "Conduct yourself well, nephew." When he walked over to only half a dozen steps away from Alcander, Marcus asked, "How will we be fighting?" "Surely not with just our hands." "Of course not. We have been given permission to allow you to use our new practice weapons." To the shock of most of the nobles present, the examiner revealed himself to be at least of the 5th tier by retrieving a pair of swords from his soul realm, seemingly waving his hand and pulling them from thin air. In contrast to most practice swords, these were not made of wood, but rather of an odd white metal with simple leather grips. They also seemed to be as heavy as regular steel weapons, given the way Marcus and Alcander held them. The only thing that indicated that they weren't made for battle was the lack of an edge on the blade. They were far too dull to cut anything harder than butter. "These are our practice weapons?" Marcus asked with skepticism. Blunted metal weapons were hardly new, after all. "Indeed they are. They contain enchantments that, when activated by channeling your magic into the blade, will coat the sword with a blade of light. This will allow you to use the sword as if it were real, without permanently harming your opponent." The two immediately tried this, and the edges of the blades began glowing with a bright white light. Hit someone with these, and they won't cut or break bones, but they'll hurt like they had, and possibly paralyze a limb for a few hours. Oh, by the way, they have undergone enough testing to be judged as safe, but no strikes to the head or neck, got it? The two young men nodded, as did everyone else when the examiner swept his eyes around the room. "Are there any other practice weapons like this?" asked Alcander, with a look of great anticipation. "Of course," replied the examiner, and with a dramatic flourish, a host of other weapons appeared, all with the same blunt edges and strange pale white blades. Alcander gleefully ran over and grabbed a huge axe that strongly resembled his own, but Marcus seemed content with the standard one-handed sword given to him by the examiner. With their weapons selected, the two took up positions opposite each other and began channeling their magic. When their weapons lit up with white light, they glanced at the examiner, who nodded back at them. Their duel had begun. Alcander moved first, his third-tier speed and strength made evident as he crossed the distance between the two in a blink of an eye and striking at Marcus with a horizontal slash aimed at his shoulder. Marcus dodged with apparent ease, allowing Alcander's strike to taste nothing but air. Alcander used his momentum to quickly spin into another attack, which Marcus dodged perfectly again. They repeated this pattern a dozen more times, with neither looking even slightly winded. Things changed when Marcus, having watched Alcander's extremely wide attacks this whole time, suddenly lunged forward, directly into range of Alcander's swing. He brought his sword up, deflecting the axe mere inches away from his face and throwing the much larger man off balance, then following up with a slash into Alkandar's exposed ribs. The blade slammed into Alkandar but didn't even leave a mark on his clothes. There was no blood or sound of bones breaking, either. Alkandar still dropped to a knee with a grunt of obvious pain, however. Marcus took a few steps back and assumed a defensive posture, but he still looked at Alkandar with some concern. They were friends, and the big guy was doubled over in pain, not to mention they had never used these training weapons before, so of course he was a little worried. His worries were assuaged when Alkandar rose to his feet with a grimace, then smiled at him. "Nicely played," he said. "You okay? Do you want to keep going or call it here?" asked the examiner. There was little practical reason to continue, given that they weren't fighting for points like the other applicants, but Alkandar still smiled and nodded. In the end, Marcus got in 2 more hits against him before he conceded the duel. The 2 men placed their weapons with the others and walked back to the group. "All right, a great start. Who's next?" The examiners waited for another volunteer. Gaius was about to go up, glaring at Leon as he did, but the woman in yellow beat him to it. She happily stepped forward, almost skipping to the weapons. The woman in blue closely followed. Seeing them, Gaius almost completely forgot about Leon and stepped back. His behavior wasn't unusual, as everyone else was perfectly willing to watch these 2 beautiful women go ahead of them. "Hey, who do you think is going to win?" Alkandar asked Marcus quietly. Leon was just close enough to hear them, but everyone else was so distracted they didn't notice. Marcus was silent for a moment while they selected their weapons. The woman in blue chose a long polearm with a curved blade at the end, while the woman in yellow chose a thick curved sword. "I'd bet on Lady Valeria. Her glaive will give her far better reach, and from what I've heard, she's damn good with it." "You sure? Lady Xianxia is an artist with a saber. I think she'll definitely hold her own." "I suppose we'll see, won't we? Care to put any money on it?" Alkandar didn't end up betting, which was a good thing, as the fight went about as Marcus expected. Xianxia was indeed very good with her saber. She was fast, and her slashes were strong and accurate, but it wasn't quite enough. Valeria kept her distance with expert footwork, and she took full advantage of the extra reach her glaive gave her. In the end, despite a very commendable showing, Xianxia conceded defeat. The 2 women returned to the group, with Xianxia complimenting Valeria's skill and fighting style. Valeria still projected a stoic and disinterested attitude, but she responded to her friend quite readily. The 2 were so captivating talking about something they enjoyed, especially with how animated Xianxia was, almost jumping around from the residual adrenaline, that no one stepped forward to be in the next fight. Even Leon couldn't help but momentarily lose himself. Gaius was the first to recover and step forward. His movement gradually brought everyone else back to reality, and they turned their eyes away from Xianxia and Valeria. Gaius walked over to the training weapons and grabbed a sword. He gave it a few practice swings, smiled, and pointed it at Leon. "Get up here, barbarian, and let me show why your kind should stay where it belongs." Before Leon had a chance to even respond, Zafin summarized what they were both thinking in 3 words: "This fucking dickhead. He is indeed an irritating piece of shit, but perhaps he has the strength to back it up. He is a young 3rd-tier mage, after all. If you don't break him over your knee like a flimsy board, you and I are going to have some serious problems," said Zafin in a threatening tone. "Yeah, because I was planning to lose to begin with," Leon replied with great sarcasm. "I don't want you to just avoid losing, I want you to kick his fucking teeth in and make him choke on his own blood." Zafin was getting heated now, and Leon could feel a frightening killing intent rising from his chest, a killing intent that wasn't his own. It had become clear to Leon that Zafin was rapidly regaining his sense of pride after being freed from that prison. Leon didn't mind this, as the contract they had forged had brought with it a peculiar sense of familiarity, allowing Leon to be far more relaxed talking to Zafin than he could be with anyone else. Leon walked forward with an odd half-smile. He fully expected this to be the most challenging fight he'd ever had and was obviously anticipating every moment. He carefully removed the sword from around his waist, and gently laid it on the ground, then went to pick up a training sword of his own. As he did this, the legate's eyes found themselves attracted to the sword Leon had put down. There was something familiar about it, but it took a moment for him to realize what it was. 80 years ago, when he was but a young 4th-tier centurion, he had been a part of King Julius's campaign against the Talfar kingdom in the east, conducted in revenge of their unprovoked invasion of the Bull Kingdom. During that time, he had laid eyes on the Archduke of the Great Plateau, Kairos Rame, who had been given command of the army by the king. If the legate recalled correctly, the Archduke had wielded this very same sword, or at least one that was very much like it. For a moment, his heart almost stopped. He felt a few drops of sweat appear on his forehead, and his eyes turned back towards Leon. Now that he was looking properly at him, Leon looked strikingly similar to the old Archduke. For a moment the legate's mind froze up, at a loss for how to proceed. By the time Leon chose his weapon, a sword that was nearly identical to his own, and took up a position opposite Gaius, the legate decided to wait and see. He didn't actually have any proof, only suspicions and some evidence based on momentarily getting a glimpse of Archduke Kairos one time 80 years ago, so he felt the best option was to keep quiet. Gaius smiled derisively at Leon and assumed a half-hearted stance, barely even raising his own sword. It was plain for everyone to see that he wasn't going to take this fight seriously. Leon, in contrast, assumed a much stronger stance, with one foot far ahead of the other, and his sword held up near his ear, ready to lunge forward in a stabbing attack at a moment's notice. Just like last time, Alcander turned to Marcus to ask his prediction of what would happen, but Marcus simply held up his hand, telling Alcander not to speak right now. He wanted to watch this fight with no other distractions. The examiner looked at Leon and Gaius, and after waiting for a moment to let them finish getting ready, he shouted, "Begin." For a split second, Gaius made eye contact with Leon. At that moment, he was gripped with fear, as if Leon's bright golden eyes were those of death itself. He tried to correct his stance, but Leon had already begun to move, lunging forward with all the speed his magically enhanced muscles could muster. What was remarkable to those watching wasn't his speed, though his speed was quite prodigious, but rather the oceans of killing intent that erupted from him. It took everyone by surprise, and even the legate felt his hair stand on end. Under this killing intent, Gaius wasn't even able to twitch. Had he assumed a proper stance and channeled his magic into his body before the duel began, he might have had a chance, but now it was too late. Artorias had taught Leon to never hold back, and Leon had no intention of holding back here. He drove the tip of sword straight into Gaius' solar plexus, and the noble dropped like a rock, doubled over in pain. Leon waited a moment for Gaius to finish channeling his own power enough to move, then begin struggling to his feet. Leon was quietly impressed, as he had expected Gaius to incapacitate it for a few more seconds, given that Zafin's extreme killing intent had been released alongside his own. Gaius gripped the handle of his sword and started pushing himself up, but this was exactly what Leon had been waiting for. He took a quick step forward and drove the heel of his boot down hard on Gaius' sword hand, then slashing his sword against Gaius' exposed back. The noble shrieked and hit the ground again, but this time, his legs had gone numb. A few of those watching narrowed their eyes in disapproval, but they didn't speak up. It was only Gaius, after all. They might suck up to him under normal circumstances as he was the son of a duke, but he was only the third son, and he wasn't going to inherit his family's lands and holdings. Given his usual abrasive personality, no one felt the need to stop the fight on his account. No one except the examiner. "That's enough. You've won, now stop." Leon stepped back from Gaius and restrained his killing intent while returning the derisive smile Gaius had given him before the duel began. He returned the training sword to where he had taken it from, then retrieved his own sword, all in silence. That didn't stop Zafin from speaking, though. "I'd have preferred crippling one of his arms, or maybe disfigured that smug shit-eating face of his, but I suppose I can live with this much." Gaius struggled to rise but found himself unable. He could barely even push himself up with a single arm. It seems that the examiner wasn't lying when he said that the training swords could paralyze limbs for a few hours because his legs weren't moving. In fact, judging from the horrendous smell now wafting from his pants, he had lost control over everything south of the middle of his back, where Leon had hit him. He didn't seem to notice, though, as he was nearly blinded by rage. His face was beet red, his eyes were bloodshot, and he sputtered incoherently. "Why you? Grah, cough, all. You. Kill you. Kill you. Dishonorable trash, barbarian." That was the last he managed to get out before slipping back to the ground, unconscious from the pain and humiliation. Leon completely ignored him, returning to where he had been standing, but all eyes in the room followed him, including Xianxia and Valerius. He truly had no words right now, and he just wanted everyone to stop staring at him. After Gaius passed out, the chamber was completely silent. Chapter 61. End of enrollment. Everyone's eyes flit between Leon and the unconscious Gaius. Their looks were complex when they turned to Leon. Some were disapproving, stemming from attacking Gaius when he was on the ground. Others were slightly fearful, and understandably so, given the implication of Leon having such an overwhelming killing intent. Even some of the 5th tier knights present didn't have a killing aura that was so potent. Leon had obviously experienced battle before and had seen a fair amount of death to have a killing intent like that. A few of the nobles, like Marcus, Alcander, Asia, and Valeria, looked at him with curiosity more than anything. Leon didn't speak much and clearly wanted to be left alone, so they weren't particularly concerned about him. But, out of all the nobles who stared at him, none did so with the same mocking derision they had just a few minutes before. This was the value of strength. They might still believe themselves superior, but Leon had earned a modicum of respect today. The same could not be said for Gaius. When the nobles turned their eyes back to his unconscious form, their looks were filled with pity and disgust. The former was from how quickly and brutally he had been crushed, and the latter from the brown foul-smelling stain on the back of his pants. No one was more disgusted than the examiner overseeing the duels, who was checking Gaius for any permanent injuries. The damage Leon had done with the training weapon would wear off in a few hours, and he would then regain full functionality of his body. After he was sure Gaius was fine, the examiner gestured to a pair of his subordinates who were standing by the legate to come over. "Get him out of here. Leave him in the baths and get him a change of clothes. Bring him to the written test location after he wakes and cleans himself up." The two men nodded and carried Gaius out by his arms and legs. One of the legate's knights started walking towards Leon, intending to admonish him for injuring a noble, but he was stopped by the legate. He was certain Leon was a scion of House Rame, but given the circumstances it had fallen under, he wasn't about to get involved. It had been rumored that Archduke Kairos had ascended to the 8th tier just weeks before his assassination, and even if it wasn't true, he was still the single most powerful mage in the entire kingdom. Someone who could not only kill him but his sons and his entire retinue as well was not someone the legate wanted any involvement with. "He's not of House Rame. He's just an immigrant from the Northern Vales." The legate just repeated this several times and turned his attention back to the test. After the previous 3 duels, the remainder of the nobles fought quite unremarkably. No one paid any more attention than was polite, and the entire chamber had an air of tension in it. The duels started off magnificently with Marcus and Alcander, and only got better with Asia and Valeria, but Leon had quite ruined the mood with his brutality. When everyone was finished, the examiner led them outside and directly to a building just a few hundred feet away. Everyone was glad to be out of that training chamber and out in the warm afternoon sun, even if it was only for a moment. The building they were led to was just a boring administration building with little in the way of decoration, but it was the site for the written test. The examiner pushed open the door and led everyone inside. To no one's surprise, the building was just as boring and colorless on the inside as it was on the outside. They were brought to a room which was filled with 40 small cubicles. Within each was a table, an extremely comfortable chair, and a stack of papers. Each of the applicants were given a quill and ink and assigned a cubicle. The test wasn't long, but Leon was one of the last to finish. As he turned in both his scorecard and his test, the examiner told him the results would be posted in a week outside the main administration building of the academy, and that he would receive further instructions then. With all that done, Leon left. He had finished enrollment, and he was quite ready to leave this place. It had taken several hours, and he was starving. The thought of a late lunch at the burger place spurred him on, and he arrived in just a few minutes. From outside, he could hear the sounds of raucous laughter and a very animated discussion, which made him frown. Having been surrounded by so many people all day and especially drawing attention to himself during the combat test had left him quite mentally exhausted. He didn't want to deal with a loud environment. Were he not so hungry, and had he not arranged to meet Charles here, he would probably turn right around and return to the inn. He took a deep breath, preparing himself as much as he could, then walked inside. The place was extremely crowded, packed near wall to wall with celebrating applicants. The first and second tier groups had finished their tests over half an hour before the third tiers, and a good number of the commoners from those groups had made their way here afterward. Leon almost froze at the door, as seeing over 100 people in this small diner nearly made his heart stop. His eyes frantically scanned the room, finally seeing Charles sitting at a table with 2 others. Leon made his way over, squeezing through the crowd as best he could. Ah, Leon, you finally made it, Charles exclaimed when Leon finally arrived. He rose and clapped Leon on the shoulder. Leon glared at him, and Charles hastily retracted his hand. Feeling a little awkward, Charles turned towards the others at his table. One was a man of fairly average height, curly auburn hair, hazel eyes, and a handsome face. He had a slight build, but it was clear to Leon from his rough-looking knuckles that he was no stranger to fighting. The other man was quite tall, about an inch or two more so than Leon, and was very muscular. His biceps were almost as big as Leon's head, and not even the loose-fitting shirt he wore could hide his perfectly built chest and chiseled abs. His looks were otherwise unremarkable, with plain brown hair and eyes, but his youthful looks were contrasted with the stubble that covered his face. "This is my friend I was telling you guys about, Leon Ursus." The two men respectfully nodded to Leon but didn't go any further than that. Even a blind man would be able to tell that Leon wasn't comfortable in this crowded place, and he wasn't exactly subtle in expressing his displeasure at Charles clapping him on the shoulder. "Leon, this is Henry," Charles pointed to the shorter man, and Alon. He pointed to the taller man. Leon nodded to them but remained quiet. Charles, having spent over a month with Leon by now, wasn't surprised in the least at Leon's silence. "Good to meet you, Leon. Charles told us how you showed him a few moves to help him through the combat test," said Henry. "Yeah, you really helped me out. I don't think I would have passed if you hadn't." Charles was beaming, and Leon noticed he was almost shaking from excitement. "Congratulations," muttered Leon as he slid into the last empty seat at their table. "So how did your test go? I'm sure the third-tier tests were very different compared to ours, right?" asked Charles with a lot of enthusiasm. Leon thought back to the tests. The power test was rather uneventful, but when he thought about the combat test, he sighed, and propped his arms up on the table, resting his head in his hands. "They went fine. Made a fool of myself though." "Well, at least you passed, right?" asked Alon. Leon nodded in response. "Good, then that's all that really matters, isn't it?" Leon frowned, but he had to admit that Alon was right. "Good, then in a week, we'll all be classmates at the Night Academy," shouted Charles, and the entire diner of successful applicants erupted into loud cheers and celebration. Leon and Charles stayed there for almost another hour, but eventually decided it was time to leave. When they returned to the inn, Leon was exhausted from being around so many people all day and returned to his room. Charles, however, was still jittery from excitement and spent his time talking to Jean. Leon had recovered a little when dinner time rolled around and met up with Charles. "So, what should we do tomorrow?" asked Charles a little nervously. Leon had agreed to train him in order to pass the enrollment test, and now that the test was over, Charles wasn't sure if they would continue. Leon thought for a moment. There was something he wanted to do, but he was a little hesitant. Zaffin still needed those potion ingredients, so he wanted to go to the capital's Heaven's Eye Tower to try and find them, but now that he knew Elise was here too, he grew a little indecisive. "There's some business I should take care of tomorrow." "Oh," Charles was clearly disappointed, which Leon noticed. Charles hoped the training would continue, if only because it was something to do for the next week until they could move into the dorms of the Night Academy. He barely had the money to eat, let alone do anything else. "If you want, we could continue training over the next few days," Leon offered. Of course, Charles had already gained so much just from the past 2 weeks that he answered immediately. "Okay, I'm sure this Heaven's Eye thing tomorrow will take all day, so be sure to exercise and meditate." Charles nodded in acknowledgement. Dinner came and went, and Leon returned to his room to bury himself in his books. Charles meditated until Jean got off work, then spent the rest of the day with her. Leon woke up a little early the next morning. He made sure to fully prepare himself for going to the Heaven's Eye Tower, taking a long shower and dressing in some clean black clothing. He finished by meditating for half an hour. "Well, aren't you just the cutest little thing, getting all dolled up like that," Zaffin said mockingly. "Screw you, demon, hee, looking forward to meeting that Elise girl, aren't you? She clearly wants to ride you, why don't you just let her?" Leon had no words to respond, but his face immediately grew bright red. Elise Rame, has a nice ring, doesn't it? Hey, is there any way I could convince you to name your firstborn after me?" "Enough, demon, no, you're right, I shouldn't be so presumptuous. After all, there's no way a shy little cherry boy like you could ever get a girl like that." "Shut up." "Yeah, She probably wants a guy who is actually capable of talking to her without his face glowing brighter than me. But hey, you never know, maybe she's into charity and might give you a pity foo. I'm going there for your damned potion. Maybe I shouldn't bother, I can just as easily stay here and read instead. Alright, you need to lighten up, kid, I was only playing around a little. Besides, there's no guarantee she'll even be there, right? Leon sighed. Zaffin was right about that last bit, at least, Elise might not actually be at the tower. What was that sigh? Relief or disappointment at the idea? Leon grit his teeth in annoyance, but he had no answer for Zaffin. His heart was beating fast and his hands were shaking slightly, but it could just as easily be from anticipation than dread. Regardless, he soon left his room and went to get some breakfast. Chapter 62. Chance encounter. Leon left the inn after greatly enjoying a light breakfast. He absolutely couldn't get enough of the food in the south. Even the plain eggs, bacon, and bread in a place as cheap as that inn were far superior to most anything he'd ever eaten back north. He left at the same time as Charles, who intended to run down to the park they'd been training at recently. He didn't really know what he was going to do there, but at least going for a run down the forest paths would kill a few hours. Charles took off to the south, while Leon started leisurely walking to the west. The inn they were staying at was in the eastern districts, at the foot of the hills that lead to the eastern territories. The Heaven's Eye Tower within the capital was on the edge between the southern districts and the central districts. On the way to the tower, Leon found himself caught between wanting to explore the city and wanting to get his business taken care of, so he could go back to the inn. In the end, he decided to wander around a little, but to always walk in the general direction of the tower while doing so. Most of the buildings around were wood and timber, with little to distinguish them apart from the others. As he went farther west, though, they started getting nicer. Glass appeared in the windows, the streets turned into boulevards, with bright red roses and tall oak trees filling the median. The buildings shifted from wood to stone as he walked, and many of the storefronts were painted. Most were painted white, to emulate the expensive white stone the nobility favored, but some were painted in bright eye-catching colors. Leon knew he had really left the poorer districts behind when he started seeing fountains and marble statues even in the small forums and squares just off the street. In contrast to many of the statues and art pieces in the north, these weren't painted. After a few seconds of admiring one particularly intricate statue of an old bull king standing atop a platform that was covered in masterfully carved reliefs of his deeds, Leon decided that he liked this cleaner unpainted aesthetic better. After an hour of walking around, Leon felt that he had seen enough and that it was time to head for the tower. But there was one more place he wanted to see before that. One of the 5 great monuments of the city was less than 1,000 feet to the south of the tower, a giant 4-sided column 5 stories tall, carved with thousands of tiny runes on 2 sides and depictions of the sacred bull's rise on the other 2 sides. Leon spent a few minutes admiring the workmanship of the obelisk, then made for the tower. The Heaven's Eye Tower in the capital was nearly identical to the tower in Tira, except there were many more people in the lounge. Including the beautiful attendants, there were several hundred people on the ground floor of the tower. Every patron was extraordinarily wealthy or noble, and would probably dominate any other room they might have found themselves in. No one gave them a second look here, though. There were many reasons why they wouldn't stand out, but the biggest was because everyone was focused on the 3 blindingly beautiful women sitting in a booth in the corner, who were quite happily ignoring the attention they were receiving. One was dressed in a red and yellow dress and had a cute and happy attitude. The second was dressed in a blue skirt and white jacket and looked cold as ice. The last was dressed in an elaborate black sleeveless dress that reached her ankles and had a slit up to her thigh, complemented with a pair of long black gloves that extended past her elbows. She had a seductive yet authoritative air about her. These 3 were Asia, Valeria, and Elise, but every time I tried to get within range, you would skip around me. It was so frustrating, I could barely even touch you. Elise had been curious about how her friends had fared during the enrollment test, and Asia had been quite eager to sat her curiosity. The power and written tests were boring and could be ignored, but Asia narrated the combat test with enthusiasm, energetically gesturing and almost acting out the first duels right there in the booth. Well, perhaps you should train a little more, prepare yourself to face anyone with any weapon, said Valeria. With a cold and expressionless face. Hey, I train plenty, and you didn't just win because of the weapon, you have that weird stepping technique. I can't train to accommodate for that. Asia pouted adorably. For a moment, A tiny smile appeared on Valeria's lips when her movement technique was brought up, but it was gone so fast that only her two friends saw it. Well, then we should just train together. Yeah, let's do that. What about you, Elise? You need to train too, right? Oh, I don't rely on violence so much here. Besides, ascension through the tiers of magic doesn't necessarily need warriors training, right? But you should come too. Come on, it would be so fun. Xianxia almost reached out and grabbed Elise's arm, but restrained herself. Oh, I'll consider it. By the way, didn't you say that there were 3 interesting fights? You've only told me about the first 2, what about the third? Elise had seen Leon at the training field and was certain that his duel would have been attention-grabbing, but she wasn't expecting Xianxia to quiet down and look a little thoughtful for a moment. The third duel was something else indeed. A Veilman was there, and Gaius Tullius challenged him. Everyone thought the Veilman would lose, but he beat Gaius so badly he passed out from embarrassment. That isn't all he did, muttered Valeria with some disgust when she remembered the arrogant noble soiling himself. Well, I've never met the young Lord Tullius, but I've heard that he has some talent with the blade. How was he beaten so quickly? Asked Elise. The Veilman used killing intent. Gaius froze on the spot and was pummeled in an instant. You sound impressed. I wouldn't think a little killing intent would be such a big deal. But it wasn't just a little killing intent. I've never felt anything like that before. Xianxia's right, his killing intent was shockingly strong, said Valeria. What was this Veilman's name? Asked Elise. She felt it was obvious who this Veilman was, but she wanted to be sure. I think it was. Xianxia suddenly cut herself off. Her eyes widened in disbelief and she stared at the young man who just walked in through the tower's front door. That's him, the guy who just walked in. She wasn't so rude as to point, but she did indicate where she was looking with an emphatic nod. Valeria looked over at Leon, but her icy expression didn't even flicker. Elise, however, allowed a devilish smile to appear on her face. Leon, she whispered, just loud enough for Xianxia and Valeria to hear. Xianxia turned her eyes towards her friend with a look of shock. Do you know him? She asked. Elise nodded at Xianxia, barely having time to speak as she rose from the booth. The dress she wore was much fancier than the dress she had back in Tira, but it had many of the same enchantments. Elise released some of her magic into it, and the dress tightened around her chest, waist, and hips, emphasizing her bountiful assets. She walked towards Leon with an ethereal grace, ignoring the stares of all the other men and women in the lounge. She didn't ignore the beautiful attendant approaching Leon, though. The attendant glanced over in her direction after noticing the slight ruckus from star-struck patrons in Elise's wake and made eye contact. Elise glared at her and her smile disappeared, then looked back at Leon. The attendant froze, then timidly retreated. Leon didn't notice any of this. The air was filled with the single most delicious scent he had ever experienced, and his eyes were glued to the restaurant adjacent to the lounge where it was wafting from. He was tempted to walk over and see what it was, but before he could, someone grabbed his arm and pressed their body into his. Leon was momentarily startled and almost drew his sword until he turned and saw the familiar bright green eyes and impish smile of Elise just a few inches away from his face. What a coincidence, seeing you here, young lord. Leon took a step back and pulled his arm away from her. Elise didn't want to let him go quite yet, but still let him slip away while putting on a fake pouting face, before returning to her seductive smile. This smile immediately charmed the dozens of male nobles watching, and they glared at Leon with an undercurrent of killing intent, but both Leon and Elise ignored them. Wasn't expecting to see you here, said Leon. Ha, Zafin was watching, as he had little else to do until Leon got those potion ingredients and couldn't help but loudly laugh at Leon's obvious lie. Of course, Leon knew she'd be here. He wouldn't have put so much effort into preparing himself this morning had he not been expecting her. The past month and a half had helped him get a little more used to being out among people, so combined with his mental preparations, he was able to get out a few words this time. I was only in Tira to get away from the capital. Ajax is my uncle, and his tower seemed as good a place as any to get away for a while. Elise flashed him a radiant smile, then moved a little closer. So, what brings you here? Looking for something in particular? Leon's heart raced. He had to admit that her beauty combined with her bold and charming personality was a potent weapon, but he kept himself as calm as he could. His cheeks reddened in her presence, but not so much as last time. Yes, I need to find some, ingredients. He stumbled on his words a little, which Elise thought was kind of cute, and only encouraged her to be a little more flirtatious. "Oh, that's disappointing, I thought you were here to see me." They had locked eyes back at the enrollment test, so she was well aware he knew she was in the city, but she pretended to be upset Leon wasn't here to see her. She even shrunk back a little and gave him a slightly forlorn look, which only enraged the nobles who had their eyes stuck on her. One of them, some minor noble from the south, immediately took this opportunity to try and get into her good graces. "Is this dunce bothering you, my lady?" Elise barely spared him a single look. He was classically handsome, with fine blonde hair and the very fit body of a late second-tier mage that he was happily showing off with a very tight sleeveless shirt. He stepped up right next to Elise and tried to send a chilling look at Leon, calling upon his killing intent in the process. This had zero effect on Leon. His meager amount of killing intent was barely a fraction of what Artorias had instilled into Leon. But this was lost on the noble, as he clearly hadn't examined Leon's aura before coming over, otherwise he wouldn't have antagonized a third-tier mage. Elise was even more unimpressed than Leon. She despised these white knight types that tried to ingratiate themselves with her by jumping into something that wasn't their business. All she could think was, "The only dunce here is you, barging into our conversation completely uninvited." But what she said out loud was decidedly more diplomatic. "Oh, there's no problem here, good sir, my friend and I are just having a private conversation." She smiled so sweetly that the noble couldn't even form the words to respond, and he hardly realized she was telling him he was intruding. "Now, if you'll excuse us." She reached over and took Leon's arm, leading him towards one of the magic lifts, leaving the noble standing slack-jawed in the middle of the lounge. On the way to the lifts, Elise gave a rather sinister smile to one of the fifth-tier guards standing inconspicuously in the corner. The guard had been watching ever since that noble interrupted her flirting, and he knew exactly what she meant with that smile. Get rid of that one. Elise had long ago lost her patience for guys like that. "So what ingredients are you looking for?" she asked Leon on the way to the second floor. This was where all the merchants affiliated with Heaven's Eye gathered and was the best place in the entire city to find rare and valuable materials. A core from a fifth-tier fire beast, a feather from a fourth-tier bird possessing wind magic, and a century-old kagu flower. Elise looking thoughtful for a moment. "I'm not sure about the kagu flower. Those are rare and only grow in places with a high density of fire magic, but the other two shouldn't be too hard to find." When the lift doors opened, Elise happily led Leon to the most reliable merchants, but they couldn't find any of the ingredients Zaffin needed. They asked around for almost an hour, but all to no avail. In the end, Leon placed an order with a merchant Elise recommended. "Heaven's Eye will send a messenger to you when we find what you're looking for. All you need to do now is wait." Elise closed the distance between herself and Leon and lowered her voice to a sultry whisper. "For now, how about we go downstairs and talk a little? I'd like to get to know you better, or if you like, we could continue to look around some more. Surely you need another weapon or some armor, too." "Armor? How did I forget that?" Leon thought with a little panic. He glanced around at the merchants around him and saw a few pieces of armor, though none that could be said to be particularly well made. They were also fairly expensive, going for thousands or tens of thousands of silver coins. Leon shivered a little when he thought of the potential cost of getting armor custom made if these were the prices for generic armor. For now, he decided to simply wait and see what kind of armor he should be given during his training. Buying armor now would probably only be a waste of money. "I should probably get going. I wanted to train a little today." This legitimately disappointed Elise more than she expected, but she didn't pressure him to stay. "Of course, you've joined the Knight Academy, you need to be prepared. Well, don't be a stranger, okay?" she said quietly, her smile fading a little as she took a step back. Leon gave her a small smile and gently nodded. They returned to the lounge on the ground floor and began walking towards the door. The noble who had interrupted them was long gone, but another noble that Leon recognized walked in just as they had taken a few steps away from the lift. His eyes widened in surprise and glee when he saw Elise. "Lady Elise, what a pleasure it is to see you back in the capital." His deep voice traveled throughout the entire room, and those who had been checking out Elise quickly averted their gaze. He hurried forward to greet her, but his eyes narrowed in anger when he saw how intimately she was holding Leon's arm. "Oh, Tiberius, how wonderful to see you," Elise said in a flat tone. She certainly didn't look thrilled at his arrival, but he paid it no mind. Leon gave Tiberius, a quick look. He was tall, with black hair and equally black eyes. He was lean, but he gave off the same kind of air as a caged wolf, restrained, but wild and unpredictable. This was one of the two nobles Gaius had gone out of his way to greet before the enrollment started, the other being Marcus. Thus, Leon figured Tiberius should be related to a fairly high noble, but he couldn't be sure. He certainly didn't leave that great an impression on him during the combat test, though Leon did note that his opponent had been remarkably lackluster. "You should have informed me you were back in the city, I would have organized a great feast in celebration." Tiberius tried to ignore Leon, but Elise unconsciously tightened her hold on his arm. She still wore the same smile she had normally, but her eyes slightly narrowed in anger and annoyance. "I returned not too long ago and wanted to spend some time alone with my mother. Now if you'll excuse us." She pulled Leon away, but Tiberius made to follow them. "Don't you have business here? Please don't let us keep you from it." Elise tried to gently get rid of him, and he frowned in response. "My lady, I simply wish to speak with you, surely you won't deny me this." He reached out and grabbed Elise's arm, and he began to emit a little killing intent while his face took on a sinister look. Leon's dominant hand went to the hilt of his sword and prepared himself for the fight that Tiberius seemed keen on starting, while Elise shook him off her and returned his furious look. Fortunately, one of the tower's guards felt the killing intent as well and walked over. "What's going on here?" he asked, glaring at Tiberius. "I'm just talking with my friends, nothing wrong with that, is there?" The guard glanced at Elise, silently asking her what to do. Under normal circumstances, he would have already removed Tiberius for his unrestrained behavior, but with the only daughter of the Tower Lord present, he would defer to her. "Tiberius, if you have business with Heaven's Eye, then go about it. If not, then leave." Elise took Leon's arm again and steered him towards the door. Tiberius sent a deathly look Leon's way, but when his eyes met Leon's, he froze for a moment. Leon hit him with a blast of killing intent that dwarfed what he had used to try and intimidate the other man. He felt he now understood why Gaius had been so helpless before Leon. That killing intent was immensely strong. When Elise left, the guard did as well, though he kept a close eye on Tiberius, who turned around and made for the lifts. No attendant came to help him, but he didn't care. The only thing that filled his mind was the sight of Elise on Leon's arm. "I'm going to skin that little animal alive," he thought, looking over his shoulder and staring at Leon's back in barely concealed hatred. Chapter 63. Results of the test. Elise and Leon parted ways at the door of the tower. As Leon walked away, he glanced backward and saw Elise still standing there, watching him leave. She dropped her seductive air and gave him a beautiful genuine smile, which Leon found himself quite captivated by. His cheeks went bright red, and he smiled back at her as best as he could in his embarrassment. Then, he turned and kept walking. But that sight of Elise smiling at him stuck in his mind. He felt giddy from the excitement, and that made his hands start to shake. But, it was less than a minute after he left the tower before a certain demon decided to try and ruin his mood. "Can't believe you didn't make a move." "Well, I take that back, a little cherry boy like you would never make a move. What I can't believe is that you hardly spoke more than a few sentences to that girl." Leon didn't respond. Zaffin was clearly trying to bait him into being mocked, but Leon refused to bite. Of course, Zaffin wasn't going to stop with only a single attempt. "I honestly don't know what she sees in you. Some virginal weirdo who barely talks hardly meets my standards of attractiveness, but maybe I just have high standards." "Hey, you're incredibly lucky, meeting such a gorgeous woman with such unique tastes." Leon grit his teeth and kept quiet. His hands were no longer shaking with excitement, but rather from anger, and he unconsciously curled them into fists. "Or, maybe she's just into charity, right? She might see you, an obvious novice when it comes to women, and feel some kind of pity, and decide to at least give you a taste of what you're too hopeless to get for yourself." One of Leon's eyes began twitching in anger, but he held his tongue. "Barely. Really, nothing. You're not going to give me anything. Just going to sit there and take it. Fine, whatever, way to just suck the fun out of it." Zaffin dejectedly sighed and stopped talking and turned his attention back to trying to recover his power. There still wasn't much he could do right now, but he was getting rather bored watching Leon go about his day. Leon relaxed now that Zaffin wasn't talking, but his good mood had been nearly ruined. The memory of Elise's smile put the spring back in his step, though, and he had an uncharacteristically broad smile on his face when he finally returned to the inn. It was too early for dinner, but past when lunch was being served, so Leon made straight for his room. He didn't see Charles around, so he lacked any desire to hang around. Usually, Leon would have buried himself in the books he had brought, but he felt that he needed to spend some time meditating. He estimated that he was a long way off from advancing to the 4th tier and every little bit would help. He sat down on the floor and began to control his breathing. There wasn't much practical use for breathing exercises once past the 2nd tier, but it helped him calm down and control his magic. His mana surged through his body, and he felt it begin to inundate his brain and internal organs. These were the last parts of his body that had yet to adapt to magic, and he needed to keep magic flowing through those areas as much as possible. He stayed like this for several hours before meeting Charles for dinner. They made their plans for the next week during the meal, then went to their rooms. Charles continued his breathing exercises, and Leon dove into his books again. The next week proceeded much like the previous 2 had gone. The 2 men would eat a hearty breakfast, then spend the morning and much of the afternoon doing physical training, with Leon helping Charles in some basic combat techniques. They would return to the inn and rest until dinner. Then, after eating, Charles would either spend time with Jean or meditate, and Leon would either read or meditate. A simple schedule, and soon enough, it was the day the results of the enrollment test would be posted. They woke up that morning, packed their things, and left the inn. Charles did take a few minutes to say goodbye to Jean, which Leon was perfectly willing to wait for. Jean got a little teary-eyed. She and Charles had gotten to know each other very well over the past few weeks, and only calmed down a little when Charles promised to come back when he got some time. For a moment, Leon was tempted to say something about how obvious it was that they liked each other beyond just physical attraction, but he decided not to very quickly. Zaffin was probably listening, and he got the feeling the demon wouldn't let that go without saying something about Elise. Charles felt himself getting a little nervous again as they walked to the Night Academy, so he decided to try and strike up a conversation with his taciturn friend. "Sue, looking forward to seeing your score. How do you think you did?" Charles had asked the second question before, but he was just looking for something to talk about. "Satisfactory," Leon replied. "Right, I suppose a 3rd-tier mage would have to actually try to fail for the academy to not let them in," Charles said, looking a little more nervous than before. A moment of silence followed before Leon glanced at Charles and decided to engage in the conversation a little. The written test was a little hard. Maybe not so satisfactory on that. Charles livened up a little at the chance to talk, and said, "What? There's no way you didn't get through that. The Knight Academy expects their knights to not be just soldiers, but also have some knowledge of culture and history. I'm not so good on that front." I didn't get that feeling from the written test. It just asked us some basic questions about history and geography. Things like, name 3 bull kings who have reigned in the last millennium, or, in which of the 5 territories is whatever famous fortress or landmark asterisk. A few history questions, but nothing I would classify as being culture. Really, I had questions about works of art and literature, and very specific questions related to magical theory. Perhaps the written tests are different for every tier. Since 3rd-tier applicants are almost universally the children of higher nobles, it makes some sense that there would be slightly more in-depth tests for them. I guess, Charles agreed with Leon's reasoning, but the way it was phrased made it seem like the Veilman considered himself separate from that group. He was separate in a way since he came from the Northern Vales, but most everyone would now associate him with that group given his magical strength. The 2 discussed some of the finer points of the written test for a while longer. Charles cheered up after finding something to talk about, and before long, they arrived at the main administration building of the academy. Just to the side of the walkway leading to the building was an enormous stone slab hovering several inches off the ground. Dozens of papers had been attached to it, and a table with several administrators had been set up next to it. Leon and Charles walked up to examine the papers. The scores of every applicant had been written on them, but there were just under 1,000 applicants who had passed the tests, so it took several minutes for them to find their scores. Charles's face lit up in surprise and delight when he saw his score. The first 2 weren't a surprise, given that he'd been told what he had scored right after the tests, but now he saw a 53 feet in the 3rd slot next to his name. He only needed to score 20 points, so he passed the written test by a wide margin. Leon was significantly more subdued, which didn't surprise Charles in the slightest. What surprised him were Leon's scores. The first two numbers were just as Charles expected, a pair of 100s. The third number made him stop and stare for a moment in disbelief, though. 31 feet. I scored better than Leon in something, he thought to himself, before looking at Leon in confusion. Sure, he was a Veilman, but it still beggared belief that he got a score so low, especially after maxing out the other two tests. Leon didn't much care. He passed, and that was what counted. Artorias had done his best, but what he could teach Leon would always have been limited by being so far away from civilization. Besides, such insignificant things like the names of every bull king or the locations of every single castle in the kingdom took a back seat to fighting techniques and hunting. Artorias knew that the sooner his son learned to fight and kill, the better, and that these skills would suit him better than history or geography in the long run. Given recent events, Leon agreed wholeheartedly with his father, making combat and magic his priority when it came to teaching him. Leon quickly scanned the scores of the rest of the third-tier applicants. Every one of them had perfect scores, 100 feet in all three categories. He frowned a little when he saw that even Gaius had a perfect score, especially that big, 100 feet the nobleman had gotten for the combat test, despite his disastrous performance. Leon just sighed and tried to put it out of his mind. Whether Gaius passed or failed had little to do with his own business, so it was best not to let it bother him. That was easier said than done, though, and Leon wasn't about to forget it. Just as the two were about to move on, Leon noticed another name, Valeria Isonos. Isonos, like Adriano's. Leon froze and stared at that name as he remembered the men who attacked his home and murdered his father. Intense waves of killing intent rolled off him, and Charles's vision grew hazy and his stomach began turning. The nearby administrators weren't unaffected either. They were sitting behind the table, which was lucky since their knees grew weak and they felt nauseous. Hey, Leon! Charles's shout brought Leon back to reality, and the killing intent abated. What the hell was that? Asked Leon, who was so thrown off by Valeria's name that he couldn't say anything else for a moment. Relax, buddy, it's just a score. It took a moment for Leon to realize what Charles was talking about. Right, just a score. He forced himself to calm down and regain his usual stoicism. Charles watched him with some concern before spurring them onwards, to try and take Leon's mind off of whatever set him off. Come on, let's move on. Leon slowly nodded, and the two approached the administrators next to the stone slab. The administrators didn't let what just happened go, however, and the supervisor spent a few minutes chastising Leon before letting them proceed. After showing their ids, they were directed to the assembly field behind the building by the first administrator, who was still a little rattled from the earlier killing intent. The second administrator was a little more composed and gave them a stack of papers which assigned them to their training unit and corresponding dorm building. There were 10 groups in total, with about 100 people in each. When Leon and Charles made their way over to the assembly field, they found that almost all of the applicants who passed the enrollment test were already present, including all the other third-tier nobles. They weren't going to wait around as a show of authority, not on this day when they formally enter the academy. There were 10 wooden signs posted around the small field, each with the name and sigil of one of the training units burned into them. Everyone had already grouped up in their assigned units in front of their signs. Leon looked at the stack of papers in his hand. His training unit's sigil was emblazoned on the very first page, and it made him smile, helping him take his mind off what he just learned. He had been assigned to the Snow Lions. He had half a mind to fish his coat out of his pack. A quick glance at Charles showed Leon that he had been assigned to the Snow Lions as well. Charles smiled at Leon, seeing that they had the same group, and they began walking over. Leon noticed that they had drawn quite a bit of attention, and many eyes were following them as they went to join the Snow Lions. Most were from the third-tier mages, and they were concentrated on him, which he understood given how his combat test had gone. 2 of those stares stood out to him because they carried a great deal of killing intent. The more intense one was from Gaius, while the other was from Tiberius. I get why that one hates me, but what's up with, was his name Tiberius? Leon thought to himself. He honestly had no idea how much Tiberius despised him after the latter saw how affectionate Elise had been with him. As for the other stares, they were mostly just from those who were curious where this third-tier Veilman who had come out of nowhere would go. But there were 2 that were genuinely pleased to see them, and they just happened to be in the Snow Lions as well. Henry and Alon came forward with big smiles welcoming Charles and Leon to the group. The Other two third-tier nobles who were in the Snow Lions weren't so thrilled at seeing Leon stop here. While Charles began introducing himself to some of the others in the Snow Lions who came forward to greet them, Leon took a look around at who was in the other groups. The first he noticed was the smallest group and the only one with less than 100 people, the all-female Crimson Tigresses, where Valeria and Asia were. Valeria hardly glanced in his direction, but Asia cheerfully waved to him. Much like when he was around Elise, having the attention of such a beautiful girl brought some red to his cheeks, and he almost froze, but after a few seconds, he was able to rather stiffly wave back. Asia giggled, then turned back to Valeria. Leon took a moment to watch Valeria. Having had a few minutes to think and completely regain control of himself, he was able to restrain any killing intent that may have otherwise been released. Given her youth, there was little chance Valeria was involved in the attack on his home in any way, but he was still alarmed and wary of her. There was little he could actually do with this new information, even if it was the same, Isanos, as he had immediately assumed, so he bit the inside of his cheek to take his mind off her and moved on. Marcus and Alcander had both been assigned to the same unit as each other, the Steel Century. Marcus had only watched Leon for as long as it took the latter to reach his unit, before turning away. Alcander, on the other hand, had been staring at Leon with a look of intense anticipation ever since the other man had arrived. Leon's eyes then turned to Gaius, who had lost the swagger he had before the test but made up for it with the ugliest and most hateful look Leon had ever received. Gaius had been assigned to the Deathbringers, a name so ridiculous that Leon couldn't help but chuckle a little. He didn't spare Gaius another look, which only made the arrogant noble furiously grind his teeth so hard that the other two third-tier nobles in his unit gave him some strange looks. The last person Leon glanced at was Tiberius. Leon wouldn't have bothered, but the other man had been glaring at Leon as if he wanted to murder him. Tiberius was assigned to the Black Vipers. After getting the lay of the land, Leon turned back to the Snow Lions. The other two third-tier nobles in the unit deliberately ignored him, and Charles was already talking more than enough for the both of them, so Leon just relaxed and waited for whatever came next. Chapter 64. Their fortress. After half an hour of waiting in their groups and watching the last few stragglers arrive, the legate of the Knight Academy exited the main administration building and walked over to the new trainees. He brought an entourage of over 50 knights, and silence descended over the field upon his arrival. "Welcome, everyone, to His Majesty's Knight Academy." The legate's booming voice easily traveled over the entire field, and no one had any trouble hearing him. "All the finest knights of the realm were trained here. If you graduate, then you will have proven that you have what it takes to join their ranks." He paused to gesture towards the many knights at his side, and 30 of them stepped forward. "These will be your combat instructors. They are all anointed knights, and you will treat them with the respect they have earned. If you don't, then you will be removed from this academy." He nodded towards the knight instructors, and they spread out among the groups, arranging them into lines and formations. Under the watchful eye of the legate, not a single person made a fuss. When the instructors were done, the trainees of each unit were arranged in long columns 5 people wide and about 20 long. The units themselves were arranged like spokes on a wheel, with the legate in the center. The instructors were at the head of each unit, with the unit's 3 third-tier trainees directly behind them. Seeing they were done reassembling the trainees, the legate continued, "Now that you're all a little more presentable, I want you to look around at the other training units. These people will be your enemies for the next year." Most of the commoners didn't know how most things worked in the academy, so they were looking around in relative confusion. In fact, only the higher nobles really had an inkling of what to expect while they were here and were giving each other competitive looks. Alcander, in particular, had a smile that nearly split his face in half, and he was twitching like he could barely restrain himself from brawling right here. "Your dorms will be your fortress. When you're not training or attending any classes you might sign up for, you must defend your fortress. Right now, all your forts contain your unit banners. These banners are the pride and glory of your unit, and their loss will not be tolerated. On the other hand, capturing an enemy banner will be honored and rewarded." The commoners were starting to get it now. This entire year will be one big competition between the units, and they will use the skills they learned to fight against the other trainees. The biggest goal during this period will be the defense of their banners. After the legate paused for a moment to let his words sink in, he started speaking again with a blast of killing intent that caused everyone, including the instructors, to freeze in place and sent a chill down their spines. However, If any of you use anything other than the provided training weapons, I will personally have you removed from this academy. The legate's eyes flickered to Leon, Alcander, and several others who had brought weapons. Personal weapons are permitted to be worn, but they will not be used during your time here. Does everyone understand? Once everyone nodded in acknowledgement, the legate simply said, "Good. Knight instructors, they're all yours," and returned to the administration building with his knightly entourage in tow. The senior instructor for the Snow Lions immediately turned and faced them. "Our dorms are about 3 miles away. You will follow me, and those who do not reach it in less than 15 minutes will learn the true meaning of hell." The other senior instructors gave similar orders, and all the units ran off the field. The Knight Academy occupied a significant portion of the land set aside for the Legion headquarters, at the extreme west end of the capital. To the west of the administration building, the direction that all 10 units were vaguely running in, was a field half a mile wide and over 2 miles long. Beyond the field was a dense and hilly forest, and beyond the forest was a series of rocky and barren artificial mountains created by an enormous number of earth mages. That enormous field was the primary training grounds for the Knight Academy's trainees to learn basic combat formations. They were training to be knights, so they needed that room to practice maneuvers. The forest and mountains would also allow them to train in different tactics they were expected to encounter serving in the legions. Most bandits were based in forests, while Valemen were known to launch raids from the frozen mountains in the north, and the giants frequently came down from the border mountains to pillage the eastern territories. The dorms had also been built within that forest, along with an extensive road network and mock villages to simulate slightly more urban combat. As the senior instructor for the Snow Lions led the way, one of the other 2 instructors fell back to behind. They're trainees. They didn't require the trainees to keep running in that formation, but the other instructor would be there to make sure none of the trainees would get lost. After they left the gate's assembly field and got to the adjacent and much larger training field, Leon started suspecting that the senior instructor's prior threats were directed solely at the first-tier mages, as he had set a pace that was just beyond the ability of most of the commoners in the unit. Leon himself, the other 2 third-tier mages, and the 25 second-tier mages had zero trouble keeping up, but several of the first-tier mages had already been left in the dust before they had even reached the tree line. By the time the unit had reached a dirt road at the edge of the forest, nearly half of the first-tier mages had fallen out. Leon quickly checked behind him and was a little comforted when he saw Charles still running with the group, though he was clearly starting to struggle. That struggle grew more pronounced as they pressed on, and more first-tier mages fell out from the unit. It took about 3 minutes for the main unit to run a mile, and only about a dozen first-tier mages still accompanied the others. Henry and Alon had just barely managed to keep pace, but now Charles began to fall behind. He kept falling back a little, then gaining a little speed to catch back up, only to fall behind again. Eventually, he fell out completely, unable to cover the distance he was losing. Leon rolled his eyes. Though it wasn't too in-depth, he had been training Charles for the past 3 weeks. As his informal instructor during that time, how would it look if Charles now couldn't keep up? To many confused and bewildered looks, Leon started falling back. The senior instructor noticed this, but apart from a slight narrowing of the eyes, he didn't react. One of the other third-tier mages, a man with long black hair and such beauty as to be almost mistaken for a young woman, had to fight back laughter at Leon's behavior. The other third-tier mage, a brown-haired and blue-eyed man with only slightly above-average looks, simply frowned in disapproval. Leon fell all the way back to Charles, to the increasing astonishment of the entire rest of the unit that could see it. "You'd best get back up with the others, Charles," Leon said in a calm and understated tone, but it carried a hint of killing intent that sent a chill down Charles's spine. He picked up speed but couldn't sustain it for more than a few seconds and wound up right back where he had been. "You're not going to quit, are you? Have the last few weeks been wasted?" Leon's cold voice spurred Charles onward, but that lasted only about as long as it had just a moment before. As Charles fell back once again, Leon lost patience. He didn't say another word, but he unleashed his killing intent. He controlled it as much as he could, not releasing so much as to paralyze anyone in fear, but the startlingly terrifying aura behind everyone pushed them onwards. There were a few other first-tier mages who had begun to fall out from the unit, but with Leon behind them, they barely managed to keep pace. Seeing this, the senior instructor allowed the tiny hint of a smile to appear on his lips, but it vanished as quickly as it had come. The unit arrived at their dorms 10 minutes after leaving the assembly field. After Leon took a position behind the snow lions, not another trainee fell out from the group. The building the unit now found themselves in front of was a round 6-story tall stone tower topped with a dome of dark red ceramic tiles. The walls of the first 2 floors had been painted a dark red to match the roof, while the tower's stones above were still sparkling white. The tower was covered with dozens of arched windows, indicating just how many rooms were contained within. At the end of the dirt road they had been following was a set of arched double doors, easily 10 feet tall. The senior instructor wasted no time pushing them open and leading the unit inside, while the other instructor waited at the entrance for the stragglers. Any trainees who didn't make the time hack would be stopped at the doors. Just inside was a simple hallway that lacked any decorations. The floors were light gray stone, and the walls weren't painted, though there were a few hanging magic lanterns keeping the place illuminated. At the other end of the hall were 3 doorways. One was another large set of arched double doors, while the other 2 were normal-sized doors on the right and left. The senior instructor led them through the double doors and into a large assembly chamber. The chamber's dome ceiling was 2 stories high, and it had been given the only decoration in the entire room, an incredibly realistic painting of an adult snow lion. Next to the entrance were a pair of stairways that led to the upper floors, and around the wall were 7 more doors. There were also a number of chairs, tables, and couches, but little else. In fact, the only other thing of note within the assembly chamber was what looked like a shrine in the very center of the chamber, with 8 thin columns supporting a small dome, beneath which hung a black banner emblazoned with a white lion's head. The senior instructor finally allowed the trainees to catch their breath once they entered the chamber. Charles nearly collapsed from exhaustion, as did all the other first-tier mages. But, just because he was giving them some time to rest didn't mean he wasn't going to talk. Good job making it in time. I'll show you all around these dorms, then apart from when I show you all where the main dining area for the academy is, the rest of the day will be yours. The senior instructor paused for a moment, allowing the first-tier mages to straighten up a little before continuing. This is the unit's banner. As with the legions, the banner is the absolute representation of the unit's pride and glory. To lose it is to lose all of that pride and glory. You will not lose this banner, do you understand? Yes, sir. Yes, Most of the trainees responded verbally, but a few, like Leon, only nodded. Regardless, they had all acknowledged him, so the senior instructor moved on. This will be the common area for those of you in the first tier. The door directly opposite the entrance is the common baths and toilets. The other doors lead to the main hallway, which gives access to the first-tier bedrooms. I don't really care which bed you choose, but the first 2 floors are for the first-tier mages. Got it. After the first-tier mages acknowledged him, he continued. Good. Now go choose your rooms. Be back here at 5 for dinner. All the bedrooms had clocks, so the senior instructor wasn't worried the trainees would lose track of time. The first-tier trainees were a little taken aback at the abrupt dismissal, but after a moment of thought, they began shuffling towards their rooms. Charles gave a quick nod to Leon in gratitude for keeping him going and left with Henry and Alon. Everyone else, follow me. The senior instructor led the second and third-tier trainees up the stairs directly to the 3rd floor. Another 2-story high assembly chamber was found at the top of those stairs, but this one was much nicer than the one on the ground floor. There was no banner, but the floor had carpets, the furniture was made of finer leather and wood, and the magic lanterns were a soft yellow and orange, rather than the harsher white downstairs. On the other side of this chamber was the bathroom. For the second-tier trainees. The senior instructor dismissed the second-tier trainees with the same instructions he had given the first-tier trainees, then turned to the last 3 people, the 3 third-tier mages. You 3, come with me. They were led to the top floor where the top of the stairs had been blocked by another set of double doors. The senior instructor pushed them open and led them into the room beyond. Leon and the 2 others found themselves in an opulent lounge, with plenty of expensive furniture all around the room and thick carpets over marble floors. The walls were covered in carved reliefs depicting the legions in battle, and rather than a separate hallway leading to the bedrooms, the lounge was edged with a peristyle made of white granite columns. Hanging from the ceiling was an elaborate silver chandelier adorned with diamonds and sapphires. There was even a kitchen and small bar. Again, the senior instructor repeated his instructions to the 3, then left them to choose their rooms. It was now time for him to return to the entrance to see how many trainees didn't reach the dorms in his time limit. There were only 4 rooms adjacent to the lounge, and without even looking at Leon, the other two third-tier trainees made for the two doors farthest from the stairs. Leon didn't care and walked towards the room to the right of the stairway doors. This room was just as nice as the lounge, with white walls and furniture made of dark wood. The large bed was on a slightly raised platform and covered in red furs and blankets, and there was a marble statue of a heroic-looking knight in the center of the room. Next to the door was a rack that had a dozen different weapons, all made with the same dull white metals and enchantments as the weapons from Leon's combat test. Off to the side was another door that led to a private bathroom that even had its own porcelain bath. Leon smiled as he checked out his room. He placed his pack down near the bed, then began looking through the drawers and dressers. To his pleasant surprise, he found a large number of training clothes, all of which were white, brown, or green. He supposed these clothes were given to him so he was guaranteed something to wear while attending the academy. His smile grew wider as he threw himself onto the bed. It wasn't nearly as comfortable as the bed from the prison lord's chambers, but it was infinitely more comfortable than the bed he had back in the forest of black and white. So this is our fortress, huh? I like it. Chapter 65. Tension in the dining hall. With the exception of the top floor, which only had 4 bedrooms reserved for the third-tier mages, the other 4 floors each had 8 bedrooms. This left the 76 first-tier commoners to have 5 or 6 trainees per bedroom, while the 25 second-tier nobles only had to have 2 at most per bedroom. Some of the second-tier trainees were the direct followers of the third-tier nobles, and they used their positions among the second-tier trainees to get their own rooms. Charles, Henry, and Alon were all getting settled into a room on the first floor. There were 5 beds in the room with a set of drawers and a footlocker each. There were also weapon racks with 10 training swords upon them by the door and a magic lantern above each bed. The window on the opposite side of the room from the door didn't have that great a view, just looking at the tall grass and trees that surrounded the tower, but it was welcome regardless. So Charles, what was up with Leon on the run over? I didn't think he had that kind of killing intent. Oh, they even gave us clothes? Asked Henry as he was rifling through his drawers and examining the training gear the academy had provided them with. I'm not sure. He's had that strong killing intent from the moment I first met him. He used it on some thugs who were attacking me. Damn, these are nice, responded Charles as he pulled out a gray shirt from his drawers and held it up for examination. Makes sense to me why he'd have such killing intent. He's a barbarian, said Alon as he walked over to the weapon racks. No need to be a dick, buddy. Leon seems nice enough, if taciturn. Hell, if he weren't there, I probably would have fallen out from that run. Henry sat down his bed and absent-mindedly massaged his legs while looking at Alon with a reproachful look. Charles was about to say something as well, but Alon beat him to it. Wasn't trying to be rude, just being honest. Besides, the fact that he's a barbarian raises some interesting implications, like what he would have had to endure to gain third-tier strength. My father always told me that exercise was the best way to peacefully gain not only physical strength but also magical strength. However, no matter how much I would work out, I never would have caught up with those high nobles, who could afford potions and better instructors than I could ever dream of. Henry and Charles frowned. Alon had a good point. How Leon gained his power was certainly an enticing mystery. But, Alon continued, given the strength of his killing intent, I would definitely say that he's killed people before, which isn't that surprising given his background. This also lends some explanation as to how he got that power, because my father also said that nothing beats actual combat for getting stronger, not even intense exercise. Assuming you survive it, of course. Alon removed one of the swords from the rack and gave it a few test swings. Whatever. Everyone has their secrets, no use speculating about Leon's. Henry said. He rose from his bed and walked over to join Alon at the weapon racks. Charles continued sifting through his new clothes. He had some doubts as to who Leon said he was, which stemmed from his visit to the Heaven's Eye Tower in Tira. No Valeman should have business there immediately after entering the city. Suddenly, several people ran by the window, startling the 3 in the bedroom. Charles, Henry, and Alon quickly exchanged confused looks before hurrying over to the window to see what was up. They saw the 64 first-tier trainees running around the tower with enormous logs on their shoulders. The 3 Snow Lion instructors were among them, shouting and berating them to move faster. Some of the trainees looked ready to die, and they were inevitably the ones that attracted the attention of the instructors, who descended on them like jackals on a rotting carcass. Hey, remind me to thank Leon for keeping us moving and sparing us from that, said Henry. The 3 exchanged another look, but this one was 95% nervousness at how closely they'd dodged this punishment and 5% schadenfreude at watching those who didn't. But that punishment couldn't last forever. The instructors let them finally enter the tower after a couple hours and gave them the same spiel they had the others. They then allowed the latecomers half an hour of rest before it was time to reassemble for dinner. The latecomers were a truly haggard-looking bunch, even the strongest of them looked half dead. Even with the relief of being given some time to rest, they went to claim their beds with sluggish steps and glazed eyes. The two who came to Charles, Henry, and Alain's room didn't speak to them. They only put their things down and collapsed into bed. When it came time to reassemble in the common area, Charles was forced to wake them up so they wouldn't miss it. The 76 first-tier commoners were all in their common room at the appointed time. The 25 second-tier nobles sauntered down the stairs just as the instructors walked in through the entrance. "Everyone here, where's those third tiers?" shouted the senior instructor as his eyes swept over the assembled snow lions. "We're right here," a voice came from the stairs not a second later. The beautiful black-haired noble nonchalantly waved to the senior instructor while the brown-haired noble respectfully nodded. Leon trailed a few steps behind them. The senior instructor slightly frowned, but it was generally better to not make enemies of the higher nobility, so he kept his admonishments to himself. He didn't shut his mouth entirely, though. "Well, hurry up, I'm sure most of these guys are hungry." "Right." The two third-tier nobles hurried over to the front of the group, while Leon followed, feeling significantly less than enthused about his place of prominence. The senior instructor did a quick count, and after arriving at 104 trainees, the group set out. Immediately after leaving the tower, he broke out into a run, causing the group to take off after him, much to the consternation of the tired first-tier trainees. The other two instructors took up positions behind the group to catch stragglers just like the run from the assembly field, but it wouldn't be necessary this time as the senior instructor took a much more forgiving pace and the snow lions arrived at the dining hall without a single trainee falling out. The dining hall was a long rectangular building made of white stone and red roof tiles, like just about all the other higher quality buildings in the capital. Its surroundings took away from the pure and stainless look, though, as it was in the same forest as the unit towers. It was built in an artificial clearing located at the end of a dirt road. The nearby trees brushed against the roof and blocked the sunlight from reaching the windows, while the long unkempt grass grew so high as to brush the bottom windowsills. As they arrived, the senior instructor turned back to the trainees and said, "You all have half an hour." He then pushed open the doors and led them inside. The giant building was almost one entire room, filled with polished granite columns and bright magic lanterns. It was packed with tables and chairs enough to seat the trainees from all the units, though there were only 2 other units present when they arrived, so it seemed quiet and empty. The area closest to the doors were dedicated to serving the food, and there were a dozen servants behind counters ready to load up plates. The section of the building in the very center was the most eye-catching, though. Rather than stone floor tiles on the ground like the rest of the dining hall, it was made of dirt. Vivid green grass grew on that dirt, as did numerous flowers that formed a wide spectrum of colors, all of which was illuminated by a radiant magic lantern that made the area look just as bright as if it were outside on a sunny day. There were only a dozen small tables in that section, and the 2 third-tier nobles from the Snow Lions made for one of those empty tables as soon as they walked in. They didn't even stop to grab food on the way because they knew food would be brought to them instead. 2 other tables in that area were taken by the 6 other third-tier nobles from the other 2 units that beat the Snow Lions to the dining hall. Leon also noticed that the trainees closest to that section were of the second tier, while those closer to the walls were of the first tier. The 2 third-tier Snow Lions politely greeted the other 6 nobles and took a seat, not even bothering to see if Leon would join them. Leon, of course, had no intention of joining them. However, as he was looking around the room, the other Snow Lions wasted no time getting in line for their food. When Leon turned back to them, it was already too late to capitalize on having been first through the doors. A thought crossed his mind. I could probably just cut the line, doubt anyone would make a fuss. He shook his head and banished that thought, though, and calmly walked to the back of the line. The senior instructor stuck around just long enough to see that, and another hint of a smile appeared on his lips. I think I might like this one, he thought. With that, he left the other 2 instructors in the hall and walked out. It took about 10 minutes for the entire unit to file through. Charles, Henry, and Alain had already grabbed a table, so Leon made his way over. Going to join the third-tier nobles never crossed his mind, but he still had to ignore the odd looks he drew from the first-tier trainees as he walked over, especially from the other 4 trainees at the table. Charles nodded in greeting, which Leon returned. There was an extraordinarily tantalizing smell coming from his dinner, a grilled chicken breast with potatoes and an assortment of carrots and green beans. Leon took a deep breath, savoring the smell before digging in. He'd never eaten carrots or green beans before, so that's where he started. The others watched in amazement as the stoicism melted away and an unapologetic smile that nearly split Leon's face in half grew wider with every bite. Is his food really that good? Was the question on all their minds. They were so amazed at the change they saw in Leon that they didn't give voice to their question. Even Charles, who was a little more used to seeing this trait in Leon, was affected by the quiet atmosphere. One of the other first-tier trainees at the table who wasn't so familiar with Leon didn't pick up on this social cue and directly asked Leon, "Why are you sitting here? Shouldn't you be with the other third-tier mages?" Leon's face immediately reverted back to its usual stony and expressionless appearance, and he had to force himself not to immediately erupt with killing intent. For him, a meal was sacred, and a man was not to be disturbed when eating. With as much patience as he could muster, he responded, "Not noble. Don't want to sit with them." Then, he went back to eating, though with less obvious glee than before. His blunt reply and the reproachful looks from the others at the table shut the mouth of the man who spoke. The rest of the meal wasn't going to be eaten in peace, though, as the other units began to arrive. The first after the Snow Lions were the Deathbringers, Gaius' unit. As seemed to be the custom for the third-tier nobles, Gaius immediately made for the center of the dining hall, but as he was about to take his seat, he noticed Leon and froze in anger. His killing intent burst forth, though Leon was unaffected. In fact, only the weakest of the first-tier mages who felt that killing intent felt the slightest bit of fear from Gaius. The nobleman retracted his killing intent in a hurry anyway and quickly sat down, though he frequently glared in Leon's direction. Notably, the other third-tier nobles seemed to be ignoring him, which was most certainly not normal for the son of a duke, though nobles of such lofty stations were rarely so humiliated as Gaius had been by Leon. Leon ignored him and continued eating. He was almost done when the next unit arrived, the Black Vipers, Tiberius' unit. As with Gaius, as soon as Tiberius saw Leon, his fury and killing intent were obvious for all to see. "What's up, man, you got a problem with that guy?" asked one of the other third-tier nobles from his unit. "Number," responded Tiberius, clearly lying through his gritted teeth. "Right, well, whatever your problem with him is, he knocked Gaius down a few pegs, which is all right in my book." Gaius had no problem hearing that, as his third-tier senses were very sharp, and that Noble wasn't even trying to be subtle, eyeing Gaius out of the corner of his eye. His face grew red with fury, and he thought, "I need to get my revenge on that worthless barbarian. My prestige will never recover if I don't, and I'll never be able to look her in the eye." These hotheads cooled a little when the next unit arrived, the Crimson Tigresses led by their beautiful female instructors and the even more gorgeous Xianxia and Valeria. No one wanted to make fools of themselves in front of them, and even Gaius' mood improved as his gaze found itself on Valeria. He was about to get up and greet her, but then his gaze wandered to Leon again and he remembered the humiliation he suffered in front of her, and he remained in his seat. His seething hatred for Leon only grew more intense. Xianxia happily greeted the others and even politely waved to Leon, which caused the jaws of everyone else at his table drop in surprise. Leon was able to nod back at her, but as usual, his cheeks went red. Xianxia smiled and went to her seat. Valeria barely looked at anyone in the room. She radiated a cold aura which was barely stifled by the auras of the other third-tier nobles in the room. But, it was plain as day to Leon that she was very strong. She was an exceptionally skilled fighter if the combat test was anything to go by, and with her obvious magical strength and last name, Leon was growing more and more wary of her by the minute. The other units gradually arrived, and the Steel Century, the unit with Marcus and Alcander, arrived last. Marcus was calm and rather indifferent to the room, but Alcander's eyes immediately searched the third-tier area looking for Leon. He looked a little confused when he didn't see the other man until he expanded his search and saw him with some of the first-tier Snow Lions. Alcander stared at Leon with so much fire in his eyes and such a wide smile of anticipation that Leon couldn't help but grow a little uncomfortable. In fact, his entire table had grown quiet and fidgety now that Alcander, Tiberius, and Gaius were all staring in this direction, creating a palpable killing aura. Alcander wasn't emitting any killing intent, but he certainly wasn't helping matters by so obviously wanting to fight. The trainees in between the tables had it even worse than Leon's table, being closer to the sources of this aura. The aura gradually spread throughout the entire dining hall, and everyone could see that there were 3 third-tier nobles who seemed to have some kind of antipathy towards Leon. The Snow Lion trainees could feel their hearts sink, as this could potentially pit them against 3 other units. Fortunately, the situation didn't escalate beyond simply emitting killing intent. A small building had been quite expertly hidden several hundred feet into the forest. Here, the 10 senior instructors sat down to have a meal with the legate of the Knight Academy. This meeting was only a formality, so the legate wasn't paying any attention to the senior instructors, who were busy exchanging tales of how they punished their first-tier trainees for not reaching their towers on time. Rather than those conversations, what interested the legate more was what was going on in the trainees' dining hall. He had spread his magic senses over the building so he could see everything that was happening within, and he smiled a little. The senior instructor for the Crimson Tigresses noticed his weird expression and gave him an odd look. He smiled, and asked her, "When do the fights between the units typically start?" As soon as he started speaking, the other senior instructors respectfully quieted down so they could hear what he had to say. Usually after the first month. There needs to be some time for them to build a little enmity first, and even then, there will only be a few small fights, maybe even just a duel or 2. But things will escalate from there, and they will put their training weapons to use, responded the Crimson Tigresses' senior instructor. I get the feeling that things will start a little earlier this cycle than usual. What's first on the schedule for training? First aid. Replace it with basic combat. The senior instructors looked a little confused, but they all answered with a resounding, "Yes, sir." The legate smiled. There would definitely be some conflict between the units soon, and Leon was undoubtedly going to be right in the center of it. Seeing what this son of House Rai, what this Veilman will do is going to be quite entertaining. Chapter 66. Rules and Structure. Several minutes after the Steel Century Marcus and Alkander's unit arrived at the dining hall, a number of servants entered from the serving area with heavenly-looking food. Every cut of steak was cooked and seasoned to perfection, every leaf of lettuce was crisp and cool, every potato baked to beautiful golden brown. No matter what the food was, whether it was a salad or just plain fries, everything about it looked immaculate, and the mouth-watering aroma reached everyone in the room. The eyes of the envious first-tier trainees followed those servants as they brought this food to the center of the room. Even Leon paused to watch them for a moment. The servants quickly and professionally distributed the third-tier nobles their plates and loaded them up for a small feast. There was some confusion, though, once the servants were done. They had one set of dishes and silverware left over, and another portion of food they still had to give out. The servant's supervisor began panicking a little as he silently counted the third-tier trainees and realized there was one missing. He absolutely couldn't afford it if he accidentally spurned someone in that group. If that trainee complained, or his own bosses heard that he brought some food back to the kitchen and skipped over that trainee, he would probably be fired on the spot. The supervisor had never encountered something like this before. The third-tier trainees had always sat together in the center section of the dining hall, so it never crossed his mind that Leon would be sitting with the lowly first-tier plebeians. He frantically scanned the center section again, looking for the final third-tier trainee they had to bring food to. The other servants were also standing there at a loss of what they were now supposed to be doing. After a few more moments of this, some of the other nobles started getting a little impatient with the servants who were still in their space. Fortunately, the supervisor's panicking eyes met those of the brown-haired Snow Lions. The brown-haired noble pointed over his shoulder directly at Leon. The supervisor was a little confused as to what the noble was trying to tell him, but as he was just barely a second-tier mage, he was able to identify Leon after several confused seconds. His face burned in embarrassment at having not expanded his search, otherwise he would have been able to identify Leon given that he would have been the only other trainee in the room whose power was unknown to him. "I'm terribly sorry for the wait, young lord, we weren't expecting you to be sitting with these people." The servants hurriedly brought the last of the food to Leon, who was so nervous at being stared at by the entire table and the numerous first-tier trainees around them that he was unable to talk. But when the food was placed before him, his eyes almost grew as wide as the dinner plate. Charles, Henry, and Alon glared at the supervisor for his snobbish and derisive comment, but the food the servants brought quickly took their attention. Even these 3 stared in envy at Leon, let alone the hundreds of other first-tier trainees around. Their envy only grew as Leon started to dig in. He had already eaten a delicious meal, but that didn't stop him from tearing through what the servants brought over. Over the course of the first 3 bites, his face lit up with joy. No one at the table disturbed him this time. About half an hour after the Snow Lions arrived, their senior instructor burst in and shouted, "Snow Lions! You're done. Let's get going." The 2 units who had arrived before them had already left several minutes before. The first-tier trainees all rose quickly and hurried outside. The second-tier trainees were a little more leisurely, but they didn't waste time either. The 2 third-tier noblemen took their time, making sure to say goodbye to the other nobles in the dining hall. Leon didn't bother with them, he had left with those at his table. The senior instructor led them on a run back to the tower. After bringing them inside, most of the first-tier trainees were about to head for their rooms, but the senior instructor stopped them. "Hold on there, who said you all could sleep now?" His sharp tone and slight emanations of killing intent froze them all in their tracks. Even the second and third-tier nobles backed away from the stairs. "We still have some business to discuss, then we're going over what the schedule will look like for the next few weeks." The unit shuffled around until they were all gathered around the senior instructor, while the other 2 instructors just stood by the door and waited for it to be over, so they could go home. "Here at the Knight Academy, we will train you all to be leaders. If you graduate, you will be placed in charge of a 10-man squad. However, before we teach you to lead, you must learn to follow." The senior instructor was looking directly at the first-tier trainees as he said this. He didn't bother looking at the others because they likely already knew what he was going to say, especially since they seemed to hardly be paying any attention. In every unit, the rank-and-file soldiers follow the lead of the men-at-arms. All of you first-tier trainees are those soldiers. He raised his voice a little and looked over at the nobles who were still looking towards the stairs. He waited a moment for them to turn back around, which they fortunately did because otherwise he would have had them running laps around the tower all night. Well, the second-tier trainees would have been running laps at least. You second-tier trainees will be the men-at-arms. It is your duty to watch out for your men, got it? He glared at each one in turn, until they all slowly nodded in acknowledgement. "We'll see if you do or not later," he added ominously. Then, he turned his eyes towards Leon and the final 2 nobles. "You 3 will lead this unit. You are in charge of your men-at-arms, and you are responsible for every single man in this room. If any of them antagonize the other units, you will be partially responsible. If any of the other units attack this tower, you will lead the defense. If you decide to attack the other units, you will lead your men into battle. Don't let them down." He didn't ask them if they understood. At their social rank, he had little doubt that they wouldn't bother answering him. Regardless, he moved on. "Tomorrow, you will be assembled back here at 7 in the morning, then we're off to basic combat training. We'll eat breakfast at the training field. Dress appropriately and bring at least one of your training swords. After that, we're off to lunch, and then you'll go to class." The first bit was expected from the Knight Academy. After all, knights have to be able to fight, but the bit about classes clearly confused some of the trainees. There are a number of electives that you all can choose to partake in. From poetry to painting to history, there are a large number of courses available to you. However, you first-tier trainees are required to take magical theory for one of your electives, where you will learn the basics of what magic is and how to gain magical strength. The senior instructor looked around at the first-tier trainees. Most of them looked thrilled to finally gain access to the basic knowledge of magic, but the second and third-tier trainees were about as enthused about this class as he expected them to be, which is to say not at all. You second-tier trainees are also encouraged to sign up for that class as well. Don't forget that ascending to the third tier may not be required to become a knight, but it absolutely required to graduate from this academy. And don't expect to become a knight if you find yourself failing to graduate. A few of the second-tier trainees were a little displeased at his words, and he could tell that very few of them would actually follow his suggestion. Leon had no intention of taking this class, though. He guessed that he already knew all he needed to about the basics of magic, and the books he retrieved from his family's archives had given him some very useful tips and techniques to train that he was excited to start trying out after he finished reading up on them, even though almost all of them required greater strength than he currently possessed. "Now then, any questions?" asked the senior instructor, surveying the room. "Will we get a list of our possible electives?" asked one bold-looking first-tier trainee. The senior instructor's eyes immediately locked onto him like a shark eyeing its prey. What did you just say? I am a knight. Is that how you speak to a knight? His tone was harsh but quiet, giving a very sinister feeling and turning the trainee he was reprimanding meek as a mouse. I don't, speak up. How do you refer to a knight? Sir. Holy fucking shit, you actually got it right. What's your name? The senior instructor's tone shifted to an amazed bewilderment, and the trainee relaxed a little. Theoderic. Leon facepalmed at Theoderic's response. He had just made the same mistake as before. The senior instructor didn't bat an eye, though, and proceeded in a congratulatory tone. Well, Theoderic, since you answered correctly, I'll only make you run around the tower 200 times tomorrow. 100 for the first time you forgot, sir, and another 100 for the second. Theoderic immediately stiffened, his face fell, and he audibly gulped. He hadn't made the time hack before, so he knew exactly how grueling running around the tower with those heavy logs was. To make something clear, all of us instructors are knights. We have earned our titles, and we expect you all to use them. Understand? Shouted the senior instructor angrily at the first-tier trainees. As the other trainees were nobles, he fully expected that they would never forget to use his title, so he didn't bother looking in their direction. Yes, sir. Shouted all the first-tier trainees. Good. To answer this genius question, you will receive a list of your choices for other electives tomorrow, when you are choosing them. Any other questions? The senior instructor waited a moment, but the nobles had no questions to ask and the commoners had been too intimidated to speak up, so he continued. If that's it, then the rest of the day is yours. And just so you are aware, you are only permitted to leave the academy on designated off days. Most weekends are off days, but there are also a few others that we'll inform you of as they approach. Other than these specific days, you are not allowed to leave the grounds of the academy. You are, however, allowed to explore the forest if you so desire, so long as you aren't late to training. Leon's eyes lit up at his last sentence. He greatly desired to go out and spend some time alone in the forest, to get away from all the people that he had been surrounded by ever since he arrived in Tira, and now that he knew it was permitted, he would definitely do so. He still had some training he wanted to do, so it wouldn't be this night, but soon. I'll be back here at 7. With that, the three instructors left the snow lions in the tower. The nobles wasted no time heading for the stairs, and the trainees who had to run around the tower immediately made for bed. Everybody was fairly exhausted with the move to a new place, but a few trainees stayed awake for a while longer. Henry and Alon went to their room, but Charles stayed in the nearly deserted common room to meditate. He had no intention of slacking in his breathing exercises, not when he had reaped such valuable rewards from them already. Leon climbed up to the top floor. He saw the second-tier trainees socializing with each other, forging closer bonds with their fellow nobles. When he got to the top floor, the other two third-tier nobles didn't even look at him. As he walked to his room, the little bits of their conversation that he caught indicated that they were deciding who would be in charge of the entire unit and who would be second in command. The only thing Leon wanted out of the Knight Academy right now was power, so who was in charge didn't matter to him. He just entered his room and locked the door behind him. He used a runic circle on the wall next to the door to turn off the magic lanterns, then drew the heavy dark red curtains across the window, plunging the room into almost total darkness. Leon channeled a little magic into his eyes and returned to the center of the room. He removed his clothes and sat down on the thick carpet. For a moment, he allowed himself to enjoy how comfortable the carpet was, but then it was on to business. He began meditating and pulled as much magic out of his soul realm as he could handle. His heart fused it with his blood, and the resulting mana filled his body with magical power. He channeled as much of it as he could into his head and into his core, saturating his brain and organs with power. For the first 15 minutes or so, that's all he did. He allowed his organs to soak in the magic power until he felt they had reached their limit. Normally, this would be all he would need to do, allowing his magic to permeate throughout the last corners of his body that still had to adapt to it, but tonight would be different. There was a certain technique described in his books for training, and though it stated that only 4th-tier mages could manage it, he wanted to try it anyway. If all went well, this would allow him to hurl bolts of lightning as if they were spears once it had been sufficiently practiced and he had ascended to the 5th tier. The technique even seemed quite easy. All he would have to do is try and compress some of his magic power and send it surging through his arms as fast as he could, forming something like a constant stream of lightning. He ran into problems immediately. While he could manipulate his magic power fairly easy, he found that he couldn't compress it very well. It felt like trying to squeeze air. Every time he tried, it would slip out of his grasp. Artorias had taught him that when his brain fully adapted to magic, he would gain an extremely fine control over his magic, and after half an hour of failing to compress his own power, he felt that that control was what he needed to perform this technique. He sighed. Regardless of the results, his magic power was flooding his brain and organs, so his time was still very productive. After several more hours of meditation and an hour or so after the sun went down, Leon climbed into bed and quickly fell asleep. Chapter 67. Basic Combat. Leon woke early the next day. The sun had barely started to rise when his eyes opened, and he estimated he still had at least 2 hours before he needed to head downstairs. It had been nearly 2 months since his father had been killed. He'd come a long way in that time and experienced a great many things, but he still found himself starting to miss the smell of his father cooking bacon from a boar they'd hunted. He missed spending all of his time hunting and training with Artorias. He even found himself missing his house, which was nothing more than a cheap shack compared to this majestic tower. What am I doing, getting so lost this early in the morning? Leon shook his head to clear his mind of the morning haze and refocus on the upcoming day. He still didn't get up, though. Instead, he spent a few minutes practically rolling around on the bed with an enormous smile on his face. For a young man who had spent his entire life sleeping on the ground or on a cheap bed frame only covered by a few furs, this was heaven. You're such a child. When Zaffin's voice resounded through Leon's mind, he froze. He was unable to bring himself to move again for at least 5 seconds, but by then his gleeful smile had vanished and been replaced with a mortified look. He couldn't bring himself to respond to the demon, and Zaffin himself said nothing more. Leon rather stiffly rose from the bed and walked to the bathroom, deciding to pretend that what just happened actually hadn't. He hoped Zaffin would do the same. He spent half an hour in the bathroom cleaning himself up and then got dressed in some of the training clothes the academy had provided. The shorts were just plain black, but the shirt was dark green with a white lion's head embroidered onto the back. The academy had also provided some good shoes. Leon slipped his feet into them and took a few steps. His face lit up with joy for a moment, but he was still a little haunted by what happened earlier, so he quickly forced his expression back into one of stoic indifference. He liked those shoes, though. He liked them a lot. Leon took them off, though. He guessed that he still had at least another hour, and as a third-tier mage his internal clock was quite accurate, but it wasn't perfect. Regardless, he still had plenty of time before the senior instructor arrived. He spent that time meditating, preparing himself to be around people all day. The past few weeks had helped him get a little more comfortable being around so many other people, but he still wasn't very used to it and greatly needed this time. Besides, a little extra relaxation wasn't a bad thing. That hour passed quickly, and Leon rose from his meditation. He did his best to keep as much magic as he could flowing through his body so he could train all day. Meditation wasn't strictly necessary, but Leon greatly enjoyed it, finding it extremely relaxing. Training was always easier when relaxed, and not so easy when out and about. When Leon felt ready, he approached his door and strapped a training sword around his waist, right next to his own sword. He did one last check to make sure he had his ID, then he reached for the door handle. He paused to take a deep breath, then left his room. The other 2 third-tier nobles were busy chatting in the third-tier common room, but apart from a brief glance, they ignored Leon. Leon paid them just as much attention and made for the stairs. Charles was awake and in the common room practicing a few of the basic swings Leon taught him with a practice sword. Henry and Alon were watching in fascination. He actually taught you that much? I thought you said it was only like 1 or 2 strikes. How did you get him to do it? Did you drug him or something? Henry asked a flurry of incredulous questions. Charles didn't answer immediately. He didn't want to admit that Leon basically taught him all he did out of pity. Do you think he might teach us? Asked Alon with some hesitation. Maybe. Want to ask him? Responded Henry, not pursuing his previous question, much to Charles's relief. Wouldn't hurt to try, said Alon thoughtfully. Well, you two are in luck. Charles nodded to the stairs, where Leon had appeared. He waved at Leon, and the young third-tier mage made his way over. The first thing he said upon approach was, "Widen your stance, it's too unstable as it is." Right. Charles widened his stance by another foot or so and kept swinging. His swings were slow, more about building muscle memory than anything else. "Leon, could you show me some of those moves too?" asked Henry. "Me too, please," added Alon. They looked at Leon with stars in their eyes. After all, having a third-tier mage give them some personal instruction was a lot more than they could ever dream of. Leon was completely taken aback at their earnest request and passionate gazes. Alon was a little more reserved, but both he and Henry were very eager to get stronger. But this very eagerness put Leon on the spot, and the young mage almost froze. "Hey, guys, give him some space." Charles stopped swinging his sword and reprimanded the other two. "Besides, we have less than 15 minutes before the senior instructor will arrive. It's not like Leon could show you much with only that much time." "Right," said Henry a little dejectedly. "I suppose," said Alon as he too backed a few steps away from Leon. Having been given a moment to think, Leon said, "We don't have time now, but maybe later, really?" asked Henry. Alon also looked at Leon with great interest. "Yeah, maybe tonight, after dinner or something." Leon didn't know these guys very well, but he had a good impression of them. Besides, he may not be too fond of interacting with other people, but he knew that he ought to make an effort to get better. He figured helping them out a little with some sword techniques would be the best way to go about it. "Thank you," said Henry and Alon simultaneously. The Snow Lion's 3 instructors arrived several minutes later. By then, all the first-tier trainees had assembled, and the second-tier trainees came downstairs at the same time. They waited a few more minutes for the third-tier nobles to show up, during which time the senior instructor almost lost patience. When he arrived, he had been quite pleasantly surprised to see that Leon was already in the common room on the bottom floor, but his mood turned when he had to wait for the other 2 third-tier trainees. He didn't have to go and fetch them, though, as they strolled downstairs before the senior instructor lost his patience. "Did you 3 decide who was in charge last night?" asked the senior instructor to the third-tier trainees. Leon was predictably silent, but the black-haired noble answered immediately. "We did, sir. Castor will be our centurion." The black-haired noble nodded to Castor. The brown-haired noble then took a position in the place of honor on his right. The senior instructor's eyes quickly scanned Castor up and down, and he frowned slightly. From what little he had seen of Leon, he felt the quiet Valeman would be a better fit, but he didn't press the matter. Better to not force them. Besides, not like the kid looks like he wants to be in charge, he thought. He wasn't wrong, either. Leon wore his standard stoic look and hardly glanced at the other 2 third-tier trainees. "All right then, Castor, pick someone to carry the banner. Whenever we train, it goes where we go." "Right, sir." Castor turned around to examine the unit. The man who carried the unit was always placed in a position of prominence. He was the only soldier who marched ahead of the unit commander, so this was a serious decision to make. As it so happened, Castor had already made that decision, but he paused for a moment so it seemed like he was considering the issue right now. "Emilius, grab our banner." Yes, Castor had chosen a second-tier trainee. Those who were familiar with him weren't surprised, as this particular trainee was the son of a strong knight in service to Castor's father. For Castor to pick him for this honor was almost expected by many of the other nobles. Emilius ran over to the banner and, after a few moments of fumbling, carefully extracted it from its small shrine in the middle of the common room. Then, he ran over to the front of the unit. "You are responsible for the banner from here on out. Don't fuck this up," said the senior instructor. He then continued without even waiting for Emilius to respond. "All right, let's get moving. We're going to the training field." The Snow Lions ran out of their tower, with the senior instructor in front, followed by Emilius with the banner, then the third-tier trainees, second-tier trainees, first-tier trainees, and the other 2 instructors all the way in the back. The unit arrived at the training field in 15 minutes. They had run at an easier pace than yesterday, but some of the first-tier trainees still nearly fell out. Near the tree line and where the dirt roads that lead into the training forest began, a large platform had been set up. Scattered around the platform were dozens of knights serving the academy, as well as a number of servants handing out sandwiches to the trainees. After dinner the previous night, some of the trainees were a little disappointed that this was all they were getting for breakfast, but no one complained. Or, at least, no one complained within earshot of the instructors. The senior instructor led them to the platform where he had Emilius leave the banner. While the units may be in competition with each other and encouraged to steal the other banners, the training platforms were the one place they weren't allowed to act. A banner on the platform wasn't allowed to be touched until the training exercise was over. After that, the senior instructor split the group up by magical tier, with the first-tier trainees split off to learn from some of the weaker academy knights. They were to learn basic combat techniques similar to what Leon had taught Charles, as most of them barely knew which end of their swords to hold. The second-tier trainees were to be taught by some of the stronger academy knights. It was assumed that they knew how to fight, but the academy still needed to give them adequate instruction in their fighting style. Castor, Leon, and the final third-tier noble who Leon learned was named Alphonsus from his chatting with Castor, followed the senior instructor away from the platform. Giving third-tier trainees instruction in basic combat was pointless. They already knew how to fight if they were that strong at such a young age. Consequently, the basic combat courses were just an excuse for the third-tier trainees to spar against each other for a few weeks. About a quarter-mile away from the platform was a long cloth wall raised between several dozen wooden posts. The senior instructor led the three to the other side of this wall. The nobles knew they were brought here so the other trainees wouldn't stare, but Leon wasn't so well informed. He didn't ask any questions, though, and just went along with it in silence. The Snow Lions were the first unit to arrive, and over the next 15 minutes or so the other 9 units trickled in. Like the Snow Lions, they split their units by tier so the Academy's knights could instruct everyone as needed. As the other third-tier trainees arrived on the other side of the cloth wall, Leon felt the stares of Gaius, Tiberius, and Alcander. He barely glanced back at them, preferring instead to lean against one of the wooden poles with his eyes closed in a state of silent meditation. Once everyone had arrived, one of the senior instructors for one of the other units stepped forward, catching the attention of the third-tier trainees. Hearing them quiet down, Leon opened his eyes and started paying attention. Today, we're going to have another set of duels. Just like the combat test, everyone must fight at least once. This senior instructor paused for a moment. His eyes fled between Gaius and Leon before continuing, something which almost everyone else present saw. We will not prevent anyone from challenging anyone else, but we will intervene if things get out of hand. Gaius fought the urge to smile twistedly at Leon, but he was ecstatic at this announcement. If he had the opportunity, he was absolutely going to beat Leon down. He was about to step forward and make his challenge, but the senior instructor wasn't done speaking. We also encourage you to challenge someone you didn't fight in the combat test. These sparring sessions aren't just to bring you all closer together, but also to expose you to different combat styles. The more experience you have in the art of battle, the stronger a fighter you will be. But, don't forget, no strikes on the head. Such attacks are still dangerous, even with these training weapons. The senior instructor didn't give mention to any more rules. The enchantments on these training weapons were very robust, so there was little need to restrict the trainees too much when sparring. Now, do we have any volunteers to fight first? Most of the nobles present wanted to fight. Some, like Alcander, were almost giddy with excitement. However, almost everyone turned to look at Gaius. They all knew exactly what he wanted, and they were looking forward to a good show. Gaius smiled as elegantly as he could with all this attention and snuck a glance at Valeria. She was looking at him, but it was with cold and emotionless eyes. Gaius didn't see her distant attitude, though. All he processed was that she was watching him. She wants to see me fight. No, she wants to see me win. I'm going to break that barbarian in half, revenging myself in front of her. The rest of these hapless fools be damned, with her watching me, I can't fail to regain my honor. I really should get around to sending my marriage request to Calabria. The nobles watched Gaius, waiting for him to step forward. But, he was so lost after noticing Valeria's attention, he didn't move a muscle. Instead, something none of them expected happened. Leon walked forward and stood before the group. Gaius' eyes widened, and his smile turned vicious as he took his first step forward. He thought that Leon stepping up was a direct challenge to him. However, Leon raised his hand and pointed directly at Valeria. I would like to challenge you, he said, stunning the nobles speechless. Chapter 68. Basic Combat 2, I would like to challenge you. Leon's words were shocking to everyone present. Gaius, who had been about to step forward to face Leon again, froze. Alcander stared in amazement of Leon's boldness, even he wouldn't challenge such an ice queen in front of so many other nobles. Slowly, all eyes turned to Valeria. Her cold exterior had cracked a little. Her eyes were wide, and she had tilted her head just a little in confusion. Why is he challenging me? She thought. Similar thoughts were echoed in the minds of everyone else, as Leon had no apparent reason to challenge Valeria. This animal would challenge a goddess, thought a furious and indignant Gaius. He didn't say anything, though, because the senior instructors were still present. They would doubtlessly defend Leon's right to challenge anyone here if Gaius were to make a fuss, so he held his tongue. Perhaps he has a crush on her and is trying to gain her attention, speculated a fascinated Marcus. Regardless, he greatly looked forward to seeing who would win this duel. Leon continued to point, waiting for her answer. What are you doing? Asked Zafin. The demon couldn't fathom why Leon would want to challenge this woman out of nowhere. Her last name is Isanos, the same as at least one of the men who attacked my home and killed my father. I can't say if her entire family is involved, or if it was just this one guy, but I want to gauge her abilities regardless. You're just testing her. Really, no other reason. She's strong. Strong enough to be a match for me. Maybe even more than a match. Even though Leon didn't say anything out loud, Zafin could still sense the anticipation in his statement as plain as day. Leon wanted to fight this woman and he'd find any excuse to do so. Zafin didn't say anything more. There was certainly more he wanted to say, but he also didn't want to distract Leon. If Leon were to lose, then it would also look bad on the demon. This entire exchange happened in the few seconds of stunned silence that was left in the wake of Leon's challenge. Leon let his hand drop from pointing at Valeria, but he never broke eye contact with her. She quickly regained her cold exterior, covering up her surprise. She calmly walked forward while unstrapping the training spear from her back. The noble stared as she took a position only 10 steps from Leon and said, "I accept your challenge." Leon's face broke into a slight smile as he assumed a ready stance. Valeria did likewise, though without the smile. The two combatants squared off, waiting for the signal to start. The senior instructor in charge of overseeing these duels waited a moment for them to speak a few words to each other, as was the typical custom. When neither spoke for several long seconds, he hesitantly said, "Begin." Leon unleashed his killing intent as soon as the words left his mouth. However, unlike when he fought against Gaius, this move seemed to have very little effect on Valeria. In stark contrast to Gaius' dismissiveness towards Leon, Valeria had prepared herself for a serious fight. She had been letting her magic circulate throughout her body since she had woken up, much like Leon, so she was perfectly ready to counter his killing intent even though her own wasn't quite so potent. She felt a chill run down her spine and her scalp tingled, but she didn't freeze in terror. Instead, she lunged forward, stabbing straight at Leon's stomach. Leon wasn't waiting around, though. His fighting style was designed to take advantage of the strengths of lightning magic. As a result, it was extremely aggressive, eschewing defense in favor of speed and power. He darted forward at the same time as Valeria, twisting away from her spear and getting into range with his sword in the blink of an eye. Leon swung his sword in a horizontal slash aimed at her waist, but she rapidly stepped back, letting the sword taste nothing but air. She brought her spear back to lunge again, but Leon dodged and counterattacked. Valeria raised her spear, blocking the sword strike with the haft of her spear. She then tried to sweep Leon's leg out with the back end of the spear, but he shifted his weight and the spear had as much effect on him as it would on a massive column. Leon took a step forward, still pushing against Valeria's spear with his blade. She pushed back for a moment, then pivoted on her back foot and spun out of the deadlock. Leon didn't lose balance, though, and he kept up the pressure with a blistering round of attacks. Valeria had little trouble blocking most of them and dodging those she couldn't block with enough room to spare that she got in a few attacks of her own. As he barely ducked out of the way of a counterattack after one of his strikes was deflected, Leon's smile grew wider. He increased the flow of magic into his muscles, bringing greater strength and speed at the cost of greater magic consumption. However, even with his increased fighting capability, he still couldn't land a good hit on Valeria. He felt it was time for a slight change in tactics. Valeria had gained a little distance after blocking another of his strikes, so he lunged forward to close the distance. He pulled his sword back in preparation for a stab, but he held it for a moment to create an artificial opening. Valeria wasn't going to miss this opportunity. Leon had been keeping the pressure on well enough that she didn't know when, or if, a chance like this would present itself. She stabbed forward, aiming directly for Leon's stomach. This was the moment he was waiting for. As the spearhead hurtled towards him with all the force of a powerful third-tier mage, Leon's smile grew even wider. He sidestepped with only the briefest of moments to spare and the spear tore past him. He took one hand off the sword and grabbed the spear. Valeria's eyes widened in surprise and she tried to pull it back. Leon didn't let go, not even when the spearhead came into contact with his hand. The weapon's enchantments were strong and his arm rapidly lost feeling, but he stepped forward and swung again at Valeria, aiming for her leg. She didn't let go of her spear and consequently couldn't move out of the way in time. Leon's blade hit her calf, sweeping her leg out from under her and sending her straight to the ground. When her back hit the grass she tried to roll away, but her leg wouldn't move. Leon calmly tossed the spear away and stabbed the sword down in the ground, less than an inch from her face. Valeria froze, and slowly turned her head to look up at him. The two stared at each other. She was well aware that he could have ended the fight by striking anywhere else on her body rather than the ground. She had also lost her weapon and used much of her magic power. Valeria sighed when she realized the obvious. "I concede defeat," she said quietly. The watching nobles could only stare in awe. This fight had been fast and brutal, both combatants clearly hadn't held back in the slightest. The results were even more jaw-dropping. Valeria had fought several times before in private competitions held between young nobles, so most of the spectators had a good idea of what she was capable of. Leon defeating this tigress in a fair fight said far more about him than it did about her. Even Marcus was stunned. He had correctly predicted that Gaius would lose to Leon, but that was because the noble didn't bother raising his guard before the fight. Marcus believed that if the other nobles had put aside their own arrogance and pride in their station, then they too would have easily predicted Gaius' loss. Valeria, however, wasn't playing around. She came out swinging, but Leon was the victor in the end. Even more shocking to Marcus than the result were Leon's tactics. This fight had given Marcus a good look at Leon's fighting style, and the noble was astonished at the sheer lack of concern Leon seemed to have for defense. Leon's final move, grabbing Valeria's spear, made quite the impact on Marcus. Leon pulled his training sword out from the ground. He still had a very wide smile on his face, which made it clear just how much he enjoyed the fight, even though his left arm was hanging limply at his side. He drew the ire of several of the watching nobles, chief of whom was Gaius, when he started walking away from Valeria. The young woman's leg had been disabled when Leon struck it with his sword, which Leon seemed to be ignoring. Gaius was about to rush forward to help Valeria to her feet, but Leon surprised everyone again by beating them to it. Instead of walking away and leaving her on the ground, he'd actually walked over and picked up her spear. He calmly returned to Valeria and handed her the spear. She blinked in confusion and surprise, but she gratefully accepted the spear. "Thank you," she said as she rose to her feet while putting all her weight on her good leg. She didn't actually need the spear to stand, but she would have had a very hard time walking without the support. Leon nodded back to her in acknowledgement as he walked away. This, too, shocked Valeria. Due to her strength, beauty, and noble status, she was used to everyone she spoke to treating her like a goddess. Leon's indifferent treatment of her was unusual, to say the least. "Next time we fight, you won't win," she said. She then started hobbling back to the watching crowd, not even watching him long enough to see the smile of anticipation he wore in response to her statement. "My lady, may I offer you some assistance?" asked Gaius as he hurried forward. He tried to put on a look of concern, but his eagerness got the better of him and he smiled like an idiot as he held out his hand. Valeria responded with a very curt, "No. Thank you." She returned to Asia's side before sitting down on the grass to rest. She glanced over at Leon and saw that he was doing the same. Their fight had taken its toll on both combatants. They were tired and low on mana. Their mana reserves could be recovered in several minutes, but the stun effects from their weapons would take another hour or two to wear off. Until then, it was obvious they wouldn't be fighting again today. Or rather, it was obvious to most of the nobles that neither would be accepting any challenges. Gaius, however, was not most of the nobles. Seeing Valeria limp away while leaning on her spear had infuriated Gaius almost as much as waking up in the bathroom after passing out during the combat test. That it was the same person responsible for both only made it worse. Gaius stepped forward and drew his training sword. He pointed it at Leon just as he did on the day of the combat test. "Get up here, savage. For daring to bring harm to Lady Valeria, you deserve nothing but death. However, in consideration of the fact that you are a fellow student of the Knight Academy, I'll settle for beating you like the disobedient dog you are." Gaius put as much of his hatred in his words as he could. There was nothing he wanted more than to tear Leon limb from limb, and his tone made that obvious. Leon, however, didn't move from where he was quietly meditating. His only response was to glance at Gaius and slowly shake his head, which only served to infuriate the noble even further. "What? Has the barbarian lost his nerve? Get up here and receive your beating, mutt." Leon sighed. He was about to speak up, but the senior instructor supervising the duels beat him to it. He's already fought once, and his arm has been stunned. He's under no obligation to fight again. Gaius' face twisted into an ugly snarl, but he couldn't force the issue now that this senior instructor had made his position known. "Smile at him," said Zaffin. "What?" asked Leon in slight confusion. "Just do it. Smile at that dickhead." Leon complied, flashing Gaius a cheeky grin. Gaius' face grew so red from anger that he appeared to be in danger of bursting a blood vessel. The arrogant noble started grinding his teeth and his knuckles went white from how hard he was gripping his sword. "Ha ha ha, let that dickhead feast on nothing but his own impotent rage," thundered Zaffin in sadistic glee. The demon's rapturous response was so unexpected that Leon almost burst out laughing. He actually let out a few chuckles, and Gaius had to literally bite his tongue to prevent himself from sprinting over and attacking Leon, despite his refusal to duel. Most of the other nobles were content to watch this play out. They had never seen anyone who had angered Gaius so completely before. A few of the other nobles were also very interested in Valeria, and seeing Gaius, who they considered their main rival, in such a state was incredibly entertaining. Alphonsus was counted among their number, and he didn't even bother trying to hide his laughter. This laughter seemed to drive Gaius over the edge as he took a few menacing steps toward Leon. He didn't get very far before Alcander rushed forward. "Since the Veilman won't fight, how about indulging me?" Gaius continued to glare at Leon, but he reluctantly agreed after several quiet seconds. Unfortunately for him, his anger at Leon filled his mind and dulled his reflexes. Alcander beat him handily. Gaius managed to walk away from that duel, though his mood had only grown worse. Regardless, no one challenged Leon again for the remainder of the morning. Chapter 69. Start of classes. The first basic combat class was over several hours after it had started. All the third-tier nobles had fought at least once. Asia won her duel, as did Tiberius, though their opponents weren't particularly strong fighters. Combat training wasn't necessary to advance through the tiers of magic, and perhaps half of the third-tier nobles were not nearly as proficient in combat as the other half. Marcus and Alcander weren't in that group. They had been training to fight since a very young age and could match an older and more experienced third-tier knight blow for blow. Alcander was very eager to duel the others and fought more than half a dozen times, only stopping when Marcus beat him again. Marcus didn't continue to fight. He only wanted to watch the others and learn their fighting styles, but Alcander had been getting in the way. Leon also watched several of the duels. He didn't watch with the same fascination as Marcus, but he still felt the need to know how well the others could fight. He paid special attention to Marcus and Tiberius. He recognized the former as being an extremely intelligent mage, while the latter seemed to hold some grudge against him for some reason. Observing the fighting styles of both would be very beneficial in his opinion. He didn't learn much from their duels, though, as they each only fought once. He was a little disappointed that he couldn't see more, especially since Tiberius wasn't even trying to hide his hatred for Leon. The senior instructors had them return to the banner platform when the class was over. The first and second tier trainees were called back, and all 10 units returned to their groups. Leon glanced back at the rest of the Snow Lions as they lined up. Charles and Henry looked exhausted, while Elan only looked marginally better. The rest of the first-tier trainees appeared to be in roughly the same shape, but the second-tier trainees barely looked winded. After the units retrieved their banners, the senior instructors led them on a mass run back to the dining hall for lunch. This meal wasn't as tense as dinner had been the day before. Alcander had fought enough duels that he wasn't paying much attention to Leon. Tiberius, too, was more preoccupied with his conversation with the other 2 third-tier nobles in his unit to glare at Leon. Gaius was still sending the occasional dirty look Leon's way, but Leon was too busy gleefully wolfing down his food to listen to the conversation at his own table, let alone pay any attention to what the nobles were doing. If he had been paying attention, though, he might have noticed Valeria occasionally looking his way. After lunch, the units were taken on another run through the forest. A few miles later, they found themselves on the edge of the forest again, but this time they were on the southern edge of the training field. Half a dozen buildings that shared the clean and unadorned aesthetic of the administration building and dining hall were found there. The units were led into the largest of the buildings. Much like the dining hall, this building was just one enormous room, though this one was round and domed. Apart from the dozen columns supporting the dome, the only things of note, there were about 100 large tables. Each unit was made to sit at 10 of these tables. A number of servants appeared with a number of documents which were passed out to each trainee. Leon scanned the documents he received and discovered that these were the lists that described the electives available to the trainees. He quickly scanned through the lists to see what the academy offered. There were only 2 slots available every training cycle for electives, so he needed to choose wisely as he would be stuck with these courses for the duration of his time at the academy. At the very top of the first page was Magical Theory. From what he could tell, most of the time in that course would be spent meditating and practicing proper breathing techniques. He had no use for that course, so he quickly moved on. A few other offerings stood out to him as he skimmed through the lists. First was A Brief History of the First Bull King's Campaigns. He had nearly bombed the written test, so he felt like he could spare some time to brush up on his knowledge of the military history of the Bull Kingdom. The next course his eyes were drawn to was The Classics of the Bull Kingdom. This was a course devoted to the great works of literature written in the Bull Kingdom and the states that preceded it. Again, given the results of his written test, Leon was sorely tempted to take this course and cover some of the areas he was lacking in. Leon's eyes widened in excitement when he saw the next course, Basics of Enchantment. Ever since he was young, he had been fascinated with runes and their myriad applications. However, Artorias never had the skills or means to properly instruct Leon, so all he could do was let the young mage read a few of the books he had taken from the archives in Tira. Leon still had many of those books, but he lacked the foundation he needed to understand the information contained within them. Leon decided immediately that his first elective was going to be this course on enchantments. The last piece of paper was a map of the surrounding buildings. The room each course took place in was clearly labeled on this map. The building they were all in was actually the classroom for magical theory, which made sense given that it was required for all the first-tier trainees. He hadn't decided what else to take when he finished scanning the documents, though. The academy offered courses on just about every conceivable art, from painting to sculpting to writing. There was something there for just about everyone. There were so many courses, in fact, that Leon felt that most of them wouldn't be very heavily attended, which suited him just fine. After about 20 minutes, the trainees were dismissed to their first course. They only had to attend the first class of their chosen elective to sign up for it. The academy didn't have any formal tests, so the trainees were encouraged to take whatever interested them the most. All of the second and third tier trainees left the room for their first elective while the first tier trainees stayed to take the first class of magical theory. Leon quickly made his way to the enchanting room, but he had been one of the last to leave the room for magical theory, so he was one of the last to arrive. His eyes quickly scanned the room when he entered the classroom, and his eager smile faded when he saw who else was present, Valeria and Gaius. About 24 trainees had elected to take the course on enchanting, but these two were the only other third-tier trainees who had made that decision. Leon paused for a moment at the door as every eye in the room turned towards him. Most of the other trainees didn't spare him a second glance, but he made very brief eye contact with Valeria. She gave him a slight respectful nod, which he hesitantly returned. Gaius, on the other hand, glared at him with as much hate as he could fill his eyes with. Leon ignored him as best as he could and calmly walked to the back of the classroom. For a moment, the noble's face began to go red with rage, but he simply glanced at Valeria and forced himself to calm down. The room had a couple dozen tables with enough chairs to seat 50 trainees. In the very back of the room were a few more tables which held thousands of sheets of cheap spell paper. At the front of the classroom was a large limestone slab covered in several glyphs made of light runes. Leon took a seat in the very back, as far away from the other trainees as he could be. There, he closed his eyes and silently meditated while he waited for the instructor to show up. While everyone waited, the second-tier trainees chatted amongst themselves. They spoke about business in their home territories, fashion, the arena games, the usual noble fare. Gaius quickly grew bored with these topics and stood up, leaving his second-tier lackeys to continue their conversation while he strolled over to Valeria's table. Valeria had been quietly sitting alone at her table. The other trainees seemed too intimidated by her cold attitude and even colder aura, but Gaius didn't seem to care about those things. He helped himself to seat at her table and began trying to talk to her. She politely responded, but she didn't say much and her expression never once changed, leaving Gaius undeterred. When the instructor finally arrived several minutes later, he was still doggedly smiling and talking at Valeria. All the talking in the room quickly faded when the instructor glared at the trainees. He loudly slammed the door shut behind him and strolled over to the limestone slab without a word. Even Gaius shut his mouth, though his eyes frequently darted back to Valeria to sweep over her body. The instructor pressed his hand against a runic circle at the bottom of the limestone slab, activating the light enchantments. To Leon's astonishment, a black screen materialized a few inches off the slab, though no one else seemed very surprised, so he contained himself. All right, this is Basics of Enchantment. By the end of this class, you all should be relatively proficient in about 50 basic enchantments as well as have an understanding of the basic structure of most variants of enchantments. The instructor pulled out a blank piece of paper and handed it to the closest trainee. You will write your name on this paper. After you do, you will be expected to attend every one of these classes for the duration of this training cycle. The trainee hurriedly scrawled his name down and passed it to the next man, who did the same. We start lectures next week. For now, I want you all to get acquainted with these runes. He waved his hand over the black screen and a series of white lines appeared, which formed into 7 shapes. Leon recognized them as the most basic runes, not that he actually had to, as the instructor waved his hand again and what each rune represented was written below it. The first 4 were the 4 primordial elements: earth, water, fire, and air. The last 3 were the 3 heavenly elements: darkness, light, and lightning. There are many runes in the modern art of enchantment, but these are the most basic and the most versatile. Thus, these are the runes we will start with. In the back, you will find plenty of spell paper. Your task for the next week is to copy these runes onto those papers until you can draw them perfectly even in your sleep. The instructor sat down behind a desk at the front of the class and stared at the trainees. It took a moment for them to realize that was all he was going to say and get moving. They shuffled to the back to grab a small stack of spell papers each. As the trainee closest to the back, Leon had already grabbed his paper and gotten to work before anyone else. He concentrated solely on drawing runes so much that when someone elegantly sat down next to him he almost jumped in surprise. His surprise was compounded when he saw Valeria in the seat next to him, but his shock was nothing compared to Gaius. The noble had been talking up a storm with her as soon as they had risen to their feet and had completely missed the annoyance that momentarily appeared on her normally impassive face. The words he had been saying to her caught in his throat as he stared in complete bewilderment at Valeria. I would like to speak with Leon about our duel this morning. I trust you don't object, she asked, though her ice-cold tone brokered no room for objection. She didn't even wait for Gaius' response before she turned away from him. It took a moment for him to process what had just happened, but when he did, all he could say was, "Oh, of course, my lady." He staggered back to his table without another word. I'm terribly sorry for dragging you into this, but I couldn't stand the thought of listening to him for the entire 2.5 hours. I honestly didn't think he'd pick this class too, Valeria said to Leon with a slightly apologetic look. This was the first time Leon heard her speak so much. Her voice was as smooth and calm as a gentle river, and he found he couldn't work up any anger toward her at all. Only when he recalled her name did he raise his guard back up. However, when he glanced at the back of Gaius' now seething head, he found that he couldn't blame Valeria for wanting to get away from him at all costs. He silently nodded to her, and the two turned to their spell papers. They worked in pleasant silence for the rest of the class. Chapter 70. Additional instruction. The first class was over 2.5 hours after it had begun. Leon and Valeria had spent the entire class working quietly on their runes. They knew the rune was correctly drawn when they could channel their magic into it and create a magical effect. The spell paper they were using was very cheap, so the effects wouldn't be particularly dramatic. An air rune might create a slight gust of wind just powerful enough to move a few stray hairs, or a fire rune might cause the edges of the paper to smolder a little. Ultimately, these runes were useless in a practical sense, but they weren't meant to be used. The students were using this time to work on the runic equivalent of handwriting. This entire next week would be devoted to letting the students build up the muscle memory they needed to write these basic runes quickly and correctly, so they wouldn't need to spend hours working on a single enchantment. Leon had a little experience in this regard. He had learned how to draw a few enchantments from the books Artorias had made him read. But, in the end, he was only memorizing the shapes and patterns of specific enchantments so he could replicate them later. This was no different to an illiterate person memorizing the word fire, because they knew it meant fire but having no idea what the individual letters meant. The art of enchantment was often referred to as the language of magic, because of this characteristic. In essence, this class had the trainees start the same way a young child learns to read and write, by studying individual letters first. But while Leon and Valeria were peacefully working, Gaius was stewing in anger so much that he hardly lifted his quill to write anything until the instructor began walking around the room to inspect the trainees an hour after the class had begun. When the instructor saw that Gaius had only written half a dozen runes whereas the other trainees had written almost 50, he only spared Gaius a single derisive look before shaking his head in disappointment and moving on. This dismissiveness from the instructor drove Gaius to new heights of rage. He could barely sit still in his chair and he snapped his quill in half from clenching his hand. It took every ounce of patience he possessed not to immediately challenge Leon to a duel. This was supposed to be my time to shine, to match my older brothers. If it wasn't for that contemptible rat I wouldn't have been repeatedly humiliated. He's made a fool of me. I'm sure that barbarian bastard is laughing at me right now. Laughing at me in front of Valeria. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to tear him limb from wretched limb. Gaius was so caught up in his anger that he didn't even notice that Leon and Valeria weren't even speaking to each other, despite Valeria's excuse for sitting with him. When the class was over, all the used spell paper was thrown away and the trainees left to go to their next class. As Leon made his way out of the room, he and Valeria made eye contact. They didn't say a word to each other, but they gave each other a respectful nod. When Leon had walked part way to his next chosen class, he felt an intense burst of killing intent. His hand immediately found its way to his sword and he spun around to see who was threatening him. What he saw was a livid Gaius scowling at him from across the hall, emitting a killing intent that surpassed anything the noble had previously shown. Leon slowly removed his hand from his sword as Gaius walked away. As much as it entertains me to infuriate that one, you ought to keep an eye on him. He'll be trouble, no doubt about it, said Zaffin. I'm sure he will be. But, given the combat skill he's demonstrated so far or the lack thereof, more accurately I'm not too worried. Let him be angry, responded Leon with a dismissive tone, though he didn't turn around and continue walking until he lost sight of Gaius. Zaffin didn't respond and Leon moved to his next class in silence. The other elective he had chosen apart from Basics of Enchantment was the Classics of the Bull Kingdom. Leon had been tempted to take a few other courses, but the factor that finally pushed him for this literature course was its description that led Leon to think it was a class about quietly reading old books. Leon was absolutely correct in this assumption. What made it even better was that no one who would bother Leon took the course at the same time. It was 2.5 hours of very quiet reading in comfortable armchairs. And Leon relished every silent moment. After this class finished up, the units gathered in the central plaza between the 6 class buildings. It was time for dinner, so the senior instructors led them on another run back to the dining hall. After an uneventful meal, the units returned to their respective towers. Tomorrow will be the same deal as this morning. We'll go to the training field first thing, so be down here at 7 a.m. sharp. The schedule for the next few weeks will be largely the same. Everyone understand. Once he got at least a nod of acknowledgement from everyone, he turned around to leave. But then, just as he was about to reach for the first set of doors, he turned back around. Ah, right, Theoderic, get over here. The senior instructor's voice boomed throughout the entire tower and the trainee in question froze in terror for a moment before sheepishly stepping forward. The senior instructor was about to drag the young trainee outside when a thoughtful look appeared on his face. His silence felt extremely oppressive to the young man, but Theoderic didn't have to suffer under it for very long before the senior instructor opened his mouth to shout again. Castor, you get over here too. The third-tier trainee was halfway up the first set of stairs when he stopped in confusion. Most instructors didn't bother the nobles unless they were noble themselves, so Castor was very surprised at the senior instructor calling him out. He calmly walked over after recovering himself. Sir, was all he asked. You are the leader of the Snow Lions, are you not? Asked the senior instructor. One of Castor's eyebrows rose to give the senior instructor a quizzical look before he answered, yes, sir. Good, that makes Theoderic your guy. Thus, I will leave you to carry out his punishment. 200 laps around the tower with a 70-pound log. Get to it. Castor stared at the senior instructor in such disbelief that he didn't even move. You're training to be a knight, aren't you? Act like one. The senior instructor's sharp reprimand brought Castor back to reality, and the noble looked over at Theoderic in resignation. Might as well get this over with, then. Let's go, Theoderic, was it? Yes. Theoderic was so surprised that the noble had actually remembered his name that he stared at Castor with just as much disbelief as Castor had shown a moment before. Well then, get moving, shouted Castor. Theoderic ran outside while Castor made a quick gesture at the 5 second-tier nobles waiting on the stairs. It was obvious to the watching Leon that these trainees were probably related to people who serve Castor's family, because they immediately followed Castor and Theoderic outside. The senior instructor took one last look around before he left as well, accompanied by the other 2 instructors. Leon was just about to head for the stairs when Henry called out to him. Hey, Leon. When Leon turned around, Henry and Alon were staring at him with great expectation. You're going to teach us some of those moves you taught Charles, right? Asked Alon. You did say you would this morning, added Henry. I did, didn't I? Muttered Leon. He glanced at the 2 young men, then over at Charles, who was watching and stifling his laughter at Leon's obvious discomfort not too far away. Fine, but first, show me what you were taught this morning. All right, but we weren't taught much, said Alon. After about 5 minutes, Leon had a fairly good grasp of what they had gained from their first lesson in basic combat. The knights had made practice a single stabbing attack hundreds of times and little else. Leon understood the emphasis on the stab, though. His own training sword was about the same length as his personal sword, which was longer than the one-handed arming swords the first-tier trainees had been given, but shorter than a large 2-handed sword. The hilts of both of his weapons were long enough to use with 2 hands, though at the 3rd tier Leon was more than strong enough to use them with only 1 hand very comfortably. Given what Leon knew about Legion fighting tactics, this emphasis wasn't a surprise. Most of the rank-and-file soldiers would fight in a tight formation with large shields, which were often paired with shorter swords that were designed for very close-range fighting. It made a lot of sense to him that stabbing attacks would be the bread and butter of the heavy infantry that made up most of the legions. But Leon wasn't too fond of that style of combat. Everyone here was training to become knights. They would be assigned to leadership roles suited for a far more open style of fighting at slightly longer ranges rather than filling spots within large shield formations. This is only basic combat. Maybe they'll be taught better fighting styles later, thought Leon. Okay, I think we can start with some footwork, he said out loud. Footwork, not actual fighting moves, asked Alon in disappointment. Take a swing at me, said Leon. Huh, you have that sword in your hand. Use it to try and hit me. But Alon clearly didn't want to do so. Leon was a 3rd-tier mage, so there was little chance he'd actually hit him anyway. Never mind, then. Try and hit Charles instead, said Leon after thinking a little about why Alon was hesitating. What was that? Asked Charles, who had been starting his own practice session. Alon glanced over at Charles and gave him a wicked smile. Both had power that was about on par with the other, but the tall and muscular Alon was clearly far more physically powerful than the shorter and much skinnier Charles. Alon immediately struck out toward Charles using the very stabbing move they had been taught that morning. To the shock of everyone but Leon, Charles dodged the strike with ease. He seemed to vanish from in front of Alon and reappear to his side in the blink of an eye, completely unscathed. Alon swung his sword again, abandoning any pretense of skill or instruction. Again, his sword tasted nothing but air as Charles almost effortlessly dodged his slow and uncoordinated swing. You're putting too much strength into the blow without the technique needed to take advantage of it. This makes you slow. Charles can easily dodge that with the basic skills I taught him, Leon explained to a slightly frustrated Alon. A week or 2 of practicing your footwork and you'll be able to do the same thing. Alon and Henry nodded at him enthusiastically. Charles chuckled a bit before returning to his own practice. His little demonstration kept a proud smile on his face for the rest of the day. For the next 20 minutes, Leon slowly demonstrated a stepping method that Artorias had taught him when he became a 1st-tier mage. This was the same technique that he had taught Charles several weeks earlier. It was essentially just stepping to the side and pivoting around on that foot. Artorias had also taught Leon how to properly channel his magic to maximize speed, but Leon didn't bring it up. He thought it was best to let Henry and Alon learn the normal version first, just like how he taught Charles. In fact, Leon hadn't even given Charles the more advanced technique yet. "This, actually isn't so hard," said Alon in a surprised tone. "It isn't hard because you're not trying to use it in battle. You need to build muscle memory, first. Train like this for an hour or two every day for the next week, then we can have you show me how easy you think it is," responded Leon with a slightly sadistic smile. Leon sat down in a nearby chair to concentrate on his own training. As a third-tier mage, there was little need for him to train his muscles unless he needed to learn a new technique or fighting style. Thus, his training mostly revolved around filling his body with magic power to come closer to ascending to the 4th tier. Several of the other first-tier snow lions watched them train. They were quite curious as to what Leon was showing the other 3, but given his status, none of them felt comfortable approaching the group to watch closer. Despite it having been made very clear from where Leon sat during meals and the antipathy shown to him by Gaius and Tiberius that he wasn't one of those high nobles, the lower-tiered trainees couldn't help but group him with them. "Hey Leon, I've got a question," said Henry after a little hesitation. Leon waited a moment for Henry to continue before he realized that Henry was waiting on him to say it was okay. He gave a slight nod. "You're from the Northern Vales, right? Why did you come all the way here?" "Those are 2 questions, Guy," muttered Alon only just loud enough for the other 3 to hear. Leon took a moment to think before answering. "I just wanted to be a knight. Isn't that enough? Don't get me wrong, it certainly is, it's just people from the Northern Vales don't come south very often. Valemen come south plenty, usually on trading missions, or for the occasional raid in the case of the Vales in the west. They just don't stay. Can be very hard to get through the frozen mountains. Makes moving entire families nearly impossible. But don't you have people you want to see again back home?" Leon frowned a little and quietly said, "No." Henry easily picked up on the fact that he had started getting into some things Leon didn't want to talk about, so he decided to switch gears. "Well, just wanting to be a knight is as good a reason as any. Hell, it's a better reason than Alon's got," Henry said in a playful tone. Alon's face went red with embarrassment. "Oh, why are you 2 here then?" asked Charles curiously, much to Henry's delight. "Well, my buddy here is quite the ladies' man. Too much of one, in fact. He got involved with 3 girls back home and ended up getting all 3 pregnant." Charles immediately turned to Alon with a boggle-eyed expression. Even Leon took on a subdued, surprised look for several seconds. "Really?" asked Charles incredulously. "Yes," confirmed Alon, "but I love all of them. And they're going to be the mothers of my children. I'm going to do right by them, but I can't get married to all 3 unless I become noble. I have to become a knight. And they're okay with this?" asked Charles with increasingly mounting disbelief. "Well, yes," replied Alon. "Our village is rather poor," added Henry. "We only became first-tier mages by a happy accident when we found a small pond in the nearby forest that had a slightly denser concentration of magic than everywhere else in the village. By hanging out there, we ended up becoming mages completely without intending to. And when this guy knocked up those girls, signing up at the Knight Academy just seemed like the natural thing to do." "But what about you?" asked Leon. "Well, I couldn't let my best friend join the Knight Academy alone, could I?" Charles just lightly grunted while still staring in amazement at Alon, who pretended to double down on his training to hide his embarrassment. "Hey Charles, your turn. Why'd you come here?" asked Henry. "Well," said Charles as he turned away from Alon, "I met Leon not too long ago. He was on his way to the Knight Academy, and since I was a first-tier mage, I decided to accompany him. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Really, I also hadn't made much of myself in Tira, to put it mildly. The way I saw it, I could go back home and work in my parents' mine or sign up for the Legion. Since I potentially qualified to be a knight, I figured I might as well see if I could become one." "Fair enough." The 4 continued to talk while they trained for another hour or so. They swapped stories about their hometowns and about the girls they had chased. Leon, for the most part, just listened, but he occasionally told them a few things about Vale Town. Eventually, Leon felt that he had enough of being around people and was getting desperate for solitude, so he left for his bedroom. The others didn't last much longer than he did before retiring to their own room to meditate and perform breathing exercises for a while. Chapter 71. Brewing trouble. On the day that classes started for Leon and the other trainees, a man entered the capital on a small private yacht. This man, Nicomedes was his name, had extremely eye-catching golden hair and features that strongly resembled Gaius. He was dressed in the dark green uniform of an officer in the Royal Legions. The golden insignia that decorated his shoulder indicated that he was a tribune, a sufficient rank to command a battalion of 1,000 soldiers and at least a 5th-tier mage. The crew of his yacht skillfully brought it into port. The man walked off the yacht with all the grace and elegance that a noble of his rank and power possessed. Several of his subordinates and secretaries were waiting for him with a superbly enchanted carriage. When the tribune joined they all entered the carriage and set off for the Knight Academy. It took the carriage an hour to arrive at the academy, during which time the men in the carriage brought the Nicomedes up to speed on the work that had piled up during his absence. Upon arriving at the Knight Academy, the tribune's men hurried towards his office while the tribune himself wasted no time making his way to the office of the legate. He was one of the legate's direct subordinates, so it was common courtesy for him to greet his boss on his return to the academy. The legate's office was surprisingly small, though it was still the largest office in the main administration building. There was a large desk of dark wood, expensive red carpets, and several chairs around a fireplace. The tribune bowed politely to the legate when the secretary outside showed him in. The legate gave him a respectful nod in return and waved him over to take a seat in front of the desk. They made some small talk about a policy the legate was considering having removed, one where the senior instructors were allowed to completely revoke all privileges of a unit if they were to lose their banner. The two spoke for a few minutes without the legate really coming to a conclusion, and Nicomedes excused himself. It was only some small talk anyway, and the legate didn't actually want his opinion, he simply wanted to pay a little respect to a fellow nobleman by asking his opinion. As he was exiting the legate's office, Nicomedes ran into another of the legate's subordinates, a man named Sabinus. He was a tribune as well and greeted the Nicomedes on his way out. "Hey there, Nico, good to see you back in the capital." "Sabinus, it warms my heart to run into a friend so quickly upon my arrival." The two friends clasped hands and gave each other a brief hug. "How was the wedding? It must have been a sight to see. I heard even the second prince showed up for the ceremony." "His Highness did indeed grace my family with his presence. My father had sent him an invitation months ago, but we never expected he would actually attend." "Congratulations. And how is your elder brother dealing with the trials of marriage?" "About as well as any other man who marries a young and beautiful woman. He and my new sister-in-law have been nearly inseparable these past couple weeks. My father even had to scold them for not leaving the bedroom long enough for the maids to properly clean up." "Ha, sounds like everything went as well as it could have." "Yes, it was a splendid time. Unfortunately, my younger brother couldn't attend as he was busy enrolling in this very academy." Nicomedes' face had lit up as he spoke about his family, but Sabinus' face fell a little when Nicomedes brought up his younger brother. Nicomedes noticed and gave his friend a quizzical look. "It sounds like your elder brother's wedding was an incredible event. I'm afraid Gaius' brief time here hasn't been so stellar." Though, Sabinus quickly explained how badly Gaius had lost to Leon during the combat test, as well as the reports Sabinus had received from the Deathbringer's senior instructor about Gaius' recent behavior. This included his loss to Alcander that morning and his seeming fixation on his extreme and obvious loathing of Leon, which was isolating him from his third-tier peers. Nicomedes' mood fell with every word. By the time Sabinus stopped talking, he had grown quite furious. "Thank you for telling me all of this, my friend. This was a good chat, but we really should get to work." "Of course, I understand." Sabinus smiled as Nicomedes turned around and walked away. A couple minutes later, Nicomedes arrived at his own small office. It wasn't lavishly decorated, but it was comfortable enough. It was also located in one of the most private areas of the administration building. Nicomedes caught the attention of one of his secretaries and immediately said, "Send a message to my brother, I would like to see him when his classes are over." The secretary nodded. Nicomedes was about to enter his office when he frowned and turned back around to address the secretary again. "And make sure he hurries. I'm anxious to see my brother after so long." The tribune tried to control his tone, but the secretary was still able to pick up on Nicomedes' concealed fury. "Yes, sir," he said. Nicomedes nodded and entered his office. As soon as the door closed and no one could see him, his face contorted into an ugly snarl. "That damned moron, he's tarnishing the image of our family," he thought. The Deathbringers were brought back to their own tower after dinner. Their senior instructor gave them orders that were almost identical to those given by the Snow Lion's senior instructor. Once he was done, he turned to leave. But, just as he reached out his hand to push open the door opened and Nicomedes' secretary entered. The secretary whispered a few words to the senior instructor, who turned back to his unit and yelled, "Gaius Tullius. Get over here." Gaius glanced over at them from the foot of the stairs and walked over a moment later. The secretary told him about Nicomed's summons and Gaius smiled. The two left the tower at a brisk jog and arrived at the main administration building 10 minutes later. Gaius was led through the halls until they reached a plain dark wood door labeled, "Nicomed's Philocrates Tullius." The secretary knocked and the two entered the office. The first thing Gaius noticed was the lack of joy on Nicomed's face at their reunion. In fact, his older brother looked almost furious to see him. Gaius' smile quickly disappeared. Nicomedes nodded to the secretary, who slightly bowed and exited the office. "Brother, it's good to see you after these long weeks. How was our eldest bro?" "Shut up, Gaius." Nicomedes glared at his younger brother and Gaius shut his mouth instantly. Silence followed for several excruciatingly long minutes as Nicomedes glowered at Gaius. Gaius almost jumped from the mounting anxiety when his older brother finally broke the silence. "What the hell do you think you're doing, little brother?" "I don't quite." Gaius narrowed his eyes in confusion at Nicomedes' ambiguous question. "By the time he was your age, Gratian had already hunted and killed both a third-tier griffin and a fourth-tier manticore. Father heaped praise upon him and rewarded him with a barony on the Gallian River. I didn't quite match up to our glorious elder brother, but I still graduated from this prestigious institution with great honors. I went on to rise to the rank of tribune in less than 2 decades. When father allowed you to enroll here, he was worried you were only doing so to pursue that daughter of Lord Justin. You allayed his fears by insisting you would eclipse both me and Gratian during your time in the Legion." Gaius didn't know why his brother was bringing all of this up, but he had started to sweat. Nicomedes' tone was growing angrier with every word. "So, answer me, Gaius, why did I hear a story about how you were beaten into unconsciousness in only 3 hits during the combat test? By a barbarian, no less. And why did you go on to humiliate yourself further by defecating in front of all the other high nobles in your class and the fucking legate himself?" Gaius was stunned speechless. He had no answers for Nicomedes, or at least, none his brother would accept. He frantically searched for an excuse, but a humiliation like the one he suffered at Leon's hands couldn't be dismissed with only a few words. You what? What about you?" Gaius frantically scoured his brain for anything to say, but Nicomedes wasn't going to let up. "Do you have any idea how hard I worked to secure this position?" "Any idea?" asked Nicomedes. Gaius shook his head. He honestly had no idea what Nicomedes had to do to get stationed here, or even why he would want this post. After all, there was no practical chance he would ever see combat in this position, so there wasn't much room for advancement through military achievements. "You don't even know how important my job is, do you?" Again, Gaius shook his head. "In my role here, I arrange for all the food to be delivered to the dining hall, all the class supplies to be taken to the appropriate classrooms, and make sure the instructors have everything they need to make knights out of those first-tier commoners. I'm basically the logistics officer for the entire academy." Gaius frowned. This was hardly a position that had much glory or power that he could see. He knew that he would certainly never fight for his brother's job. And Nicomedes saw Gaius' obvious disdain for his work. Think about what it means to be a logistics officer, little brother, before you go judging the position. My day job is just set dressing, busy work that I have to do before I get to do what is my most important job, which is to assign the trainees their squires' hips upon completion of their training cycle. Nicomedes let that sink in for Gaius. It took a moment, but when he realized the implications of Nicomedes' position, Gaius' eyes widened almost as far as they could go. The academy will always send out their squires for 2 years to be trained on the job by their assigned knights. After putting in so much time to train these young squires, their assigned knights will usually take them into their service after graduation. Over 90% of all the 5th tier or stronger mages in the legions were trained at the Knight Academy. This is no guarantee that a Knight Academy graduate will rise so far, but there is usually fierce competition over the best squires because they will almost universally stay with their assigned knight long after they themselves have been knighted. Gaius realized that because Nicomedes controlled where these squires go, it gave him a large amount of influence over both the squires and the knights they will be sent to study under. Everyone wants good teachers and subordinates, after all. His Highness Julius Octavius Taurus attended Gratian's wedding. The future king himself showed his support for our family. Nicomedes glared at Gaius again before continuing. He and I spoke for a while about the academy. He indicated to me that not only was he looking for a good squire, but both the Sapphire and Earthshaker paladins were as well. Gaius' expression turned ravenously hungry. If he could become a squire to the future king or one of the finest warriors in the entire kingdom, then he had little doubt he'd gain great power and prestige. Enough, perhaps, for him to formally ask Lord Justin for Valeria's hand in marriage. Nicomedes noticed Gaius' look and scowled. I was considering sending you to one of them, but that was before I heard about your abysmal performance. Gaius' face immediately fell again. You said you'd excel here. Instead, you have been beaten down by some uncultured and unwashed barbarian. You're lucky that word of this hasn't spread very far. But it will, and when it does, you will be a laughingstock of the entire noble class. Gaius felt his face burn in shame and he stared at the floor. You are going to need to fix this, and soon. Crush that mongrel and regain your honor, then actually do what you told father you'd do, and excel. Maybe if you lead your unit to victory during the ending field training exercise, I'll be able to send you somewhere respectable. Understand? Nicomedes now looked at Gaius with extreme seriousness. Gaius turned his eyes back to his brother and said, I understand. I won't fail like this again. Good, now get back to your unit and train. This isn't xianxia, so don't go throwing your weight around as if it were. Spend your time training so you don't further embarrass the family. Nicomedes' final words cut very deeply into Gaius. He left his older brother's office shaking with shame and rage. His hatred of Leon reached new heights that he never thought possible. He despised that barbarian as much as a man could despise anything. He had already decided to obliterate Leon as completely as possible ever since the wretch had humiliated him, but his desire had grown even stronger after that afternoon, when Valeria had willingly chosen to sit by him instead of Gaius. And now, he felt a creeping desperation brought on by Nicomedes. Gaius clenched his fists and teeth. He silently vowed to never stop until he had done everything possible to stomp Leon down into the dirt so completely that the barbarian would never rise again. Chapter 72. Her challenge. Leon's schedule the next morning was largely the same as the day before. He spent 15 minutes simply enjoying how comfortable the bed was before he got up. Then, he spent another 20 minutes in the bathroom washing up and getting ready. He then meditated for an additional half hour, so he could mentally prepare himself to be around people all day. Over the past couple months, Leon had found that it was getting easier to talk to people, but his general social unease was still strong. He really needed that half hour of mental preparation before venturing back out among the rest of the trainees. When Leon was ready, he made his way downstairs. Charles, Alain, and Henry were chatting with a few other trainees, which made Leon hesitate to join them, but Henry noticed him and waved him over. The group's conversation died down a little when Leon grabbed a seat, as the other trainees weren't very comfortable around a third-tier mage, but the silence suited him just fine. The senior instructor arrived only a few minutes later. When the entire unit had assembled, they began their 3-mile run to the training field. Just like the day before, a light breakfast was waiting for them when they arrived. The senior instructor gave the trainees a few minutes to eat, then separated them again, with Leon, Castor, and Alphonsus accompanying the senior instructor back to the third-tier trainees' private training area. Unlike the day before, they weren't the first to show up. The Steel Century had beaten them there. Marcus and Alcander nodded in greeting to the 3 Snow Lions, as did the other 2 third-tier trainees in their unit. Leon, Alphonsus, and Castor all nodded back, though Leon's response was very subdued. While they were waiting for the other units, Alcander walked over to Leon. Hey there, Leon, wasn't it? He asked. Leon had been meditating in a kneeling posture to pass the time. He opened his eyes and shot Alcander a curious and slightly reproachful look, but the noble ignored them and kept speaking anyway. You know, I admire your combat abilities. If it isn't too much trouble, I was hoping to spar with you today. Leon thought about Alcander's request for a moment. The noble was an admirable warrior in Leon's eyes. In fact, there was a large part of Leon that wanted to test himself against Alcander, and it was this part of him that brought a slight smile to his lips. That might be fun, he said quietly. Ha ha, wonderful. I look forward to crossing blades with you. Alcander gave Leon a respectful head nod, then started walking back over to the other trainees in his unit. He only took a few steps before he quickly turned back around and said, My name is Alcander, by the way. I should have introduced myself before, but I was just so eager to make the challenge. Alcander beamed down at Leon. Leon gave a barely audible chuckle at the noble's earnestness. He nodded his head to Alcander, who smiled back. Over the next 10 minutes, the other 8 units came along. Leon knew exactly when the Deathbringers arrived because he felt the killing intent from Gaius' hateful stare boring a hole in his back. Surprisingly, it felt a little lessened to Leon than it did the day before. Tiberius completely ignored Leon when he and the Black Vipers arrived. He still hated Leon almost as much as Gaius did, but he was far more reserved about it. When all 36 third-tier trainees had made their way there, the same senior instructor as before silenced the trainees and opened the door for any challenges to be made. He didn't say anything more and stepped aside. Alcander rushed forward, intent on starting his duel with Leon. Gaius moved forward as well, with the exact same purpose. However, someone beat them both to it. Valeria had elegantly and stoically stepped forward and the entire group went silent. Her sparkling blue eyes slowly surveyed the other trainees while Alcander and Gaius respectfully stepped back so she could make her challenge. Gaius looked a little bashful when Valeria's eyes found his own, but his heart plummeted when she moved on a moment later. His reaction wasn't unique. Most of the male trainees felt inadequate and awkward under her indomitable gaze. Slowly, she turned her eyes to the still kneeling Leon, and to the surprise of everyone, she pointed directly at him and unleashed a tiny amount of killing intent. This wasn't even enough to alter Leon's heart rate, but he still clearly felt it and opened his eyes. He smiled, pushed himself to his feet, and took a position opposite Valeria in front of the stunned trainees. No one could believe that a woman as dispassionate and detached as Valeria would ever take the initiative to challenge anyone else. A few trainees looked a little jealous, and Gaius in particular looked absolutely livid. He hurriedly controlled himself, though, as he remembered that his older brother and by proxy, his entire family would now be watching his performance with much greater scrutiny. Leon calmly drew his sword, while Valeria took out her own weapon. Instead of the spear she wielded previously, her weapon this time was a shorter polearm, only about 5 feet long and with a relatively long curved blade at the end. Leon's smile grew a little wider when she brandished the weapon in his direction. Her change in armament clearly showed what she had taken away from their duel the day before. The senior instructor shouted for the duel to begin. Valeria darted forward, opening with a wide slash. Leon nimbly dodged, but Valeria wasn't going to give any room to counterattack. She followed through with another slash. Leon dodged again, then lunged forward with a swift stab. Valeria rapidly spun her short glaive and deflected Leon's sword upward, then countered with another slash at Leon's chest. Leon threw himself back, narrowly avoiding the blade of Valeria's weapon. His shirt, however, wasn't so lucky. The blade wasn't so sharp that it would cut through his shirt, but it did get caught and tore a large hole in the side. Valeria didn't stop. She kept pushing forward, her killing intent soaring all the while. Leon's own killing intent rose to match and then exceed hers, but it wasn't enough to slow her down in the slightest. Leon pushed back, countering whenever he could, but this was when Valeria's choice to change weapons began to shine. The biggest problem she had in their previous duel was that Leon had easily gotten into close enough range to render her spear nearly ineffective. It had only been her stellar footwork that kept her from a quick defeat. Valeria switching out her spear for a shorter weapon allowed her to remain effective even at the extremely close range that Leon preferred to fight in. The curved blade of her glaive rather than the straight spearhead also allowed her to use more than just stabbing attacks. The two of them fought extremely aggressively, matching each other nearly blow for blow. The watching trainees and instructors were captivated at the combat skill the two were putting on display. Marcus in particular watched in fascination. Leon feigned an overhead strike, then attacked her legs when her glaive went up to block. Just as his blade was about to slash her Achilles tendon, however, the haft of her glaive appeared just in time to block the sword. Valeria followed up with an extremely fast and unexpected kick, which Leon had to drop to the ground and roll away to dodge. Leon sprang back to his feet just in time to contort his body to dodge a slash. Leon responded with a blistering flurry of strikes aimed at her upper body, but she managed to block every one. Valeria felt herself losing the initiative under Leon's relentless attacks, so she blocked another attack and violently pushed herself into Leon. This forced Leon to push back or he'd lose his footing. Valeria slowly pushed the blade of her glaive toward Leon's face, and Leon pushed back just as hard. But that wasn't the only thing Leon did. He also subtly shifted his weight so that he could dodge and counter after pulling away from this stalemate. Valeria's keen eyes noticed his movements. In the moments before Leon disengaged, she made her move. Pushing her blade had been a feint. Instead of overcommitting there, she suddenly pulled her glaive away, surprising Leon and almost leaving him unbalanced. In an instant, she spun around and caught the back of his knee with the opposite end of her glaive and knocked him off his feet. Before Leon had a chance to recover, Valeria slammed her blade into the dirt, almost close enough to his face to give him a shave. The two duelists stared each other down just like the day prior, but this time their positions had been reversed. It was clear from Valeria's sober expression and tremendously elevated killing intent that she was perfectly willing to strike a more decisive blow. But she didn't, and Leon felt like he knew why. She had surrendered in their previous fight and was now expecting the same from him. He reluctantly let go of the sword in his hand and, to the surprise of everyone watching, said, "I yield." The briefest hint of a smile appeared on Valeria's face as she retracted her glaive. This look was mirrored in Leon when he pushed himself back to his feet. The two slowly walked back to the group and sat down to meditate. This duel had lasted for 5 minutes and wiped out most of their mana reserves, so they needed a few minutes to rest. Their soul realms held enough magic power for them to fight if they absolutely had to, but it would certainly not be at 100%. To many of the duel's observers, it was obvious that they had each given their all in the fight. It was exceptionally rare to see such a display where two combatants pushed themselves to the absolute limits of their abilities because it would always vastly increase their recovery times. It was even more unheard of to see it in battle, as it could leave the winner in an extremely unfavorable position even if they kill their enemy. Pacing during long engagements was very important. Of course, this typically only applied to the stronger mages. The weaker rank-and-file soldiers would never have the luxury of not giving a life-and-death battle everything they had. After the duel, many of the nobles found themselves looking at Leon in a new light. Even if he was a barbarian, he was still very strong and skilled with a blade, and that strength demanded respect. Gaius and Tiberius were not counted among these nobles, however. Tiberius didn't care how strong Leon appeared to be, he still despised this barbarian for being so intimate with Elise. Gaius still despised Leon with all his being, but after the haranguing he had received from Nicomedes, he restrained himself from furiously challenging Leon. The duels continued, but Leon and Valeria didn't take part in any more. Their fight had been spectacular enough to earn them their rest. Not even Alcander pressed the challenge he made before the duels had begun. The rest of the day went about as it had the day before. After the basic combat class was lunch. After the trainees ate, it was on to afternoon classes. The first-tier trainees went to magical theory, while Leon made his way to the enchanting room. He was surprised to see that Valeria was sitting in the same place as the day before, in the very back. Gaius had chosen to sit at the table next to hers, but she didn't mind so long as he was quiet. Gaius glared at Leon as he walked over and took his seat next to Valeria, but he didn't say a word. The three silently practiced writing the 7 elemental runes over the next few hours. That night, when the Deathbringers had returned to their tower, Gaius let loose with his fury. He hurled a few pieces of furniture across the third-tier common room while screaming, "That filthy savage! Who does that pile of pigshit think he is?" and other obscenities to that same effect. The other 2 third-tier trainees in his unit paled a little and retreated to their own rooms. They had no idea what had set him off and they wanted no part in this display. That filthy brute dared to touch her. My goddess, my future wife. He touched her with his barbarian hands. During the enchanting class, Leon and Valeria had very briefly brushed shoulders. It was an act so minor that not even the extraordinarily misanthropic Leon had paid it much mind. But Gaius had noticed, and though he bottled it up at the time, this outburst was the result. For a moment, sanity seemed to find Gaius as his hand froze while reaching for a magic lamp to throw at the wall. He straightened himself up and, as calmly as he could, made his way downstairs to the second-tier common room. Something had occurred to him and he needed to speak with his second-tier followers. Gaius immediately drew attention when he came down the stairs. His clothes were a little disheveled from the tantrum he had just thrown, but his demeanor was oddly quiet and serene. It was almost as if all the hatred and rage that had filled him for the past week and a half had just melted away. He gathered his half-dozen followers in a corner of the common room and spoke for a few minutes. He told them about the idea that had just occurred to him. The circumstances of the combat test hadn't leaked out, but they all knew that he passionately detested Leon, so it was no surprise that what he told them to do was related to this upstart barbarian. Gaius told them to target and harass the commoners who always sat with Leon during meals. None of his second-tier followers would directly antagonize Leon for him, but the same couldn't be said about the first-tier commoners that surrounded him. Gaius' enmity with Leon now ran too deep. The noble wouldn't be content by simply beating Leon in a duel anymore. Had the source of his hatred only been his humiliation, then he would never order something like this, but now Leon seemed to be getting closer to Valeria. That was something Gaius would not tolerate. He left the second-tier common room and returned to the trashed third-tier common room. He ignored the mess he had made. It would be cleaned while the trainees were off at classes. Gaius maintained his composure until he closed and locked the door of his private room behind him. Then, a sinister smile broke out on his face. "Get ready, wretch. This is only the beginning." Chapter 73. The pool. The events of the first 2 days in the academy set the precedent for the next few days. In the morning, Leon would wake early and meditate to mentally prepare himself for the day. Following that, he would meet up with his 3 friends, Charles, Henry, and Alon. He wasn't quite sure if he should use the term friend, but he decided to go with it for now as he lacked a better word. He never had a friend before, after all, so this was all new to him. The unit would run to the training field for their basic combat lesson when the senior instructor arrived. Breakfast would be waiting for them, as would several hours of practicing basic stabs and slashes. Leon, Castor, and Alphonsus would split off to join the other third-tier trainees in their sparring. After Valeria beat him on the second day, Leon challenged her again before anyone could move. She accepted with a slight smile, as they each had 1 win and 1 loss. Her own sense of pride wouldn't allow for such a stalemate. Leon beat her on the 3rd day. He adopted a slightly different form of House Raim's fighting style which incorporated the entire body, rather than relying solely on the sword. After several minutes of exchanging blows, Leon brought the blade down in an overhand swing, forcing Valeria to block. He then followed up with a shoulder check, knocking her to the ground and winning the duel. On the 4th day, Valeria evened out the score again by focusing entirely on defense. She tanked Leon's attacks until he overcommitted to a strike at her leg and she disarmed him with a blindingly quick swish of her glaive. On the 5th day, they ended up with a tie. They fought for almost 20 straight minutes until both were almost completely out of magic power. They had exhausted their mana and their soul realms were nearly bereft of magic power to replenish their reserves. Despite this, they still showed every sign of continuing, but the supervising senior instructor had to force them to stop lest they run so low on power that they couldn't activate their weapons enchantments and accidentally injure the other. The other trainees witnessed the two fighting each other with such fervor that not even Alcander bothered trying to challenge Leon again. It was clear to all of them that neither intended to stop challenging each other. What Leon found a little surprising during this time was the indifference that Gaius was now showing him. Starting on the 3rd day, Gaius hardly so much as glanced in his direction and Leon didn't feel even the slightest ripple of killing intent emanate from him. The noble just ignored Leon as best as he could. This would carry over into the afternoon classes, where Gaius would sit with several of the second-tier nobles, almost blatantly ignoring Leon and Valeria who continued to sit next to each other in the back. It was no longer in complete silence, though, as they would give each other very terse greetings when the class began. The class was still nothing but endlessly drawing and redrawing the 7 elemental runes. The class instructor took to occasionally wandering around the class and pointing out the errors the trainees made. By the end of class on the 5th day, Leon found that he could draw each rune perfectly more than 90% of the time. From what he could tell, Valeria could draw them perfectly every time without exception, and with such natural grace that he couldn't help but marvel at her obvious skill. Leon's second course of the day was simply quiet reading. Nothing of note happened during that time of the day. Following dinner, the Snow Lions would return to their tower and Leon would provide a little instruction for his 3 comrades. They would practice what they learned throughout the day, though there wasn't any sparring like when Leon was instructing Charles before the enrollment test. When not watching them and giving some critique, Leon would concentrate on inundating his brain and organs with mana. Leon did notice several other first-tier trainees watching them curiously during this time, but they didn't disturb the 4, so he paid them little mind. On the 5th day, things were a little different. The academy gave them the weekends off and even provided a small weekly stipend of 100 silvers to each first-tier trainee, 500 to the second-tier trainees, and 2,000 to the third-tier trainees. Henry and Alon made plans to wander around a few of the merchant forums while Charles intended to visit Jean during his time off. The former two invited Leon to join them, but he declined. Over the past few months, he found himself craving some time alone, far away from anyone else. He planned to spend Saturday and Sunday exploring the forest. When Saturday morning came around, the senior instructors took their units to breakfast at the dining hall, then brought them back to their towers. The Snow Lion's senior instructor gave them a 15-minute speech about safety and personal conduct, which could be summed up as, "Don't be a dick and be back here by dinner time." When he was done, the other two instructors handed out the stipends and the trainees were dismissed. Henry and Alon left immediately while Charles only waited long enough to give Leon a quick nod before he made for Jean's inn. Leon went back to his room to pack a satchel with a couple books and a map of the training grounds. He waited a few minutes for the other trainees to clear out, then left the tower. The surrounding forest wasn't nearly as beautiful as the forest of Black and White, which, despite its name, was actually awash with a wide gradient of bright and vibrant colors. The forest Leon found himself in was mostly just the greens and browns that could be seen in just about every other forest, with only the occasional wildflower to break the monotony. Despite this, Leon found the forest to be incredibly peaceful and relaxing. Unlike where he grew up, he didn't need to rely on Artorias to feel safe here. He didn't need to keep alert for tree sprites, the occasional streams he encountered weren't filled with river nymphs, and there was no danger of running into a sleeping ice wraith. The environment still reminded him of his father and their home back north, though. Leon frowned for a little while before he managed to push it out of his mind. He wandered around the forest for almost an hour before finding a place to relax. He had followed a small river upstream until he arrived at a huge rock wall. This was the border between the forest and the artificial mountains in the west of the training grounds. The river flowed from a waterfall that had carved a wide recess in the cliff and left a small pool at the bottom. This recess at the bottom was quite a bit wider at the bottom than it was at the top. Leon guessed an earth mage must have carved this extra space out from the cliff. As he explored this place, Leon felt a profound sense of seclusion and isolation. The cliff boxed the pool in on three sides and the forest obscured much of the fourth. After spending so much time around other people, a place like this was exactly what he wanted. On the wall behind the waterfall, Leon found a small raised tablet inscribed with 3 runic circles. Out of curiosity, he activated one of them. Immediately, he felt the ambient magic in the area flow into the pool, and the water became as clear and pure as his bath back at the Snow Lion's tower. Leon smiled in excitement as he activated the second runic circle. Again, he felt the magic in his surroundings flow into the pool, though he didn't see anything happen immediately. After a minute of slight confusion, he noticed that the pool had begun to steam. It had been turned into an artificial hot spring. He hurriedly activated the last runic circle. Over the course of 10 seconds, the roar of the waterfall died down. Nothing else about the waterfall changed, but the loud noise of the water falling off the cliff and hitting the pool had been silenced. He put his satchel down and began taking off his clothes. He hesitated a little before removing his pants. He had always bathed outside when he lived in the Vales, but this time was a little different, and he couldn't help but be nervous that someone might come and see him. After a few moments, he decided not to remove his undergarments, then slid into the pool. The water was hot, but not unbearably so. A mortal might have been a little uncomfortable by the temperature, but Leon enjoyed it immensely. He spent the next few minutes happily swimming around. "Ooh, this is going to be so relaxing," said Xianxia. She and Valeria were walking along the base of a cliff while carrying a couple of small packs. They were following the directions that one of the knights serving Xianxia's house had given them that was leading them directly to the pool that Leon had stumbled upon. "I'm sure it will be, but why did you have to bring me along?" asked Valeria. "I couldn't leave you all alone in that tower. You need to get out and see the sun. Besides, if anyone needs some time to relax, it's you. Those morning duels you have with, what was his name again?" "Leon. Right, that guy. You two go at each other like you're out for blood. That has to be tiring." "Well, I must admit that it has been thrilling. It's rare to find someone who can fight me on equal terms without being of the 4th or 5th tier." Valeria looked a little pensive as she said this, staring out into the forest but not actually looking at anything. Xianxia didn't care to hear it, though, as her beautiful face scrunched up in mock anger. "So training with me isn't thrilling?" "It is," Valeria said emphatically after realizing how insulting what she said could be. But not as much as that, Leon, guy. Valeria frowned a bit before answering. You two have very different fighting styles. His is almost animalistic, completely foregoing defense. I've never fought anyone like that before. It's very hard to attack him when he's constantly putting pressure on me. But you have beaten him twice. Valeria's frown turned into a smile of pride. Do you like him? Valeria's face froze in shock at her friend's question and teasing expression. Xianxia smiled mischievously at her. She knew Valeria was weak to this kind of question, even if she actually hated the person they were talking about. Ooh, you do, don't you? No, that seems a little too emphatic. Are you sure? I don't like him. Besides, I think Elise already has her eye on him. Right, she does, doesn't she? For a moment, Xianxia looked thoughtful, then she began looking around. It should be around here somewhere. It's at the bottom of a waterfall, so we should be able to hear it. Hey, look at that. Valeria pointed several hundred feet further on. The two women could see mist wafting out from the cliff. Is someone already there? I didn't think anyone would know about this place. Let's go see who it is. Xianxia darted out and made for the pool. No why? Valeria tried to stop her, but Xianxia had already taken off. She sighed and ran after her friend. The two women curiously peeked around the corner when they arrived at the recess in the cliff. Leon was no longer swimming, but had taken to reading some of his books by the edge of the pool. Xianxia's eyes widened in excitement when she saw that he was almost naked, but Valeria's face immediately went scarlet and she ducked back around the corner. Xianxia hardly noticed Valeria's reaction. She was far too busy checking out Leon's fit and muscular body. It was clear to her that the physical benefits of magic were not wasted on Leon. She was only jolted back to reality when Valeria pulled her back. What are you doing? Valeria had to hold herself back from shouting, but Xianxia would have had to be deaf to miss her disapproving tone. I'm only taking a look. I've never seen a guy without clothes before. Besides, it's not like he's trying to hide, so why shouldn't I enjoy the view? Xianxia peeked back around the corner just in time to see Leon lean back, putting his taut chest and abs on display. Xianxia's eyes nearly popped out of her head as she took in the sight. Valeria pulled Xianxia back again. Stop that, you shouldn't be so crude. Oh, come on, Val. Don't tell me you're not curious too. Don't you want to see what he's got? I mean, he's not the most handsome guy ever, but he's still pretty cute. And being a third-tier mage doesn't hurt, he. Xianxia gave Valeria a lecherous smile and went back to stealthily staring at Leon. Valeria stared at Xianxia in disbelief. She never expected her friend to be so obscene. But Valeria found her eyes drawn to the corner, just past which lay a fit third-tier mage practically putting himself on display. She tried to banish her lascivious thoughts, but the quick glance she already had at Leon was stuck in her mind. Valeria quietly sighed and slowly joined Xianxia in furtively staring at Leon. When Xianxia saw what Valeria was doing, she giggled and pulled back a little, making some room for her friend. She gave Valeria a few seconds to get an eyeful before loudly whistling. Valeria immediately jerked her head back, and glared at a grinning Xianxia. Leon had thought he'd misheard for a moment before looking in their direction, so he didn't see either one of them. You bitch, whispered Valeria to Xianxia, who could barely hold in her laughter. Come on, we're leaving. She grabbed Xianxia's arm and almost dragged her away. Leon, being on edge after hearing Xianxia's whistle, heard the two of them leaving from the rustling of the leaves under their feet, but by the time he had hurriedly dressed himself and went out to see what was going on, they were long gone. Chapter 74. A battered pride. That Saturday was a bright and beautiful day, perfect for exploring the city and seeing the sights. The weather in the capital was perfect and the forums, pools, and bathhouses were crowded with the city's occupants. The many parks, bars, and restaurants were just as packed. Most of the third-tier trainees who had taken their time off to venture into the city didn't see any of this, though. A few of the nobles had estates in the capital, so that was where they spent their time, but Gaius and Tiberius, though possessing large estates, weren't among them. They and about 20 other third-tier trainees were relaxing in the lavish lounge on the first floor of the Heaven's Eye Tower. There were a couple hundred other nobles, knights, and public officials who were in the lounge as well, so none of the trainees stood out. Gaius and Tiberius were in a private booth in a slightly more secluded part of the lounge. When they had entered, Gaius had immediately drawn the curtains so they wouldn't be seen. Well, that was dramatic, said Tiberius with a slightly amused smile. Gaius had invited him to speak here, otherwise he would probably be either trying to spend time with Elise or browsing the merchants, where's on the upper floors or at the blasted furnace? Well, I'd rather not draw too much attention right now. I saw both Alphonsus and Castor here, Gaius said as he took a seat opposite Tiberius. I suppose the reason you don't want them to see you is the same reason you asked me here. You're acting against the Snow Lions, aren't you? Of course I am. Every second that goes by before I gain my revenge against that miserable barbarian, my prestige takes another hit. I'm going to crush him. I'm going to tear him limb from wretched limb. Calm down there, buddy. No need to get so worked up here. Gaius was still fuming, but Tiberius stuck his head out of the curtain and waved to an attendant. He spoke a few words to the alluring woman, then turned back to Gaius. We'll get some good food and drink, you'll calm down, and then we'll have a nice and coherent chat. Sound good? Gaius slowly nodded in agreement. They sat and chatted for a few minutes before the attendant returned with some potatoes, perfectly grilled steaks, and some crisp and colorful salad. After serving the two, she poured out some expensive red wine into crystal wine glasses and took her leave. Now, do you think you can speak about these matters without flying into a rage? Asked Tiberius after the two had taken several bites. Don't treat me like a fucking child, growled Gaius. Tiberius only rolled his eyes in response, which Gaius ignored. So, listen, I had my guys recruit about 30 of the first-tier trainees in my unit over the past few days. I'm having them scour this city looking for those Snow Lions. Henry and Alon spent most of their day walking around the various merchant forums in the city. They never bought anything, but they did stop for a bite to eat at a rotisserie stall. So what now? Asked a bored Alon. The 100 silver coins they received as a stipend couldn't buy them very much, so there wasn't a whole lot for them to do. Thought Henry, maybe we could hit up the beach. Might be some cute girls there to talk to. As tempting as that is, I'd better not. Right, you already have 3 kids on the way. Best not to add to that number until you graduate, at least, responded Henry while throwing his friend a mocking look. Alon, for his part, ignored it. Want to go hang out with Charles? He asked. Sure, not a lot else to do without coin, anyway. The two started walking east, toward the lower-end districts. They exchanged a few jokes and jabs at each other's expense, but before they had even left the western districts, they rounded a corner and almost ran into another first-tier trainee. This startled trainee almost jumped out of his skin when he saw these two and immediately turned around and ran off. Whoa, what the hell was that? Asked Alon. Not a clue, said Henry. They both vaguely recognized this trainee, but he wasn't in the Snow Lions, so they hadn't paid much attention to him. If they had, they might have known that he was in the Deathbringers, Gaius unit. Henry and Alon put this seemingly minor incident out of their minds, but that trainee sprinted half a dozen blocks to the west. He arrived at a small square with several cafes and a large fountain in the center. 3 of Gaius' second-tier subordinates were calmly drinking tea and waiting at a table in front of the nicest cafe in the square. The trainee approached and whispered a few sentences to one of the second-tier nobles. You sure? The noble whispered back. The trainee hurriedly nodded, and the noble stood up. He gestured to 5 other first-tier trainees who were waiting by the fountain, and they started running after Henry and Alon. I'll take care of these little pests, he said confidently to the 2 other nobles. They nodded and continued waiting for other trainees who were out looking for Snow Lions to show up. Henry and Alon weren't hurrying, so this group of Deathbringers caught sight of them in less than 5 minutes. There weren't many people around on these streets, but the noble still gave the order to drag the 2 they were following into a nearby alley where he would be waiting. Man, I would literally kill for some of Old Salem's mead, said Henry. Alon was about to mutter his agreement, but 4 young men who they also recognized from the academy grabbed their arms and quite roughly started hauling them into the alley. What the hell are you doing? Let go of me, shouted Henry while wildly attempting to shake his arms free. Alon didn't say anything, preferring instead to use his own prodigious strength of try and break the hold the 2 Deathbringers had on him. He managed to throw one of them off of him, but a 5th Deathbringer sprang out from the alley and swung his fist into the side of Alon's head. The man he threw off wasted no time grabbing his arm again and the 2 Snow Lions were dragged into the alley. The Deathbringers didn't say a word to them, only taking turns kicking and punching the 2. The noble calmly watched for several moments before moving forward and waving off his first-tier underlings. Henry and Alon pushed themselves to their feet with this respite. Henry's nose was bleeding and he had numerous bruises forming on his face. Alon was much worse, as he was barely able to stand and had one eye already starting to swell. You fucking bast, started Henry, but the second-tier noble darted forward and drove his fist in Henry's stomach. The young snow lion was lifted off his feet and thrown into the wall behind him. He tried to catch himself when he fell, but his legs gave out and he collapsed. Alon lunged forward at the noble. He kept Leon's few lessons from the past week in mind. He struck fast to try and put his opponent on the defense while targeting what seemed to be the noble's weakest point. He kept his fist loose and put all of his weight behind it, using his legs and hips as much as his arm and shoulder. Even with the pain he was in from the beating he had just taken, his fist rocketed toward the noble with startling speed. The noble hadn't expected Alon to go on the offensive and just barely managed to raise his own arm to block Alon's fist mere inches from his face. The noble's arm shook and went slightly numb from Alon's hit. Alon's punch was so forceful, in fact, that the surprised noble had almost lost his footing. But he didn't. He gave Alon a withering glare and roundhouse kicked the snow lion in the side of the waist. Alon wasn't able to block or dodge, so his stomach took the full force of the kick. He fell to the ground and threw up everything he'd eaten for lunch. The noble didn't give Alon any time to recover. That punch had really angered him. He kicked Alon down into his own vomit. He then kicked Alon a few more times until his momentary anger had abated. "All right, fuck these guys, let's head back to the others," spat the noble. He led the other trainees out of the alley and left Henry and Alon there on the ground. "Ugh," Henry groaned. Alon could only cough and retch. It took the two snow lions half an hour for the pain to die down long enough for them to struggle to their feet. They were battered, bruised, and bleeding. Their faces were swelling in several places and Alon walked with a noticeable limp. They scrapped all plans to meet with Charles and instead made their way back to the Snow Lion's tower. Despite their injuries, they were still first-tier mages, so there was no question in their minds about whether they would make it, but they still kept on a constant lookout for any other trainees they might encounter on the way. "So that's why you've been restraining yourself around the barbarian? You had something in motion and that satisfied your anger?" asked Tiberius. Gaius smiled. He despised Leon as much as he could despise anything, but with him and Valeria constantly fighting first in the morning duels, Gaius couldn't make his own challenge. After a couple days, something occurred to him. The units are supposed to be fighting each other. If I can't fight that filthy savage, then I'll just break his friends into little pieces. Let's see how he reacts then. Satisfied? No, my anger certainly isn't satisfied. I want to humiliate that little shit as much as a man can be humiliated. So then what's your next move? You're not going to get very many snow lions today, maybe half a dozen at most. You'll need more than this. That is something I won't let you in on, not unless you commit to helping me. Tiberius frowned. And why would I help you? You made it abundantly clear on the first day to everyone with the gift of sight that you hate that barbarian. You should help me. Tiberius' frown grew a little deeper. Indeed, his first reaction to seeing Elise on Leon's arm was blinding rage, but in the past 2 weeks, he'd cooled his head. He had been thinking about what he should do about the barbarian, but he didn't particularly want Gaius' involvement, not when the memory of the combat test was still fresh in everyone's mind. And besides, he wasn't thrilled about taking such actions out in public. Why don't you ask the other two in your unit? What were their names again? Chieftain and Linus. And they've already agreed to help. Really? Asked Tiberius with extreme skepticism. Yes. Gaius wasn't lying, but he was certainly omitting a few key details. For instance, Chieftain and Linus didn't really want to start the usual inter-unit conflict this soon, not when their first-tier trainees still barely knew which end of a sword to hold. But Gaius had still managed to win their support by promising to prioritize seizing the Snow Lion's banner above his own revenge. That being said, there hadn't been any discussions between them about how and when to act, and Gaius certainly hadn't consulted with either of his fellow third-tier Deathbringers before ordering these attacks on the Snow Lions. Tiberius continued to think about it for several more moments. Gaius grew a little impatient and said, "I won't ask too much of you. You won't need to bring your own subordinates, you just need to follow us and help us fight when we enact our next plan." Tiberius still didn't look convinced, so Gaius added, "And I'll be in your debt. You'll be doing me a favor, one which I will be sure to repay." Gaius held his breath and waited for the answer. He didn't specifically need Tiberius, but no other noble would ally with him so soon into the academy training cycle. Tiberius was the only one who shared Gaius' hatred for Leon, so he was essentially the only support Gaius could find outside of the Deathbringers. Slowly, Tiberius' frown lessened. He looked Gaius in the eye and gave him a slight nod. Good. Now, our next move will depend on how the snow lions respond. Basically, we just need to keep an eye on Alphonsus and Castor. I don't expect much from them, though. Regardless, we'll probably make our next move next week. Chapter 75. Plans for retaliation. Leon made his way back to the tower fairly early, only an hour or two after midday. During his time at the pool, he had thought he'd heard a whistling sound coming from just beyond the corner of the cliff, but when he'd investigated he'd found nothing. He started thinking that he'd just imagined the whistle, but he kept glancing back to the edge of the recess and couldn't relax again. In the end, he had gone back to the runic circles behind the waterfall, deactivated the enchantments in the pool, and started walking back to the tower. He heard a slight commotion as he walked in through the outer door. When he walked in through the inner door, he saw a dozen first-tier trainees huddled around a table. He was about to ignore them and continue to the top floor, but he noticed something that made him freeze just as he was about to start climbing the stairs. Henry and Alon, covered in blood and bruises. The two had limped back to the tower half an hour prior. Their injuries were awful to look at, but they weren't so bad that the healing spells in the first aid boxes scattered around the tower wouldn't make them right as rain. The only problem was that none of the trainees around them knew how to use the spells, and as they were trying to figure them out, 3 more injured trainees had returned to the tower. Leon walked over to Henry and stared at the bruises and cuts. Henry had his shirt off, so Leon could see almost every place where he had been hit, as they had all started turning purple or dark red. "What happened to all of you?" Leon asked calmly and quietly. Henry appreciated this attitude, as most of the other trainees had started to panic when they couldn't get the healing spells to work properly. "We were attacked on the street. We think it was some guys from the Deathbringers, but it's hard to be sure given that we spent most of our time in their presence trying to protect our heads," answered Henry. "I'm sorry, I just can't get this damn thing to work," complained a nearby trainee, who was pressing a healing spell on Alon's bruised stomach. "Well, don't press down so hard," responded Alon with a wince of pain. Leon could tell the trainee was aggravating the big guy's injuries just by pressing down on them without successfully activating the healing spell. Leon gently pushed the trainee aside and placed his hand on the paper. The trainee was about to say something until he noticed that it was one of the unit's third-tier mages who was taking over, so he dutifully shut his mouth and watched. Leon's magic gently flowed out of his hand and into the glyphs written on the paper. Most of the glyph was built around a small runic circle made mostly of light runes, and that was where the spell was activated and powered. The glyph on the paper glowed with a bright golden light for several seconds and the bruise on Alon's stomach disappeared. Simply rubbing the spell on an injury won't activate it, you need to channel your magic into it as well. Look for this circle in the glyph. Leon indicated the runic circle to the watching trainee. The magic that flowed through the glyph had almost destroyed it, but the circle was still identifiable. The trainee enthusiastically nodded and started treating the other 4's injuries. He quickly explained what Leon had just told him to the other trainees who were helping these 5 injured snow lions, and soon enough, all 5 had almost completely recovered. But, almost completely, still wasn't completely. Alon's left eye was still slightly swollen and the other 4 still had some visible bruising on their face and torsos. "So, tell me what happened. In detail," Leon said to Alon and Henry. He controlled his voice well, but the slight undercurrent of killing intent he was emitting betrayed his anger. "I've agreed to train these 2. For someone to assault them is an assault upon me," he thought. Henry bitterly recounted how he and Alon ran into the first Deathbringer trainee, only to be jumped by that group several minutes later. He made sure to mention the second-tier noble who was leading them. When Henry was done, Leon looked over to the other trainees, who all told him similar stories. It wasn't too hard for Leon to guess that Gaius was behind this. Apart from Tiberius, Leon didn't think he made any other enemies in his short time here. Gaius had to have ordered these attacks. While this was going on, Castor and Alphonsus returned to the tower. There wasn't anything in particular they had wanted to do in the city, so they came back after spending a few hours in the Heaven's Eye Tower. Alphonsus wasted no time heading for the stairs, but Castor curiously glanced at the group of trainees tending to their injuries. The healing spells had healed most of the damage, but the 5 injured trainees still had a few visible marks and bloody clothes. Castor froze from indecision. He wanted to follow Alphonsus to the stairs, but the senior instructor's words also rang in his ear. "You are the leader of the Snow Lions, are you not?" You're training to be a knight, aren't you? Act like one. These were supposed to be his guys. Castor slowly walked over while Alphonsus, who was already halfway up the first flight of stairs, turned back around, frowned, and reluctantly followed him. Castor looked around at the dozen or so trainees who had gathered around, then his eyes turned to Leon. Regardless of his origin, it was far more appropriate for Castor to speak with a fellow third-tier mage than any lower-ranked trainees. What happened with these guys? Castor asked Leon. Leon wasn't paying any attention to Castor and was quite taken aback at the other man's question, so it took him a moment to respond. They were assaulted while in the city. Seems to be by trainees from the Deathbringers. Are you sure? Castor asked after a moment of thought. Wasn't there, but I believe them, responded Leon in a serious tone. Castor frowned and looked back to the 5 injured trainees. He felt that this would not be an easy thing to fix, as he had fought Chieftain, one of the third-tier nobles from the Deathbringers, during the morning duels that weekend. Lost fairly quickly. Do you have any proof that it was the Deathbringers? He asked Henry. Henry blinked in momentary confusion at why Castor was asking him this, before growing angry. Proof. Proof. What fucking proof? We saw who it was who attacked us. We recognized them, but can you prove definitively that it was the Deathbringers? Asked Castor again, with a little more insistence this time. What proof is there to be had? A bunch of guys ambushed us, dragged us into an alley, and beat the hell out of us. We know who did because we saw them. What else do you need? Henry's tone was a mix of anger and incredulousness at Castor's question. Are you calling us liars? Asked Alon with growing fury. The other 3 assaulted snow lions appeared to be of varying levels of anger, but all were obviously annoyed at Castor's requests for proof. Be quiet, peasant, we're not talking to you, reprimanded Alphonsus with a cold glare. Just as Alon was about to shout back in rage, a flash of killing intent from Leon shut both of their mouths. Castor glared at Alphonsus to make sure he wasn't going to talk again before continuing. You all want revenge, right? You want retaliation? Castor asked, looking at the 5 in turn, then moving on the other half-dozen or so trainees who had gathered around. We do, shouted Henry, with a few of the others nodding in agreement. Many others didn't, though, preferring instead to see how the 3 third-tier mages fell on the issue. We can't simply retaliate without proof it was them. Right now, it's just our word against theirs. Before Henry, Alon, or any of the other trainees could respond, Leon spoke up. It was the Deathbringers. If they say it's them, then there's no doubt in my mind. As Leon spoke, Castor looked like he wanted to interrupt, but Leon held up his hand to stop him. My enmity with that asshat Gaius is no secret. He's the only one with the motive to have this done. But, if you want proof, then I figure you'll get it come dinner time. No one really knew what Leon meant when he said that, and he didn't bother explaining himself. Castor had a few more exchanges with the other trainees before he and Alphonsus went back to the top floor, leaving the others to stew in their own anger. Leon followed not long after, but not before giving both Henry and Alon a nod of solidarity, which they returned. By early evening, almost the entirety of all 10 units had heard about what the Deathbringers did to the Snow Lions. The Snow Lions were furious, especially Charles when he returned and learned of the events. What Leon had said about getting proof became clear during that meal, as many Deathbringers smiled and laughed at the Snow Lions, while those who carried out the ambushes bragged about how easy it had been. By the time dinner came to an end, almost all the Snow Lions had been thoroughly infuriated. Henry and Alon made sure to identify the trainees who assaulted them to Leon, especially the second-tier noble who led them. Leon nodded and kept an eye on them, particularly that noble and the other 4 second-tier nobles he sat with who kept smugly smiling, though they rarely glanced at them. I know what you all want, but we should wait first. I'll speak with the Deathbringers tomorrow and get them to apologize. We'll work out something to put this whole uneasiness behind us, said Castor to the assembled trainees after the senior instructor led them back to their tower. Bullshit. Are you kidding? Are we supposed to just accept getting attacked in the streets? What happens if this is repeated tomorrow? The first-tier trainees made it extremely clear that they wanted something more substantial than just words, though Castor seemed oddly unwilling to offer anything except. We'll talk. After about 10 minutes of getting nowhere, Castor simply reiterated what he said and made for the stairs, with Alphonsus and the second-tier trainees close behind. The spineless little shit. Those fuckboys were laughing at us and he just goes slinking away with his tail between his legs. He'll go and talk to Gaius, and then he'll roll over like a good dog and we'll keep getting fucked. ranted Alon in terrifically obvious rage. Focus on your training, said Leon calmly. And make sure you get some rest tonight. What for? Asked Charles with a sly smile. He could tell Leon was just as furious as they were, but his stoic expression made it exceptionally hard for most anyone else to see. Those nobles should be dismissed from their tower around the same time as us. They shouldn't be in any particular hurry, so if we book it, we can cut them off before they leave the forest, mused Leon with a casual tone. He didn't make any attempt to keep his voice down, so many of the other trainees heard what he said. So, to be clear, you're going to ambush those guys who ambushed us today? Asked Henry, with a subtle glance at the trainees listening to what the third-tier Leon was saying. Ambush is such a nasty, yet apt word. I'll take those second-tier assholes, you three should be able to handle the rest, right? Leon made eye contact with Charles, Henry, and Alon. Maybe, said Henry. He liked the idea, but the Deathbringers probably had a couple dozen first-tier trainees roped in this, and the three of them couldn't take on 8 to 10 of their contemporaries even with what Leon had shown them in the past week. Excuse me, said one of the trainees listening in. Leon recognized him as one of the three who had been assaulted in addition to Henry and Alon. Did I hear you right? You're going to seek revenge for us? Leon narrowed his eyes a little at the interruption, but he still nodded at the trainee. Then if it's all right, could I join you? The trainee's eyes almost sparkled as he made this request. Of course, the more the merrier, shouted Alon. The entire first-tier common room heard his shout, and many other trainees came over to ask to join. In the end, there were 24 trainees who joined Leon, Charles, Henry, and Alon. Few of them could sleep that night as they looked forward to the fight they would seek out the next day. Chapter 76. Leon's comedy routine. Those peasants should just do what they're told. Who do they think they are to question our decisions? Ranted Alphonsus in the third-tier common room. They're angry. Some of them were assaulted today, responded a much calmer Castor. And you said you'd take care of it. What more do they want? Alphonsus was almost shouting now, only kept in check by how composed Castor remained. I said I'd talk to Gaius. They don't want to hear anything about talking, they just want their revenge. I understand that, but we're one of the smallest units this cycle. I don't want us to make enemies yet, said Castor with a thoughtful look. As Castor said this, a voice resounded through the common room. Enemies aren't always chosen. Regardless of what you want, the Snow Lions have enemies now. Castor and Alphonsus glanced at Leon, the source of this voice, who had just come upstairs after organizing those trainees who were willing to follow him to retaliate against the Deathbringers. Or, more accurately, watching Alon, Henry, and Charles organize the trainees, though his presence did lend those three some of his authority among the trainees as a third-tier mage. Shut up, savage. This is your fault, anyway, dragging our unit into your grievance with the third son of House Tullius, shouted Alphonsus spitefully. He would have continued had Leon not shot him a glare filled with killing intent. Don't blame me for this. I didn't force the Deathbringers to do this. I've been trying to ignore Gaius and let this whole thing blow over, retorted Leon in uncharacteristic anger. Castor sighed and held up his hand, stopping Alphonsus from escalating the disagreement into a full-blown argument. Indeed, the Deathbringers made the decision to attack our people, and only they can be blamed for that. But we should think carefully before we do anything to intensify this any further. Intensify beyond attacking us in the streets? Asked Leon, his words dripping with sarcasm. And what would you have us do? Demanded Alphonsus. I'm going to do the same to them that they did to us, ambush them and leave them bleeding on the ground. We can't be fighting in the streets, responded Castor emphatically. It won't be in the streets. I'm going to hit them tomorrow morning before they leave the forest. Castor sighed again and leaned back in his chair. After a few more moments of thought, he said, whatever. Do what you will tomorrow. It'll be easier to talk to the Deathbringers if they've been bloodied too. Leon smiled in anticipation, and after a moment of silence, turned around and went to his room. Just before he entered his room, he turned around and said to Castor, I suppose I can at least try to talk first. Probably won't get far though, he chuckled to himself as he stepped into his room, but Castor at least nodded in acknowledgement. What the hell are you doing? Inquired Alphonsus quietly once Leon's door was closed. You should have stuck to your decision. It isn't his place to question you. He's a third-tier mage, Alphonsus, and technically our equal. He has every right to question me. Besides, Even if I told him not to do anything tomorrow, do you think he'd listen? Castor sounded exhausted from the day's unexpected trouble. He closed his eyes and stretched, intending to make like Leon and go to his room. He just so happened to miss Alphonsus looking at Leon's door and making an ugly snarl. The entire dining hall was very tense the next morning. The snow lions had to endure the smug faces of the Deathbringers staring at them from across the hall, though they returned every glare and scowl they received. The atmosphere grew so charged that even the third-tier nobles were affected, with eyes constantly flitting between the 2 snow lions and the 3 Deathbringers in the center section of the hall. Few looks were spared for Leon, save for a few self-satisfied smirks from Gaius and some oddly embarrassed glances from Valeria. She couldn't get the glimpse she had of Leon's body back at the pool out her mind, and she found her gaze unconsciously wandering over in his direction every few minutes. Whenever she caught herself doing so, she'd hurriedly look away with her cheeks growing a little redder, despite her stoic and composed expression. Everyone was so preoccupied with the conflict between the Snow Lions and the Deathbringers that Asia was the only person who noticed Valeria's strange behavior. She very pointedly stared at her friend and giggled. Valeria's face burned with embarrassment and she stared down at the table. The end of breakfast couldn't come soon enough, and almost everyone in the hall was quite eager to leave as soon as their senior instructors ordered them to. The Snow Lion's senior instructor took them back to their tower and dismissed them, not bothering to repeat his safety speech from the day before. The nobles immediately made their way to the stairs. Castor hesitated before heading up and looked back at Leon. Leon didn't return the look, instead choosing to watch the first-tier trainees gather their weapons and make last-second preparations. For a moment, Castor was tempted to join them, but that moment passed quickly. He shook his head and followed the nobles upstairs. "Everybody ready?" asked Leon several minutes later. There were almost 30 first-tier trainees before him, including Charles, Alon, and Henry. After everyone nodded back at him, he simply said, "Then let's get moving." He immediately led them out of the tower and turned northeast. He'd spent much of the previous night studying the maps that the academy gave its trainees of the training grounds. The towers for the Deathbringers and the Snow Lions were relatively close, only about a mile apart. But Leon wasn't taking his group to the Deathbringers' tower. Instead, he was taking them to a point he'd marked on the road that connected it to the training field. The road curved around a small hill at this point, which would allow Leon's group to watch the road without being easily seen. Having spent most of his life wandering around in a forest, Leon's sense of direction was uncanny. The group arrived at the hill in less than 15 minutes. They moved very quickly, and the weaker trainees needed a few minutes to catch their breath. Leon wasn't too worried that they'd missed their targets, as they wouldn't be in as great a hurry as the Snow Lions were, not to mention the nobles typically took longer to leave their towers than the commoners. The group waited a couple hundred feet into the tree line while Leon sent Henry and 2 others to watch the road. After about 20 minutes, Henry ran back to Leon. "They're here, you sure?" asked Leon. "Absolutely," replied Henry. "All of them. I recognize that noble who attacked me and Alon, and one of the others ID'd another second-tier noble." "How many do they have?" "At least 3 second-tier nobles, including the 2 we've identified, plus about a dozen first-tier guys." Leon nodded to Henry, then called out to the rest of the group, "All right. Let's move up." The forest was thick enough that the Deathbringers didn't notice a thing as the group moved forward. The Snow Lions began bunching up as they followed Leon. The third-tier mage frowned and quietly got them to spread out a little more. Due to lack of materials, Artorias hadn't been able to give him many formal lessons, but he did spend plenty of time on military tactics. Leon knew that spreading the trainees out would take better advantage of their numerical superiority. When the Deathbringers finally came close to their hiding place, Leon emerged from the forest alone. He had the rest of the group wait in the meantime. The group of Deathbringers stopped and stared at him for a moment before several of them broke out into smiles and began walking towards him. Leon, too, walked forward until they stopped and stared at each other just close enough to speak comfortably without shouting. One of the second-tier nobles stepped forward and said, "You'd best make way for your betters, barbarian. Or don't, we don't mind teaching you that being third-tier doesn't make you invincible," added a second noble with a savage smile. Leon, ignoring their threats, said, "You all are the ones who attacked the Snow Lions yesterday, weren't you?" The nobles looked a little taken aback. They were a little surprised that he was here because of that rather than his public antipathy with Gaius. "Yeah, that was us," confessed the first noble without a hint of remorse in his voice. Who cares if it was? Said the third noble. What? Did you come here to complain? Said the second noble with a mocking tone. No, answered Leon immediately. I'm here to get you all to publicly apologize and pay my people compensation, otherwise I'll leave you just as battered and bloodied as you left my guys. The three Deathbringer nobles stared in shock at the completely serious Leon for a moment before bursting out into laughter. Their amusement spread to their first-tier underlings who also started chuckling at Leon. He, I don't think you understand what position you're in, you faithless animal, said the second noble when he managed to stifle his laughter. Indeed, the standards of this academy must be slipping if this fucking clown can manage to enroll, shouted the third noble. The first noble smiled derisively at Leon before adding, it seems the accident that let this barbarian rise to the third tier makes him think he's better than us. Now, I realize that basic math may be a hard concept for your primitive brain to grasp, but we outnumber you 15 to 1. It doesn't matter that you're in the third tier, we're still going to break every bone in your body. Leon felt fury rising in his chest, a fury that he knew was coming from Zaffin. The demon had been quiet these past few days, but Leon knew he was occasionally watching what was happening outside. This short exchange had left the demon burning with a rage that made his own flames seem insignificant. But for all the strength of his fury, it was dwarfed by Leon's. Those ones need to die, said the demon through clenched teeth. They won't be dead when I'm through with them, but they'll certainly wish they were, responded a furious Leon. The first noble made a quick gesture and the dozen first-tier underlings quickly spread out and surrounded Leon. Taking on all 12 first-tier mages and the 3 second-tier mages was a fight that Leon didn't think he would be able to win on his own. But he wasn't alone. Sending a mocking smile of his own to the 3 nobles, Leon waved over his shoulder at the waiting snow lions. Before any of the Deathbringers could react, more than 24 snow lions poured out of the forest and were upon them. The 3 Deathbringers closest to the tree line couldn't even raise their training weapons quick enough to block. The snow lions cut them down in an instant with the stabs and slashes they'd learned during their basic combat classes. Leon drew his own training sword and sliced through the 2 Deathbringers between him and the nobles in one quick motion. Leon surged forward and engaged the 3 second-tier nobles. The fight was over in less than 2 minutes. The snow lions completely overwhelmed the surprised Deathbringers and left all 12 of the nobles' underlings stunned and unconscious from their training weapons. Leon, while all that had gone on, had disarmed the nobles so quickly that they hardly had a chance to draw their weapons, let alone use them. Their ambush was so successful, in fact, that some of the snow lions were a little let down at the anticlimax and started staring at the 3 surrounded nobles. If you were smart, you'd make with that compensation, said Leon with a sadistic smile as he threw their training swords into the forest. Ha, as if we would ever do something so shameful, laughed the second noble. Indeed, if you intended to harm us, you would have done so by now, shouted the third noble, who then chuckled at Leon in derision. We serve Gaius Caecilius Tullius. You swine wouldn't dare to touch us. If you do, young Lord Gaius would tear you apart, boasted the first noble. How about you apologize to us, clown, and provide our people with compensation? Maybe then we'll keep this incident to ourselves. Does this little shit actually think Gaius poses any kind of personal threat to you? Zaffin wondered aloud. I doubt what happened during the combat test has leaked very far. Give it a few months and I doubt this deluded pissant will be throwing Gaius' name around so readily, replied Leon. Leon slowly sheathed his training sword and stepped forward, to the delight of the nobles whose smiles grew even wider. I'm terribly sorry, he started, to which the nobles started laughing. However, their laughter was smothered as he continued, because it seems that I've given you the impression that I was joking. That could not be further from the truth. Leon started walking forward with an ominous smile and emitting an ocean of killing intent. A few of the first-tier Deathbringers who were beginning to stir promptly slipped back into unconsciousness under its pressure. You seem to have found much of what I've said today funny. Do I really amuse you so much? He asked as he neared the first noble. None of the nobles could muster the courage to speak under the weight of Leon's killing intent that nearly drove them to their knees. Leon clenched his fist and drove it into the first noble's cheek. The noble dropped like a bag of rocks and Leon followed up with a kick that made the noble fly over to the watching snow lions. They treated him about as gently as Leon just had. Leon paused before moving on to the next noble. You don't seem to be that entertained anymore. Are my jokes no longer so delightful? His tone started fairly playful and mock hurt but turned extremely menacing and disquieting by the end. Leon slammed his foot into the stomach of the second noble so hard that the noble threw up all over himself. Again, Leon punted the noble over to the waiting snow lions. This was the same noble who had led the assault on Henry and Elan, and the two eagerly began paying him back in kind. Leon finally turned to the final noble, who felt his hair stand on end. His arrogant demeanor had collapsed, and he couldn't maintain a straight face, constantly twitching between various looks of fear and terror. "Why aren't you laughing?" Leon's words echoed in his ears and the noble found himself unable to form any words. Leon punched the noble in the face so hard that he was knocked flat on the ground. He didn't try to get back up, so Leon contented himself with throwing a few kicks at him. "You still don't find this funny, huh? I'm suddenly not so hilarious," Leon said with exceptional rage. He kicked the noble a few more times before stepping back to let the waiting snow lions tear into him. "That's a shame," Leon said sarcastically as he calmly watched the snow lions rain blows down upon the nobles. "I thought I might have had a good future in comedy." Chapter 77. Rain. The snow lions didn't stay long after ambushing the Deathbringers. All told, the entire fight lasted barely 10 minutes, and that's counting the few minutes the snow lions spent taking their revenge after the Deathbringers had already been beaten. It might have gone on longer, but Leon heard a few more Deathbringers walking down the road who would soon come into sight of the ambush point. The snow lions hurried back into the forest, but it took Leon falling back past the tree line for most of them who were riding high on their victory to get the picture and follow him. They left the Deathbringers there in the dirt. Their first-tier trainees had gotten off easy and only been knocked unconscious with the snow lions' training weapons. The second-tier nobles weren't so lucky, as all the snow lions got in at least one punch or kick on them. But, as only Leon was stronger than the first tier among the snow lions, the nobles were barely left more injured than they had left Elan and Henry the day before. They'd all be fixed right up with a few healing spells. But, inflicting permanent damage wasn't the point. If it had been, the snow lions wouldn't have used training weapons. Getting revenge for their friends and fellow trainees was the reason they had sprang the ambush, and in attacking and humiliating this group of Deathbringers, they felt that they had achieved that goal. "Ha ha, we did it!" shouted Elan in triumph as soon as they were out of earshot of the Deathbringers. His shout was echoed by the victorious snow lions, who joked and celebrated all the way back to their tower. Leon wasn't in such a celebratory mood. Instead, he felt an odd tingle in his bones and an itch at the back of his head. His eyes turned skyward and he noticed that, despite most of the morning having been clear and sunny, the sky had become completely filled with light gray clouds. The snow lions burst in through their tower's front door, loudly making plans with each other to head into the city to celebrate. Some of the trainees glanced over at Leon with the intent to invite him as well, but Leon was clearly uncomfortable with the attention and the restless feeling that had suddenly come over him. "Leon," called out Charles, "we're heading into the city, want to come with?" Henry, Elan, and half a dozen other trainees were with him, and they also nodded to Leon, silently inviting him along. For a moment, Leon just stared at him. His heart was racing and there was a loud buzzing in his ears. He took a deep breath, intending to give Charles an answer, but he couldn't bring himself to form any words. He slowly shook his head, to Charles's disappointment. "Well, all right then, we'll be carousing around the clubs and bars in the western districts if you change your mind." The first-tier trainees gathered their silver, put away their training weapons, and filed out of the tower. As they were doing so, Leon stumbled over to the stairs and started making his way up. He started shivering like he was a mortal in a snowstorm. Fortunately, both the second and third-tier snow lions were already in the city enjoying their day off, so no one was around to see Leon struggle to climb the stairs. He almost felt like his own body was resisting him climbing the stairs for some reason. After several minutes, Leon made it to the top floor and collapsed onto the closest couch to the door. He desperately tried to make sense of what was happening. He tried to steady his breathing and meditate to calm himself down, but his heartbeat refused to slow and his shivering only intensified. Leon lay there for almost 15 minutes failing to meditate. From what he was able to tell in that time, he wasn't shivering from cold. In fact, his body felt like it was burning up, and that heat was coming from his heart, his soul realm. "Zafin, what's happening?" asked Leon. He waited a moment, but there was no answer. "Can you hear me, demon?" Again, his question was met with silence. Leon grew angry and shouted in his mind, "You worthless demon, answer me." When that, too, failed to elicit a response, Leon decided to give it a rest. He decided to keep trying in half an hour or so, when he'd hopefully be a bit calmer. Leon had no earthly idea that Zafin was in no position to even try and reply. The young mage tried to get comfortable, but he found it was impossible. Outside, the light gray clouds grew dark, and it began to gently rain. As soon as the first drops hit the windows of the tower, Leon catapulted upright. He had started to realize that something was making him restless, and he felt that this rain was surely a part of it. He pushed himself to his feet and hurried over to the window, throwing it open and letting the rain rush in. Leon breathed in the earthy scent of the raindrops hitting the dry ground. He stood at the open window for several more seconds before he realized that the noise in his ears had receded and his heart was beating a little slower now. He immediately turned around and sprinted for the stairs. His mind was filled with nothing but the smell of the rain and the sound of distant thunder. In seconds, he burst out from the tower with nothing but the clothes on his back, his training sword, and his family's sword. As soon as the rain hit his skin, he stopped shivering. His heart was still racing, but he felt a little better. He took a few minutes to stand under those storm clouds and enjoy the rain. He had always felt a little more relaxed when a storm rolled around, and this was the first storm he had been in since he left the Northern Vales. But, simply standing there in front of the tower wasn't enough. Leon hardly knew what he was doing, but he took off running as fast as he could sustain into the forest, making for the western mountains. When he had gone up to the top of the tower, it had felt like he was struggling against his own body. Taking every step had been an arduous task, as if there was a part of him that had been resisting. But now, he felt liberated, as if he had become as light as a feather. He sped across the ground so fast that he almost felt like he was flying. Soon enough, he found himself at the base of the cliff near the pool he found the day before. But this time, he barely stopped long enough to locate a suitable spot to climb. He scrambled up the cliff almost like it wasn't even there. The higher he went, the more the rain washed over him, the better he felt. The wind picked up speed, howling in his ears. The thunder he heard grew louder, and occasionally he saw a brief flash of remote lightning strikes. But even this wasn't enough for Leon. Something spurred him onwards, and he frantically searched for a taller mountain. At this point, Leon was effectively unconscious, operating purely on instinct. Magic power flooded into his body and his mind wrestled with keeping all of it in check. After scanning the horizon, Leon sprinted for the tallest mountain he could see. He climbed with the same mindless speed he had the cliff, and he had arrived at the flat top in minutes. The mountain top was just barely big enough for him to kneel down comfortably, which is exactly what he did. He closed his eyes and fell into a motionless trance-like meditative state, allowing all the magic kicked up by the storm to flow into his body. Leon didn't regain control over himself until several hours later, when the storm started dying down. He was soaked by then, but his body was filled to the brim with magic power. In fact, the first thing that Leon noticed as he opened his eyes was just how incredible he felt. He knelt there for a while enjoying the rush this abundance of magic gave him. Eventually, his mind turned to trying to make sense of what had just happened. The last thing he remembered was zoning out in the third-tier common room, then just enough flashes of him sprinting outside and through the forest for him to know that he had done those things. He had no reason for why he had done them, but given how spectacular he felt, he wasn't too upset that he had. He was still firmly in the third tier, but he felt that he had made great progress this day. In fact, as he thought about it, he remembered that Artorias would do something similar whenever a storm blew in back in the Vales. He would vanish from their fort at the first sign of rain, making his way as Leon had found out just before the ritual that awakened his inherited bloodline to that mountain platform he had made. Leon was certain what he had just experienced was related. He was soon yanked out of his thoughts by Zafin's voice resounding through his mind. "Leon, Zafin, what happened? Where the hell were you?" Leon responded with some anger. "Well," he began, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Just after the ambush, Zafin went back to quietly sitting on the red and white tiles not too far from the small throne in Leon's soul realm. The pseudo-magic body that the Thunderbird had created for Leon was sitting in the throne with its eyes closed. The demon had been spending his days absorbing some of the magic power that Leon's bone marrow constantly supplied his soul realm with. Zafin could theoretically recover his power by relying on the meager amounts of magic that Leon possessed, but it would be a painfully and highly impractical process without the potion he'd told Leon about. But, There was little else for him to do on that tiny barren island in the midst of chaos other than watch Leon's daily life, so he quietly sat and absorbed magic power. If Leon could see him, he wouldn't see any changes in the demon. His fires still burned all over his body, obscuring whatever might be within, but not so completely that a shadow couldn't be seen. If Zafin had recovered his power as fast as he had hoped, his flames would have burned much brighter, so much so that he would have appeared to be nothing but an enormous brightly burning flame. As the demon was sitting there trying to pass the time after watching Leon carry out his ambush, he heard a quiet rumble in the mists. For a moment, he thought he had misheard. He knew of nothing that could exist out there, after all. His eyes burned a bright orange within the red flames as they darted around, searching for the source of the sound. When he failed to see anything, he turned back to absorbing magic power. And then he heard the rumble again, but louder than before. This time the demon was certain he heard correctly. He scrambled to his feet and searched his surroundings again. This time, he saw something. It was a tiny dark speck in the bright gray mist, and it was growing very rapidly. In seconds, that dark speck had grown to encompass the entire horizon, which Zafin realized to be immense storm clouds. These storm clouds were upon the island before the demon could react and began pouring rain down upon it. "Leon, what is this?" he asked in a panicky voice, but he received no reply. He turned to look at the magic body on the throne and saw that it had been encased in a cage made entirely of lightning. "The boy cannot hear you, former Lord of Flame." When Zafin heard that deep voice that seemed to shake all in existence, he froze. Slowly, he turned to see what had spoken, and saw a towering bird standing behind him. This bird had gorgeous brown feathers flecked with gold that sparked with lightning magic. No matter how hard it was raining, not a single drop of water landed upon those feathers. Zafin had just come face to face with the Thunderbird. Chapter 78. Remnant. The Thunderbird's brilliant golden eyes glared down at Zafin, shocking the demon to his core with mere eye contact. Zafin found himself completely overwhelmed in the Thunderbird's presence, with its turbulent aura pressing down on him like 100 mountains. There was no way Zafin could withstand this crushing pressure, not in his current weakened state. He doubted he could even stand against it if he were in his prime. The demon's knees grew weak seconds after the Thunderbird arrived, and the pouring rain and fierce wind that accompanied it caused the flames that covered him to fizzle and die down. When Zafin's knees finally gave out, his fires were completely gone, leaving nothing but the dark figure of an enormous humanoid. He was shaped like a heavily muscled man with handsome features, only with skin like highly polished obsidian that sparkled in the lightning that surrounded the Thunderbird. Zafin turned his red-hot eyes, the only part of him that still burned up, to meet the Thunderbird's golden avian irises. However, after the Thunderbird forced the demon to his knees, it hardly spared him another glance. Instead, its attention was focused on Leon, still sitting on his throne as if he was peacefully sleeping. Release me," shouted Zafin in rage, struggling under the Thunderbird's aura to raise his voice loud enough to be heard over the tempest that raged around the island. The Thunderbird glanced back at Zafin, sending the demon's mind into turmoil. Zafin crumpled down onto all fours, barely able to hold himself up. "Tell me, what's a former Lord of Flame doing residing within my descendant's soul realm?" asked the Thunderbird, its thunderous voice hitting Zafin like hammer to the chest. "Who are you calling former?" roared Zafin in response, though the effect was slightly tarnished as he could barely string the words together under the Thunderbird's cataclysmic aura. "I'm calling you former, because that is what you are. A Lord of Flame who has been absent from the void for so long is no true Lord of Flame. Especially not one so diminished as you." The Thunderbird's words cut deep into Zafin, who grit his teeth under the strain of trying to respond. "But your status is not my concern," continued the Thunderbird. "It is your presence that demands explanation, demon. What are you doing here?" Though his fires had been almost completely extinguished, Zafin's eyes burned orange like a pair of hot coals as he called upon all of his strength to resist the Thunderbird's aura. He pushed against the island with all of his might, just barely managing to rise before the Thunderbird appeared above him in a flash of lightning and stomped Zafin back down into the ground. Zafin gave a cry of pain as his chest was pushed into the stone tiles that surrounded the throne and the Thunderbird's talons dug into his back, preventing him from moving again. "I will not repeat myself again," it warned, while allowing the pressure on Zafin to abate just enough for the demon to speak. Zafin was about to shout defiantly, but the Thunderbird's talons twitched and allowed a few small lightning currents to pass through Zafin's body. The demon clenched his teeth but was unable to fully suppress his groan of pain. I am not trying to possess him, we are partners, he growled, barely getting the words out through his gritted teeth. I saw you absorbing some of my descendants' magic power, responded the Thunderbird with an accusatory tone. I only took my share. We made a contract. I reside in his soul realm and use a tiny portion of his power to recover, while I give him counsel and some of my own power in return. The Thunderbird's golden eyes seemed to bore holes through Zaffin's shiny obsidian skin for a moment, before answering with, a terrible lie, if you are indeed lying, for it is so easily verified. The Thunderbird's feathers rustled slightly, sending a pulse through its body and into Zaffin. The demon's ire grew, as this pulse seemed to open everything about his body to the Thunderbird. He felt like he had no secrets under its unyielding gaze. Slowly, after several moments of waiting, a thick golden thread appeared, connecting Zaffin's chest to Leon's throne. Specifically, it ran from the demon's heart straight to Leon's mana glyph on the back of the throne. The Thunderbird's eyes swept over the entirety of the thread, reading the nigh imperceptible information within as if it had been carved into the heavens for all the world to see. Though its avian face couldn't frown, the Thunderbird's displeasure was plain as day on its face. It removed its talons from Zaffin's back and moved about a dozen feet over with a flap of its wings, keeping itself between Zaffin and Leon. Additionally, it allowed its aura to abate just enough for Zaffin to catch his breath, but not enough for him to rise past a kneeling posture. Zaffin pushed himself up as far as he could, then took a few moments to reignite his flames. They didn't rise very high. In fact, they barely covered him at all, leaving most of his body exposed. Despite having some time to compose himself, he still couldn't move from where he was kneeling. The Thunderbird barely glanced at him again, seemingly purposefully ignoring him. It stood between Zaffin and Leon, running its beak through its feathers while keeping an eye on the lightning that surrounded its descendant. The two maintained their silence for the next few minutes. This quiet atmosphere was only broken when the lightning that surrounded Leon suddenly started to grow far more intense. Where before it was only a few bolts here and there every few seconds, it had become a maelstrom of lightning, concentrating enough power around Leon to shock Zaffin. Hey, what's happening to him? Asked Zaffin in concern, after working up the nerve. The Thunderbird didn't reply, it only stared with increased interest at Leon. Don't ignore me, damn it. What's happening to him? Again, the Thunderbird didn't even look at Zaffin. Seeing that he wasn't going to get an answer, the demon took to shouting at Leon. Hey, Leon, answer me, boy, what's happening? Zaffin got as many answers from Leon as he had from the Thunderbird, but he wasn't dissuaded and continued to mentally shout at his partner. After several minutes, the Thunderbird rolled its eyes and glared at Zaffin, instantly silencing the demon with its gaze. Did I not tell you that he can't hear you, demon? You did, but there's no harm in trying, is there? Responded Zaffin with a slightly flippant look. You're disturbing my peace. That is harm enough. Zaffin shrunk back a little at the Thunderbird's rebuke, but then he gathered himself and said, well, if you were only to tell me what is going on with all that lightning, maybe I wouldn't be shouting, would I? The Thunderbird clicked its beak again, though it was in thought rather than amusement. After a moment of contemplation, it said, this is the first natural storm he has been in since he awakened his bloodline. My power that he has inherited is amplified during storms, and it can be extremely overwhelming. He'll experience an overpowering urge to head out into the storm and seek the highest place he can. You don't seem to care that much about it. This isn't dangerous, is it? Asked Zaffin with some uncertainty. It's fine. In fact, this is very beneficial to the young boy. A few more thunderstorms and he might advance to the 4th tier. Is this something he'll get used to? It wouldn't be very convenient if he loses his head every time a few raindrops fall. It takes an enormous storm to trigger this kind of reaction. If he experiences a few more, he'll eventually grow accustomed to the surge in power. Good. The two continued to watch Leon as he sprinted back outside of the tower and into the forest. They watched him race through the forest and dart up the side of the cliff. They quietly observed as he found a suitable place to meditate, then sit down and do just that. After about 15 minutes, Zaffin had become certain that the Thunderbird was telling the truth and Leon wasn't in any danger, so his attention began to gradually turn to the Thunderbird. It answered a few of my questions before, maybe it'll continue, he thought as he summoned his courage again. How are you still here, if you don't mind me asking? The universe thinks you dead, yet here you are right in front of me. The Thunderbird sent a dismissive look at Zaffin before turning back to Leon. However, to the demon's surprise, the Thunderbird actually answered several seconds later. I am dead. What you see now is a fragment of consciousness that my descendants have kept within them for eons, a tiny remnant of what I once was. A tiny remnant, huh, said Zaffin, vividly remembering the Thunderbird smashing it into the ground. How is something like this even possible? A trick that I and several of my contemporaries discovered, an exploited quirk in the way our power is passed down in our descendants. Zaffin waited for the Thunderbird to elaborate, but when it remained silent he didn't press his luck. I have to ask, why did you even answer my questions? Your reputation would indicate that you wouldn't even spare a primal god a moment of your time, let alone me. The Thunderbird looked back at the demon and thought about it for almost an entire minute before answering. Perhaps that is the way I would have behaved, once. But after dying and watching my clan effectively come to an end, perhaps I feel a little more chatty. Besides, as a former Lord of Flame, it's not like speaking with you is a complete dishonor for me. Don't call me former. I am a Lord of Flame. You are not. About 10,000 years ago, another of my descendants entered the void and became acquainted with several of the demonic lords. You were replaced a long time ago. What? Roared Zaffin in fury. The Thunderbird's response left him stunned and infuriated. He hadn't even been gone 100,000 years. It's actually quite common for a demonic lord to go missing for millennia at a time before suddenly showing up again without warning, so 100,000 years is typically how long it takes the demon princess to appoint another lord. He had been captured and held prisoner by the Storm King, but the traditional waiting time had yet to pass and the Prince of Flame had already replaced him. I don't suppose you know who replaced me? Zaffin asked, barely containing his rage. Which Lord of Flame were you, specifically? The fifth. Then it would have been a demon named Amon. Of course, my information is a little out of date. My descendant was killed not too long after arriving. Amon, spat Zaffin with more hatred than even he thought possible. Of course, it would be that fucking one. When I return to the void, I'm going to tear him apart. When? I doubt you'll make it that far. And what is that supposed to mean? Before you were summoned, my clan was one of the strongest in all of the universe. They ruled a truly immense portion of the Nexus and were lords over dozens of planes. Yet now, in less than 100,000 years, my clan has been reduced to a single boy in the divine graveyard. A fall that sudden is impossible unless it was orchestrated by an enemy of comparable power. And they certainly haven't given up. It was subtle, but Zaffin could pick up on the defeat in the Thunderbird's voice. You think Leon is going to be killed by these enemies, then? The Thunderbird didn't give Zaffin a verbal answer, but its silence was enough for the demon. If you have so little hope for Leon, why bother try and protect him from me? Why bother watching over him with so much concern? Why bother doing anything at all? I mean, these are hardly the actions of someone who has lost all hope. Why shouldn't I do these things, demon? It's not in my nature to simply lie down and wait for death, no matter how inevitable his death may be. But, doomed though I'm sure he is, I will at least provide this young lion with what little help I can give him. It's not like I can see the future. Not to mention, I do believe that he has the potential for greatness. He may beat the odds. The lightning surrounding Leon began to die down as the Thunderbird finished speaking. The storm had ended, and Leon was returning to lucidity. The Thunderbird took another look at Leon, then took off from the island and flew back into the mists without so much as one more glance at Zaffin. Zaffin watched the Thunderbird go and didn't try. And to stop it, a few seconds after Zaffin lost sight of the Thunderbird, the pressure that kept the demon down vanished. Zaffin slowly got to his feet while thinking over everything that the Thunderbird had just told him. Should I tell Leon what the Thunderbird told me? He asked himself. After a few moments of thinking, he came to his answer. Leon, he said to the young mage. Zaffin, what happened? Where the hell were you? Well, he started hesitantly. Chapter 79. A subdued response. Well, Zaffin started hesitantly. Leon staggered to his feet. He was still in the artificial mountains in the western third of the training grounds. His body was filled to the brim with magic power, but the wonderful and energetic feeling that brought was dampened from Zaffin's seeming refusal to speak with him during the storm. Well, what? Asked the livid Leon when Zaffin paused. Wasn't part of the contract that you would provide me with your counsel in exchange for residing in my soul realm? Leon suddenly stopped and took a deep breath. What just happened to me? He asked with a tone that he was forcing to remain calm. That was a side effect of possessing the Thunderbird's power. Keep that in mind. Whenever a storm gathers, you will probably enter a similar state, answered Xianxia. There any reason you couldn't tell me this as it was happening? I haven't been able to speak with you all day. I noticed lightning gathering in your soul realm hours before the storm began in earnest, but it seemed to prevent mental communication. Leon took another deep breath. He tried to remain calm, but the sheer amount of energy that came with his current overabundance of magic power was making it difficult. After a few moments, he did feel his anger fade, though he still felt like crushing a few boulders to let off some steam. Listen, Leon, there are some other things we should discuss. I know what happened to you not because it was something I already knew, but because I was just told. Told? By who? Asked Leon as his face slightly contorted in shock. While you were out of it, the Thunderbird showed up to watch. What? And it spoke to you? It did. Why, it's never even spoken to me before. Xianxia rolled his eyes at that. And why should it speak to you? You are only a third-tier human, not even 2 decades old. I'm still its descendant. Despite Leon's attitude, Xianxia didn't actually think he was wrong, especially with what the Thunderbird had told him. It said that Leon was its last descendant, so why hadn't it spoken to him? Sure, it had sounded crushed and hopeless, but it had also attempted to protect Leon from him before it knew he was no threat to the young mage. Well, perhaps that's something to keep in mind for when you make it to the 6th tier. You'll have created your magic body by then and will be able to access your soul realm. I'm sure you'll get the opportunity to speak with your ancestor then. Yeah, maybe. Did it say anything else other than explain what happened to me? Not really. It did attack me, though, before it learned we had made a contract. Xianxia decided not to tell Leon the rest for now. There was no need to tell him about Amon, and certainly no need to tell him what the Thunderbird thinks about his odds of survival in the long run. Huh, that's a shame, but not really a surprise. Especially about him attacking you. What? I'm just saying, I would be suspicious as hell if a shady character like you showed up where you weren't expected. And with that, I will leave you to your own devices. Good day. Oh, come on, demon. Don't be so sensitive. Leon chuckled a little. Xianxia seemed to enjoy poking fun at him, so he decided to do likewise. Xianxia didn't respond, though Leon didn't think he was particularly angry. Whatever the case, he still started descending from the mountains and heading back to the Snow Lion's tower. Gaius stared at the 3 nobles who had been ambushed by the Snow Lions. They were in quite the sorry state, with bruises, cuts, and slightly swollen eyes or lips. None of their injuries were particularly serious, as they had been mostly inflicted by first-tier mages armed only with training weapons, and they had been taken care of with healing spells for the most part. They'd return to normal in another day or two, but that didn't dampen their anger in the slightest. We need to get them back for this act of barbarism, shouted one of the nobles. His face was red from fury, and it only grew redder when he remembered how Leon's kick made him throw up all over himself. They fucking dared to attack us only a day after we punished them for their arrogance, shouted another one of them. Gaius raised his hand just as the last noble was about to share his opinion. Based on his enraged expression, Gaius was perfectly aware of what it would be, so he didn't need to hear it. The noble immediately shut his mouth and waited for Gaius to speak his piece. Indeed, our actions yesterday were only meant to chastise them for that barbarian's arrogance and blatant disregard for his betters, and that they would seek to retaliate against us for attempting to correct them as an act worthy of an extreme response. However, I don't want any of you to do anything stupid. Classes resume tomorrow, so focus on those. I'll speak with Linus and Actaeon and we'll determine the correct course of action. Gaius spoke with a calm and poised demeanor, but inside he was absolutely ecstatic. He controlled himself as much as he was able on his way back to the top floor of the Deathbringer's tower, just barely holding his smile back until he left the 2nd floor behind. They did it. They really did it. It's going to be the easiest thing in the world to get all of this unit behind me now, he thought. Contrary to what he had told Tiberius the day before, his 2 fellow 3rd-tier nobles hadn't actually agreed to help so soon. Had he asked them for something before the combat test, they would have undoubtedly jumped at the chance to help out the son of a duke. Their own parents were only counts, after all. However, Gaius had lost a lot of respect and prestige when he allowed himself to be thrashed by Leon so completely, so much so that most of the other nobles who knew about the incident now felt comfortable ignoring him. His undignified behavior after the fact didn't help matters, either. However, his chat with his brother brought reality crashing back in on him, forcing him to realize just what was at stake. His family's honor and reputation as well as his own future were at risk due to recent events, and he couldn't jeopardize that by continuing to give Leon opportunities to make a fool out of him. Just as he was about to push open the door to the third floor, he paused for a moment. He wiped the unseemly smile from his face and took a moment to compose himself. He was almost jittery from excitement as he entered the third-tier common room, but his expression was sober and serious. Linus and Chieftain were waiting for him there, quietly discussing something around the central fireplace. They glanced at Gaius as he entered the room, ceasing their conversation until he walked over. "You two have heard about this morning's incident?" Gaius asked in a solemn tone. "Of course, we have. The entire training battalion would have heard about this by now," responded Linus, a thin man with black hair and features sharp enough to cut glass. "We were just talking about what to do in response. We can't let such an attack go unchallenged," said Chieftain, a short and stocky man not even 5.5 feet tall with brown hair and a full face. "I told you two the snow lions would be trouble. The barbarian was only the beginning. It's clear that Alphonsus and Castor can't control their own unit," Gaius said. "Cut the shit, Gaius. I doubt they would have been this bold so early without your personal conflict with the savage." Gaius' eyes narrowed in response to Linus' words, but just as he was about to interrupt, Linus continued. "That being said, it doesn't really matter at this point. What's done is done. We can only deal with what's in front of us, and what's in front of us is another unit who brazenly assaulted our own people less than half a mile from our own tower. Indeed, we need to take our vengeance. However," added Chieftain, looking over to Linus as he trailed off. "We've been talking. We want to wait at least another week or two until the basic combat classes come to an end," said Linus, finishing Chieftain's thought. "Why?" asked Gaius as politely as he could, though he couldn't completely hide the anger in his voice. When the other two gave him slightly weird looks, he hurriedly added, "It's just that the longer we sit on this, the less anyone's going to take us seriously. I spoke with your guys when they returned, and they told me the whole story. The part that stuck out the most to me was the complete uselessness of the first-tier trainees in that fight. The barbarians' lackeys overwhelmed our guys with numbers, but even then, they hardly acquitted themselves well. I want them to have at least some level of competence when we pay the snow lions back." Gaius unconsciously frowned slightly. He quickly forced it off his face, but the other two had already seen it. However, neither of them addressed Gaius' obvious desire to act quicker than they were willing. He couldn't really fault their logic, though. Waiting to move against the snow lions until they were ready was a hard idea to argue against. "Every day we spend preparing is another day they'll spend getting ready for us," said Gaius. "We know, but this is still the best plan," Chieftain replied with a serious expression. "We'll see how they feel after dinner tonight," he thought. Dinner that evening was tense, to say the least. Every trainee had heard about the snow lions' ambush by then, and even if they hadn't, the snow lions who laughed and jeered at the Deathbringers made it perfectly clear what had happened. The Deathbringers' significantly more subdued response was a little surprising, though, given they were the ones laughing and jeering the day before. A few of more emotional first-tier trainees shouted back insults in response, but they were swiftly silenced by glares from their second-tier trainees. The Deathbringers made their way back to their tower quiet, angry, and humiliated. Linus and Chieftain didn't change their minds, though, insisting to Gaius that they needed to wait until all their trainees could fight. Gaius accepted their decision in a calm and measured way, but he showed just how livid he was when he was finally alone in his own room. His face twisted in rage and he had to struggle to prevent himself from breaking things out of frustration. The snow lions, conversely, returned to their tower in quite the celebratory mood. They were feeling exceptionally jubilant, especially when compared to the previous day. Even the second-tier nobles had smiles on their faces and looked at Leon with less dismissiveness than they had before. Alphonsus wasn't too thrilled, though, and went to his room early. Castor was a little more conflicted. On the one hand, Leon had taken revenge for their own humiliation, but on the other hand, the Deathbringers were not going to take this lying down. Castor paused and glanced at Leon before following Alphonsus to the top floor but decided against speaking to him. For his part, Leon was sitting with Henry, Alon, and Charles, watching them practice what they had learned in their basic combat classes. After about half an hour, Leon stepped in to show them a few blocks and counters to what they had learned. As he was doing so, a couple of the trainees who had accompanied them during the ambush approached. "Hey, We couldn't help but notice you all practicing," one of them began. "Yeah, do you think we could join you?" the other finished, looking directly at Leon with shining expectant eyes. Leon was about to immediately answer no, but he caught himself. He knew that if he was to rise through the ranks he would need to vastly improve his people skills, but he still hesitated. He still didn't particularly like being social. "Sure, come on over," said Henry before Leon could make up his mind. The two trainees looked a little uncertain, even with Henry's assent. But, when they looked over at Leon, the young man finally made a decision and slowly nodded to them. They then happily joined the four in their training, but Leon ended it a little earlier than he had the previous week due to the unexpected prolonged interaction. Chapter 80. The next week classes began again the next morning. The senior instructor took the snow lions to the training field and separated them again into the usual groups. The trainees of the first two tiers began warming up for their morning training, while the senior instructor escorted Leon, Alphonsus, and Castor to the third tier's dueling area. The snow lions were the second to last to arrive and they drew quite a few stares upon their arrival. Many of those stares were concentrated on Leon and would flicker between him and Gaius. The nobleman, for his part, ignored Leon's presence as much as he could. Those paying attention such as both Marcus and Leon noticed the slight strain in his smile and the momentary curling of his hands into fists, though. While the third-tier trainees were waiting for the last unit to arrive, Leon's eyes happened to wander over to where Valeria and Asia were standing. As he did so, he happened to notice that they had been staring at him. Leon raised an eyebrow in confusion and stared back. Valeria's face immediately went a slightly red and she looked away, but Asia flashed him a strange smile and only looked away after her eyes had curiously drifted down a little. Their behavior utterly confounded him, causing him to anxiously check himself to what they had been staring at. His clothes were fine, his hair wasn't particularly unusual, and there wasn't anything on his face, so he was left confused and wondering what they had been staring at. It took a few minutes before he remembered hearing what he had suspected were other people when he had been spending time in that hidden pool. Could that have been them? No, Valeria at least seems too poised and proper to spend her time spying on people. Maybe I'm just being paranoid. That's probably it. Nothing happened then, I'm just, yeah. Despite his self-reassurances, he still couldn't get the possibility out of his mind. He grew more embarrassed the more he thought about the likelihood of having been seen at the pool, especially since the chance that it had been these two beautiful women was now in his head no matter how emphatically he denied it. Needless to say, despite the two fighting the opening duel as usual, Valeria and Leon did not move as fluidly as they had the week before. Their attacks weren't as fast, and they seemed a little less aggressive, hesitating slightly whenever their duel brought them a little closer. In the end, Leon disarmed Valeria, knocking her spear out of her hand for the victory. That was the only duel he won that week, though, as she returned the next day to beat him bloody, with the two fighting to a draw in their other 3 morning duels that week. During the afternoon classes, Valeria continued to sit next to Leon, though she deliberately avoided looking at him as much as possible. She was tempted to find somewhere else to sit, but she eventually decided that being next to Leon and a little embarrassed was preferable to being next to Gaius and wanting to smash his teeth in. To say that Gaius was less than enthused about the situation would be to put it mildly, but he managed to keep himself under control. Though he wanted to, he didn't challenge Leon again. He forced himself to keep calm while watching Leon and Valeria spar every morning, enduring their increasingly obvious joy in testing themselves against an equal. He drew a little comfort from seeing that they still weren't speaking much during their enchanting classes, but that Valeria would rather sit in silence next to a barbarian than with him was an insult that cut Gaius exceedingly deep, and only cut deeper with each passing day. As for the enchanting classes themselves, the instructor had finally gotten around to starting the lectures after having every trainee write out each of the 7 basic elemental runes to prove they could do it in a reasonable time. He started with introducing the 60 other runes in the runic alphabet and giving a brief summary of basic glyph structure. Essentially, 1 or more runic circles form the core of the glyph, which is where the power source of the enchantment is usually located. Additional runes are added in a myriad of other patterns around the core, modifying it as needed. The art of enchantment is often described among enchanters as the language of magic. From that perspective, a glyph is a sentence or paragraph made of runic letters, and the core is the first couple of words. The entire week was spent memorizing the dozens of additional runes, with lecture time dedicated to basic glyph structure. It was a mentally taxing class, and Leon was grateful that the next class he had signed up for was spent quietly reading. Over the entire week, everyone was watching the Snow Lions and Deathbringers. The trainees were waiting for the Deathbringers' response to the ambush over the weekend. They all knew it was coming, but Gaius, Linus, and Actaeon had been strangely silent on the subject. They ignored the Snow Lions whenever they showed up and didn't boast or threaten them in any way. Even the first-tier commoners in the Deathbringers were reserved and barely looked at the Snow Lions. Things were so quiet, in fact, that by the end of Friday most of the trainees assumed that the conflict was over and the Deathbringers weren't going to retaliate. They began to put the excitement of the first week out of their minds as they refocused on their classes. But neither Leon nor Castor were so convinced that the Deathbringers had let the matter drop. They didn't really speak with each other, but they were both expecting something to happen over the upcoming weekend. That being said, there wasn't much they could do to prepare, especially as they couldn't just have the entire unit stay behind in the tower over the whole weekend just on a hunch. So, they both independently decided to simply wait and see what would happen. "Oh, man, I'm exhausted," uttered Charles as he collapsed onto a couch in the first-tier common room. "This week really dragged." "Really, you're exhausted?" asked Henry incredulously. It was Friday and the usual group was training in the corner, plus the 2 new faces who had joined them since the beginning of the week. "And why can't I be exhausted?" Charles shot back. "No reason you can't be, I guess. I've never painted before, so it's not like I know how draining it can be," Henry responded sarcastically with a mocking smile. Alon decided to get in on the mocking and said with excessive sarcasm, "Hey, painting is real hard work, all right. All that lifting of the paintbrush and running it along the paper. Charles, are you sure you've made it through this week's classes without any permanent damage?" "Oh, don't start with this again," said Charles in a tone that matched his exhaustion. "What's this about painting?" inquired Leon with a curious look. Charles took painting as his elective course after magical theory, answered Alon after a moment of faint confusion. "You didn't know that?" asked Henry. Leon didn't respond verbally but shrugged his shoulders noncommittally. "How did you not know? We've been giving him shit about it for the past week." "Must have been while I was meditating or something," said Leon with a little embarrassment. "But why are you giving him shit for anyway?" "Nothing wrong with painting. Indeed, painting is a pursuit worthy of the time spent on it," added Matthew, one of the 2 new trainees in the group. He was born in one of the merchant cities along the coast of the Gulf of Discord in the south. He had gotten a job in a warehouse transporting crates of beast cores in and out of storage, and it was this constant proximity to magical items that allowed his body to adapt to magic fast enough to ascend to the first tier before he turned 21, becoming eligible to enroll in the Knight Academy. "No, nothing's wrong with painting itself. It's just that he chose painting over learning something more practical, like horse riding or military history," replied Alon. "To each their own," said Bohemond, the other trainee who recently joined them. He was from a village in the Eastern Territories and had advanced to the first tier thanks to some instruction from a 4th-tier knight who had spent some time recuperating in their village after being wounded repelling a raid by the rock giants in the eastern border mountains. "And the fact that you're in the same painting class as Charles has no bearing on you saying that, right?" said Henry in a teasing tone. "Of course not. Everyone ought to take the classes that most interest them, not simply take what is most practical. We all need some time to relax, and learning about things we find interesting is one way to go about it," Bohemond replied. "He's not wrong. I myself took a class where all I do is read old books. Hardly practical, but it helps me to relax after my enchantment class," stated Leon. "I guess," said Henry. "Although, I am a tad curious as to why you picked that particular class, Charles. You don't really seem the sort that would be into painting," Leon wondered aloud. "Well, thanks for that. Really appreciate the implication," Charles responded with sarcasm. "Anyway, the late Michael of Vesentio was born in a village less than 15 miles away from the mining town I grew up in." "Who's that?" asked Bohemond. "A famous painter," answered Charles a little dryly. "He painted the portrait of King Julius Septimius, as well as directed the work decorating the new dome over the new assembly hall. Most of his private works go for hundreds of thousands of silvers if you can find the right collector," added Matthew, drawing odd looks from the others. "What? I picked these things up in Palermo. We get a lot of cargo going through there, and people talk about it." After a brief moment of moderately stunned silence, Charles continued. "Well, every year around Michael's birthday, we'd get a ton of traffic going through our town from art students and aficionados traveling to see the old master's home village that inspired most of his early work. I never actually learned to paint, but I spent plenty of time around painters and always kinda wanted to learn. Now's as good a time as any, said Bohemond in support of Charles, who nodded back appreciatively. Moving on, anyone got any plans for tomorrow? Asked Henry. I was going to see Jean a little after midday, but my morning's open, said Charles. Nah, replied Matthew. Nope, said Bohemond. I plan to go to the Heaven's Eye Tower, mentioned Leon, causing the other 5 to immediately go quiet and stare at him. Why, what do you need there? Asked Matthew, aware that Leon was from the Northern Vales. Those who aren't noble aren't typically welcome in the Heaven's Eye Towers unless they possess extraordinary wealth. Was hoping to find a good bow. A bow? You could find a good bow in just about any forum in the city. If you wanted a really good bow you could go to the Blasted Furnace, added Bohemond. It's fine, he's been there before, I doubt there'll be any problem if he goes there again, said Charles. He wasn't as shocked as the others, but he was still confused as to why Leon was going somewhere like the Heaven's Eye Tower for something as simple as a bow. The others dropped the matter when he said his piece, but they still gave Leon a few more odd looks. After they finished their training and made plans for what to do the next day, they all made for bed. Before they all parted ways, though, Leon did remind them to always stick together just in case the Deathbringers tried something similar to what they had done the previous weekend. 5 guys are much harder to ambush than 2 or 3, after all. So, out of curiosity, why are you really going to the Heaven's Eye Tower? Asked Zaffin as Leon closed the door to his room behind him. I didn't take my bow when I left my home back in the north. I've come to regret that decision. I greatly miss shooting and hunting and want to get back into practice. Plus, I wanted to grab some good spell paper to practice writing runes, replied Leon. That all? That Elise girl has nothing to do with it. Number. Leon's voice trembled a little, something which didn't go unnoticed. You don't sound very convincing. Don't start with me, demon, warned Leon. All right, fine. You're not going there to see Elise. Why would you need to go and see her when you're already spending so much time with Valeria, was it? Her name is Valeria, yes. And she has no bearing on this. Teased Zaffin. Leon went silent, which Zaffin kept for a few seconds before continuing. Hey, didn't you tell me once that she might have been related to someone who attacked your home? What's with you getting so close with her anyway? Getting close would imply that we've actually spoken with each other, which we really haven't. And besides, I don't know how Adriano's Isonos is written. It could be completely different from Valerius' name. It's probably just a coincidence. Right, well, regardless, you'd better make a move, or at least do something other than stammer and blush when talking to a pretty girl, damn it. I'm bored out of my gourd in here, the demon complained. That sounds like a problem to me. And I don't blush, Leon said, perhaps a little too insistently. Did your face go red and heat up? Asked Zaffin despite that fact that he already knew the answer. Leon went silent again. It did, and we both know it. That means you fucking blushed. Taunted Zaffin in a teasing tone. Whatever, I just need a bow, no other reason, muttered Leon. Don't say that, if you like a girl then make a damned move. Don't just, you know what, you just do your own thing. I'm going to stay out of it. Of course, your own thing won't get you very far, but it's your own life. Hey, screw you too, demon. Prove me wrong, kid. Prove me wrong. Chapter 81, Capital's Tower Lord. Elise didn't have any plans for the Saturday following the second week since Leon entered the Night Academy. She hadn't acted as an official attendant since returning to the capital, so she found that her days could be difficult to fill. Every day, she would wake up relatively late and start her day with a few hours of magical training. Her training did not include any form of combat training, as she felt there was little need for it in her position. Her magical training was spent almost exclusively dancing and exercising in a private courtyard in her mother's estate that was filled with exotic trees, plants, and carved obelisks that raised the density of magic in the area to more than 5 times the normal level for the capital. This training was paying off. She could feel herself growing in magical power at a rate that left her certain she could ascend to the 3rd tier in less than a year. She used to slack off in her training before moving to Tira, which left her far behind her younger 3rd tier friends. After meeting Leon, though, she never slacked off again. She immediately started training in earnest after coming home. Leon's influence wasn't the only reason she continued though. She found herself getting hooked on the physical aspects of magic training as she relished the feeling she had when she was finished. Her limbs were tired and sweaty, but her body was always filled with magic power. After resting with a long bath, the abundance of magic power in her body would fill her with energy and give her an almost euphoric feeling. Elise's routine wasn't any different on that Saturday. After a very late breakfast, she found herself sliding into boredom. She had met up with Valeria and Asia the week before, so she knew they planned to stay at the night academy over the weekend. This didn't leave her with many options to alleviate her boredom. For a moment, she contemplated heading over to the Heaven's Eye Tower, but that would involve dressing in fancier clothes and otherwise preparing herself to look like the daughter of the Tower Lord, a process she had no interest in undergoing at that time. After a quarter of an hour, she decided to read for a while. She moseyed around the estate's library and settled into a chaise lounge in an adjacent room with her chosen book, a tragic romance novel about a pair of knights who were raised together, only to find themselves on the opposite sides of a civil war. The male knight's side lost the war and the lady knight rebelled against her king after he ordered her lover to be executed. The two were mortally wounded trying to escape and died in each other's arms. Elise adored this novel, turning to it and other works by the same author whenever her mother got too pushy in her insistence that Elise find herself a husband or two. She wasn't going to spend her time in peace, though, as she had barely been reading for 20 minutes when she heard the sound of approaching footsteps. She couldn't help but frown because it sounded like at least 4 or 5 people were coming. "Elise, darling, there you are. I've been looking for you everywhere." A woman with hair as bright red as fire walked into the reading room, accompanied by 4 men with highly varying appearances. One was tall and lean and possessed a proud and noble bearing. Obviously, he was a lower to mid-rank noble. The second man seemed to be of common birth. He had a healthy tan and a fit body, but he was of average height and did not enjoy the first man's commanding presence. The third man was a foreigner from the Samar kingdom to the south, bronze skin, staggeringly tall, and built like a millennium-old heartwood tree. The last man could barely be called a man. He appeared just old enough to be considered an adult. He was short, lithe, and had a round and smooth baby face. He kept looking around timidly as if he didn't feel like he belonged in this lavish estate. "Mother," replied Elise with little enthusiasm, looking to the stunningly gorgeous red-haired woman who led the group. She gave a slight nod to the noble in the group but completely ignored the other 3. She didn't even get up from her seat, turning her eyes back to her book instead in an obvious attempt to ignore the newcomers. "Oh my, that's certainly a warm welcome, isn't it?" responded the red-haired woman with a smile and good-natured sarcasm. She walked right over to Elise and took a seat directly across the table from her. She sat there and stared at her daughter until Elise was forced to sigh and turn away from her book. "So, what brings you here?" she asked. "Do I need a reason to want to spend time with my only daughter?" The red-haired woman responded with a mock-hurt expression that Elise easily saw through. "No, but I doubt you'd bring your newest toys if you just wanted to spend time with me," said Elise while briefly glancing at the 4 men who were respectfully waiting at a nearby cluster of chairs and tables. "I just want them to get to know you, as well as the estate," the red-haired woman said with a look of complete sincerity. "Sure, you do. Trying to persuade me to find some toys of my own by parading yours in front of me surely isn't what you were doing, right?" asked Elise with a sly look. Her mother's face froze for a split second, then immediately turned into a smile of her own. "Of course, that wasn't my intention. But, now that you mentioned finding yourself a toy, I did see that pile of gifts that were sent to you by, what was his name?" "That son of a duke from the Western Territories." "Tiberius," answered Elise with a slightly insulted look. "Right, he's a handsome enough boy, wealthy family, noble heritage. If you want, I could have him made your first husband in an instant. Or even make him your concubine if you prefer." The red-haired woman started working herself up out of excitement, so much so that she didn't even notice Elise sigh and slightly roll her eyes. "I've told you before, Mother, I don't need your help." The red-haired woman frowned. She was about to say something more when a young man entered the room. He bowed to the red-haired woman with a, "My lady," then turned to Elise. "Young lady, that young man you instructed us to watch for has just entered the tower." Elise's immediate reaction was to smile and jump to her feet, only to freeze when she looked at her extremely pleasantly surprised mother. "Oh, who is this young man you've been watching?" Tell me, I need the details. The red-haired woman's face was nearly split in half with her smile and her eyes were as wide as they could get in expectation. But she didn't get anything out of her daughter. Elise hurried out of the reading room and made for her changing rooms with her mother following close behind. Elise wasn't nearly as put together as she usually was when she spent time in the tower, so she needed a few minutes to change and get ready. Can't do much with my hair, I'm going to have to go with something simple. Same with my clothes. Why didn't I go to the tower today? She pulled her hair into a simple loose ponytail but left enough to leave her face well framed. The clothes she wore were exceptionally thin and did little to hide her body despite not showing much skin, so she decided to change into something a little more formal that would only show what she wanted to show. However, most of her formal attire would take too long to change into, so she settled on a loose dark red shirt and tight black pants. When she came back out of the changing room, she found her mother standing in the hall with bright eyes and an ecstatic smile. The messenger stood just behind her with an apologetic look. Elise sighed, knowing that her mother had just grilled the messenger for information on Leon. She tried to ignore them, but her mother stopped her just as she walked out of the room. Hold on, darling, let me look at you. The red-haired woman examined Elise from top to bottom, then smiled in pride, clearly not caring in the slightest at her daughter's informal choice of clothes. You look amazing. You could twist a god around your finger with your looks. That boy you're interested in will be yours without a doubt. I'm not interested in him, Elise retorted in a quiet and very unconvincing tone. Of course, you're not. I'm sure you're this excited to get going because you're only interested in his money or status, the red-haired woman said back in an equally unconvincing tone, causing Elise to frown and silently curse the messenger for bringing her this news while her mother was present. Just remember, my dear, it is entirely in your own power to take anyone you want. You only need to be confident, be bold, and they'll be putty in your hands. Elise nodded to hurry things along, but she thought to herself, I already tried being confident and bold. It only makes him lock up. Finally, she managed to extricate herself from her mother and hurried to the Heaven's Eye Tower. The estate was just behind the tower, so she only had to quickly walk through a magnificent garden and she had arrived. When she pushed the door open and entered the lounge, she naturally drew the gazes of men and women alike. However, despite many of those who suddenly had their eyes glued to her being high nobles and obscenely wealthy merchants, Elise didn't spare her admirers a single glance. Her eyes swept through the entire lounge until she found the familiar silhouette of Leon at a table happily digging into the special meal on the day's menu, lightly cooked duck with a side of vegetable stew. The meal came with a heavenly aroma that was undoubtedly the reason why Leon had decided to eat before continuing with his business. As Elise made her way over to his table, he paused for a moment after hearing the commotion but decided to ignore it and proceed with his meal. Several seconds later, Elise wrapped her arms around his neck in a brief but intimate hug that caused many of the watching nobles to scowl and emit a few flashes of killing intent directed at Leon. It's good to see you, young lord, she whispered into his ear. Although the red-haired woman left the estate after Elise did, she arrived at the tower first. She was, of course, the tower lord in charge of not only Heaven's Eye operations in the capital but also in the entire kingdom. It was a position that demanded an individual with exceptional magical strength, and she did not disappoint. In addition, she was so strong that the wards that normally blocked magical senses had absolutely no effect on her, so she was able to watch Elise enter the lounge and make her way over to Leon without delay. Her brother Ajax, the tower lord in Tira, could do similar, but he was only strong enough to see auras through the walls and floors, not appearances. She very carefully observed Leon. Everything from the strength and stability of his third-tier aura to his table manners was seen by the red-haired woman, and she wasn't particularly impressed. She wasn't disappointed, either, but she couldn't help but feel that Elise could definitely do better. For instance, Tiberius, who had been unambiguously trying to court Elise by sending gifts and invitations to parties and small get-togethers, was from an incredibly powerful and wealthy family and was quite magically talented as well. He was even better looking, at least in the red-haired woman's eyes. But, whenever she saw her daughter around Tiberius, or any other strong, handsome, and rich nobleman, Elise could barely stand to be around them for more than an hour. She certainly didn't smile as genuinely with them as she did with Leon. Suddenly, she felt a pair of arms wrap around her waist from behind, and she heard a familiar voice softly speak into her ear. Well, what do you think about that boy? She couldn't help but smile and lean back into the arms of her first husband, a man who was now in charge of all the Heaven's Eye guards in the city. "All of you, get out," she commanded, looking at the servants and the 4 men who had been following her the entire day. They all respectfully bowed and made to leave, though the nobleman in the group slightly frowned and hesitated before doing so. "I don't think that one likes me very much," said her first husband when the nobleman finally left the room. "Don't worry about him, I'll fix his attitude later," responded the red-haired woman with a smile. "Good, I'd hate to have to break one of your playthings." Again, the man chuckled a little morbidly and smiled with something that resembled anticipation, almost as if he wanted that nobleman to try and attack him so he had the excuse to cut him down. The red-haired woman turned around in his arms and gave him a coquettish smile. "Don't you dare break my new toys," she said playfully. "Speaking of toys," he reminded her. "Ah yes." The two turned their attention away from each other and back to Leon, who the man could see through a magical light projection he'd called up. This sort of magical engineering was extremely complex, so much so that only the Heaven's Eye Guild and the 4 empires in the south had the knowledge and techniques to utilize it. "I suppose he's adequate, at least compared to the nobles this far north," said the red-haired woman. "Only adequate, the man replied teasingly. The red-haired woman narrowed her eyes in suspicion. "Do you know something I don't?" "Maybe I do," he replied. "Jordan," she warned. Jordan only lasted a few moments under her fiery gaze before spilling the beans. "Lord Ajax contacted me with a report on a young man, the only man in fact that Elise showed much of an interest in back in Tira. He's called Leon Ursus and carries a gold card." "A gold card?" the red-haired woman asked in disbelief, easily guessing what her brother didn't put in the message. "Yep, Lord Ajax didn't come out and say it, but I suspect that this boy is probably the son of Artorias Rame. As I recall, he and his wife named their kid Leon as well, though they never did get him registered here before the incident at their home. Of course, I don't have any proof, but, a son of House Rame," Jordan leaned in to whisper into her ear. "Given that family's history, I'd say that Elise chose well." "You may be right," the red-haired woman agreed with a smile, after several more moments of thought. "But, she doesn't really seem to be giving it her all to make him hers." Jordan turned his brilliant green eyes back to the light projection. Indeed, Elise wasn't being nearly as forward and intimate with Leon as she had in their previous encounter, let alone their first meeting back in Tira. "You know, Emily, being so forward and boldly seductive doesn't work on everyone, despite what you've taught her," he said slightly admonishingly. Emily turned to stare at him with a sadistic smile. "And what do you mean by that? I've been watching him since he entered the tower. My first impression of the boy is that he isn't too fond of contact with other people, physical or otherwise. If our daughter were to follow your teachings, I think it would drive that boy away." "You've been watching him for what, 10 minutes? That doesn't matter, I'm usually right about these things and you know it. Besides, it would behoove us to keep his ancestors in mind if we have to intervene for any reason. You haven't forgotten the results of your own seduction attempt with Archduke Kairos, have you?" Jordan gave Emily a cheeky smile. A frown appeared on Emily's gorgeous face when she remembered being turned down by Leon's grandfather. She had never been rejected before, especially not when using seduction tactics that would put what she taught Elise to shame, but she was turned down after she tried every trick in the book to tempt the late Archduke into becoming one of her husbands. Unfortunately for her, no matter how shamelessly she threw her body at him, Archduke Kairos adamantly refused to join a harem, preferring instead to have a harem of his own as a statement of his nobility. Emily's frown lessened a little, but just as Jordan was about to relax, she pushed him back into a nearby chair and gave him a vicious smile. "You're definitely going to pay for reminding me of that particular failure, am I?" asked Jordan with a defiant smile. "Well, bring it on, my love, I'm looking forward to it." Emily climbed onto his lap and began pulling Jordan's clothes off as fast as she could. Jordan tried to do likewise to her, but she ended up tying his hands to the chair with silk ropes she pulled out of her soul realm. Jordan struggled a little, trying to take the initiative, but Emily just continued smiling at him and tied him down tighter. In the end, she had to physically tear off some of his clothes after tying him down, after which she made him pay for several hours. Chapter 82. Search for a Beau. Leon felt a little conflicted when he didn't see Elise in the Heaven's Eye Tower's lounge when he first entered. He honestly couldn't really tell if he was grateful or disappointed, but Zaffin certainly seemed to think it was the latter. "Well, that girl doesn't seem to be here, isn't that a shame?" Leon could tell the demon was trying to provoke a reaction, so he didn't respond. As he took a few more steps into the lounge, a beautiful attendant approached him and bowed. Like all the other attendants, she had a gorgeous face, a great body, and a very expensive black dress that showed it off. "Welcome, good sir, to this Heaven's Eye Tower. Is there something I can help you with?" She gave him a seductive look and purposefully pushed out her chest, but Leon found her actions quite tame compared to Elise. Of course, that isn't to say that he had an easier time talking to her. She was still a stranger after all. I'm looking for, he meant to ask about finding some spell paper and a new bow, and had even been rehearsing how best to ask the entire way over from the Academy's training grounds, but he was thrown off a little when he discovered that Elise didn't seem to be in the tower and was now scrambling to find his words. It was subtle, but the attendant clearly gave him a look of annoyance, so Leon cleared his throat and tried again. Before he could, though, a tantalizing aroma wafted over to him, drawing his eyes over to the dining area. "I hope it's no trouble, good sir, but may I see your account card?" the attendant asked, carefully keeping any exasperation out of her voice. This Heaven's Eye Tower was meant to cater to wealth and nobility, and those who possessed neither were to be escorted off the premises. The attendant clearly thought Leon didn't belong here, given his nervous attitude and plain black clothing which completely lacked the ornamentation that usually adorned the clothes of those with money. Fortunately, Leon was still able to pick up on the derision in the question, which helped him to find his tongue. "It is a trouble, so how about you instead take me to find some of whatever they're eating over there?" Leon responded with an unexpectedly forceful tone and a nod to some of the other patrons in the restaurant. Leon was himself quite surprised by his outburst and his cheeks went a little red, but the attendant was even more taken aback. She froze as she tried to decide on a course of action. After a few long moments, she decided to drop her previous request and led Leon over to an empty table, though she certainly didn't look very enthusiastic. Whether he had the means to stay or not would become obvious soon, anyway. Leon ate relatively slowly, savoring the food that was so delicious it nearly brought a tear to his eye. He was so taken with his meal that he ignored everything else, even Elise's entrance 10 or so minutes later and the stunned silence she left in her wake. Leon didn't notice her until her arms wrapped around his neck and her lips brushed against his ear, whispering, "It's good to see you again, young lord." She didn't linger in that position, withdrawing her arms and elegantly taking a seat across the small table from Leon. Leon froze, though it wasn't from the killing intent directed towards him from the watching patrons of the tower, but rather from Elise's ravishing smile and her completely different look compared to how he had seen her previously. Hi, you look good," was all he was able to say with his heart nervously beating so fast after Elise's sudden appearance that he could hear the blood rushing through his head. "Really?" she asked with a little uncertainty. "I threw this outfit together pretty quick, it suits you," said Leon with a slight nod. Her outfit was indeed significantly less overtly sexy than what she had worn when they had met previously, but he quite liked the significantly more casual look she had now. "Thank you," responded Elise, giving him a glowing smile. Leon felt the undercurrent of killing intent in the air that was directed toward him intensify a little. He glanced around, partially in embarrassment from receiving Elise's dazzling smile and partially to see where the killing intent was coming from. A good portion of the nobles in the lounge were giving Leon faintly murderous looks, though there was so little killing intent coming from them that none of them concerned him. However, he did notice Tiberius with a small group of other nobles, 3 of whom Leon recognized as leading the Black Vipers training unit, with Tiberius over in a private booth, and the man seemed frozen in anger. The nobleman's fist was clenched around his steak knife so tightly it seemed like the metal was about to bend, and he glared at Leon so harshly that if looks could kill then Leon would cease to exist under his withering gaze. Needless to say, it was from Tiberius that Leon felt the most killing intent despite the nobleman having a fine degree of control over his aura. "I should probably hurry up and finish," Leon absent-mindedly said aloud. "Please, take your time," said Elise, still over the moon from Leon's unexpected compliment. In spite of Elise's slight reassurance, Leon still finished his meal in short order. Elise quietly watched him as his usually stoic face gave way to pure joy despite his haste, smiling all the while. However, while she was enjoying that sight, she did make a subtle gesture to the attendant who was dutifully standing off to the side of Leon's table, and the young woman paled and silently walked away. Elise could tell from the attendant's attitude that the woman didn't have a good impression of Leon. She found it hard to blame the attendant, as Leon wasn't dressed like a man of means and certainly didn't act like one, but Elise still felt an anger in her chest at seeing the attendant's obvious disdain for Leon that was ruining her good mood. After another minute or so, Leon was finished with his food. His dishes were practically clean, and it was less than 10 seconds before a busboy appeared to take them away. When Leon looked up at his table companion, he found that Elise was still watching him and serenely smiling. His cheeks reddened, but the rest of his face settled back into its usual stoicism. "So, what brings you here today, young lord?" asked Elise, her captivating voice bringing Leon back to his senses. "Well, first, you could stop calling me, young lord. Not too fond of that form of address, and I'm looking for a good bow to hunt with, and some cheap enchanting materials to practice with, of course. Let's head upstairs and see what we can find." Elise almost jumped out of her seat before taking Leon's arm. However, she didn't press herself against him and even seemed to be trying to give him a little more space. It was a minute difference in her behavior, but one that Leon noticed and appreciated. It seemed that the more familiar Elise was with his muted personality, the more space she gave him, and he was quite grateful. It would have been almost impossible for him to come here repeatedly if she had continued to act the way she had when they had first met. The two made their way to the magic lift and rose to the second floor. Along the way, Elise decided to strike up a conversation, since she was fairly sure that Leon wasn't going to do so himself. "So, how has it been, your time so far in the Night Academy?" She kept her tone light and inquisitive, making sure not be too pushy. Leon thought for a moment before answering. It has been quite exhilarating, really." "How so?" "Well, there are plenty of strong people giving me ample opportunity to test myself. Plus, I've always been fascinated with enchanting, and being at the academy is my first opportunity to learn. I can understand the second reason learning about something you enjoy is always fun, but you find testing yourself against strong opponents to be exhilarating." Elise asked with an amused smile. "I guess, I learned how to fight from my father, and in all the time he was teaching me, I never won once against him. He was a very strong fighter, but sparring with him never brought me the same excitement I've found in fighting other people, especially after coming here. In the academy, there are people that can match me for every one of my moves but aren't so much stronger than me that it's clear they're going easy and could effortlessly break me if they tried." As he spoke, Valeria appeared in his mind with her glaive and cold attitude, and Leon couldn't help but smile a little in fulfillment. Though there are also a few irritating individuals, the image of Gaius replaced Valerius in his head, causing his smile to disappear. As he was speaking, they arrived on the second floor of the tower where the merchants were based. Leon could find his enchantment supplies here, as well as a good bow if he wasn't looking for something custom-made. If that were the case, then Elise would simply take him to the third floor with the blacksmiths and enchanters. "So, you're having fun?" Elise asked as she led Leon to a respected merchant well known for representing reliable manufacturers of spell paper and specialized ink. "Yes," Leon answered with a simple smile. "That's great to hear," she said. There was something more she wanted to ask, but she hesitated a little, which led to a momentary silence between the two of them. Before that silence could be broken, they arrived at the desk of the merchant Elise sought, and after a few minutes of talking and a few hundred silver coins changing hands, Leon had acquired enough cheap spell paper to last him for the foreseeable future. As they made their way to the merchant Leon would need for his bow, Elise made up her mind to ask Leon what she had been thinking about. "Have you ever considered other paths than the Night Academy?" After she asked this, her hold on Leon's arm unconsciously tightened just a bit, but neither of them noticed. "I did, though not for long. Why not? My father told me stories about the Knights of the Bull Kingdom, and I guess I just always kind of wanted to be one." Leon had finally managed to relax around Elise, due in no small part to her slightly more distant behavior, but as he spoke his face went a little red again. "I see," Elise responded. Is there?" She tried to continue on to the point of her asking that question, but the word stuck in her throat. "Come on, say it. Say it. You're the daughter of the great Tower Lord, asking him this question should be the easiest thing in the world." But, as much as she wanted to ask Leon to join Heaven's Eye instead of continuing on to become a Knight of the Bull King, the words just wouldn't come. Leon glanced at her and waited patiently, but they arrived at the bow merchant Elise had picked out for Leon before she could proceed. There was a short back and forth with the merchant to find Leon what he was looking for, a simple but well-made bow with minimal enchantments. The bow he used in the Northern Vales had a crude enchantment carved by Artorias that would speed up the arrow as it left the bowstring. However, Leon now intended to practice hunting to keep his skills sharp. As he had no intention of relying on his kills to eat, he decided against buying an overly fancy bow, instead choosing a relatively short recurve bow made of a beautiful dark red wood that had been polished to a near mirror shine. The bow had little in the way of ornamentation, but Leon quite liked its clean aesthetic. It would suit his purposes quite fine, though it wouldn't be of much use in fighting something of the 3rd tier or higher unless he got lucky and hit the beast in a weak point, as he had done when he fired an arrow into the mouth of the snow lion back in the forest of black and white. Arrows fired from it would also struggle to penetrate even poor quality armor, but Leon didn't intend to use the bow in actual combat. That being said, these weaknesses also had the effect of making the bow far cheaper than many other bows that Leon could see. In addition, he bought a quiver and 2 bundles of 30 arrows. Unfortunately, even with the relative cheapness of the bow, the price still cleaned out all but a small handful of the silver coins Leon had. When Leon brought that up with Elise, she smiled at him and took his gold account card over to a floor runner waiting nearby for precisely this sort of thing, spoke a few words, and the runner scurried off. Elise did this with a subtle touch, ensuring that none of the merchants or other patrons of the Heaven's Eye Guild around saw the card and that the runner didn't know who the card came from. The runner returned not even 5 minutes later and handed Elise 2,000 silver coins and the gold card, who then gave them to Leon a few seconds later after leaving the sight of the runner. "So, withdrawing money is just that easy?" Leon asked. "Withdrawing money is just that easy for gold card holders," responded Elise with a smile. "You get a lot of credit for having that card. It's just assumed that you have the money you request, and an invoice will be sent to Tira where your records are stored. They'll take care of everything." "Well, that's certainly convenient. Are these cards particularly rare?" Elise smiled at Leon's question. "Oh, yes, most nobles can't ever hope to get one. They're typically only reserved for royalty. Didn't my uncle tell that to you back in Tira?" "I don't think so," replied Leon, a little quieter than usual. It made a certain kind of sense to him that House Rame would have had a gold card in the past, as they were kings in their own right before the first Bull King built the kingdom by subjugating or conquering his neighbors. With Leon's business finished, the two walked back to the magic lift in silence. Elise was unable to ask Leon to stay in the tower, so she stayed quiet, though her cheeks did become quite red. As for Leon, he wanted to ask her if there was anything she wanted to do during the day, but due to his own embarrassment, what came out was quite different. "So, would you, thanks for accompanying me to buy these things. Of course, young Lo, Leon, remember, whenever you come back, look for me." "I'll do that," he replied. "Wonderful. Oh, I almost forgot, we're making some progress with those ingredients you commissioned us to find. Hopefully, it shouldn't be too long, a matter of months at the most." Leon nodded appreciatively to her as the magic lift arrived at the ground floor. Elise escorted Leon back to the door and saw him off with a brilliant smile. The smile he returned wasn't nearly so breathtaking, but it was still a far cry from his usual impassive demeanor. After walking a dozen steps, Leon glanced back at the tower and saw Elise still standing by the door. When they locked eyes, she gave him a short wave, then walked back inside. Leon's mouth turned into a brief bitter smile before resettling back into his usual dispassionate expression. And then Zafin spoke up. "Hey, don't start with me, demon. Whoa, no need to jump down my throat. I was just going to say that I was a little impressed with you. You just spoke more to that girl than I think you have to anyone else, at least since we signed our contract. I mean, it's not quite asking her out, but at least I'm not completely mortified at my partner's behavior this time." "Right," Leon responded without much enthusiasm. Zafin had started off fairly complimentary, but then his last sentence didn't continue the trend. "Oh, and by the way," the demon continued, "I may have mentioned this before, but Zafin is a good name for a kid, just saying. But I suppose if you're an Elise's first kid is a girl, then she might need something a little different. How about Zafina, or maybe Zafira?" Leon quietly groaned in exasperation and had to fight the urge to facepalm. He tuned Zafin out and began making his way back to the Snow Lion's tower. Chapter 83. The End of Basic Combat. "Are you alright, young lord?" Tiberius had grown so furious at seeing Elise and Leon together and acting so intimate that the other nobles at his table couldn't help but say something. Normally if something like this happened, The noble who gets angry will bottle it up until they're out of the public eye, but Tiberius was so obviously pissed that it compelled his tablemates to speak up and try to remind him of his dignity and image. Tiberius glared at the man who spoke, a third-tier knight in service to his father, the Duke of Orleanorum, an extravagantly wealthy region along the western coast of the Endless Ocean. The veteran knight shut his mouth under Tiberius' intense gaze and nearly jumped out of his own skin when Tiberius responded with a curt, "I'm fine." However, barely 5 minutes passed before Tiberius suddenly rose from the table, dropped a roll of silvers on the table, and left without another word. Those he was eating with were left flabbergasted, but none followed him to see what was going on. Given how much difficulty he seemed to have maintaining his noble bearing, everyone else at his table silently agreed that his departure was for the best. Before too much longer, Tiberius found himself passing the lavish estate of the Duke of Xianxia. Gaius the Duke's third son was undoubtedly here, spending his off-time partying with a few of his close friends. Might as well stop here for a while, it's as good a place as any to cool my head, he thought to himself. Tiberius identified himself to the guards at the gate of the estate and was shown inside in short order. He was led through halls of pure white stone and marble extravagantly decorated with gorgeous mosaics, masterfully crafted statues, and magnificent paintings. However, none of the decorations made any impression on Tiberius, as the wealth and luxury of Orleanorum far outstripped that of Xianxia several times over. Regardless of its effect or rather the lack thereof on Tiberius, the estate was still quite extensive, so it took a fair amount of walking to arrive in the brightly lit hall where Gaius, Chieftain, and Linus were spending their time with several beautiful women. "Tiberius!" exclaimed Gaius. He hurriedly moved the woman on his lap so he could rise and greet his fellow noble. "I wasn't expecting you to come here today. You there, bring my friend some wine." Gaius waved at a nearby attendant who dutifully presented Tiberius with a full cup. Chieftain and Linus also rose to greet Tiberius, though they let Gaius go first as he was the host. Tiberius simply accepted their hospitality in silence. He was searching for the right words to say, but his seemingly stoic face masked a pitch-black killing intent that clouded his mind. "So, what brings you over here, Tiberius?" asked Gaius as the four sat down. Gaius and Linus put their arms around the attendants serving them, while Chieftain went a little further and ran his hands over his attendant's body a few times. After taking a long moment to think, Tiberius said as casually as he was able, "Do you actually plan on retaliating against the Snow Lions?" His question took the other three by surprise, so much so that they were stunned into a brief silence. "Of course we are," said Chieftain a little hesitantly, as he was concerned that he had misheard Tiberius' question due to being slightly preoccupied with his attendant. "Obviously," added Linus, confused as he was as to why Tiberius was bringing this up completely out of the blue. "Yeah. We were planning on waiting until after our first-tier guys had completed their basic combat training." "Why do you ask? Did something happen?" Gaius responded. "No, nothing at all," said Tiberius, though a subtle clenching and unclenching of his fist made it clear how truthful he was being. "Well, all right then, we'll strike back against them at the end of the upcoming week when we finish our basic combat classes," said Gaius with a smile of anticipation. "Not to be rude, but why do you care?" asked Chieftain to Tiberius. "Oh, I asked him to join us during our attack," responded Gaius. "You didn't tell them," Tiberius growled in obvious displeasure. Gaius gave him a playful look and said, "I wanted it to be a pleasant surprise." "Ancestors damn it," muttered Linus, quite cleanly summarizing the other three's feeling towards Gaius' decision. "Well, since we're all here, let's hammer out the specific schedule," suggested Gaius. "Yeah, wouldn't do for any of us to be late," Chieftain said sarcastically. Gaius sent an angry look his way and asked, "You got a problem?" "So long as you're not keeping any more secrets, then no." Gaius stared at Chieftain for a long few seconds before smiling at him and saying, "Good, then there's no problem." They spent the next 15 minutes debating exactly when to attack, where to attack from, and what specific day and time to meet up. When their plan was over, Tiberius immediately rose to leave. Gaius invited him to stay, but Tiberius refused and made to leave the estate. He had regained his usual calm, but his wrath still lingered deep inside of him. "I only need to hold back for a few more days," he thought to himself, forcing his face into a bright and noble smile. When Leon returned to the Snow Lion's tower, he dropped off most of what he had just bought in his room and ventured back out into the forest to try out his new hunting bow. The only other things he brought with him were his family's sword, a one-handed training short sword, and a dozen arrows. He wasn't really intent on hunting, he only wanted to get used to the new bow. He strolled into the forest until he found a clearing. It was reasonably quiet there, so there was where he stopped. The clearing wasn't that large, barely more than half the range of Leon's bow even if it hadn't been enchanted. Still, Leon missed a target he carved into a tree with his first round of arrows. He sighed as he went to retrieve them. He was out of practice and the new bow just felt a little weird in his hand. He had used his old bow for so long that the grip had been slowly molded into the perfect shape for his fingers, and this new bow just couldn't match up, even with its more well-crafted enchantment. Leon spent hours shooting at his target, and when the time came for him to return to the tower, he felt that he had hit the mark more times than he had missed, though it wasn't by much. He spent almost the entire Sunday in that clearing as well, shooting at the tree until, by the end of the day, he could consistently hit it 10 or 11 times out every dozen shots. But that wasn't enough for him, and he intended to keep practicing when he had the time. The following week proceeded much the same as the previous had. The trainees were now familiar with the routine, so their senior instructors led them to the training field without any fuss. The third-tier trainees had gotten bored of sparring with each other, so they all but stopped by the end of the week. The senior instructors didn't press them to continue, allowing them to chat and build connections with each other for the last 2 days. However, the same complacency was not found in Valeria or Leon, as the two battled each other 5 times during that week and each time was just as spirited and vigorous as their first few bouts. Their record barely budged, though, with Leon winning twice, Valeria winning twice, and their Friday fight ending in another draw. With the exception of the duels between Valeria and Leon, the third tiers breezed through the rest of the basic combat classes with remarkably little effort. The same could not be said for the second and first tier trainees, who were drilled in the basic fighting style of the Royal Legions almost to the point of exhaustion. Furthermore, the first-tier trainees had started to bicker amongst themselves, especially the Snow Lions and Deathbringers who nearly started fighting in the middle of class over a few muttered insults. Normally, the instructors teaching the classes would have the first-tier trainees spar against each other and deliberately feed these little conflicts, but the tension between these two units convinced them that the usual tactics used to encourage the battles between units weren't necessary, so the units were made to spar amongst themselves for the last few days. Thanks to the additional instruction given to them by Leon, Charles, Henry, and Alon performed admirably during these sparring sessions, quickly gaining a reputation as some of the strongest first-tier fighters in the Snow Lions. Bohemond and Matthew also acquitted themselves well, though they'd only been training with the others for less than 2 weeks. The afternoon classes were just as uneventful as the morning classes were. Since the trainees were split up into dozens of different classes, there weren't as many Snow Lions and Deathbringers in the same place, not to mention the senior instructors made sure to keep the peace among the first-tier trainees during their magical theory classes. The senior instructor had more than usual to say to the Snow Lions at the end of Friday. Basic combat is over, you're all at least mildly competent with the standard Legion sword. First aid will take up all of next week, and then it's on to light infantry classes. The trainees began to excitedly chat amongst themselves. The start of light infantry classes was when they would be issued their armor as well as when they would start learning how to fight as the smallest standard group in the Legion squads of 10 or so trainees, each containing 7 or 8 first-tier trainees and 2 or 3 second-tier trainees. The third-tier trainees would be free to choose which group they wanted to join. The senior instructor wasn't done talking, though, and he angrily shouted at the chatting trainees, "Shut the fuck up. Those who speak before I'm finished will run the circuit a few hundred times." Running the circuit was to run around the tower with increasingly large logs and stones. All 3 instructors had made enough people run the circuit in the past few weeks for everyone to know that the senior instructor wasn't playing around when he ordered them to be quiet. The room fell silent in seconds, with no one willing to break it. Good. First aid training will be fairly straightforward. You'll learn all about how to activate and utilize low-grade healing spells, as well as how to apply tourniquets, bandages, and splints. After that will be a couple days of drills until you can all save your buddies if they get hurt in combat. The senior instructor glanced over at the second and third tier trainees before continuing. All of you will be expected to step up and fulfill your duties as the leaders of this unit next week. Do not fuck this up. With those words said, the senior instructor turned around and left the tower, dismissing the trainees. Leon and the usual group got together for some additional training. Everyone, that is, except Henry, who slumped down onto a chair nearby with a long sigh. "What's wrong with you?" asked Charles, sensing a possible moment of weakness to exploit in revenge for Henry poking fun at his chosen elective. "Ha, I need to get laid," replied Henry. "What?" asked Charles in confusion, while Bohemond nodded in understanding and Matthew just laughed. "It has been more than a month since I last touched a woman," complained Henry while adjusting his pants. "Grag, it's getting so bad I'm growing a damn third leg. Then go out and find a willing girl and get it on with her," said Charles, leaving the others to give him odd looks as he trailed off. Charles only paused for a couple seconds before continuing with a mocking tone like he'd just solved the mysteries of life, the universe, and everything. "Oh, wait, I know exactly why you're not getting any ladies. It's because none of them can stand to be in your presence for more than a few seconds at a time." "Oh ho, you want to get personal, huh?" said Henry with a grin as he stood up. "So what if I do?" asked Charles. The two men started approaching each other as if they were about to fight, but the barely concealed grins on their faces betrayed just how serious this little back and forth was. They stared each other down for a moment, then laughed and went back to what they were doing. Henry returned to his seat and asked, "But seriously, I'm hitting up the beach tomorrow. Anyone want to come with?" "Maddie, Bo, nah, I've got a fiancé," responded Matthew. Bohemond also refused, saying, "Same here." "Well, not a fiancé, but a girl I've been seeing for a long time back home." Henry was left staring at them in equal parts dejection, admiration, and surprise. "Seriously, how is it that all of you have girlfriends or fiancés and I don't?" He paused for a moment before turning to Leon, who was quietly moving through a few sword forms that Artorias had taught him years ago and listening to the group's conversation with a slight smile. "Hey, Leon." In response, Leon glanced over at Henry but didn't stop moving. "You want to go to the beach with me tomorrow? Come on, the only two single guys here." Leon chuckled a little but politely shook his head. "I plan on staying here over the weekend brushing up on my knowledge of fire enchantments, and I'll be expecting your help, demon," he added in his mind. "Huh, what?" asked a slightly taken aback Zaffin. "You promised to provide me with power, wisdom, and knowledge. I've given you plenty of time, now you've got to deliver." "So be it." "You know what?" Henry asked Leon rhetorically after a bit of thought. "It's probably better you don't go with me. As you're a third-tier mage, you could probably just stand there looking as sharp as a sphere and you'd still have better game than everyone else here, without a doubt." "I don't know about that," Leon responded bashfully. He knew he wasn't that great with people in general and women in particular, and if it wasn't for Elise constantly approaching him, he doubted that he would be able to speak more than a few sentences to a woman before locking up. "Whatever, I'm going to bed. I'm going to need to be in peak condition tomorrow," Henry said as he rose and made for his bed. The rest of the group wasn't that far behind, only staying up for another hour before turning in as well. However, not everyone in the academy was turning in early. A second-tier trainee ran out of the Deathbringer's tower not long after sundown bearing a message for Tiberius. The message was a short and simple reminder: tomorrow morning. When he received the message about half an hour later, Tiberius merely nodded and smiled. He'd calmed down significantly over the week and no longer particularly cared about Gaius' attack itself, but still looked forward to it as a pleasant distraction while he contemplated less petty and far more permanent ways to get rid of Leon. Chapter 84. Assault on the Snow Lions. Breakfast the next morning was inexplicably tense. Most of the units were happily talking amongst themselves and making plans for what they would do with their time off. The Deathbringers were the only exception. They seemed incredibly subdued, even more so than after the ambush Leon carried out on their people. Tiberius was the only trainee not in the Deathbringers who knew the reason for this strange behavior. The nobles in their unit had forced the other trainees to give up their time off and join their planned assault on the Snow Lions. Many of the Deathbringers didn't actually require any convincing. Tensions between them and the Snow Lions had only grown in the past 2 weeks, and they yearned to take their mounting frustrations out on their rival unit. Other Deathbringers didn't want anything to do with the assault, as it was perceived as a reaction to the public dispute between Gaius and Leon, and those first-tier trainees were loath to get involved in a fight between the third-tier trainees. But they had been left with little choice, with both the nobles and the first-tier trainees who had already agreed to join the assault putting pressure on them to join too. The other 9 units were too preoccupied with their weekend plans to notice how strangely the Deathbringers were acting, but they were still subtly affected by their depressing aura. This unpleasant atmosphere drove all of the trainees to eat remarkably fast in order to leave quickly. Like the rest of the units, the Deathbringers also left quickly, hurrying back to their tower where their senior instructor formally dismissed them. "Let's fucking go," shouted Gaius, spurring his unit to get their training weapons and everything they needed to attack the snow lions before their instructors had even left the tower. The senior instructor stopped before he made it to the door and turned to face Gaius. "What are you doing?" he asked. Gaius smiled at him and responded, "We're getting our revenge on the snow lions. We're going to attack their tower and seize their banner." The senior instructor went quiet as he thought for a moment, after which he simply said, "Don't fuck this up," and walked out of the door. "Not a damn chance," Gaius whispered to himself. The Deathbringers were ready to go barely 5 minutes after being dismissed, and Gaius led them out of the tower and toward their designated meeting place to wait for Tiberius. Since the Deathbringers and Snow Lion's towers were relatively close, it was assumed that the Deathbringers would arrive before Tiberius. This assumption proved correct, as Tiberius was nowhere to be seen when they arrived. Their meeting point was at the foot of a large hill that overlooked the road from the Snow Lion's tower to the training field. When the training grounds were first established, the earth and nature mages that built the roads and the forests made sure to create a number of natural ambush points along each road, such as large boulders, hills, and thick tree lines. This would help to reinforce many of the lessons the instructors intended to teach the trainees, one of the most important being to keep off of roads as much as possible when on the move. Due to this ambush-friendly design, most trainees typically stop using the roads to move around the academy by the 4th or 5th month of training, which is when most units really start to fight amongst themselves. By the final test of the training cycle, a simulated 2-month-long free-for-all war between the units known as the FTX or field training exercise, traveling along the roads would be seen as near suicide. "He's not here," said Chieftain after looking around. "Give him some time, he's coming from farther away. In the meantime, have everyone spread out and keep an eye on that road," responded Gaius. Chieftain and Linus immediately got to work coordinating the second-tier trainees. As they were all educated nobles, they moved quickly, but the same could not be said of the first-tier trainees. Eventually, the entire unit had formed a rough line that watched the road from the hill, hidden from view though it had taken several minutes. It wasn't even 5 minutes later that the first group of snow lions was seen walking down the road. They walked at a leisurely pace, chatting amongst themselves. There were only 10 of them, and they were all first-tier trainees at that. When Gaius was informed of their sighting, he took a look for himself. He recognized several of them as people who frequently sat at Leon's table during meals. If he listened closely, he could even hear what they were talking about. Just go to a family clinic. They'll typically sell these contraception spells in packs of 5 for 20 silvers. No shit, how have I not heard about that before? I know, right, I only just found out about them last week. I bought a few and tried them out last time I was with Jean. Worth every coin. As they were speaking, they drew near the hill. Gaius waited until they were about halfway down the line, then emerged from the trees on the hill. The snow lions weren't paying enough attention to notice him, but he didn't care. He simply made a "follow me" gesture to the waiting Deathbringers and charged down the hill with all the speed of a third-tier mage. As soon as he started moving, Chieftain and Linus lead the second-tier Deathbringers out from the tree line and charged the snow lions, who were so surprised that they barely reacted until Gaius had already crashed into their group and brought his training sword down on one of them, knocking him unconscious. Gaius barely even glanced at most of the snow lions, turning his head to the 3 in the group who he saw around Leon all the time and giving them an incredibly sinister smile. The man who reacted first was the largest and most heavily built man among them. He was the one Gaius targeted first, and he just barely managed to draw his sword in time to block Gaius' strike. He lacked the strength to hold the third-tier mage back, though, and his own sword was ripped from his hands by Gaius' blow and painfully slammed back into his shoulder. Gaius finished the job and knocked him out with a dismissive follow-up strike, then turned to the other 2. In the time it took Gaius to dramatically turn and derisively smile at them again, they had drawn their swords and took the opportunity to attack him. He sneered at their impudence and swung his own blade to meet their attacks. Just like their friend, they had no ability to defeat him in a head-on fight, and they were almost instantly defeated, falling unconscious at Gaius' feet. By the time Gaius was finished with them, the rest of the snow lions had been taken apart by Chieftain and Linus before the second-tier trainees could even arrive, let alone their first-tier trainees. Hee, fucking peasants, mocked Chieftain. Quiet, reprimanded Gaius. He was about to issue more instructions when another man emerged from the trees and calmly walked down the hill. Looks like you all started the party without me, he said. No choice. If we hadn't attacked when we did, these worms would have escaped, replied Gaius. The newcomer was, of course, Tiberius. When he swaggered over to Gaius, Linus, and Chieftain, many of the more hesitant Deathbringers could only stare with enormous smiles on their faces. None of them had any idea that they would have another third-tier mage joining them. This would all but guarantee their victory. Well, now that we're all here, how about we stop wasting time and get to that tower? Suggested Linus. No one disagreed, and the Deathbringers began running down the road, leaving the ambushed snow lions lying where they had fallen. The Deathbringers only encountered one more group of snow lions on their way to the tower, and this one was led by none other than Alphonsus. What the hell do you think you're doing? He furiously demanded at the sight of Gaius and his entire unit appearing from around a turn in the road to block his way. Come on, Al, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to realize what's happening, responded Gaius, who then proceeded to wave and order the attack on Alphonsus' group. Alphonsus himself put up a valiant fight, but with 4 third-tier mages against him and only 5 second-tier snow lions at his back, he was no match for the Deathbringers. The fight was short and left him and his subordinates lying unconscious in the dirt. Under more normal circumstances, the Deathbringers would have never left nobles like Alphonsus or even his second-tier followers in such an undignified position, but Gaius was furious and excited. His mind was filled with nothing but their own desires to inflict harm on Leon, and despite his seeming calm, this led him to ignore Alphonsus and his group and continue on to their objective. Chieftain followed without hesitation, as did Tiberius, who was in a similar but much better concealed mood as Gaius, but Linus stopped long enough to look back at Alphonsus and whisper an apology before following the others. The Deathbringers arrived at the tower only a few minutes later. When seeing the giant doors leading inside, Gaius smiled and took a deep breath. This is it, the weeks of humiliation I've endured, the disrespect that animal has shown me, even going so far as to come between me and Valeria. I'll pay it all back with interest. Gaius gave his unit a few seconds to ready themselves, then he ran forward and threw himself against the door. As the snow lions didn't anticipate such a brazen attack, the doors weren't secured in any way, they opened immediately, allowing the Deathbringers to surge inside. They were greeted with the sight of half a dozen very confused snow lions who were immediately cut down by the Deathbringers' training weapons. They then immediately moved on to the inner door, pushing it open and spilling out into the first-tier common room, catching the rest of the first-tier snow lions completely by surprise. Gaius gleefully lunged forward and started attacking any snow lion in his range, with the Deathbringers behind him doing the same. We're under attack. Everyone get your weapons and get out here, bellowed a second-tier trainee. His voice carried through the entire tower, telling everyone exactly what was happening. In all, the Deathbringers had managed to incapacitate about half of the entire unit so far, while taking minimal casualties of their own. Yes, call your people, it'll save us having to go to them, shouted Chieftain in response. Gaius smiled, greatly appreciating Chieftain's eagerness. It took a few moments, but eventually the second-tier trainees started pouring out from the stairways. However, the instant they appeared, they found themselves facing Chieftain and Tiberius, who each had half a dozen second-tier mages behind them. They hit this third-tier wall and were immediately repulsed. The Deathbringers easily forced the snow lions back into the stairway, while their first-tier and spare second-tier trainees rampaged through the other rooms, attacking the snow lions who still hadn't come out into the common room yet. Gaius, come here and help me with this, shouted Linus from the center of the room. He was reaching into the central shrine where the black snow lion banner was kept. It was secured with an odd mechanism that Linus found himself struggling to undo. Gaius rolled his eyes but went over to help, though he kept most of his attention over on the stairway, so he could be ready for when Leon arrived. Come on, savage, come show yourself. Come to me, so I can repay everything you've done. He didn't have to wait long. The 2 third-tier mages hadn't even figured out where to start to remove the banner from the shrine when they felt an icy cold killing intent radiate from the stairway, a killing intent that was far more potent than any another aura in the tower. Gaius smiled in anticipation. He knew the source of that killing intent was Leon. He dropped what he was doing and sprinted for the stairs without hesitation. Show yourself, barbarian, I'm ready, he muttered to himself. It was time for him to take his vengeance. Chapter 85. Assault on the Snow Lions 2. On the morning of the Deathbringer's assault on the Snow Lions Tower, Leon was holed up in his room on the top floor, practicing a fairly simple enchantment given to him by Xianxia. The demon himself oversaw Leon's work and provided some criticism wherever he saw necessary, as well as few times when he didn't. No, Leon said in frustration as another sheet of enchantment paper started burning on the table he was working at. Maybe take a little more time and draw the fire rune with more care next time, said Xianxia, taking immense glee in seeing Leon's growing frustration. The fire rune was fine. It was that damned modifier that set it off. Leon crumpled up the half-burnt paper and threw it into the trash bin, where almost a dozen more sheets of enchantment paper could be seen, burnt and blackened by improperly drawn fire runes. No, you actually drew that modifier branch quite well, it simply didn't mesh well with the slightly less good fire rune. Leon sighed, then reached for another sheet of paper. He dipped his pen in the ink that was specially prepared for enchantment work, then got started again. First came the core of the enchantment, a runic circle made of one fire rune and a pair of light runes connected with lines as perfectly round as he could make them. Leon took extra care with the fire rune, drawing it almost excruciatingly slow over several minutes. Hey Leon, said Xianxia suddenly, moments before Leon was finished with the rune. Fortunately, while Leon did jump reflexively at the unexpected distraction, he managed to yank the pen back from the paper so it wouldn't mar his work. Yes, demon, Leon asked in a slow, exasperated tone. Don't screw this up, Xianxia said mischievously, before breaking out into uproarious laughter when Leon's face struggled to maintain its impassive look under his resulting anger. You're hilarious, truly the greatest comedian of our age, Leon responded sarcastically. He ignored the rest of Xianxia's laughter and turned his attention back to the fire rune. Oh, come on, don't sulk, I was just having a bit of fun. Not like there's anything else to do in here, at least not until you get those potion ingredients. Leon continued to ignore Xianxia and went back to painstakingly drawing the enchantment. He finished up about 15 minutes later. The enchantment was made up of the central runic circle, then 4 additional lines of modifier runes forming a thin horizontal, X, shape. The final touch was a pair of runes to connect the ends of the modifier branches into 2 rough triangle shapes. He then activated the enchantment by placing a finger in the center of the runic circle and channeling his magic into it. Hey, it isn't burning up. Not bad, and it only took you 12 tries, mocked Xianxia. Leon didn't respond, choosing instead to take a deep breath and wave his hand over the runes. As soon as the shadow of his hand passed over the enchantment, a tiny flame started flickering in the center of the runic circle, conjured by the fire rune. After half a second, it shot up about 5 feet into the air and became so bright that Leon felt himself squinting a little until he channeled some magic into his eyes. Well, look at that, a completed flare enchantment, admired Xianxia. As soon as he finished speaking, the minuscule flame vanished with a flash of light, but you've still got some practice ahead of you. That flare should have lasted for half a minute, not 3 seconds. Leon still had a huge smile on his face despite the demon's criticism, and just as he was about to respond, he heard an odd muffled sound from below him. A mortal would never have been able to hear it, but Leon was a 3rd-tier mage and he heard it almost as plain as day. What is that? So, just as Leon was trying to identify what he was hearing, a voice boomed through the tower. It said, "We, under attack. Everyone get your weapons and get out here." "The fuck?" he said, before immediately reaching for his swords. As the reality of what was happening sank in and he could finally identify that what he was hearing was the sounds of fighting, he burst out of his room and into the 3rd-tier common room to see that Castor had done the same. The 2 men glanced at each other before drawing their swords and running for the stairs. Leon took one stairway while Castor took the other. As they raced downstairs, the sounds of fighting grew louder and fiercer. It was clear that whoever had attacked them had pushed their guys at least to the bottom of the stairways. They hurtled down those stairs so fast they arrived at the 2nd floor before 10 seconds had passed. There, they saw a couple 2nd-tier trainees waiting at the top of the stairs. "Castor!" shouted one of them, who Leon recognized as Emilius, the man who carried the Snow Lion banner whenever the unit left the tower for training. "What's happening?" asked an angry and confused Castor. "It's the Deathbringers. They barged in and attacked us," answered Emilius in a panicky voice. When Leon heard this, all he could think was, "That fucking bastard." He wasted no more time and barreled through the second-tier nobles in his way, drawing his sword as he went. The stairs were only wide enough for 3 people to get through comfortably, but Leon managed to get through without too much fuss. As soon as the second-tier trainees saw it was a third-tier mage trying to get past, they would move to get out of his way. The first Deathbringer Leon saw was Chieftain, fighting against 2 second-tier snow lions at the same time. The size of the stairway worked against both sides, preventing them from going all out. However, this also gave an advantage to the stronger Chieftain, and the higher position the second-tier snow lions held only helped to keep them from being immediately overpowered. With every swing of his sword, Chieftain was forcing them back step by step. Leon unleashed his killing intent directly at Chieftain and the 5 Deathbringers behind him. Unfortunately, the second-tier snow lions were also caught in it and so couldn't capitalize on Chieftain's momentary freezing as they were just as frozen. In fact, Chieftain recovered first, but by then Leon had already appeared in front of him and he hadn't waited to go on the attack. Chieftain just barely managed to raise his own blade in time to block Leon's first strike, but it knocked his sword away and almost knocked him off balance. When Leon followed up with a slash from below, Chieftain had to block with his arm. The force of the blow knocked Chieftain backward and the third-tier nobleman was sent rolling down the stairs into his own followers. Leon lunged forward to take advantage of the Deathbringers losing their footing on the stairs, but his attack was just barely blocked by the second-tier trainees. As Leon prepared another slash, he felt some killing intent that dwarfed the auras of the other Deathbringers. It didn't hold a candle to his own, but he could tell that it was potent enough that its possessor wouldn't be adversely affected by Leon's killing intent. He only needed to wait a few seconds before learning the source of that killing intent: Gaius, who had just charged into the stairway, pushing past the second-tier nobles in his way until he stood in front of Leon. "You fucking barba," the nobleman started, but Leon wasn't the type to give his opponents the chance to speak. He wasted no time seizing the initiative and striking down at Gaius, putting all of his weight and considerable third-tier strength behind his sword. "Dishonorable scum!" shouted Gaius as he raised his blade to block. When Leon's sword crashed into his, Gaius felt his sword shake as the tremendous force behind the blow was transferred to him. In fact, his hand almost went numb, but Gaius held his ground. Leon frowned a little but didn't let up. He pushed down on Gaius, trying to force the nobleman back down the stairs. However, behind Gaius were half a dozen relatively strong mages, and they all supported him, keeping him upright and helping to give him the ground he needed to push against Leon. Leon only relented and pulled his sword back when he noticed that Chieftain had gotten back to his feet and was rushing to assist Gaius. Leon nimbly retreated a few steps while Gaius floundered a little after the surprising release of pressure. Leon might have considered attacking again during this moment of weakness, but by then Chieftain had made it to Gaius' side and the 2 Deathbringers immediately pressed forward. Tactical options were extremely limited in such tight spaces. Leon could barely dodge, which severely hampered his fighting style, while Gaius and Chieftain couldn't use their full strength fighting at an upward angle. Leon continuously tried to take back the initiative and get back on the attack, but he was time and time again forced to block and go on the defense. He couldn't exploit any of the openings he saw in his opponents because he was too busy blocking the other. He decided to try something new. Over the course of about 30 seconds, he allowed his killing intent to slowly fade. This change was gradual enough that Gaius and Chieftain failed to notice the lessened pressure. Once Leon's killing intent faded, he suddenly allowed it to explode just as he blocked one of Gaius' attacks and Chieftain was trying to use the opening that had been created. With their own auras soaring, neither Gaius nor Chieftain froze this time, but they were taken off guard just enough to stumble. In that one instant, Leon made a snap decision. There was only enough time to attack one of them one time. He chose to attack Chieftain as he already had one disabled arm. Leon was all but guaranteed to take him out, whereas attacking Gaius had a lower chance of success. Leon's sword was brought down square on Chieftain's shoulder and upper chest, knocking the nobleman out completely. "You son of a whore!" bellowed Gaius as he watched Chieftain fall back into the second-tier trainees behind them. He went on the attack again, slashing and stabbing at Leon like a frenzied beast. Gaius lost any remaining shreds of his sense of dignity and started screaming with every attack. That he could barely hit Leon only made things worse. Leon himself was hardly doing much better. If they were to have this fight in a tight hallway with even footing, he guessed that he might quickly lose to the raging Gaius. However, he still had the height advantage which kept him in the game. The second-tier trainees behind both fighters could only watch in awe at the strength and speed of their senior mages. Gaius' attacks were so fast they could barely be seen, but Leon's own sword would appear just in time to block or deflect. However, Leon's defense was a lot weaker than the Snow Lions had hoped. Without the initiative, without being able to effectively dodge and go on the attack, he was being pushed back a step at a time. Things were hardly looking good in the other stairway. Tiberius was fairly low-key about it, typically only fighting opponents who were far inferior to him and never showing his true skills even during the basic combat duels, but he was easily one of the strongest fighters in the entire training cycle. Castor was as strong and capable a fighter as anyone would expect given he was a third-tier mage, but he just wasn't up to the task of holding Tiberius off. Even with the height advantage and fighting alongside several second-tier Snow Lions, with more ready to take their place if they were to fall, he just couldn't stand firm against Tiberius. This made a certain degree of sense. Tiberius' fighting style relied on having a rock-solid defense and using quick and deadly stabs to do damage. Castor's fighting style was closer to Leon's, focusing on quicker movement, dodging, and using wider and more powerful strikes. The cramped space they found themselves in was the perfect place for Tiberius' style to shine, while also stifling Castor and keeping him in Tiberius' range. "Why are you attacking us?" demanded Castor of Tiberius. However, the Black Viper remained silent, merely smiling at the Snow Lion and pushing him back another step. Things took a turn for the worse when Linus shouted loud enough for the entire tower to hear, "I've got their banner." Almost all the Deathbringers roared in triumph, but Gaius and Tiberius ignored them and continued their advance. Leon and Castor grit their teeth, but they still found themselves powerless to change the situation. At least the second-tier Deathbringers were a little confused as to why Gaius and Tiberius weren't falling back. Humiliating the Snow Lions by seizing their banner was the whole point, so they couldn't help but frown as the two third-tier nobles kept pressing on. After a few more minutes, Leon and Castor were forced out of the stairs and into the second-floor hallway. The hallway was a little wider and afforded more room to move than the stairs, but not so much that the Snow Lions could turn the tides. In fact, the only thing this extra room really allowed was for the second-tier trainees to start fighting. Even though their third-tier mages were tied down, the Snow Lions fought magnificently. They were almost literally fighting back to back, so they used every ounce of strength and vigor they had in them to fight against the Deathbringers. This didn't stop them from losing a few second-tier trainees during the next minute or two, but they caused several more Deathbringer casualties than they endured. Eventually, Linus got fed up with waiting at the bottom of the stairs and followed the others to the second floor with the rest of the first and second-tier Deathbringers at his back. "What's going on? Why haven't you all pulled back yet?" he demanded of a nearby second-tier Deathbringer who was still too far back to fight the Snow Lions. Tiberius and Gaius wouldn't stop. The second-tier noble answered. Linus grimaced, then glanced at Castor, Leon, and the remainder of the Snow Lions. All were nobles at least of the second tier, with the exception of Leon. To push fellow nobles like this was incredibly petty and vindictive, and the other Deathbringers knew that. They looked to Tiberius and Gaius with increasingly disapproving gazes. A few also looked to Linus to join them, to use his strength to break the stalemate in the third-tier battles and deal the final blow to the Snow Lions. Complicating matters, Linus knew both Castor and Alphonsus personally, with all three nobles hailing from neighboring counties in the southern territories. Their fathers frequently collaborated on public works projects to bring prosperity to all of their lands and had strong friendships and economic ties. For most of the nobles who attend the Knight Academy, the inter-unit battles were little more than a game they played amongst themselves. What Gaius and Tiberius were now doing went far beyond that. After another moment of thought, Linus came to a decision of what to do. "Deathbringers, fall back," he shouted. "What the fuck are you saying? We've almost won." Gaius shrieked in rage. "We have the banner. We have what we came for. We've already won." Linus roared back. Indeed, there had been several conversations between them when they promised to prioritize the banner. Gaius was about to argue the point, but the second-tier trainees at his sides listened to Linus and fell back without even waiting for him to speak his piece. Gaius howled in fury, then he took a few steps back. Tiberius rolled his eyes at Gaius' undignified display before silently following suit. While the Deathbringers fell back to the stairs, Leon made to follow them. Now that the pressure was off, he could go on the attack now, an idea that several of the Snow Lions seemed to share as they followed him. However, they were stopped by a shout from Castor. "No, let them go." Linus respectfully nodded to Castor, then led the Deathbringers back downstairs to collect their casualties and leave. Tiberius didn't waste time there and went downstairs as well, but Gaius took the time to send one more hateful glare towards Leon before doing likewise. It only took the Deathbringers a few minutes to gather their people and leave, waving the Snow Lion's banner all the way back to their tower. They had taken about 50 casualties during the assault. "Remember this, savage, you are only still standing because I allow it," shouted Gaius on the way out of the door. Leon, Castor, and the remaining half-dozen second-tier nobles could do nothing but watch and glare as they left, with the sound of Gaius' forced laughter ringing in their ears. The Snow Lions had been completely beaten. Chapter 86. Missing Snow Lions, haha. "We did it," shouted Chieftain as soon as he woke up on the way back to the Deathbringer's tower. The personal defeat he suffered at Leon's hands blunted his celebration somewhat, but in the end, he couldn't help but get swept up in the jubilant mood of the victorious Deathbringers. The entire unit, including those who were incapacitated during the assault and those who were hesitant to join, watched with pride as the Snow Lion's banner was placed at the base of their banner shrine. "Now then, we can celebrate our victory, but be wary of a Snow Lion counterattack. Cato, Licinius, you two go and secure the door," shouted Linus as the unit started to party. The two second-tier nobles he called out quickly went to make sure their doors were closed and locked. It wouldn't prevent anyone from entering forever, but the Deathbringers wouldn't be caught off guard as the Snow Lions had just been. As the lower-tiered trainees got to partying, Chieftain was the only third-tier noble who fully joined them in mind and body, bringing most of the food and drinks from the top floor down to the first-tier common room so everyone could enjoy themselves. However, as Chieftain and many of the other trainees started drinking and talking about their own personal achievements during the assault, Linus quietly made his way upstairs. He was happy they had come out ahead of the Snow Lions, for sure, but Castor and Alphonsus were his friends. Or Castor was, at least, and the petty vindictiveness shown by Gaius and Tiberius when they refused to leave before breaking all of the Snow Lions didn't sit well with him. "Oh well, I'll sleep on it and speak with them later. Make them see that it wasn't personal on my end, and any fights we have from here on out will be a little more honorable, I'll make sure of it," he thought as sat down on a couch in the third-tier common room. After about half an hour of restful thought, he decided to rejoin the party, though he wasn't nearly so enthusiastic as Chieftain, preferring instead to sit in a corner quietly drinking and watching the others celebrate. As for Gaius and Tiberius, well, they weren't very happy either. The entire point of assaulting the Snow Lions, in their eyes, was to inflict harm on Leon. Since Linus had forced them to leave before that could be done, then the purpose of going out hadn't been fulfilled and they found their victory profoundly unsatisfying. "Mark my words, Tiberius, I'm going to kill that savage one of these days. The humiliation he's caused me will only be erased with his blood," Gaius muttered. Tiberius, sitting next to him in the corner of the first-tier common room, sighed. He was a lot calmer than Gaius was right now, appearing significantly more pensive than Gaius, obviously glum expression. "Sure you will, but I for one am content to wait for now," responded Tiberius quietly. "What, don't you want to kill that barbarian just as much as I do?" asked Gaius in shock. "Of course, and there still isn't anything I'd rather do right now than boil that knuckle-dragger alive and feed his bones to my dogs. But I can hardly do that here, now can I?" Tiberius smiled serenely to Gaius, but it looked more devilish and terrifying to the other man. "What, then, are you suggesting?" he asked Tiberius. "Wait, sat yourself with this victory, then make another move in a year or two, when you have the weight of your family behind you. Plus, you'll have the time to think of a method that won't harm your reputation or lead to being arrested for killing a member of the royal legions. At least, that's what I intend to do. I can wait that long." Tiberius was forced to suppress a frown as he said this. The image of Leon and Elise together was hard to banish, and he didn't know what he would do if he were to see it again. However, his noble father had always taught him the value of patience. Thus, he decided to wait to act more decisively against Leon until he was out of the capital. Gaius frowned, being about as satisfied with Tiberius' plan as he was with the outcome of the assault. Which is to say, not very. That being said, he couldn't fault the man for it. Their options were indeed very limited while they were at the Knight Academy. "Anyway," continued Tiberius, "I should get going. Your unit is celebrating, and I feel more than a little out of place. Please, you're welcome to stay as long as you like," offered Gaius, hoping Tiberius would stay so that he wouldn't have to mingle with the rest of the Deathbringers and pretend to be happy and exuberant. Unfortunately for Gaius, Tiberius refused and left the tower after saying his farewells to Actaeon and Linus, who had just come downstairs. Reluctantly, Gaius put on a big smile and rejoined the party. The mood at the Snow Lion's tower was decidedly more subdued. In fact, it was as depressing as anyone might expect it to be. The few Snow Lions who managed to remain standing did their best moving through the various rooms, collecting everyone who had fallen and laying them out in the first-tier common room. It took an hour or so for everyone to wake up, and for those who had left earlier to come stumbling back, including Henry, Charles, Alon, and a livid Alphonsus. "This is all your fault, you fucking barbarian," was the first thing the third-tier noble shouted upon his return to the tower, while staring daggers at Leon. Leon was about to respond, but Castor beat him to it. "This isn't his fault, Alphonsus. It was the Deathbringers who made the decision, they are the ones to blame. If he hadn't angered young Lord Tullius, then this." "Quiet." Castor's outburst immediately shut the complaining Alphonsus up. The former glanced around at the rest of the Snow Lions. Some held their heads in their hands, others nervously paced or sat slumped in a chair. Most were staring at their third-tier mages, watching Alphonsus very publicly castigate Leon. However, regardless of what they were doing, all of them had the same defeated look about them. In fact, this started affecting their aura, giving the entire tower a depressing air, making everything seem flat and colorless. Castor glared at Alphonsus, then looked over at Leon. "Let's take this upstairs." He then turned to Emilius, the second-tier noble he had chosen to carry their banner, and said, "Get this place locked up as tight as you can. You three, help him out." Emilius and the 3 second-tier nobles beside him nodded to Castor and immediately got to work, though with significantly less gusto than they might have had Castor given them the same order several hours before. Castor, Alphonsus, and Leon all slowly made their way back up to the third-tier common room to discuss what to do now, with Alphonsus barely containing himself the entire way. As soon as the door to their common closed, Alphonsus instantly tried to shout at Leon again, but Castor silenced him with a glare. "Al, this isn't the time to start blaming anyone. Besides, the ultimate decision to attack us came from the Deathbringers, so turn your vitriol to them if you truly need to vent that much. However, our time would be better served figuring out how to deal with this, especially with the loss of our banner." Alphonsus glared at Leon again, which the latter ignored, but he didn't start shouting again. Instead, he said, "Well, obviously we need to go and get our banner back and avenge this humiliating defeat." "That would be difficult," muttered Leon. "And what would you know, barbarian?" Alphonsus couldn't help but blurt out. Castor gave him an exasperated look, reminding the other noble to hold his tongue. "What are you thinking?" Castor asked Leon. "They'll undoubtedly prepare for a counterattack, and we wouldn't catch them in separate groups like they did us. Not to mention Tiberius might still be around. We'd be fighting a losing battle. We should still try. Without our banner, we have nothing but shame and dishonor." Alphonsus argued. "I'm not saying we shouldn't get it back, just that we shouldn't go gallivanting off right now without any preparations," Leon responded. "Besides, I'd say we have honor and pride aplenty without that bolt of cloth." "And I don't suppose you have any preparations in mind?" Alphonsus asked sarcastically with a derisive look on his face, Leon's last comment flying right over his furious head. "Al, let's try and be respectful. Leon is our comrade, a fellow third-tier mage," shouted Castor, both having gotten fed up with Alphonsus' attitude and caring about the banner far less than Alphonsus did. "He's a barbarian," Alphonsus shouted back. Just as Castor was about to continue arguing with Alphonsus, Leon spoke up, completely ignoring their heated exchange. "I actually do have an idea. The counterattack that the nobles in the Deathbringers expected the Snow Lions to mount didn't come. However, as all the Deathbringers stayed in their tower the entire day celebrating their victory, and the Snow Lions obviously didn't go anywhere else that day, none of the other units heard what had happened until dinnertime. Less than 5 minutes after the Deathbringers' arrival, though, the entire training battalion had heard the news. Many of the nobles laughed somewhat good-naturedly at Castor and Alphonsus' expense. This was just all a big game for them, after all. The first-tier commoners were decidedly less good-natured about it, though, laughing and telling jokes about how terrible the Snow Lions were at fighting, among other far more vicious and demeaning insults. Everyone waited for the Snow Lions to arrive, to see how defeated they appeared and to size them up. Many of the nobles in the other units were even contemplating attacking the Snow Lions just as the Deathbringers had, but only to test their own trainees against the unit that now seemed weak and easily bullied. Those waiting for them would be disappointed, though, when enough time passed for it to be obvious that the snow lions weren't going to show up. The areas they usually sat in remained empty for the entire meal. Haha, we beat them so badly they don't even want to show their faces. What cowards, Xianxia shouted at one point. Many of the nobles agreed, laughing along with the Deathbringers. But there were a few that didn't agree, and Valeria was one of them. Leon didn't come across as a coward to her, and she had fought against him enough times to be certain in her belief. Alcander and Marcus were two more who didn't think the snow lions were cowardly. Castor and Alphonsus had never really stood out from the other third-tier mages, but to become a third-tier mage at such a young age suggested a boldness and fearlessness to Marcus that precluded cowardice. Additionally, his own analysis of Leon from watching him duel Valeria brought him to the same conclusion she had reached. Alcander's certainty came more from a gut feeling. He would never be able to explain it if anyone asked, but he didn't think any less of the snow lions for not appearing. In fact, he turned to Marcus and whispered, "I think we should attack the snow lions as well. I never did get that duel with Leon that I wanted." Marcus smiled and shook his head. "Not yet, my friend. You'll get that duel, but we have 4 third-tier trainees in our unit. Attacking another unit in such a weak position compared to us wouldn't seem very sporting, would it? Why would you care if something is sporting, young lord of House Aeneas?" Alcander asked, putting enough emphasis on Marcus's title to remind the other noble about his family's reputation. House Aeneas was famous for their many effective if questionably honorable tactics they employed to repel the frequent raids by the giants in the border mountains to the east, so for Marcus to bring up sportsmanship struck Alcander as a little ironic. "We're at the Knight Academy competing with our fellow nobles of the Bull Kingdom. What's wrong with reserving a little honor in this case?" Marcus smiled at Alcander so unnaturally that the latter knew to drop the matter right then, which he did, turning back to eating his food in silence. The snow lions didn't grace the dining hall with their presence for the entire night. Few questioned it, though, seeing it as a natural response to such a humiliating defeat. When the instructors for the snow lions arrived at the tower to escort them to the dining hall, they didn't really find anything odd about the tower. It was a little quiet, but they didn't notice the strange stillness in the air. However, as soon as they entered the first-tier common room, it became obvious that the tower was empty. However, the most striking thing in the eyes of the senior instructor was the empty shrine. His eyes widened in alarm as he immediately hurried over to the shrine to inspect it, hoping that he was mistaken. Of course, he wasn't. "Where the fuck is the banner?" he roared, his voice echoing throughout the entire tower. "Everyone get the fuck out here right fucking now." Seeing how incensed the senior instructor was at the absent banner, the other 2 instructors began running through the first-tier bedrooms looking for any first-tier trainee to yell at. All they found were deserted rooms. They hurried back to report to the senior instructor, who furiously stormed through the rooms himself. The instructors didn't search particularly thoroughly. If they had, they might have noticed that even though some clothes were gone, as well as most of the training weapons, many personal effects were still there. However, all they saw was what they didn't see, the snow lions. The tower was devoid of life, the entire unit was simply gone. Chapter 87. Absence. The snow lions didn't turn up to breakfast on Sunday, either. This put the triumphant Deathbringers in an even better mood. They were in such a great mood, in fact, that their senior instructor had to reprimand them for getting too rowdy before dismissing them for the day. Several of the third-tier nobles who doubted the cowardice of the snow lions were even starting to be convinced, leaving very few who held the snow lions in any esteem. Marcus and Alcander were 2 of those few. The snow lions' continued absence only piqued their curiosity rather than drawing their scorn and derision. Alcander even convinced Marcus to accompany him to the snow lions' tower, ostensibly to challenge Leon to the duel Alcander desired, but they really just wanted to see what was going on. When they arrived at the tower, Alcander approached the door and thundered, "Leon, I'm challenging you to a duel. Get out here and fight me." After speaking his challenge, Alcander waited for several long minutes until it became obvious that Leon wasn't coming. While Alcander had been watching the door, Marcus had been standing behind him keeping an eye on the rest of the tower. He figured it would be natural for some of the snow lions to come to the windows to see what was going on, but he didn't see hide nor hair from anyone within the tower. Just as Alcander readied himself to shout his challenge again, Marcus stopped him. "Hang on, something's off here. Marcus began walking up to the door. "You don't want to wait for the traditional 3 challenges before knocking?" asked Alcander in mild surprise. "I don't think waiting will change anything," Marcus muttered, barely loud enough for Alcander to hear him without straining. Marcus expected the door to be locked and tightly sealed given the previous day's events, but it swung open with barely a single touch, leaving the third-tier noble standing in the doorway looking a little confused for a moment. Alcander walked up behind him, staring into the empty entryway in front of them. "Want to go see what's up?" Marcus asked him. "Sure," he responded while readying his training axe with an enormous smile on his face. "I'm getting that duel, one way or another," he thought to himself. The 2 nobles wasted no more time and burst into the first-tier common room. They didn't quite know what to expect, but the empty room that greeted them certainly wasn't it. "Huh," grunted Alcander in bewilderment. "Where the hell are they?" Marcus didn't respond verbally, instead quickly checking the rest of the floor. The bedrooms were locked up tight, but it was easy enough for the 2 third-tier mages to tell they were just as empty as the common room. They checked the rest of the tower, or at least, whatever wasn't locked. This basically meant just the second-tier common room, but it was enough to confirm that the tower was completely deserted. When they returned to the first floor, they were quite taken aback when they found 2 people poking around in the first-tier common room. Marcus reached for his sword while Alcander did likewise with his axe, but they froze when they saw who these 2 people were, Xianxia and Valeria. These 2 ladies had come to the tower for the same reason Marcus and Alcander had, to try and figure out what was going on with the snow lions. When they heard footsteps coming down the stairs, they had also reacted in the same way, by drawing their weapons. Xianxia's saber and Valeria's glaive were pointing directly at Marcus and Alcander, and when the 2 men slowly let go of their weapons, the ladies did likewise. After a moment of silence, Marcus said, "The tower's empty." "We just checked." "Huh," answered Xianxia. A long awkward silence followed with the 4 staring each other down. Eventually, Valeria and Xianxia glanced at each other, slightly nodded, then walked back out the door. Marcus and Alcander waited a few minutes for them to leave, then looked at each other and shrugged, fighting the urge to break out into laughter. They, too, made to leave the tower. They hadn't learned much coming here, but they at least knew that the snow lions weren't the cowards the Deathbringers claimed them to be. If they were, the tower wouldn't be empty, rather it would be full of snow lions too scared to leave. But that still left the question of just where the snow lions were hanging in the air. No one who visited that tower could do more than guess. Dinner came and went with still no sign of the snow lions. The Deathbringers were still in celebratory moods, especially without their rival unit present, but a day in the capital had been enough for them to get the rowdiness out of their systems and keep things quiet and civil during the meal. That quiet civility didn't carry over to when they returned to their tower where they continued the party they had started the day before. It wasn't until Monday that the other units began to suspect that something was truly wrong with the snow lions, something more substantial than simple cowardice, as the unit didn't appear for morning training. None of the knights or instructors present seemed to care, proceeding with the first lesson in making sure the trainees knew how to use their medical gear. For several hours, the trainees' heads were filled with nothing but bandages, tourniquets, and healing spells. This would be enough to stop bleeding and keep a fellow legionary alive if they were wounded, should a medic not be around to do the job. The third-tier trainees were largely excluded from this training, though. As with basic combat, it was rightly assumed that they already knew far more than the instructors could teach them in only a week. Because of this, the instructors wanted them to help teach their fellow trainees, but there was still little for them to do during Monday's first aid class. Naturally, this led the third-tier nobles to separate themselves from the group of 1,000 or so trainees and talk amongst themselves. At first, they only spoke about what they had done over the past weekend, what they planned to do over the upcoming weekend, and jokingly threatened each other's units with the seizure of their banners. However, all the myriad conversations between the third-tier nobles eventually turned to the snow lions. It had been long enough that it was difficult to simply write it off as mere cowardice, as their senior instructor would have dragged them here to the class regardless of their own personal feelings or how ashamed they might be at the loss of their banner. Fueling the mystery, the empty tower found by Marcus, Alcander, Valeria, and Xianxia became known to the rest of the nobles. Of course, none of the other nobles could do anything more than speculate on the snow lions' whereabouts. A few of them asked their senior instructors if they knew anything, but they found no answers with them. Who cares where the snow lions are, thought Gaius. If they have any brains at all, they'll never come back. Tiberius was quite relaxed about the entire affair. The disappearance of the snow lions didn't concern him in the slightest. Keep running, little barbarian. No matter where you go, you won't escape me, he thought to himself with the assuredness of a man who felt that the capture of his prey to be inevitable. Given how utterly unexpected a unit going missing was, especially with how completely unconcerned the instructors were, no one was surprised at how it caught the attention of the entire training battalion. When afternoon classes started, no one expected the snow lions to show up, and for the most part, they were correct. In Leon's enchanting class, Valeria had continued to sit in the back, but Gaius had made the decision to join her, seeing as Leon wouldn't be around to spoil his mood. He spent the minutes waiting for the enchanting instructor to show up, boasting about the part he played in the assault on the Snow Lion's tower, and they were pushed all the way to the second floor. How pathetic is that? Well, in the end, Linus seized their banner, so we good-naturedly decided to call it quits. Beating them is one thing, after all, we didn't want to completely obliterate them. Gaius was so into telling the story that he didn't notice how disinterested Valeria was. Granted, Valeria's demeanor was just as stoic, icy, and detached as it nearly always was, so even if Gaius had been paying attention, he might not have noticed how little she cared anyway. But then, something happened that caused Valeria to seemingly straighten up and almost jump out of her seat. No matter what Gaius was doing, it would have been impossible for him to miss that. "Are you all right, my lady?" he asked. Valeria's gorgeous blue eyes were staring at the front of the classroom, and when Gaius followed her gaze, his sight landed on Leon, calmly walking through the door and making his way to the back of the room. His movements were watched in stunned silence by all the other trainees in the room. Gaius had taken Leon's usual seat so he could sit next to Valeria, leading Leon to send him a momentary glare before taking a seat just across the central aisle. For several seconds, Gaius could only stare in shock at seeing Leon nonchalantly sit down and patiently wait for the instructor. When the shock wore off, though, his face contorted into a hideous scowl and he began to emit trace amounts of killing intent. After a moment, Gaius immediately clamped down on his emotions and controlled his aura, restraining his killing intent, but it didn't change anything. Every few seconds, Valeria would glance over at the as usual stoic and dispassionate Leon. Eventually, her curiosity got the better of her and she decided to get up and move over to sit next to Leon. "My lady, where are you going?" asked Gaius in a surprised and faintly dismayed voice. He knew that she was joining Leon at his table, but he held on to the slim hope that his voice would remind her of his presence and how rude it would be to walk away from him so abruptly, his own recent rude and inconsiderate behavior not once crossing his mind. Valeria barely acknowledged his question, merely whispering, "Good day," to him without even slowing down and gracefully sliding into the seat right next to Leon. Gaius clenched his teeth and curled his hands into fists, but he took a deep breath and suppressed his violent rage. Despite his attempted emotional control, his face still contorted in anger, making his feelings on the matter quite evident. Leon nodded to Valeria in greeting when she took her seat, which she stoically returned. After a moment of silence, and without allowing a single crack to appear in her own indifferent expression, she quietly asked, "And where have you been?" Leon slightly raised an eyebrow in confusion at her question. It took him a moment to respond as he was caught completely off guard. Valeria had barely ever spoken to him before, despite their frequent duels and near constant company during this class. "Away," he said. Valeria quickly stole a glance at him with her eyes narrowed in displeasure. "Away?" she asked, clearly wanting more details. "Away," he repeated. Knowing she probably wouldn't get anything more out of him, she turned her head back to the front of the classroom with a HMPH, and neither spoke again during the rest of the class. There were similar expressions of shock throughout the campus when the Snow Lions arrived, though only about a dozen of them had accompanied Leon to their afternoon classes and none of them were of the first tier. The most extreme reactions came from the classes where both Snow Lions and Deathbringers were enrolled, where a couple fights were almost started from glares alone. But everyone controlled themselves with the Academy's instructors present. Fighting wasn't allowed in the classrooms, after all. And besides, nearly everyone involved was noble and had their reputations to consider, so the Snow Lions carried themselves with as much grace and dignity as they could muster in the face of the Deathbringers. On the inside, most of them wanted nothing more than to tear into the Deathbringers in revenge, but Castor and Leon had made it abundantly clear how they ought to behave while they were far away from the majority of the unit who were spending the first few hours after lunch meditating in their camp. The surprises continued that day, as once the afternoon classes were over and it was time for the trainees to eat dinner, the snow lions were absent again. A few curious souls, including Valeria and Alcander, investigated their tower that night and found that it was just as empty as it was the last time they had checked in with the snow lions. The unit had disappeared again. Chapter 88. Where they were on the night of the Deathbringer's assault on the snow lions, the 3 instructors had arrived at the snow lions' tower to find it deserted and the banner missing. After tearing through the tower, they confirmed their initial findings and met back in the first-tier common room to discuss the matter. Couldn't find the third-tier mages, either, said one of the flabbergasted instructors. Where could they possibly have gone? Asked the other in an angrier tone than the first, but still just as confused. Wherever they've gone, it doesn't seem to be for good, said the senior instructor. When he had first seen the missing banner, he had been thrown headfirst into a pit of rage and didn't stop to properly analyze the bedrooms. But after a few minutes, his head cooled and he took a second look while the other 2 instructors searched the upper floors. They left many of their personal effects, like clothes and even silvers. They'll be back soon enough, and when they are, they'll all run the circuit until they fucking die. Almost as if it were given a cue, the door of the tower opened. The eyes of the instructors immediately darted over to see who had opened it, and they locked gazes with Emilius, one of the second-tier mages who accompanied Castor to the Night Academy. "You!" shouted the senior instructor, his cool head immediately heating up again with a snow lion before him. "Where the fuck is everyone else? And where the fucking fuck is the damned banner? Sir, speak up, damn it. We lost it. The Deathbringers stormed our tower and seized our banner." With Emilius' words, all 3 instructors fell silent in shock. This would be the fastest in the history of the entire Night Academy that a unit had lost its banner. Not even a full month had passed since the training cycle had begun. And this humiliation happened to their unit. Most of the third-tier nobles treated their banners and the seizure of them as a game, but it was for more to the instructors. They stayed in those training units for longer than a single training cycle and had a far greater attachment to the banners than the trainees did, after all. Sir, Castor, Alphonsus, and Leon came to a decision about how to deal with this. I've been asked to lead you to them, said Emilius. It took a moment for what he said to sink in for the senior instructor, but when it did he was as livid as he could possibly be. Lead me to them? Who the fuck do they think they are? They should be the ones who come to meet me. Fine, whatever, I'll go to them, and they will experience hell. The senior instructor radiated a potent killing aura, and Emilius had to fight for a few seconds to keep his legs from turning to jelly. After seeing him struggle, the senior instructor restrained his killing intent so the young man wouldn't have to constantly fight against it, and Emilius led the 3 instructors out of the tower and off into the woods. About 20 minutes and several miles later, the 4 found themselves in the western mountains. The mountain range wasn't that big, relatively speaking, but it was certainly large enough to get lost in and contained a veritable maze of valleys, gorges, and cave systems. It was to one of these hidden gorges that Emilius took the instructors. It was quite beautiful, with vivid green grass, tall trees replete with leaves, and a crystal-clear stream. Set into one of the rocky walls were a series of caves that led all the way up to the top of the gorge, and it was in the largest cave closest to the ground that the instructors found the snow lions. Most of the first-tier trainees were sitting and resting in a fairly spacious cavern about 50 feet from the entrance. Looking around at them, the instructors could tell that few of them were particularly happy about the current arrangements. There was some light conversation, but most of the first-tier commoners looked defeated and depressed and were simply sitting in silence. A couple of them didn't even look up when the instructors arrived. The second-tier trainees were further into the cave in an adjacent cavern. They hardly looked happier than the first-tier trainees, but they were at least active and busy taking inventory of whatever they had brought from the tower. Training weapons and healing spells were the 2 big ones, but there was also enough cloth and wood to build a few crude tents. It wasn't much, but the instructors were still quietly impressed that they had brought even this much. In the smallest cavern at the back of the cave, the instructors finally found the 3 third-tier mages. Castor and Leon were enthusiastically making plans, or at least, Castor was quite enthusiastic, Leon was his usual stoic self. Alphonsus was listening into their conversation, but he seemed to prefer to sit a few feet away and sulk rather than participate. What is all this? The senior instructor demanded upon arrival. We're moving out here, sir, responded Castor. He then continued, going into the why before the senior instructor could even ask. After we lost our banner to the joint Deathbringer Black Viper assault, we came to the decision to set up somewhere that will be difficult to find, let alone assault. We didn't decide on shit, Alphonsus bitterly mumbled, causing Castor to briefly glare at him before turning back to the senior instructor. This place was found by Leon last week and it was his idea to come out here, sir, and I liked it. And since I'm in charge of the Snow Lions, we go where I want us to go, Castor said. The senior instructor could tell that his last sentence was just another way to tell Alphonsus to deal with it, so he didn't argue semantics about who was in charge. In fact, his anger at the unit losing their banner had nearly vanished after seeing how far they were going in response to their miserable defeat. He took a seat on a nearby rock while the other two instructors waited by the cavern's entrance. "So, what's your next step?" he asked. "Well, sir, we're working on setting up a few water runes to give us access to at least some clean water without relying on the stream outside. We got very lucky finding these caves. They seem tailor-made for a unit of about our size to hide out in." The senior instructor was well aware that the presence of these caves was not down to luck. When the mountains and forest were built, a great many hidden places for the units to establish themselves in were scattered around the entire academy's training grounds. It was the units that found and exploited these natural forts that typically excelled during the unit field training exercises. While there was still some work to be done to the cave system to make it habitable, most of the hardest work had already been done. There was enough room for the entire unit to live comfortably with a modicum of privacy, as well as pre-built baths and toilets, though they lacked the water runes they needed to work. Beyond getting their water running, they would also need to conceal and fortify the caves, which the senior instructor would be only too happy to show them how to do over the next few weeks. The loss of the banner still infuriated him, but given how much initiative the Snow Lions were now showing, the unhappiness of the trainees notwithstanding, he couldn't really be angry at them. "We're also working on getting some tools out here to help with what we need to do. I was planning on sending some people out with a few thousand silvers to get what we need in the forums tomorrow," continued Castor. "This place isn't much, but it's where we'll be when we're not in class." After a moment of thought, the senior instructor said, "No. You're not going to go to meals or morning classes anymore." The three trainees gave him confused and surprised looks when he said this. Alphonsus in particular looked like he was about to argue until he went blue in the face. However, the senior instructor continued after his short pause, cutting all three off before they could speak. "I'm invoking the Centurion's rights of command. This will give me the full authority to remove you from your classes and teach you wherever and however I see fit." As he was talking, he sent a meaningful look to one of the other instructors, who nodded and left to inform the higher-ups about the senior instructor's decision. The legate was considering banning the Centurion's rights of command, but he fortunately hasn't. That being said, the policy can only be called upon for a unit that has lost its banner. Additionally, this will give me the ability to requisition what you need to live outside of the tower. That means meals will be brought to the tower and you'll need to organize some people to go and bring them back here. Tools will also be provided for you. However, this also means that the entire unit loses their weekend privileges, so no more going into the capital on Saturdays and Sundays. From now on, we'll be training as much as possible. I will make men out of all of you boys, and we won't stop until the banner has been retrieved." The senior instructor gave the three third-tier mages a sinister smile. The Knight Academy gave a great amount of leeway for the third-tier trainees to shine, but these three had lost their banner due to almost non-existent leadership. With the senior instructor now taking full charge, that short time of lacking leadership was now over. "Sir?" asked Leon, speaking for the first time since the instructors had arrived. "What about our afternoon classes? Magical theory is just time set aside for meditation at this point. Those who attend it can easily do that here. Beyond that, if the trainees want to attend any other classes, that should be fine, but you three need to make sure they don't leak the location of these caves, understand?" "Yes, sir," Castor answered immediately. Leon nodded, responding nonverbally. Alphonsus barely responded at all, only nodding when both Castor and the senior instructor glared at him. "All right, no time like the present to get started," shouted the senior instructor. It was time for him to show these boys how to get their camp set up. Over the next few hours, he guided the trainees through setting up proper water runes for their toilets and baths. Since Leon and a few others had taken enchantment classes, they did most of the work. On that front, after getting their water situation squared away, the snow lions got to work setting up where they would sleep. The supplies they brought with them were turned into a few large tents and set up in the biggest cavern in the cave system, allowing the 76 first-tier trainees to sleep relatively comfortably. The second-tier trainees would sleep in the second-largest cavern under similar circumstances, but each person would get more personal space compared to the first-tier trainees. Leon, Castor, and Alphonsus each got their own small cavern to sleep in. Despite how prohibitive these caverns were, they still had the most personal space out of the entire unit. Once all that was taken care of, the instructor sent to the administration building returned. Everything needed to get meals to the Snow Lion's tower had been taken care of, and several trainees were organized to get the food and bring it back to the caves. They were led by Leon and included Henry, Charles, Alon, Bohemond, and Matthew. After they finished that meal, the instructors left, and the Snow Lions almost all immediately went to sleep. With the loss to the Deathbringers and the move to these caves, the Snow Lions were exhausted and slept so long that the senior instructor had to start waking them up when he returned Sunday morning. Leon and his group of a dozen or so Snow Lions returned to their tower to fetch the unit's breakfast and found a number of much-needed tools that had been requisitioned for their use with the food. After eating, the senior instructor began guiding them to properly fortify their caves using those tools. By the end of the day, the front entrance to the cave system had been sealed off and concealed from the rest of the densely vegetated gorge. All this work helped the Snow Lions get their mind off their defeat, and they were even feeling fairly good by Monday morning. And then their training under the senior instructor started. Chapter 89. First Aid Week. On Monday morning, Leon grabbed a dozen trainees and made the trip back to the tower to pick up the Snow Lion's breakfast. He kept them moving as quickly and quietly as he could. He didn't think the tower was being watched, but he decided to be cautious anyway. He left the group a few hundred feet into the tree line and personally scouted out the tower, only calling them to pick up the food when he was satisfied that no one was watching. After the Snow Lions had eaten, their training began. The senior instructor had arranged for the materials he needed to teach first aid to be delivered with the food. The same things taught to the rest of the battalion at the training field was taught in the Snow Lions camp in the hidden gorge. The three instructors even had the 3 third-tier mages help out with the class after ensuring that all three knew what they would be teaching, of course. Leon wound up showing the 5 guys he usually hung around with how to properly apply bandages and tourniquets, as well as the application of healing spells. The former was practiced with the actual medical equipment, while the latter was practiced with simulated healing spells that only lit up with bright light when correctly activated. They couldn't heal the tiniest of splinters, but they could be used repeatedly, making them perfect for training and instruction. After several hours of this, Leon led his group back to the tower to carry their lunch back to the camp, following which the senior instructor had the first-tier trainees head back into the caves to meditate. It had only been 2 days since they lost their banner, so most of the second-tier trainees still felt too much shame to show their faces during afternoon classes. Consequently, most of them stayed in the caves and passed the time by joining the first-tier trainees in meditation. Castor and Alphonsus decided to do likewise. However, Leon had no intention of missing his enchantment class. A handful of other second-tier trainees felt the same, so he led them back to the tower and gave them strict instructions to meet him back at the tower after classes were over. They didn't want to lose their camp's greatest strength, its hidden location, with a few moments of carelessness. The group attended their classes, much to the astonishment of the other trainees. When the classes were over, the Snow Lions returned to their tower to meet Leon, just as he had instructed. Leon carefully looked around the tower to make sure none of them were followed, then led them all back to the camp, while carrying the unit's dinner that had already been delivered. This was generally how the next week progressed. The instructors and the third-tier mages would teach the trainees how to stop bleeding and apply healing spells in the morning. In the afternoon, everyone save for Leon and a few others who still wanted to attend their afternoon classes would meditate or train in their sword techniques. There was one event that broke the new routine, though. One afternoon, Leon noticed that some of the second-tier trainees had been followed by spies from other units as they assembled at the tower. In order to deal with this problem, he softly whispered to the group, "Head a few hundred feet into the forest. Make sure to move with purpose. You'll be followed, so make it look convincing that you're actually going somewhere. I'll be right behind you." After he finished speaking, he calmly walked back into the tower, leaving the other Snow Lions a little confused and on edge due to the sudden predicament. After waiting a few moments, the group of Snow Lions started walking off to the northwest of the tower. They walked quickly, not bothering to keep an eye on their surroundings. Instead, they started up a conversation about what they had done that afternoon, acting as if they were completely unaware of what was happening. Leon allowed them to get a good head start, then quietly followed. The Steel Century, Crimson Tigresses, and one more unit Leon had not yet come into contact with, the Silver Legionaries, had all sent a second-tier mage to follow the Snow Lions back to their camp. Leon doubted that the other Snow Lions would have noticed these spies if he hadn't, given their seeming proficiency at hiding among the trees and underbrush of the forest. However, Leon had spent almost his entire life hunting in a forest much denser and wilder than the one in the Night Academy, so these three watchers from the other units stuck out to him like sore thumbs. It took no more than 3 minutes for Leon to take care of the situation so silently that the other Snow Lions didn't hear a thing. He crept up behind the spies one by one while they were captivated with the other Snow Lions, and with a single slash of his training sword apiece, stunned them all into unconsciousness. "We're good, help me with them," he shouted when the last spy had fallen, summoning his aimlessly walking unit mates. They carefully carried the 3 second-tier nobles back to the tower. The 2 noblemen from the Steel Century and Silver Legionaries were rather unceremoniously dropped at the door, while the lady from the Crimson Tigresses was carried inside and left on a chair in the entrance hall. Leon and the group then grabbed the unit's dinner and made their way back to the Snow Lions camp, with all of them alert for any more signs of uninvited guests. Fortunately, Leon had taken care of the only spies, and the 3 units who sent them seemed to get the message and didn't try again. At least, they didn't try again that week. The week ended with a scenario the instructors ran each squad of Snow Lions through, 10 trainees at a time. First, they were sent on a patrol to the other end of the gorge, where they would find an injured Snow Lion. After notionally treating the non-existent wounds, the squad would have to carry the injured trainee back to the camp while keeping an eye out for the instructors and the third-tier mages, who may attack them if they think things aren't going so well. "Keep alert and don't forget to call out if you see anything," said Hostilius, the second-tier mage leading Charles and the others through the course. He was one of the few second-tier mages descended from minor nobility that wasn't affiliated with any of the third-tier nobles. He was actually from a family of hereditary knights who served in the Praetorians, the Bull King's royal guard. The other 9 Snow Lions in his group nodded to him in acknowledgement, and they set out. They followed the stream west, toward the other end of the gorge, where their injured comrade lay. Hostilius' eyes continuously scanned everything around the group, desperately searching for the 2 instructors and 3 third-tier mages he knew were out there. He didn't need to search for the senior instructor, though, as he was right behind the group, watching and evaluating their every move. "Spread out a little," Hostilius said as they put some distance between themselves and the camp. Their opponents wouldn't attack all at once, so it would be better to cover as much ground as possible. Charles, Henry, Alon, and another second-tier trainee spread out in a line to his right, while Matthew, Bohemond, and the last first-tier and second-tier mages in his squad spread out to his left. But, for all his attention, he wasn't looking for the injured Snow Lion. He didn't really need to, as the gorge wasn't so wide that they'd get lost or miss their objective, but it was certainly wide and densely forested enough for someone to hide in. If his squad wasn't vigilant, they could be attacked from the shadows without warning. The walk to the other side of the gorge was uneventful, though it was the walk back that Hostilius was far more worried about. "Arg, help me," came the shout of someone rather unconvincingly pretending to be in pain. "Over there," shouted Hostilius, pointing toward the sound. The squad rushed over, but they did so with little caution or organization. In fact, once they saw the first-tier trainee on the ground in the middle of a clearing, they all gathered around to stare while Hostilius and one of the other second-tier mages began applying first aid to the injured trainee, ignoring the rest of their surroundings. "What's wrong, are you all right?" asked the second-tier mage. "Fuck no, I'm not. I've lost my arm," the injured trainee shouted, indicating toward his clearly still attached right arm. A strip of red cloth had been tied about halfway up his bicep, which was meant to indicate where the severed arm was supposed to end. Hostilius reacted immediately and broke out a tourniquet and one of the fake healing spells they'd been training with, while the other second-tier mage ran his hands over the injured trainee's body to check for blood. "What the fuck are you all doing, standing there like slack-jawed idiots?" shouted Hostilius to the rest of his squad, who were still watching this play out. "Keep an eye on our surroundings." Charles, Henry, and Alon moved the quickest, turning around and keeping an eye on the trees, though not without a slight reddening of their faces from embarrassment. The others followed suit, but the damage had been done, and the senior instructor growled with a malevolent look in his eye, "Charles, you just took an arrow to the left thigh." Charles simply muttered, "Shit," and fell to the ground. "Ancestors, damn it!" shouted the last second-tier trainee, who rushed to Charles's side while pulling out bandages and a pseudo-healing spell of his own. Fortunately, Hostilius finished tying the tourniquet on the injured trainee and finished up with a flash of light from his fake healing spell while the man attending to Charles removed the arrow, applied some bandages, and used his own healing spell, all without the squad taking any more casualties. Neither Charles nor the injured trainee could walk, so Hostilius, two other second-tier trainees slung both of them over their shoulders in a fireman's carry and the squad made for the forest. "Keep your eyes peeled," shouted Hostilius. The other two second-tier trainees were now beside him, where before they were on the ends of the line, so now he was forced to rely more on the first-tier trainees than before. Despite their attentiveness, just as Alon walked past a tree, Leon appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Alon barely had time to reach for his training sword, let alone call out, before Leon's own training sword was brought down on his shoulder. Alon fell with a shout of pain and Leon melted back into the forest. Hostilius swore and had the squad form a circle around him while he tended to Alon. A few bandages and another healing spell later, and Alon was draped over Hostilius' shoulders. The squad breathed a sigh of relief when they made it back to the camp without any more casualties, and the three injured trainees were set back on their own feet. "You only took about 15 minutes, not bad," said the senior instructor in appreciation. "I mean, it isn't good, either, but there's always room for improvement." "Henry, you're the new casualty." Henry grimaced while the rest of the squad smiled and relaxed. The first-tier trainee they carried back gave the red cloth to Henry and went to rejoin his own squad while Henry ran back into the forest. One of the other instructors would take charge of him. This entire training drill wasn't very long, with every squad accomplishing it in 10 to 15 minutes. This allowed the entire unit to go through it several times over Thursday and Friday until every trainee had treated a casualty of their own and every squad made it through the course so well that the senior instructor didn't have to punish any of them by injuring any more trainees during the exercise. And with that, their first aid training came to an end, and the unit couldn't be more excited about what was coming the next week: small unit tactics and the issuing of armor. But before that came a weekend filled with nothing but weapons training and meditation to get ready for their first real classes in combat, rather than one-on-one duels. The instructors also planned to have the first-tier trainees undergo some grueling physical training, to help their muscles adapt to magic and facilitate their advancement to the second tier. The first-tier trainees hated it at first, but they saw results almost immediately when one of their strongest first-tier trainees made the jump to the second tier late Sunday afternoon. It was an incredibly welcome encouragement to the Snow Lions, as this broke the record for the fastest promotion of a first-tier trainee in the Academy's history, a significantly more appealing record for them to set than the last record they broke, the quickest loss of a banner. Consequently, the trainees vowed to double down on their training and looked forward to the next week with bright eyes and smiles all around. Chapter 90. Armor, Small Unit Tactics. Finally, the day came for the Knight Academy trainees to receive their armor. The other units had to go to the training field for their armor, but the Snow Lions simply returned to their tower, where they found several dozen large boxes waiting for them. If they hadn't been accompanied by their instructors, they would have swarmed the boxes in excitement, tearing them open in a manner more reminiscent of a riot than a cohesive unit receiving gear. Instead, the instructors had the Snow Lions organize themselves by tier and size, then had the third-tier mages pass out the armor. Leon, Castor, and Alphonsus had to roughly guess what size the trainees were and pass out armor accordingly. As this was only the Knight Academy and not a place that expected to see actual combat, the armor given out was defective, unfit for any real battle. It could stand up against a couple hits of a training weapon, but any properly enchanted blade or arrow would pierce through it with no trouble at all. But the training armor was made from authentic materials and so was as heavy as the real thing. Training weapons were about as effective against it as a regular weapon would be against functional armor, so the Knight Academy could justify saving a little silver by using this armor instead, even if it was stretching the definition a little in calling it armor. But all that didn't stop the armor from looking authentic. Every trainee in the unit was issued a red gambeson for padding, plus metal greaves and a leather bracer for their sword arm. Finally, Every trainee was given a skirt made of leather strips to protect their legs from where their greaves ended to the bottom of their torso armor, as well as a simple metal helmet to cover their head but left their faces bare. However, the armor that covered their torsos differed considerably depending on the trainee's power and effective rank, despite the rest of their gear being identical. The first-tier trainees were only given a chainmail shirt that covered everything from their upper bodies to just below their hips, plus their arms down to their elbows. The second-tier trainees were given armor made of tiny dark red metal scales, as well as a bright red sash around their waists. The armor given to the third-tier trainees were a series of interlocking metal plates much larger than the scales given to the second-tier trainees and providing a much more robust defense. They were also given black sashes to denote their rank. This was the typical armor issued to members of the Royal Legion, to ensure that every soldier was adequately protected, though they could wear custom armor if they could afford to. Given what they were paid, most knights of the 4th tier and up could absolutely afford better armor, though they were still required to wear their sashes or other highly identifiable marks so their subordinates wouldn't have trouble distinguishing them from their enemies in the chaos of battle. Despite normal armor being fairly effective, Leon found himself profoundly disappointed in what he was given. As this armor was defective, it would be returned at the end of the training cycle and he would be issued new armor when his squireship began, but it still represented the quality of what he would gain. And it made him seriously regret not buying armor when he had the chance. He immediately made the decision to inquire about custom-made armor the next time he was in the city. It took about 20 minutes for all the trainees to get into their armor. However, there were still several unopened boxes waiting for them. They weren't filled with food, as Leon had already led a team to fetch their breakfast earlier in the morning. Castor nodded to several of the waiting second-tier trainees, who immediately opened the boxes. Inside, they found several dozen short bows and hundreds of arrows. Each arrowhead had been made with the same white metal as their training weapons, so they knew exactly what they were for. Both Leon and Castor wore wide smiles when they glanced inside those boxes, though Alphonsus chose to remain aloof. He had no love for bows, preferring to fight with swords where he could see his opponent. But Castor held a much different attitude. He recognized the advantage that range would give them in battle. "All we lack now are shields," he muttered just loud enough for the senior instructor to hear. "Those come later when we start running you lot through larger scale training," he responded. Leon and a few second-tier trainees passed out the bows and arrows, and once they were finished, the Snow Lions took off back to their camp. "First thing first, who here can shoot a bow?" asked the senior instructor as soon as they returned. Leon smiled and stepped forward, as did about 24 other trainees, including Castor and 10 second-tier trainees. After the senior instructor passed them a bundle of training arrows and a bow each, there were still 15 bows remaining. "Pick 15 more," the senior instructor told Castor, "though it hardly matter who, you'll eventually get enough bows for everyone." "Who wants to learn how to shoot?" shouted Castor to the Snow Lions. Charles, Matthew, Bohemond, Hostilius, and 5 more trainees stepped forward. Castor randomly grabbed 6 more trainees of the second tier, and the senior instructor gave each of them one of the remaining bows and arrow bundles. Leon, Castor, and the senior instructor took over teaching archery to those with bows, while the other 2 instructors went with Alphonsus to run the rest of the Snow Lions through some sword drills. The instructors kept at it for about an hour and a half when they transitioned to teaching the trainees about actual tactics and formations, most of which included archery they would be expected to be familiar with if they were assigned to light infantry roles in the Legion. This meant navigation in harsh environments, marching formations, and quickly establishing a defensive line in case of attack. For the first 3 days, it was all archery lessons and tactical theory, but on Thursday, they put that theory into practice. The exercise was simple. The Snow Lions would patrol the gorge, walking from one end to the other, in squads of 10. This time, the third-tier mages would directly participate, unlike during the first aid drills. The instructors would watch these patrols, offering critique as they did so. Unfortunately for the trainees, a few of the groups were failed by the instructors during these patrols, usually from being unable to maintain a good marching formation. Normally, such a small patrol would move through the forest in one of 2 formations. The first, a pair of staggered columns that moved quickly but was prone to flanking without other squads to support them. The second was a wide wedge that covered much more ground but was also easier to see by their enemies and harder to keep under control. The squad leader relied a lot more on the second-tier trainees acting as his men-at-arms in the latter formation. The squads that failed couldn't keep their spacing right, or trainees would wander too far outside of their assigned position and the leaders of the patrol weren't attentive enough to correct them. Needless to say, the instructors were fairly harsh with their punishments. The offending trainees couldn't run the circuit around the tower anymore, so the instructors had them do squats in full armor while carrying logs or small boulders. Sometimes, if the instructors felt like it, the trainees would be forced to run around a clearing that had begun forming around the mouth of the cave. By the time the punishment was over, the trainees would invariably look half dead. Castor made great efforts to get the snow lions up to snuff, constantly reminding the second-tier trainees of their responsibilities and organizing additional training after the instructors had left for the day. Leon wasn't so zealous, but he certainly helped wherever he could in his own subdued way. This mainly manifested in training the first-tier trainees who weren't running the patrol course in slightly more advanced sword styles. The behavior of these two greatly impressed the senior instructor. He had been given a good first impression of Leon when he motivated some of the first-tier trainees to stay running with the group on the very first day of the training cycle, as well as not being a dick and cutting the line for dinner later that evening. His opinion of Castor wasn't so positive at that time, but neither was it particularly bad. He was just another third-tier noble to the senior instructor. But the both of them had really started stepping up to the leadership role that the Knight Academy expected of them, Castor especially. However, Alphonsus was starting to become a problem. One of the squads that had performed miserably during some of the first patrol exercises was one that he had led, an unconscionable failure for a third-tier nobleman. Alphonsus barely seemed able to tolerate their living conditions, often complaining to his second-tier followers about the lack of amenities available to someone of his station. Castor had attempted to get him to come to terms with their living situation, or at least to stop being so overt about his displeasure as his attitude was carrying over to many of the other trainees. Alphonsus and his subordinates barely participated in the training, doing what was required of them but not sparing a single second after. Mostly, they stayed in the cave and sulked, much to Castor's frustration. At the same time, the other 9 units were doing largely the same drills, though with a significantly lower intensity. In fact, by the end of that week, the absence of the snow lions was no longer something that most of them thought about. The only real reminder they had of it was the sight of the snow lion banner rolled up and rather unceremoniously attached to the Deathbringer's banner upon the wooden platform during morning training. But, a few of the third-tier nobles did miss the snow lions. In fact, it was only 2 of them that truly held strong feelings on the subject, Valeria and Alcander. Their reasons were basically the same. Valeria missed having someone so close to her own skill level to spar against, while Alcander desperately wanted to duel Leon himself. That Leon refused to skip his enchantment classes made it that much more difficult for the 2 of them to forget their desires, though Leon would always vanish after the first class of the afternoon, which made challenging him somewhat difficult. Since the snow lions were nowhere to be found and the Deathbringers seemed to be in no hurry to find them, the rest of the trainees had started to pay attention to a new source of drama. Over the previous weekend, a trainee in the pointlessly and dramatically named Blood Eagles had started a fight with another trainee from the Black Vipers, Tiberius unit. That fight had escalated into a brawl that dragged more than 5 others from both units into the mix. There wasn't any official retaliation from either side since then, but the air between the 2 units was tense enough that their instructors and the knights assisting them started putting them right next to each other during morning training to stoke the fires of their conflict. And those fires grew fast. There would have already been fighting had the knights not intervened by telling the units to save it for when training was over. But, since the 3rd tier nobles who led those units hadn't gotten past some jokes and friendly teasing about paying a visit to the other's tower, there hadn't been much actual progress in the conflict, especially since Tiberius didn't particularly care about seizing banners. This certainly wasn't nearly so dramatic and exciting as the Deathbringers attacking the snow lions on the streets of the capital or storming their tower, but it was more immediate, so it easily covered up for the missing snow lions. But just because almost everyone else in the academy had stopped paying attention to their conflict didn't mean it was over and done with. Castor, Leon, and Alphonsus met many times to talk about when they would take their revenge against the Deathbringers and steal back their banner. Alphonsus wanted to retrieve it as soon as possible, then move back into their tower with their honor and dignity restored. Leon and Castor, however, were of slightly different minds. They could see how much improvement the other snow lions were making out in the gorge, and they wanted that to continue, not to mention their own general ambivalence towards such an esoteric concept as honor. Plus, the Deathbringers would be unable to retaliate against them if they didn't know where the snow lions were, so returning to their tower wasn't on their minds. With both of the other third-tier mages advocating for more training and less immediate action, Alphonsus only grew more depressed, bitter, and quiet, until he eventually stopped talking to Castor altogether, saving his words for the occasional unflattering comment he slung at Leon when the latter wasn't around. Chapter 91. Patrol training. The second week of small unit tactics started off with a pleasant surprise. When Leon's group had gone to get Monday's breakfast, they found a few extra boxes which contained enough bows and training arrows to equip the rest of the snow lions. Leon passed out the new bows with a slight smile on his face as soon as his group returned to the gorge, not even waiting until after breakfast. Starting that week, he and those few other snow lions who accompanied him to afternoon classes had made skipping their second class of the afternoon official, something that Leon had already been doing. Leon didn't truly care about his reading class as he had only chosen it to fill time in a quiet way. The other trainees had done similar, taking the class that was more important to them first, so losing that second class wasn't that big of a loss. They spent that extra time training with the rest of the unit, running extra squad exercises. The snow lions had practiced patrols enough that the instructors saw fit to add in a few new elements to their training, those being a squad-on-squad battle. Basically, one squad would post up on the other side of the gorge, while the other would launch an attack on them. The instructors had the third-tier mages lead a few squads themselves, rather than assist with running the exercise. Of course, they would only fight against other squads with third-tier trainees in them, otherwise there would be little point. They'd steamroll any other squad of comparable size that lacked a third-tier mage. To that end, the third-tier mages were allowed to choose the members of their own squads. Alphonsus and Castor both chose a pair of second-tier mages whose families served theirs, but that was expected and so surprised no one. In this respect, Leon actually had more freedom. His lack of connections in the nobility meant he could essentially choose any other second-tier trainee that had stood out to him that wasn't already on Alphonsus or Castor's side. In the end, he chose Hostilius, the son of a Praetorian, and an 18-year-old man named Abellius. What threw Leon for a bit of a loop was finding out that Abellius wasn't actually noble, as Leon had initially assumed when first learning everyone's faces and names in the first few days of the training cycle. Instead, Abellius was the son of a wealthy merchant from the southern coast of the Bull Kingdom. His father had spent a considerable portion of his fortune to make sure Abellius had the finest training money could buy and even shelled out the silver for an expensive potion that was of enormous help when Abellius ascended to the second tier. Unfortunately, this also meant that Abellius needed substantially more time adjusting to his new second-tier strength, but it also made him one of the strongest second-tier mages in the Snow Lions that wasn't already affiliated with Castor or Alphonsus. Leon filled out the rest of his 10-man squad with the expected 5 of Henry, Alain, Charles, Bohemond, and Matthew, plus 2 more first-tier trainees named Theoderic and Martin. On Monday morning, Leon's squad was the first to undertake the training exercise as the patrolling squad, while Castor's squad would defend a position. After they were done, regardless of who won, Leon's squad would take the defense while Alphonsus would attack. Then Alphonsus would defend while Castor attacked. And then the second-tier units would cycle through in a similar fashion. "Everyone ready?" Leon asked, looking to the 9 men at his right and left as they prepared to enter the forest in the gorge. Once he got an acknowledgement from everyone, he said, "Then let's go." The squad entered the forest in a loose wedge, with Leon leading the way and the others in a rough row behind him. Hostilius and Abellius were on both ends of the line, securing the flanks and making sure no one broke formation. The squad moved with about 5 to 6 feet between each member, allowing them to both cover plenty of ground and to form a defensive line if they felt the need. But there wasn't a need. They came within sight of Castor and his squad after about 10 uneventful minutes of trudging through the forest. Fortunately, Castor's squad had moved out about 20 minutes beforehand and seemed to have gotten a bit lax and inattentive in that time. Consequently, they didn't see Leon's squad approach, giving the attackers time to consider their options. Leon silently halted his squad behind a line of shrubs big enough to shield them from view. "Here's what we're going to do," Leon whispered. "Abellius, Theoderic, and Henry, you 3 will be our archers. You will make our first move by shooting as many of Castor's guys as you can. Try and target the second-tier mages if possible. You can get set up over there." Leon indicated a small cluster of trees to the side of the shrubs which had a decent line of sight on their target clearing. When the three Leon singled out nodded back to him, he continued. Hostilius, you'll take Elan and Bohemond and fall back a few hundred feet, then swing left and hit them in the flank after the battle begins. Try to stay hidden until things kick off. Got it? Got it, Hostilius muttered. He, Elan, and Bohemond silently ran back into the forest for a ways, then swung left relative to the clearing. Soon, they disappeared from view. Leon had specifically built his squad for a maneuver just like this. Hostilius had proven himself quite competent in the last 2 weeks, so Leon put him in charge of the flanking action and gave him 2 of his strongest first-tier trainees. Abelius, meanwhile, was one of the more proficient archers among the Snow Lions. Leon figured he must have picked up his skills in the swampy and densely forested southern territories, which had a rich hunting culture among its upper-class residents. Just like Hostilius, Leon put Abelius in charge of 2 of his better archers. And that leaves you 3, Leon said to Charles, Matthew, and Martin. You're with me. We'll form a slanted line and try to keep Castor's guys in range of the archers and have their backs exposed to Hostilius. We got this, Charles said with a confident smile. Without a doubt, added Matthew. Martin simply nodded. Then let's get to it, said Leon, his face breaking out into a smile of his own. The 4 quietly walked around the shrubs they'd been crouched behind and started moving toward Castor's still unaware squad. They weren't too far away, only 200 feet at the most. But they were paying so little attention that it wasn't until Leon made a gesture to his archers and the first 3 arrows fell upon them that they noticed Leon's squad had arrived. The armor the trainees were wearing did their jobs. The first 3 arrows didn't do much damage and one even bounced right off the second-tier mage's scale armor on impact. Those arrows came from over there, shouted the second-tier mage who had been struck in the head. It was easy for him to identify where the arrow had come from and made even more so when Leon and his 3 guys stood up and started slowly walking toward the clearing. Don't just stand there, shouted Castor, get into line and go attack them. Castor's men had their own bows, but they were slung over their shoulders, so he figured it would be better to get his people moving rather than stop and switch weapons. The next 3 arrows from Leon's squad showed him just how bad of an idea that was, stunning 2 first-tier trainees unconscious and leaving Emilius who, to the surprise of no one, Castor had put into his squad with a stunned left arm. Fortunately for him, he was right-handed, but the arrows didn't stop. In addition, Leon and his 3 squadmates had only moved about 40 to 50 feet in their direction then stood and waited. It was clear Leon had no intention of giving Castor the straight fight the noble expected. You 2, get out your bows and shoot at them, Castor shouted at the 2 nearest first-tier trainees. Everyone else, get in line. The 8 remaining men in his squad scrambled into motion, with 6 forming a battle line and advancing toward Leon, while the 2 Castor shouted at hurriedly trying to pull their bows off their shoulders. 3 more arrows hurtled out of the trees, stunning another of Castor's first-tier trainees. Castor scowled, then started charging at Leon. It was a short enough distance that he didn't need to wait for the rest of his squad, so he bolted out of the clearing and directly at Leon. Hurrah! He shouted as he stabbed forward at Leon with his arming sword. Leon dodged it with ease, then countered with an upward slash. His attack missed, and the 2 third-tier mages locked each other down with a series of lightning-fast attacks, feints, and counter-attacks. The others in Castor's squad caught up in only a few seconds, and to them, it looked like it would be an easy win. After all, they only had to take out the 3 first-tier mages at Leon's side, then eliminate his archers. However, they were so taken with the enemy in front of them that they completely missed Hostilius, Elan, and Bohemond who seemed to appear from nowhere right behind them. In fact, to Castor's squad, the 3 of them had appeared so suddenly that 2 first-tier trainees were stunned by Elan and Bohemond before they could even react, while the second-tier mage Hostilius targeted only stayed standing thanks to his armor-absorbing Hostilius blow. In that moment of panic that arose from being attacked from behind, Matthew, Martin, and Charles darted out from their positions and joined the battle at Leon's command. As they did so, the 3 archers behind them let loose another salvo, stunning the 2 archers Castor had left behind and hitting Emilius in the thigh. This additional paralyzed limb left the second-tier mage vulnerable enough that he was dispatched by Charles and Matthew in short order. With the advantage in both numbers and position, the last 2 of Castor's first-tier trainees fell after a brutally short skirmish and left Castor's last second-tier mage alone. But that wasn't to say he was helpless. In fact, Hostilius seemed a little overwhelmed by the man, to the point that he could barely get a hit on him after the first surprise attack. But Hostilius wasn't alone. He was now backed up by 5 first-tier trainees, who managed to use the second-tier mage's targeting of Hostilius to their advantage and struck him from all sides in the middle of one of his swings. Despite his duel with Leon, Castor was able to see his squad fall. He knew he had just lost and there wasn't much he could do about it. So, he dodged one more of Leon's strikes by the skin of his teeth and started lowering his sword in surrender. However, Leon wasn't the type to stop and wait for his opponent in a fight, so all he saw was Castor lowering his guard. Leon immediately lunged forward and stabbed the other man in the chest with his training sword. Castor's armor did its job, though, and he remained on his feet with both eyes open. "Relax, Leon, I'm beaten," he shouted before Leon could attack again. Fortunately, this got through to Leon, who managed to stop himself despite being halfway through a follow-up strike. With Castor's surrender, Leon's squad had won, not that there was any kind of prize other than bragging rights. The trainees began picking up and carrying the unconscious snow lions back to the clearing, where the 3 instructors had appeared. They had been watching both squads from a distance and had gotten a rough view of both sides' strengths and weaknesses. The instructors made their way to clearing and began attending to the stunned trainees, whipping out spells that could wake them up. Thanks to their armor, none of them had been hit in vital areas like the spine, so they were easily revived. While they woke themselves up, the senior instructor pulled Castor aside so they could have a chat about what he could improve for the next training exercise, such as being more attentive, organized, and to always have at least 2 or 3 archers at the ready. He would have a similar talk with Leon when they were done, though there wouldn't be as much criticism given he hadn't taken a single casualty. While the senior instructor and Castor were speaking, Leon was walking around the clearing and checking out the location. After all, it was his turn to be on the defense, while Alphonsus and his squad would attack. Chapter 92, Planning an Attack, Good Luck, Castor said to Leon while giving him a respectful nod, which Leon returned. Castor then led his squad back to the caves to wait for his turn to go on the offense. Once they had all gone and Leon's squad was left alone, Henry couldn't resist saying, "Ah, that was awesome." "Indeed, that was quite exhilarating," added Alon. No one really disagreed with them, as there were few things more exciting than a victory that came at little cost. Hostilius, however, gave the 2 of them a slightly reproachful glare when they said it out loud. He preferred that they revel in their victory in quiet dignity, as he was doing. But neither Henry nor Alon saw him, as he was too quietly dignified to say anything, especially since Leon didn't seem to mind their celebratory mood. Leon gave them a few more minutes to enjoy their victory, but then it was time to get to work. "Listen up," he said, quieting everyone down. "My team will stick with close-range combat. Hostilius, your team will join Abelius on range duty, at least for the first few seconds of battle. Fire off 2 shots, then reinforce my team at close range. Abelius, I want your team to keep firing your arrows as long as is practical and stay behind us." Everyone got it, no one questioned him. His last plan had seen them through a battle completely unscathed, after all. "Good, then keep quiet and alert. I don't want us to get taken off guard like Castor was." Leon, Charles, Matthew, and Martin took up positions watching the tree line while the other 6 readied their bows and stood a few feet behind them, close enough for their positions to be reversed at the drop of a hat if need be. But their caution went largely unrewarded. It took Alphonsus nearly 20 minutes to arrive, a long enough time for Leon's squad to grow restless and impatient. And when the attacking squad did arrive, Alphonsus didn't even try coming up with a tactic or strategy to win. His squad sauntered out of the forest and seemed almost surprised to see Leon's squad facing them. Alphonsus wasn't particularly shocked. He probably knew where Leon's squad was, he just neglected to tell his squad, leaving them a little taken aback and hurriedly drawing their swords. "There they are. Let's get them," shouted Alphonsus, causing Leon to sigh and gesture to his archers, wordlessly telling them to open fire. 6 arrows whistled through the air and immediately knocked 3 of Alphonsus' first-tier trainees unconscious. Leon's squad fired another salvo before Alphonsus' squad was able to cover the distance between them, stunning 1 more first-tier trainee and a second-tier trainee. Things proceeded quickly at that point. Leon tied down Alphonsus while Hostilius took on the 1 remaining second-tier trainee. Leon's first-tier trainees made quick work of their numerically inferior opponents, which then allowed them to gang up on the second-tier trainee. By the time he was taken down, Leon had already disarmed Alphonsus and had the noble at his mercy. Again, Leon's squad had taken no casualties, though it hardly felt like an accomplishment after Alphonsus' rather uninspiring display. Alphonsus had been unable to do anything other than grit his teeth and keep himself from shouting in anger. He was barely able to maintain his dignity as a noble and keep his mouth shut. His team might have fared better had he actually given them orders other than just, "Let's get them," but that was a moot point with the battle already over. "Do you yield?" Leon asked, his training blade at Alphonsus' throat. Alphonsus remained silent, his eyes burning with shame and his jaw clenched tight. Leon gave a tiny shrug and dramatically pulled his sword back in as obvious a preparation for a final strike as he could manage to display. "Fine!" shouted Alphonsus just as Leon's blade started its descent. "I yield." To Leon, it sounded like Alphonsus could barely spit out those words, but that didn't change the fact that the words were indeed said. He lowered his sword, while the instructors stepped out from the shadows of the forest. Again, there wasn't much to say with Leon, given none of his squad members were knocked unconscious. The same couldn't be said of Alphonsus, who received a much longer lecture about the importance of not showing his position until the last possible moment and actually using the bows his squad had brought along. Leon's squad started making their way back to the camp. "The ancestors have granted us 2 great victories today," said Abelius. His statement didn't sit well with Hostilius, though, who glared at him and grumbled, "The ancestors didn't do a damn thing. We did this ourselves." "Really?" asked Henry indignantly. "Do you have to be that guy?" "Watch it, peasant," responded Hostilius. "How about all of you cut that shit out right now?" Leon said with only a hint of killing intent, but a hint was all that was needed to shut them up. "We just performed admirably, let's not start going for each other's throats, yeah?" added Bohemond. "Whatever," growled Hostilius, causing Leon to frown. He'd picked Hostilius to be in his squad because the second-tier noble had stood out from the rest of the second-tier trainees during the first aid course in the previous week, not for his personality. In truth, though, Leon hadn't heard him speak that much and simply took that to mean the noble was the quiet and polite sort. He started to regret the decision as Hostilius continued shooting glares at Abelius, who seemed deliberately ignoring the other man. The next few minutes preceded in tense silence while the squad walked back to the other side of the gorge. When they arrived, Leon sent them to continue practicing their archery. It was his use of the skill as well as Castor and Alphonsus' lack thereof that had given him such an advantage during the 2 exercises, and he wasn't about to let that advantage lapse. But they had done quite well, so he didn't mind when the first-tier trainees started slacking a bit. Leon himself decided to get in some time training while waiting for Castor's squad to run through the patrol course. He wasn't particularly in the mood for meditation, so he simply practiced his fighting style while releasing magic into his blood. He didn't really need the practice, he would have gotten the same result had he meditated, but he just wanted to keep moving his body. After about 40 minutes, the other 2 third-tier trainees returned, and the squads reformed with second-tier mages in charge. It was now their turn to run through the patrol course. While those squads were out doing so, it was expected by the instructors that the third-tier mages would supervise the supplemental training of the rest of the Snow Lions. This mostly just meant they had to keep the rest of the trainees practicing their archery, a task they didn't really need to devote much attention to. Instead, the 3 young mages took to chatting amongst themselves. Or at least, Castor did, while Leon mostly listened and Alphonsus rather pointedly stared disinterestedly into the distance. But the way you emphasized your archers was truly eye-opening. "I'd never even considered it," said Castor, speaking quietly enough that Leon could hear him, but the nearby trainees couldn't. "Using the all-available tools is only common sense," responded Leon. "Yeah, I suppose it is," said Castor with some embarrassment. "Well, the sword and spear were always emphasized in my training growing up. I guess that's all I really think about. Regardless, I'm thinking that we should start talking about how to regain our banner." This last sentence got both Leon and Alphonsus' attention. It had been more than 2 weeks since their loss to the Deathbringers, and both third-tier mages were itching for some payback. Alphonsus, especially, as he had the impression that the unit might return to their tower if they managed to reclaim their banner. "What are you thinking?" asked Leon. "Well, we shouldn't attack this week. I'd like our second-tier trainees to get a few more runs of this training course before making our move. Plus, I want everyone to get properly used to their bows because I can guarantee that the other units aren't putting nearly so much emphasis on archery as we are." Reasonable, Leon said with an understanding nod. Plus, the longer we wait, the more the Deathbringers will lower their guard. Right, but we should also prepare for the possibility that they'll have the door under guard anyway. Maybe we ought to scout them out a bit beforehand. Not a bad idea. If possible, we should attack at night and move as quietly as we can. If we can retrieve our banner with as few Deathbringers knowing as is feasible, all the better. Alphonsus narrowed his eyes in displeasure at hearing Leon's suggestion. What? We need to reclaim our lost honor. How would a night attack accomplish that? We should attack them head-on, so they know who beat them. Maximize our chances of success, Leon reasoned. I'm liking the idea of a night attack, Castor added. But we'll definitely need some extra time practicing before we're ready, I'd say. A little extra practice never hurt anyone, responded Leon. Alphonsus turned away from the two of them with a faintly disgusted look, leaving them to their plans and strategies. He was truly regretting his decision to enroll in the Knight Academy. He just wanted to get away from that disgusting cave and go home to the Southern Territories. He'd already resolved to only stay in the Royal Legions as long as necessary for his knighthood. We should also get our squads locked in. Having semi-independent squads who can follow the plan and also take the initiative would be incredibly valuable, added Leon, ignoring the quietly sulking Alphonsus. Yes, let's get that squared away tonight. Do you have any suggestions for squad leaders? I have a few myself, said Castor. He didn't specifically ask the question to Leon, but given how little both he and Alphonsus were paying attention to each other, it was clear he didn't expect Alphonsus to offer any names. And that was fine by him. It allowed him to stack another supporter or two of his own into leadership positions. Leon and Castor continued deliberating over who to make squad leaders for another half hour. Leon only wanted both Hostilius and Abellius to lead squads of their own, to avoid having them in a squad with each other. Since he was only asking for 2 out of the 7 spots, Castor happily accepted. The third-tier noble managed to secure 4 of the other squad leader positions for his own followers, Leon only stepping in when he tried to appoint a second-tier noble who had failed rather miserably in the first aid training course. The two ended up compromising with another second-tier noble who wasn't affiliated with any of the 3 third-tier mages. Since he was too busy sulking and feeling sorry for himself, none of Alphonsus' people received a squad of their own. Leon also made plans to check out the Deathbringers' tower after his first class. The unit would still be busy with their second class during that time, so the banner wouldn't be present, but he could still get the lay of the land around the tower and see if it matched the Snow Lion's tower in layout. To complete their plans, they ended up asking the senior instructor several hours later if he would release the restrictions placed on the trainees, forcing them to lose their weekend privileges if they retrieved their banner. He reminded them that he could only implement those restrictions because they had lost their banner, and if it were to be retrieved then the restrictions would have to be lifted whether he liked it or not. Once their plans were complete, Leon and Castor announced to the entire unit their decision to retrieve the banner and how the trainees would be able to re-enter the city on weekends if they accomplished it. Every Snow Lion was energized by the announcement, throwing themselves back into their training to try to guarantee their success. Even Alphonsus' spirits were slightly raised, even if it was only due to the prospect of getting back into the city and out of the caves for a few hours. Leon and Castor decided that the day of their raid would be a week from Friday, 11 days from then. Chapter 93. Banner Raid. After 11 days of hard training, the Snow Lions were ready. It had been almost a month of living out in the caves, and though they had no intentions of leaving the gorge and returning to their tower anytime soon, they still wanted their weekends in the capital back. And they wanted revenge on the Deathbringers. Revenge motivated some of the Snow Lions even more than the prospect of spending time in the city. Henry and Charles were not among those people, as they were far more interested in the capital than in revenge. Leon had watched with some concern as they, and several others to a lesser extent, started going stir-crazy after having been cooped up in those caves for so long. It's fucking time. Let's do this. Break those damn Deathbringers. Bring fucking death to them, then find some ladies in the capital, muttered a frustrated Henry. His words fell into the ears of an agreeable Charles. Absolutely. Get our fucking banner back, then get back to the city. Haven't seen Jean in almost a month. Think I might kill any Deathbringers in my way. Don't go too overboard, said Leon. I want this done quickly and quietly. Emphasis on quietly. All we need to do is stun any Deathbringers on the first floor, grab both banners, then leave. Easy as that. Assuming the banners are even still there, Hostilius cynically whispered a dozen or so feet away. Yes, assuming the banners are still there. I'm guessing they are. Not like they've been given any reason to move the banners so far, responded Leon, making Hostilius look away with a frown. Let's get this done. I'm sick of being stuck in this damned gorge, complained Henry. And he was in luck because not even 5 minutes later, Leon was joined at the front of the trainees by Castor and Alphonsus, both of whom looked absolutely ready and willing to seize back their banner. Are you all ready? Shouted Castor to the assembled unit. Fuck yes. Yeah, we're going to gut those bastards. Encouraged by the shouts of support from the first-tier trainees, Castor kept going. Those Deathbringers humiliated us and stole our banner. Let's go do the same to them. He didn't intend to keep it short, but he did anyway, mostly because he could tell that despite his words working up the first-tier trainees, not only were Leon and Alphonsus silently staring at the back of his head, but the response from the second-tier trainees was significantly more subdued. He cut himself off just as he got going with a faintly embarrassed, "Follow me," and turned around to lead the snow lions out of the gorge. The 3 instructors stoically watched from the top of the gorge. They wouldn't interfere in the coming battle, but they would stick to the snow lions like a shadow and watch. The second-tier trainees quickly dispersed among the first-tier trainees, wrangling them into something that resembled a marching formation. They moved through the forest in 2 columns, with the second-tier trainees making sure they were kept staggered from each other. The second-tier trainees also made damn sure to keep everyone quiet, to ensure they remained undetected as they approached their target. The snow lions had set off just after the sun set and the Deathbringer's tower was only a few miles away. Consequently, they arrived much earlier than they had planned, so the third-tier trainees had them stop and wait about a quarter mile into the forest. Leon took his squad and moved forward far enough to see the door to the tower, but he advanced no further, sticking to the shadows of the forest. After several more hours of the snow lions almost obsessively checking and rechecking their weapons and armor to pass the time, the final light in the tower's windows went out and Leon sent Elon back to report to Castor. As soon as he received the message, Castor got everyone on their feet and moving. They rapidly approached the Deathbringer's tower, but Castor held them up at the tree line. The snow lions were still well concealed there, only a couple 100 feet from the tower, plenty close enough for the entire unit to sprint there in less than a minute. Leon had already set out. He and his entire squad were huddled around the door, testing to see if they could open it. To his pleasant surprise, Leon found that he could push it open with no problems. The Deathbringers had neglected to lock their front door. This didn't surprise Leon. The snow lions had been missing for weeks and none of the other units had started to fight in earnest, so the Deathbringers had probably felt there was no need to lock the doors. Plus, the locks on the front door of the towers were deliberately terrible. The Knight Academy administrators wanted those locks to slow down potential attackers rather than keep them out entirely. Had the door been properly secured, Leon still could have opened it, but he would have had to do so in a way that would alert the entire tower. The locks on the bedrooms were the real deal though. Since the bedrooms were where the trainees would store their personal items, they were required to have robust locks. Leon waved to Castor from the open door and silently led his squad inside to secure the entrance hallway. Castor and rest of the snow lions emerged from the tree line and sprinted as quietly as they could to the open door. From there, the squads proceeded without talking. They had practiced this half a dozen times in their own tower over the past week and a half, so they were all well aware of exactly what they had to do. It had been correctly assumed that the Deathbringers would feel secure enough to leave their bedrooms unlocked, and 4 squads split up into 8 teams to seize the first floor of the tower. Ideally, the snow lions wouldn't have to go further than that. They could just leave the rest of the tower sleeping in blissful ignorance after stealing the banners, but both Leon and Castor felt that it was necessary to stun the already sleeping Deathbringers on the first floor to keep them from waking up during their raid. There were a few Deathbringers who were still awake when the Snow Lions' raid began. There were only 2 or 3 on the first floor, though. One rather diligent Deathbringer was silently meditating on his bed when the door to his bedroom opened. The Deathbringer opened his eyes in surprise. Everyone who slept in his room was already in bed. There shouldn't be anyone else who needed to open the door. What he found were 5 snow lions spilling into his bedroom. His eyes widened and he opened his mouth to shout, but the first snow lion who entered was the second-tier Hostilius, who reacted far quicker than the Deathbringer did. Hostilius lunged forward with his already drawn blade and stabbed the Deathbringer in the center of the torso, directly under the sternum. The Deathbringer fell back into his bed, silent and unconscious. His body did make a little noise as it hit the mattress, but the rest of Hostilius' team had already used their own training blades to ensure that the other Deathbringers wouldn't stir. Similar scenes were playing out in the 7 other bedrooms on the first floor of the tower, and half of the Deathbringers' first-tier trainees were stunned into unconsciousness less than 5 minutes after Leon opened the door. Leon himself led his squad into the first-tier common room alongside the other 6 squads. Upon seeing the room devoid of other life in both banners in the shrine, most of the Snow Lions couldn't help but smile. A few of them even had to stifle their own cries of excitement. The second-tier mages wrangled the first-tier trainees together to get into their planned positions. 2 squads of their best archers, one led by Abelius, faced the stairs and knelt, knocking an arrow at the same time. Anyone who appeared at the foot of the stairs would be in for a bad time. 3 more squads were right behind them with swords drawn, ready to push past and engage anyone who might hypothetically get past the arrow barrage, with both Leon and Alphonsus keeping an eye on one of the 2 stairways. Castor, meanwhile, went to work getting the banners out of the shrine. Emilius, being the standard bearer for the Snow Lions, had the most experience with this, so he helped, or rather, he did most of the work. However, after having trouble extracting the Snow Lions banner from its shrine during their own assault, Linus had taken the time to learn exactly how to operate the contraptions that held it in place. He'd gotten so good at it that despite the Snow Lions having no trouble extracting their own barely secured banner from the bottom of the shrine, the Deathbringer's banner proved much trickier. It took a little elbow grease, but Emilius and Castor started opening the locks in the shrine's dome, loosening the banner. Like the locks on the front doors, these were only meant to slow down an attacker rather than keep them out completely. However, just as the 2 Snow Lions undid the 6th out of 12 locks, every magic lantern in the tower turned on as bright as they were capable of, and the shrine itself sent a high-pitched whistle through the entire tower. "Shit," muttered Leon. His sentiment was shared among the other Snow Lions, all of whom knew that they had tripped some kind of alarm. "We need to hurry it up, we're down to minutes here," said Castor. He was absolutely correct. The alarm sound from the shrine had died down after 5 seconds, but it combined with the sudden extremely bright lights had woken the entire tower. After only 15 seconds, the 3rd-tier Snow Lions could hear some of the Deathbringers start getting up to investigate what had just happened. "Castor," Leon whispered. "Just a few more," answered Castor. From downstairs, the Snow Lions could hear the Deathbringers from the 2nd floor walking to the stairs. It hadn't been enough time for them to don their armor, but they were almost certainly armed with their training weapons. About 10 seconds later, the first awake Deathbringer stepped out from the stairs and was immediately stunned by an arrow to the chest, courtesy of Abelius. "Good shot," Leon said. "Thanks," Abelius said back. They weren't too bothered with whispering anymore, since as soon as the arrow found its mark, one of the Deathbringers further up the stairs paled and reeled back in surprise. As soon as he scurried past the turn in the stairs, he started shouting about the tower being under attack by the Snow Lions. Fortunately, that was also the moment that the Deathbringer's banner finally came loose. "Got it!" shouted Castor, grabbing the banner while Emilius secured their own banner on his back. "We're leaving." Immediately, Leon and Alphonsus ran forward to block anyone from coming down the stairs while the rest of the Snow Lions ran past them back into the entrance hall. Less than a minute later, 2 second-tier Deathbringers appeared at the top of each stairway and made eye contact with Leon and Alphonsus. Leon smiled and raised his training sword in an obvious challenge while Alphonsus simply glared up at the Deathbringers. "Come on!" shouted Castor from the entrance hall. The rest of the squads had already made their way out, so Leon and Alphonsus were the only 2 Snow Lions left in the tower. They responded without delay, but Leon was a little disappointed he didn't get the fight he had been looking forward to. Seeing the 2 third-tier mages run, the second-tier Deathbringers hurtled down the stairs in pursuit. However, as soon as they turned around and ran into the entrance hall, they were faced with a Snow Lion archer squad, which let their knocked arrows fly. All 10 arrows found their targets, knocking the 4 Deathbringers unconscious instantly. The Snow Lions then made a break for the tree line. "Hold on!" shouted Leon as soon as they made it. "What are you doing?" shouted both Castor and Alphonsus. "Showing them exactly who did this," Leon said, smiling at Alphonsus. "Have everyone get out their bows and form a firing line. We can spare 1 or 2 salvos." Alphonsus couldn't help but smile and look to Castor with expectation. "Sure, why not?" Castor said, hesitating a little at the change of plan. "Ha ha, yes!" shouted Leon. It was fortunate that the 4 unconscious Deathbringers in the entrance hall gave the rest of them pause, because it took another minute or so for the Snow Lion's second-tier trainees to get the unit into position and ready at the tree line. In fact, Gaius, Linus, and Chieftain had all ran into the entrance hall just as the last Snow Lion was getting into position. They were a little confused, but after coming all the way downstairs and seeing the empty shrine, they knew exactly what had happened. And they quickly came face to face with those who had stolen the banners when they emerged from the tower and saw a calm and serious Castor, a cheekily grinning Leon, and a smug Alphonsus looking back at them from the tree line. "Loose!" shouted Castor as soon as the 3 third-tier Deathbringers were seen. At his shout, 100 bows loosed their arrows at their unarmored opponents. Linus and Chieftain both suffered direct hits and fell unconscious before they could do much more than take a few panicked steps back towards the tower. Gaius, however, had thrown himself back into a couple of the second-tier trainees still in the doorway, avoiding all but one arrow that struck him in the shin. 5 additional second-tier Deathbringers were also caught in that hail of arrows, though only one was knocked out. The Deathbringers hurriedly pulled back into their tower to get their armor, but it was almost 10 minutes before anyone stuck their head out the door, and by then, the Snow Lions were long gone. A few Deathbringers had watched them leave from the windows, but that wouldn't do them much good as the Snow Lions ran back to their tower before running back to their camp in the mountains. They didn't want to give any Deathbringers clues about where they had set up camp by showing the direction it was in, after all. The Snow Lions made it all the way back to their caves in the gorge without incident and barely able to contain their excitement, as the Deathbringers most willing to follow them were either unconscious or, as was the case with Gaius, had a limb stunned by the Snow Lion's arrows. Even the normally stoic and professional instructors were affected by this celebratory atmosphere and had to wait a few minutes for their faces to stop proudly smiling and drop back into their usual stern and serious expressions so they could join their trainees. Unbeknownst to anyone, these 3 men were not the only ones watching the Snow Lions. A pair of figures were standing on top of the opposite cliff. Had they been normal men, the instructors wouldn't have had any trouble seeing them, despite the darkness of near midnight. However, these were not normal men. They were the 2 who resided in the immense stone tower in the center of Eterna, and they were watching Leon with great intensity. Chapter 94. A King's Demand. The master and disciple pair from the center of the continent stood upon a wall of the gorge and watched as the Snow Lions returned with the 2 banners in hand. Leading them were Castor, Alphonsus, and most importantly, Leon. "Master, may this disciple ask a question?" "No need to be so formal, go right ahead." The normally stiff and exceptionally formal disciple took a deep breath and relaxed a little. He'd been learning under his master for thousands of years now, an enormous abundance of time for the 2 to get comfortable around each other, but the old habits he made during his early years of instruction were hard to break. Is it wise to let that one grow without interference, given his heritage? The disciple hesitantly asked while nodding at Leon. "It's fine," replied the smiling and completely unconcerned master. His tone was light and cheery, but there was a hidden edge to it that only someone like the disciple who had spent so much time around him could pick up on. He dutifully shut his mouth and didn't speak up again. But, intimidating his disciple into silence was the farthest thing from the master's mind. In fact, watching the progress Leon was making had lit a spark in him, reminding him of the last time he had faced down those of his lineage, the last time he had felt truly alive. Nearly 80,000 years before Leon was born, a great storm had appeared on the edges of the sea in the center of Eterna. From the moment the plane had come into being, that sea had always been supernaturally calm. Not even the tiniest of ripples had ever been seen on its surface. But that storm changed things. The storm itself wasn't anything out of the ordinary for the people who lived at the edge of the sea. The master who lived in the great stone tower in the middle of the sea would occasionally call forth rain and wind on a whim, though the vast majority would have no idea it was he who brought them. However, it soon became clear to those few who knew of the master that this wasn't one of his whimsical moments, as the wind turned into a howling gale and the sea began to roil and churn, kicking up enormous waves that crashed upon the beaches and swept away anyone who hadn't gotten to safety out into the sea to drown. The master, sitting in his usual place at the very top of the stone tower, didn't bat an eye at the cataclysmic storm that gradually surrounded the sea. Not even when pitch-black clouds rushed in to encroach upon the miles-high tower did he react. These clouds brought with them a torrential downpour, but not a single drop of rain ever touched the tower, or the man sitting at its summit. It was only when he felt the rumble of distant thunder that he finally reacted by cracking the tiniest of smiles and glancing out to the horizon. In seconds, that distant thunder arrived, accompanied by hundreds of immense bolts of lightning, striking from the highest and thickest clouds onto the lower reaches of the tower. Behind the still calm master, a man suddenly appeared. He was clad head to toe in gleaming golden armor, or at least, armor that appeared gold at first glance. With the tiny movements that accompanied his breathing, the color seemed to shimmer between various shades of white and gold, as if the armor contained the Thunderbird's lightning sealed just under the surface. This sealed lightning was so strong that even the master was impressed as he felt his hair start to stand on end. This man clad in golden armor had youthful features and seemed as calm as if he were out for a relaxing stroll. His mouth was tilted into a smug and confident smirk that, with his grand attire and entrance, showed all the arrogance of a proud and powerful king. The master didn't need to turn around to know who this man was. The Storm King himself had finally come to pay him a visit. His subordinates had conquered the nations of Eterna more than 50 years prior, but the Storm King had only arrived 6 months ago, during which time the master had been sitting atop his tower, waiting for the king to come. There was a brief silence. The master was in no hurry to speak, and the Storm King clearly wasn't, either. After more than a minute had gone by with neither one acknowledging the other, the Storm King's pride could no longer contain itself and he broke the silence. "Do you know why I've come, Grave Warden?" The Storm King's voice barely rose beyond a whisper, but the master had no trouble hearing him despite the constant thunder. The master turned to the Storm King and smiled good-naturedly. "There's only one reason for a man, even a king as strong as you, to come here. You want something that belongs to me, something that the great Lord Khosrau himself bestowed upon me to fulfill my mission. You now defy his last order, coming here to claim it for yourself." His tone was upbeat and carried no hint of malice, but the killing intent that radiated from his body was profound and immediately wiped the smirk from the Storm King's face. "You're not wrong. I'm here for your universe fragment," he said, calling upon his own killing intent to clash with the master's. When the two killing auras met, they seemed to carve all in existence in two. The clouds overhead split and the entire tower was cracked in half. The auras were so strong that weaker mortals on the beaches who were still fleeing the storm died on the spot, while even the most powerful of Eterna's mages in the area felt their legs go soft. The master chuckled to himself. He, truly audacious. To take my universe fragment would be the gravest mistake you could ever make. Not that I would let you, of course, you don't have the power to stop me, responded the Storm King, his hand moving to the sword at his hip. His weapon was magnificent to behold, crafted of the finest materials in the universe and covered in so many arcs of lightning that many of the details in the blade were difficult to discern, even for the master. Every so often, a new arc of lightning would spark from the handle of the sword, causing another bolt of lightning to fall from the clouds and smash into the tower. "You already have 2 universe fragments, though you only brought one of them," said the master, nodding his head to the Storm King's sword. "You shouldn't be so greedy." "How did you know about that?" demanded the king in response, a look of surprise briefly appearing on his face before being replaced with intense fury. "I've been around a very long while, you foolish boy. The treasures of the Thunderbird were once quite well known, even if their fame has become as faded as the primal age they helped shape." The master's nonchalant smile grew wider and he closed his eyes and turned his head to the sky. "You may not have brought the Storm Diamond, but I would recognize the Iron Needle anywhere." The Storm King hadn't thought it possible, but it seemed the rumors he had heard about the 12 wardens of the plains that made up the divine graveyard were true. These mages were some of the oldest humans that yet lived. They were survivors of the cataclysmic conflict that left all original beings of the Nexus dead. All the gods, devils, and divine beasts that had been born in the primal age had died in those wars, leaving the Nexus for the ascended humans to inherit. It's impossible he could be so ancient. He may be old enough to have heard about the clan's treasures, but he can't be from the primal age. No one can live that long. The Storm King thought to himself, talking himself back into confidence. "You're quite knowledgeable, Grave Warden, but simply knowing about my weapons won't save you from them. Make with the universe fragment, or I will call upon all the strength I possess to level this plane." The king intended to leave it there, but after a moment of thought, he added, "And don't try to threaten me with talk of the great lord. The dead don't frighten me." "I suppose that's all that needs to be said," said the master. It was clear from his demeanor that he had no intention of handing over what the Storm King demanded of him, so the king's hand went to his sword. Before he could draw, the master serenely closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He savored this last moment before the battle began. As soon as his eyes opened, the storm that battered the island vanished so quickly it was as if it had never been there to begin with. The Storm King wasn't deterred, though, and didn't hesitate to draw his sword and strike out at the master. A lightning bolt of such cataclysmic power had covered the blade that even the master felt apprehensive about taking it head-on, leaning to the side to avoid the attack. The Storm King's attack missed by a hair. The master's smile grew wider when he felt the lightning's heat, transforming from mere good-naturedness into excitement. The master pushed his palm out, slamming into the Storm King's exposed chest. His attack did no damage, only impacting the armor plate a little, but the king was also forced back several steps. Neither side waited for the other. A spear materialized in the master's hands while the Storm King's eyes flashed with lightning, sending a shockwave at his opponent. The master held out his empty palm and stopped the shockwave with ease, but it had taken his attention away from the Storm King. The king had taken that opportunity to use the incredible speed of lightning to appear behind the master almost instantly, striking downward with his sword. But the master wasn't taken by surprise. He twitched his hand and the pommel of the spear shot up to block the sword. The sword stopped dead in its tracks, but the lightning within it surged through the spear. The master immediately dropped the spear and summoned a stone wall from the tower to block the Storm King's attack. The stone tower began to twist, turn, and sprout massive growths as if it were a living tree, all according to the master's whims. The Storm King lost his footing as the tower beneath underwent a titanic transformation, but it only took him a moment to right himself and launch himself into the air. The stone branches that had sprung from the tower pursued him into the air, hurtling toward him with more than enough energy to crush his body between them. However, the Storm King swung his sword several times and the stone branches turned to dust under the weight of his lightning bolts. Hovering in the air, the Storm King raised his arms and called another storm, darkening the sky with multiple layers of deep black storm clouds. The master's smile grew even wider as the wind picked up and he felt the first few raindrops of the coming downpour. He threw his head back and laughed, before 5 enormous pillars of rock burst out from the ground surrounding his tower, each so gigantic as to dwarf his gargantuan home. These 5 pillars bent like fingers, converging on the Storm King in the sky. The Storm King looked down on these rock pillars with disdain, waving his hand and summoning a dozen lightning bolts to descend upon each from the waiting clouds, crushing and splintering the pillars and sending the debris crashing back down upon the island. But the master was unharmed by the falling boulders. All it took from him was a single thought and all the broken rocks momentarily froze in the air, then suddenly rushed together forming a stone giant so large that it shook the island with its first stumbling steps before it found its balance. It only took several seconds for the rocks to form the giant, but that was enough time for the master to appear on its head and for the Storm King to send more lightning bolts from the heavens. Unlike with the rock pillars, the king's lightning had no effect on the giant, which straightened up and stood so tall that the master's tower only came up to its waist. The giant raised its hand and swiped at the Storm King far faster than its size should have allowed. The Storm King raised his sword and struck out at the giant's hand, letting the strength of the iron needle in his sword flow outwards. Unlike with the Storm King's previous attack, this had the intended effect. The giant's entire arm all the way up to its shoulder shattered and was blown away by the wind. But, when the Storm King looked back to the giant, the master had vanished. In that instant, the Storm King felt something as heavy as the heavens impact him at the point where his right shoulder met his neck, knocking him out of the sky. He hit the ground so hard he nearly broke the island in half. Foreign magic ran rampant through his body, but the Storm King gripped his sword a little tighter and his own power quickly stamped out that invasion. But he was far from uninjured. His shoulder had fractured under that blow and he could barely lift his sword arm. He clenched his teeth and switched his sword to his left hand. When he glared upward, he saw the master smugly smiling down at him, wielding the colossal war hammer that had knocked him down into the dirt. "Give up, young man. You can't win here," the master said. The Storm King spat out a mouthful of blood that had risen from his throat. His powerful healing factor was already at work fixing the internal injuries he had just sustained, but it would take a few minutes before he would lose the taste of blood. He took a deep breath, summoning every ounce of magic power he possessed, and shouted, "I'm not done yet, Grave Warden. I will have that universe fragment." Right on cue, the sky filled with lightning bolts beyond counting, all falling upon the master hovering in the sky above his tower. The stone giant raised its remaining arm to protect the master. The lightning bolts peeled apart the stones and boulders on the surface of its arm, but none touched the master, who barely even looked up. He kept his eyes on the Storm King. Massive spikes erupted from the ground at the Storm King's feet, stabbing at his legs. These spikes were made of raw diamond, and yet they broke upon contact with the Storm King's armor. But they still trapped his legs and prevented him from moving. As the Storm King raised his sword to destroy these diamond spikes, the lightning that filled the sky ceased and the remains of the giant's arm fell to the ground, sending a shudder through the entire island. Then, the giant raised one of its legs and stomped down at the Storm King. The earth shuddered, while the Storm King found himself buried in a mountain of rock, unable to move and barely able to breathe. Despite this, the master far above didn't let his guard down. He watched the foot of the stone giant, waiting for the Storm King's response. He was certain the king hadn't lost quite yet. The Storm King relaxed his body and took as deep a breath as he could manage. Things had gone far worse than he had feared, but his pride made him refuse to stop. He felt the iron needle in the hilt of his sword vibrate and send a tiny wisp of lightning magic into his palm, calming his racing heart and steadying his breathing. The master knew the Storm King's next move was coming, as the gale that roared in his ears and the rain that already threatened to flood the cities on the coast of the sea intensified. Lightning suddenly surged through the giant's leg and burst up into the clouds. The giant finally fell with the destruction of its leg, and the master didn't bother to raise it again. Instead, he turned his attention to just over a quarter mile away, where the Storm King hovered. His body was battered and his armor broken, but his eyes were filled with fighting spirit, reflecting the quiet joy the master felt in fighting a strong opponent. But his duty came before his entertainment, and the fight continuing wouldn't be beneficial for anyone, so the master said, "If you continue, you won't find a pleasant end. You're bloody and injured, while I'm yet untouched. Stop this and you have my word that you and your clan won't be harmed until the Nexus finishes its reconstitution." The master desperately hoped the Storm King would realize his situation and lower his weapon. He greatly enjoyed a good fight, especially after his eons of isolation, but he enjoyed making new friends even more. His hopes were dashed when the Storm King painfully smiled and raised his sword again. The master sighed and prepared his war hammer. The power and violence of their next few attacks and counter-attacks put their previous attacks to shame. The entire plain rumbled and quaked while the storm spread, bringing near total destruction to almost everything within 1,000 miles of the Central Sea. Floods were widespread while great fissures opened up and swallowed entire cities. The wind ripped apart even the sturdiest of stone buildings, and random lightning strikes killed thousands. Lightning fell like rain upon the island beneath the battle. The tower was completely leveled, and the sea boiled from the heat given off by the bolts, in spite of the torrential freezing rain. The battle finally ended when the master crushed the last bits of armor covering the Storm King's chest and broke every rib in his body. The king fell from the sky, but he didn't rise again. The master waved his hand and the ground opened up, swallowing the Storm King. The Storm King managed to emit enough lightning to blast the dirt and stone off of him, but then he was faced with the master plummeting down like a meteor. The master slammed his hammer into the Storm King, bringing an end to a man who possessed power comparable to that of the gods and devils. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.